Go. All right, let's go. Good luck, guys.
Are you okay if I... Yeah, copy, thank you.
Is that Dotty Tracks or?
Hey Tony, how are ya? Is the Lambo going today? Yeah, okay, yep. They just asked about 3 people have asked me and what's the name on the stand?
Yeah, kit 4 orange.
Okay, no worries, I'll make it happen. Got it, Nice.
Yeah.
Don't joke about it.
Are we left-handed or right-handed for?
I'm left-handed.
He said just come down.
Hello, and welcome to Sydney Motorsport Park, the home of the 2022 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. It's been a long 2-year break. We can't wait.
We do. Back to you.
Amazing. Luffy's doing his best Shane Fankisbergen impression. Hello and welcome to Sydney Motorsport Park, the home of the 2022 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. It's been a long 2-year break, but we cannot wait to get the action back underway as we go for day 2 after an epic day of night and day running yesterday. There's some cloud cover and some cooler temperatures, but the vibe here is electric. Charlie Bullis alongside Warren Luff in what is a pretty busy pit lane, but most importantly, Luffy, we have fans back and an action-packed lineup.
Yeah, look, we're back. And obviously this year we're seeing a lot of different things. Obviously it's the first time that we'll be appearing under the lights tonight. Also in the pro class we're going to a shootout style format. So like what we see in V8 supercars where it's a one-lap shootout, it's going to be interesting to see how these top competitors really sort of feel under those kind of conditions. We've had already a few dramas with some of our leading contenders yesterday, but we'll get to that later on in the telecast. But as you said, it's great to be back. We've been away for 2 years. We've got crowds, we've got so many cars, we've got so much entertainment off track. It's going to be a great day.
Absolutely. So it's a first in World Time Attack history that we're running under lights. The heavyweights will throw down all in the hunt for that one perfect lap. And hey, how the conditions are at the moment, Luffy, we could even see some lap records tumble.
Yeah, look, we're hoping to see obviously records tumble later on in the day. Barton Moore went very close to that Nico Hulkenberg outright lap record from many, many years ago. Talking to those guys, they're very confident they can definitely run faster. So it's all going to come down to the conditions and, like you said, being able to piece together that one perfect lap.
And of course, we have the Pro-Am class, the Holtec Club Sprint and the CGC Turbo Open class. So the competition is heating up and down pit lane. But of course, we have the Shannon Stylised Show and Shine back for 2022. And in a world first, we have Max and Jos Verstappen's Formula One cars here side by side at the World Time Attack Challenge. And then also we've got pit lane walks, which you'll be leading, Luffy.
Yeah, we've got the pit lane walks. Obviously, we've got the drifting coming up later on today. We've got the flying 500. There's some great on-track demonstrations. We've got an old McLaren out here. We've got some great cars for people to come and be able to see. So exciting day ahead, and can't wait to see the action get underway.
And as we say it, the sun comes out and it is shining on us as we gear up for the 2022 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge. And Matty and Tony are over in the drift pits. So, boys, what have you found?
Well, such a fantastic event, and it's great to be back here for the Australasian Drift titles again for 2022. And we've got a huge bumper 32-car field here this weekend. It's going to be absolutely massive, Tony. So many cars, so many champions, and so many drivers back for this one.
Mate, absolutely. We've got Josh Botcher back, previous champion. Did struggle a little bit in qualifying. He had some mechanical issues, but he's ready to battle Luke Fink first. Can you believe it? We are going absolutely live at 12 noon this afternoon.
Saxon Moore's a young gun when it comes to drifting, very new to the scene, only 18 years old, and already he's qualified 15th in the field of 32 cars. That's another big talking point as well. Like I say, Luke Fink is back. He's won so many things throughout the world. I mean, we bring that international class when it comes here to the Australasian Drift titles.
Absolutely. The guys are not only Australian champions, but they've driven all over the world, and they are ready to bring it. It was absolutely awesome yesterday, and we are just so keen for battles this afternoon.
Look, what I'm loving is the weather is holding out. It's gorgeous here at Sydney Motorsport Park, the premier motorsport facility when it comes to Australia. We've got 32 drift cars. Wait, nothing under 700 horsepower here today.
Unbelievable. The level of cars is incredible. We've got full sequential gearboxes. You've got absolute wild setups. It is going to be an incredible weekend.
Mate, I can't wait for exactly what's going to happen. Of course, the normal 32-car field battle, we're going to get them down to those final 4 at the end of today. Remembering, we've got about 2.5 to 3 hours of drifting coming here from noon here on the live stream. Can't wait for it all to unfold, but so many people coming back into the scene, so many new drivers here today. It's just got that flair. Look in the background, we've got all the show and shine happening as well. So much happening in Sydney Motorsport Park this weekend. It's just going to be a fantastic event. Once again, it's been 2.5 years since we've done this.
Absolutely, 2.5 years, and we've basically got every state in Australia represented. Mate, I'm so happy to be here. My first time here at World Time Attack for this event. so stoked.
Mate, it doesn't matter what you're into when it comes to driving. We've got SRs, we've got RBs, we've got 2Js, we've got every sort of V8
all
you
the
want.
V8s.
I mean, we've got NASCAR engines, we've got LSs, we've got turbos, we've got absolutely everything when it comes to the Australasian drift titles here this weekend at World Time Attack. Can't thank Garrett Advancing Motion enough for coming back on board and being another fantastic supporter for this year once again. I mean, what's your most exciting car you're looking forward to, Tony?
Oh, mate, absolutely. So we've got Andy Worth over there, was absolutely sending it in practice. That thing punched over 800 horsepower. He was so fast into turn one. I love an SR taking on a V8 as well, so we've got 3 SRs in the field as well. Mate, I'm just so stoked. Let's go.
You want to look at something wild. I mean, you look at Mitch Pullen's Toyota Ute over there, like naturally aspirated LS, but the guy's wild, and we saw so many cars on 3 wheels in qualifying yesterday.
Yes.
And he is one who loves to lift up that inside front wheel.
Absolutely. It's a Toyota Hilux with all fabricated rear end with a big V8 in it. An unusual looking drift car, but mate, he can absolutely steer.
Yeah, mate, I look, the Keeper Reap boys over there, Jason Ferrin as well, the Barra-powered R31 wagon. How bright is that thing? Great bright purple, stands out, and he threw it into qualifying yesterday, the angle that car had.
Big flick to angle, titanium exhaust, shooting flames. Drifting is such a theatrical sport as well, and we're so happy to be here. It's in the dry, we're going to get all the tyre smoke. Oh, let's go!
Mate, it is going to be an exciting event. Can't wait to join you after midday for the drifting here for the Australasian drift titles. Right now, though, let's head over to Luffy.
So down here with defending champion Bart Moore in the awesome RP968. Bart, great to have you back here. A few mechanical dramas yesterday. What was the drama yesterday?
Yeah, we actually broke an input shaft out of the engine, so got a spare. Just lost a couple of sessions yesterday, but all fixed. The boys did have a good job last night, and RP968's ready to rock and roll.
Now, obviously, a lot's been spoken about this car in terms of what its potential, what time can it actually do. We've seen in the past, obviously, a very low 119, nearly broke that Nico Hulkenberg lap record. What can we see tonight?
Well, look, potentially, yeah, it's got more in it. So we're a bit on the back foot at the moment. We'll get a couple of bankers in this morning, and then tonight it'll really light up.
Mate, we're confident you can do it. We're excited to see this car back out there today, so have fun.
Thanks, bud.
Yes, well, Sydney Motorsport Park, good morning to everyone watching on the live stream, the Bosch Motorsport live stream presented by HighOctaneDirect.com. It's Destination New South Wales, and everyone, that's anyone, is here, including world-famous aerodynamicist from A&B Aero, Andrew Brilliant. Welcome back to Australia, Andrew.
It's good to be back.
And, of course, Sydney Motorsport Park, this is where all-time attack benchmarks are measured, and no more eyes on the world then, well, the whole world is looking at this one, and it is the baddest world time attack car that we have got. And, of course, the amazing Sydney Motorsport Park circuit, of course, none other than the famous Armando Turn 1. This is where all of that aero that Andrew Brilliant is known for comes into play on all the various cars. Very, very fast. Turn 2, nice and tight there. It's semi-hairpin. 3 and 4 blend nicely. Again, if you're on a fast lap here, you've just got to make sure every single corner matters. Offloading into Turn 5, up the hill, through Turn 6, through down into Turn 7. Again, the cars are on the limit with aero. Turn 8, a low-speed corner, but you've got to set that thing up. If that thing's understeering into that corner, you're not going to have a good run out through 9, 10 and 11 onto the main straight there. Horsepower, not a problem for this car on screen. And what are your thoughts about the evolution of the RP968, Andrew?
Yeah, I think that they've definitely done enough legwork to have a shot at that record. They've focused mostly on refinement of the chassis and out testing a lot. They've done the most testing they've ever done. So I'm looking forward to seeing them get out there.
And of course, we've got Panini's fantastic Ginetta there as well with the VR38 Nissan on board. Now, nowhere else that I know in motorsport around the world does an open wheel record be so challenged by a sedan / a car with a roof, is there? I don't know of any other where a tin top, so to speak, is so close to an open wheel outright record.
Yeah, we've only got a tenth and a change left for them to go over and have the overall track record at Sydney Motorsport Park.
And of course, the official tyre of the open class is the Advan AO50, as we're getting into a little bit more open shortly thanks to GCG turbos. But the weather forecast for today is fine weather. We do have a little bit of grey cloud about, a nice breeze. It was blowing an absolute gale here yesterday. How does that affect aero on cars with the wind direction, Andrew? Is it a case of just the way it's blowing and what corner it might affect it, or the cars are pushing through that hard that doesn't really affect it too much?
Oh, you'll definitely get an effect for it on cars with this kind of downforce. They're just so heavily affected by anything to do with the aero. So if you've got a headwind down the straightaway, increase your drag, increase your downforce. If it's coming at you sideways in a corner, it can make you get understeer or oversteer. So it'll really mix things up.
Well, the way the flags are blowing across Sydney Motorsport Park here, you would think that Armando would be an interesting litmus test as to how far you can push through that. And, of course, Barton Moyer in the car getting ready for the first hit for the Royal Purple Pro Class. And as we said, different to other years in this particular category where they could all go out in a particular session, it was a case of sometimes finding a bit of space to do a hot lap and someone might be on a cool down.
Yeah.
And then there was always that case of traffic might have ruined a very good lap. Not so much this year. We're going to that shootout style where we would do the old super lap shootout style where we'd have one car go out but then it's on the flyer that the next car would come out. And I tell you what, we've got some news down there. Charlie is in pit lane.
Well, Max Verstappen is currently defending his first Formula One title. But in 2018, this was the car he was trying to beat Lewis Hamilton in. It's the RB18. And for the first time in world history, it is alongside his father, Jos Verstappen's Arrow A22. Now, to look at, they are obviously beautiful pieces of machinery, but you'll notice that there are some vast differences between the two. And they are right here in the World Time Attack paddock, ready and waiting for you to take a photo with them. Now, I want to see if I can fit in one of those cars, but I've been told that I might have to wait until the ad break. So let's take a real good look at them. You can obviously see the side scoops and notice how low they actually are to the ground. Also, an interesting fact about this one, this is one of the ones that Daniel Ricciardo also drove in 2018. So there is so much to see and do in the paddock. Please come on down and check it out. There are some awesome cars, some excellent demonstrations, and we have all the action yet to come up. So after the break, stick with us because we have the Royal Purple Pro Class coming right up.
Well, thank you, Charlie. And thank you, Charlie. Sydney Motorsport Park. There we go, Sydney Motorsport Park. The fantastic displays that Ian Baker, the CEO of World Time Attack Challenge, loves to do. Throw in things like, well, can we do it? Let's get father and son F1 tilts, get the cars here. I mean, of course, we're not going out and sending them around the track per se, but you can get in the middle and see them both there and realise that that is another piece of motorsport history that you can come and live and breathe. And it's so good to have you with us wherever you are watching the live stream right around Australia, all the world, the Bosch Motorsport live stream. Andrew, brilliant. It's just an absolute feast of horsepower and performance, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's so many beautiful cars out, and it's exciting to be back having this event again after the break. So really looking forward to it today.
I tell you what, it's so good to have this man here. I mean, A&B Aero, it's a fantastic business. You're based out of Japan. You've been, as you said to me before the broadcast, you've been in the head of Formula One as an aerodynamicist for the last 8 months. Yeah. This is a nice change.
Yeah,
back to where I suppose that's where the bread and butter is for you guys. Now, look, we'll talk more with Andrew Brilliant shortly, but we've got Warren Luff down there. Luffy, what's going on?
We're down here standing at Turn 1, Armando Corner. This is where our heavyweights are out there right now. Our pro cars are out there. We're expecting to see speeds of 290 kilometres an hour here at the end of the front straight at Sydney Motorsport Park, and these cars are flat through Turn 1. We just saw Barton Moore out there doing his first sort of installation lap in the RP968, and that thing was on rails through here. Absolutely full throttle on entry, sparks coming out underneath. So this pro class is really set to sort of light up the timesheets this morning. The interesting thing that we're going to see later on today, though, and talking to some of the teams, tyre temperature seems to be the big talking point amongst a lot of these teams. As we get towards the night sessions later on today, the track temperature is going to drop. We see now Bart's coming down here. Watch this car on entry. And I believe we've just seen our first tyre let go for the day. Looks like the right rear tyre on the RP968 let go on entry there. So already drama starting to sort of unfold in this pro session.
Whoa, boy. How about that? Talk about a man on the spot. Warren Luff, I didn't even think Luffy would be standing there when Bart came flying through, but there he was. And how's that? Luffy's called it, as you saw it, through Armando. And as he said, we're trying to... That Porsche can probably hit 290-odd through that corner. And he said that he heard the tyre go on the car just through Armando. So we know how bad it can be to lose a tyre on that particular corner, Andrew. It's not a good place to be losing a tyre.
Definitely not.
So that's interesting. All right, so Nathan Ancinez is now on a flying lap. The Goddard Rex Subaru Impreza WRX now, a fantastic car. What are your impressions early on this one, Andrew?
Yeah, it's a very interesting car. The aerodynamicist is a friend of Tom Yankos, his name, from Melbourne. There's little bits on it. I think the rear wing's actually one that I designed.
Oh, there you go.
But yeah, it's a fantastic car. They just won the Subaru Nationals, and wanted to put a pro driver in and see what they could do here at World Time Attack.
Well, we haven't had Nathan Ancinez behind the wheel of a car at World Time Attack for some time. He was one of our presenters a couple of years ago, and the guy lives and breathes motorsport as a professional driver. And you know what? Why not? They hand you the keys to this. If they don't have keys anyway. When they hand you the driving role for a car like this, I mean, this is a flat six Subaru, so I believe it's the EG33 style engine, very similar to Andy Forrest's setup. Now, I don't know whether it's the full engineering-wise, whether it's anything like what Andy Forrest did with the R35 transaxle and the chain-driven front axles. I don't know whether it's got all of that in it, but they're chasing that Andy Forrest WRX outright record of 1:26.952. I was sitting in the grandstands last night watching this go around, and he got quite a few laps in with this car, getting it sorted out. It looks very, very good so far on this first flying lap, I would imagine. We're going to see what that first lap looks like for the Goddard Rex Subaru Impreza WRX. As you hear that flat sit Subaru fly down through the main straight now. Let's have a look. Oh, bodywork's moving around there. Goes 28.687, 28.687. So that's not a bad first hit of the day, Andrew, from that car. Minute 26.952 was what they'd ultimately like to beat. But first hit out, 28.687. And you know that the best thing about turbocharged performance, especially in this form of racing, is that might be a starting boost setting, and that everyone's got the ability to put in, like we used to love in the 1980s Turbo Formula One era. You know, we can put more boost in it and go and try and wind up a lap there. So that's not a bad one to start off with for Nathan. And minute 28.687, none too shabby at all. And you know what? Have you ever heard of the term doing a Bradbury? Now,
no.
An Australian ice skater won a gold medal because everyone else fell over in front of him. So that became an Australian term. Maybe Nathan Antunes might be just Johnny on the spot, could do the very same thing in case we see, you know, one of the other more favoured competitors like this one coming in with yet another little niggling problem. I mean, this car is so engineered. It does not get any more engineered than this thing. And again, it just goes to prove that even the very best, most prepared teams will have a little variable come up. All right, quickly down to Warren Luff. Luffy, you're right there, mate. What's the call?
Yeah, so Barton Moore's just come back in this awesome RP968. So good news is the tyre is actually still inflated, but it looks like it's actually had a delamination at high speed at the end of the front straight. Now, talking to these guys yesterday, this car at the end of the front straight is producing somewhere in the region of 3 tonne of downforce. Barton Moore, that was a bit exciting first time out. What happened?
Well, we got a banker in, and there's a little bit damp through the quick turn 9 right-hander. And the driver's still getting up to speed, so we'll be good come the nighttime show.
Well, there you heard it from the man himself. He's confident of being able to get this car back out there later on today. So these guys have obviously got a little bit of work to do, but these guys are very confident we'll be back out on track shortly.
Warren, you know what? While you were calling that live, you know what time came up there? Now, we've actually got a time there from Barton Moyer on the flying lap before the tyre laminated. And ladies and gentlemen, the first hit out of the day for RP968, hang on to your hats, 1:20.101. That was the lap before the tyre went. I mean, Luffy was right on the apex of Armando. We're seeing him come what we thought was the first flying lap, the start of the flying lap. That was the end of the flying lap, and it comes through here. It says 1:20.1010 on the timing. So, look, I'm willing to believe what that says on that screen there, because we've been judging everything else for the last 10-plus years here at Sydney Motorsport Park by that, and it's staying there for now. 1:20.1010. Well, we'll just check some of those incrementals in the sectors in case that was... Here we go. Replay now on screen, folks. Keep an eye on this, the Bosch Motorsport live stream. Here he is coming down the straight. That billet 4-litre engine making that power, and as he said, he wanted to put a banker in, so maybe only making a lazy 1,000 to 1,200 horsepower here. Flies through Armando, and Luffy calls that as he saw it, as he heard it. He would have heard it before he saw it. A little bit of that tyre had delaminated, and yes, I suppose when we talk about aero loads, that's what can happen if indeed that was the case there. I know that they normally don't have any issues with bodywork rubbing or anything like that, Andrew, but not a bad first tilt if we're to believe the minute 21.0 that came up here on timing.
Yeah, no, that's definitely good first crack at it, and they've got a whole day to keep working it, taking that time down. So.
Well, you know, when they were talking about break the input shaft on the gearbox, I thought, oh, goodness, you know, that's, you know, we're all specialty gearboxes and these things as well. It's like we've got a spare, and talk about spares. Luffy, more spare info for us.
Well, this is what's left of the right rear tyre of RP968. As we saw, obviously, through Armando turn there, tipped it in there, the car was all hooked up, and then the right rear tyre basically delaminated and let go. So this is basically what's left of the tyre. A little bit of bodywork there. Thankfully, there's not too much bodywork damage to this car, so obviously these guys are going to go through some data, try and work out obviously what went wrong, and be able to get back out there.
Oh, that is great. How much more excitement can we fit into the first 5 minutes of today, Andrew? I mean, what else can we fit in here?
Yeah, it's definitely off to an interesting start.
So we know out on track right now is Brad Shields driving the Tilton Racing Evo 9. This car is no stranger to the winner's circle, of course, steered initially by Garth Walden, and every year, I mean, it went put to pasture for a year or two, so it was sort of retired, but here it is back better than ever, and Shields gets a chance to drive the enigma, the phenomenon, and of course Costa driving it in Pro-Am as well, trying to win 4 Pro-Ams in a row.
Yeah, and if you remember last year, we didn't quite get to see the potential of the car. It's an all-new car. It's much lighter than the old chassis. They've done so much refinement. Costa, the owner, was telling me that they've added another 150 horsepower. So it should be a monster out there. So I'm really looking forward to see what they do as well.
Well, you know, from what we've seen in that car, it's gone minute 23s, and here we go. We're on a fly now for Shields through Armando. Maximum attack there. Big loading of the suspension, the aero working so very well, as of course what these cars are famous for. It's very, very essential. Out of turn 2, nice. The four-wheel drive platform sometimes I think is an advantage out of that corner over the rear-wheel drive cars, and still pushing well through there. Through 2, through 3, through 4. And just looking at the body language from the car, looks all very good, all very consistent. Now coming up the hill. This is where Garth was famous for coming on the outside of a back marker a few years ago. And of course, we talk about the application of nitrous oxide. I don't know whether we're all using it just yet, but this car has got it on board, I do believe.
Yeah, 200 shot, 250 shot, something like that.
And I do believe that it's put through via a global positioning system. So it actually doesn't, it's not a driver pressing a button on it, it's all controlled through the ECU. Out of there very nicely, turn 8, turn 9, takes a little bit of the outside curb, but he is on a fly here, Andrew. It's looking very, very good. Brad Shields, he was through that segment pretty well. Now he's got to get it all sorted. He can wash out a fair bit of speed of that outside curve. Gets the power down, and have a look at this one now. The first indication of where we are for 2022. We're back, baby. Sydney Motorsport Park, and the fly for Shields is a minute 20.97. Minute 20.97. That's got to be the quickest I think they have ever gone in that car.
Definitely, I think that's a record for them, and that puts them just within grasp of our P968.
Well,
just 8/10 separating the two.
There's the first shot fired by Tilton Racing. If you don't think that they're not out here just to be on a podium, they're here to take the gold and to represent Evo lovers all over the world. That the Evo platform is just as deadly as what we're seeing out of the rear-wheel drive cars, like we've seen in the past with Hammerhead and RP968. But all in readiness now is the GTR sitting in pit lane, because it's not too long before we get into a little bit of the open category, and that's the Extreme GTR. So this car, the 2019 winner, and it's driven by Tim Slade today. Of course, Tim would have been driving the Hammerhead, but news from the pits on the Hammerhead is that it had suffered some engine damage last night, and it's questioning whether or not there'll be another engine in that today. I mean, it is Australia. We do have engines laying around. Do we have a billet SR? Do we have a billet SR20? We'll have to get back to you. Down to pit lane, we've got more action from there.
So here we are with Extreme GTR. driven by Tim Slade. This car also had its fair share of dramas yesterday as well. Armando Corner was a culprit for this car as well. Yes, it actually suffered a rear wing failure on turn in as well. So these guys have had a bit of work to do last night. They've changed the setup of the rear wing. It's now sitting a little bit lower than what it was yesterday to try and sort of take a little bit of that downforce out of it. But these guys are very confident that they'll still be able to sort of produce the lap times that they're hoping for today. And as I said, Tim Slade's in the car. He was actually hoping to be back here, obviously in Hammerhead, but like you guys were talking about, that car suffered some substantial engine damage last night, so we're hoping to see it maybe back out there later today. But at the moment, Tim Slade, Extreme GTR, about to roll out.
Awesome stuff, Luffy. Now, we are just picking up some debris there, I'd say, through Armando. That might be where we saw our vehicles out there just checking that corner, the Armando, the turn where Shields has just pushed that Lancer through for a minute 20.97. Geez, it just goes to show how much we improve, even though we've had a couple of years off.
Yeah.
That we're straight back on the pace, and that, you know, where is it all going to end? We're actually talking off camera before what we were just starting to see in the Club Sprint guys when they first came out, and there's quite a bit of news going to be happening in Club Sprint throughout the day, I can tell you. And if it's judging by what we've seen in performances this morning, that might be the class with the largest increase in performance that we've seen ever. And we can put it down to aero, we can put it through mid-corner speed, but I think out-and-out horsepower, I think, has really come up in some of these cars. And, of course, one reason why we're here in 2022 and we weren't here for the previous years, of course, is the dreaded worldwide pandemic. That shut everything down. That was fun. And let me tell you, have you ever heard of the term a COVID build? Well, this is what all these cars are, and it's not just our World Time Attack cars that have been the results. What we're seeing here is of a COVID build. We're seeing the whole industry start to really flourish from what's coming out of the sheds, the garages, the workshops that we couldn't use. But I tell you what, we've got so much more to chat about, and Charlie, you've got some more for us there too.
Absolutely. I've got some very special Porsches down here in pit lane. Thanks to Nulon Racing, we've got the 906 and the 356. And with them, their exceptionally lucky owner, Ron Goodman. Ron, thanks so much for being here. And I think what the wonderful thing is this little number has got a Bathurst lap record. Tell us all about that.
Last time we took it out to Bathurst for its first run ever, we were lucky enough to break the lap record by 33 seconds. And that was because of Luffy. He helped us. And so today we've got Luffy driving one of the other cars. And hopefully I can get in front of Luffy.
And tell us about the other special car that you've got. It's actually got a jet engine in it, or a plane engine. So how did all of that come about?
Yeah, we were building a new car, the 356 Aero. And there's an Australian company that builds aeroplane engines. So we collaborated with them and bought the engine and put it into the 356 and nitrous oxide, and now it goes really fast.
Really fast, definitely. So if you had to pick one, who's your favourite?
Whichever one Luffy isn't driving, I suppose.
Absolutely. So you went out yesterday, had a bit of fun around Sydney Motorsport Park, and you and Luffy are going to do it again today. And I actually heard you this morning. You said, Luffy, which one do you want to drive? And he went, oh, you know, I took that one for a spin yesterday. I might just jump in the 906. But you guys are going to have a great time around here.
Oh, we'll have a fantastic time. Yesterday was unbelievable. Today will be even better.
Absolutely. Well, it is all to come. Make sure you check out these cars on track later today.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Ron Goodman. It looks like he's having a lot of fun there, and bringing a couple of the cars out of the collection there. The 356 and the one with the radial engine, and that 906 All-Australian built too. The road to Monterey Decor really looks a fantastic treat. Well, it looks like it's GCG Open class time, and our Royal Purple Pro class gave us a nice taste of where we might be at the end of the day. And as Luffy was pointing to, tyre temperature might be of a concern a bit later on. Now, this is the first time that, I mean, we're having a hit out early here with all of our time attack cars, and then, of course, we're going to a full amazing international drift program as well, including the Flying 500, and then we will be kicking these cars off in the late afternoon into the evening. So we've never really done any of this at night, so it'll be interesting to see how the tyre temperatures play in when we get to the evening. So the first one flying through here is the Skyline, and we're keeping him on track here right now. And this is the part of GCG Open class that we'd love to see, and it is that first hit out for all of those. So that is the Nissan Skyline. We're just finding the entry there. It is entrant 29. It is Aaron Borg driving that R33 GTR. We're keeping him on track. Joining me on the mic now is Andrew Brilliant. Salivates over more aero from the pit commentary area here. It's Matty Cav on board as well. Now, welcome to World Time Attack, Matty. What do you think of Ian Baker's horsepower party?
Mate, his horsepower party is the one and only event to be at in Australia. You know, we love this annual event. You come down here, I mean, it's been 2.5 years. You can just feel the atmosphere out there. As you just see, you get a little bit loose as he comes out. Got to be careful getting on those ripple strips, don't you?
Oh, look, when you've got all the horsepower that these guys have got, it is very important to stay off them if you can. I mean, they should all be dry. We've had a lot of wind through and some dry weather overnight, but, you know, we have been raining here for many a day. But we're keeping an eye on Borg at the moment. Now, Borg's about to try and get a flying lap in, and we do put a few cars in each session. So it's a case you have to find a little bit of room. We are looking at Aaron Borg right now on his first flying lap. The open category last year, the winner was, I think, Shields in the Extreme GTR, minute 28.114. Here's the first flying lap for Borg, and he flies on through there and goes a minute 31.152. So that'll do for now, minute 31.152. But there's some other guys on flies too. Johnny Boston out in the Motive Sylvia as well. We've got Rob Newen out there as well. He's coming out in the S15, of course, the Dream Projects S15. So Newen is out on track. Morecambe is out on track there as well. Nathan Morecambe in the Gas Royal Purple Insight Motorsport Evo 7. So on track now, we can see entrant 15 being Owen Truss. Team Owen Truss, Peter Owen driving. Owen about to put a good lap down too, but there we go. Tim Slade just sneaks up. We didn't see it on camera, but we've seen it on timing. Tim Slade's gone minute 27.762. So that is under last year's winning time of a 28.114. He's gone in the same car, Extreme GTR, minute 27.762. Peter Owen now on his first flying lap. We're going to keep the cameras on him. The Nissan Silvia S15. I love open, Matty Cab, because of the different platforms that we have. It is still a GTR and an Evo and an S chassis category. And I think that's new and there on track right now. We'll have to keep an eye on that, actually. We've got a few wide S15s. Here it comes now. Entrant 17, it is Rob Newen on his first flying lap. Let's see what Dream Projects does. Not a lot of testing so far with that car. Minute 31.001. Minute 31.001. Benny Tran snuck through there as well in the BYP Racing Integra. Benny Tran's put down a minute 31.536. And there's a 27.762, as we said, from Tim Slade. There's a minute 27.63 from Morecambe. There we go. We've stepped it up already. Minute 27.631 from Morecambe. So it's just happening already right in front of us. The Evo 7, Nathan Morecambe, minute 27.631 throws our existing open benchmark away straight away. Welcome to 2022.
Well, 2.5 years of development, really, isn't it? And like you say, we're getting this open class, so just add that little bit of aero to the car. Like you say, it's the Evos, it's the S15s, you know, used to what you're seeing on the street, but we add some aero to them, they upgrade the brakes, things like that, put a heap of horsepower in them, and just sticks them down to the circuit.
Well, the difference between an open class car and a pro class car is essentially can be just a pro driver in there. Mind you, we've got some pretty good, well, you'd say pros or semi-pro racers out there. So Aaron Borg, his initial first, a minute 31.152 was what we've got up here on the screen for him, and we're watching him go around to try and improve, and so far Sector 1, no such luck. Another quick scroll through our times. Yeah, Morecambe, minute 27.631. That's our third quickest outright time today, and the first in GCG Turbo's Open at the moment. So it is a fantastic effort. Minute 27.631 from Morecambe. So Evo 7 platform, Skyline platform, the two so far in this category that are dominating. And Andrew Brilliant Aero. There we go. So Andrew's it's like a proud dad over here looking at the times.
He's a sector times. He's dissecting every little bit of this lap, and I'm sure he's sending some of that data back and talking to the team while he's off air.
So we're just keeping an eye on Owen here now. In the meantime, Johnny Boston has put the Motive S15 through for a minute 33.792. 14, I think it is. Minute 73.792. So the Sylvia. Minute 31.001 for Newen there.
Oh, Rob Newen's just lost some aero there. You can see that come off on the main straight.
Yes. We've got to pick that up. The Dream Projects S15 with a little bit of aero dropped off on the way down. Now, Matty Cav, you, I was looking at the timing, you were looking at the screen, and you saw that. I didn't, but I saw the remnants of it sitting there on track. So I don't know whether or not we can, have we run out and fetched that? I mean, it's a bit hard. Looks like we have. Oh, no, there it is there. No, there it is. There's a piece of it.
Watch out. Rexy's going by.
Yeah, that's not in the right place, honestly. If you want to set yourself up for Armando, that's not where you want debris. If you're trying to avoid the debris, you are not set up for Armando as probably good as you would want to be. You want to be on the far right-hand side of the straight when you want to hit Armando. You definitely don't want to be in the middle of the track, and that's where, at the moment, we're seeing the guys go through. That's Dan Day on screen now, the Subaru Impreza, the SJ1000 team. Looks $1 million, doesn't it? And let me tell you, we talked about it with Andrew before. The COVID build aspect of what we're seeing is that more and more guys are getting these things built. They're out of the workshops. They're here at the racetrack. Some of them have had an opportunity to test before this event. Some of them haven't. The Dream Projects S15 being a Queensland-based team, there being that many rainouts in Queensland, they could not get to QR to do any testing. So what they're doing here is they're essentially learning from scratch. Other cars in there driven by Morecambe and Tim Slade today. They're established cars that have had plenty of laps here. So it's interesting to see just how everyone finds their feet by the end of the day. But you can see out there on track now, Rob Newen just pulling over in the Dream Projects car, letting guys through. There is a little bit of a traffic aspect to these classes like Open and Club Sprint, where we do have a few cars in the session. So you do have to choose your moment. And at the moment, Dan Day is on a not a bad one here at all. His first flying lap was he hadn't had one yet. Here it comes now. See if he can get that one in. Where's that debris? Yeah, he's got to get it through. He's gone minute 34.481. Minute 34.481. Owen's minute 45.993 would be the best for him so far in the skyline. As we said, Johnny Boston, minute 33.792. Borgs earlier minute 31.15, a minute 31 flat for Newen. It was starting to show some promise, and again with 0 laps testing, that can only go into the 20s, you would imagine, if they can fix what's happened with the aero. But it's exciting stuff. Peter Owen out there just again having another go in the S15. And so well represented all the various platforms. It is very much a celebration of every high-performance JDM platform that we have, be it Skyline, be it Evo, be it the Sylvias. Throw in a 968 Porsche, by the way, which I think, what did we have last event here 2 years ago was, of course, the one from Sweden, the 968 from Sweden, which was running here as well. So the platforms, they're well celebrated, and you know what translated out here on track is in the car park as well, and in that huge show and shine, and in the drift area as well. Oh, it's just displayed across every platform of racing here this weekend at World Time Attack, and I think we'll see that in the club sprint as well, and the different engine combinations and that. It hasn't just stayed there. I saw a Skyline with an LS in it. Yeah, I saw that in Nissan Motorsport colours. Yeah, I saw that last night. It's blasphemous, but then it's incredible. So here we go, tail of the tape. We've got this session closed off. The first one for GCG Turbo's Open class, and have a look at this. We've already put new 2022 benchmarks in. Forget the 2019 ones because we're quicker. Mitsubishi Evo 7 out there in front, a minute 27.631. Nathan Morecambe in the fantastic Gas Royal Purple Insight Motorsport Evo 7. We've got the R32 behind him, Tim Slade in the Extreme GTR with that minute 27.762. And how about that already, even though he had that little disruption, again with no laps on the car, Rob Newen, minute 31.001. So that's where we are there. We expect to see that go a lot quicker. There's quite a bit of aero. You can just see it on the right-hand side of the screen there. That's down the far end. Now, luckily for all of our other competitors, it's just out of the way. Right now, though, we might head down to Luffy in the pits.
So I'm down here with Brad Shields, Team Tilton. Now, these guys just went out and, as they said, did a banker lap at a 20.9. It's actually the fastest time this car's ever gone in official competition. Brad Shields, tell us about the car. How's it feeling out there today?
Yeah, good. We worked on the balance a little bit from practice yesterday. We weren't happy. It was a little bit taily. So, yeah, we tuned it up and it was a lot better today.
So how confident are you guys for later on in the day? What can we expect to see out of this car?
Ideally, we want to find another second at least. So, yeah, we'll just wind the boost up and see what we can do.
Well, there you go. You've heard it from the man himself. Very shortly, we'll see car owner Costa out there for the Pro-Am session. So we'll get to see this beautiful car back on track very shortly.
How's that for inspiration? Right now, we're just cleaning a little bit of debris off the track. Break and back with more from Sydney Motorsport Park, the 2022 World Time Attack Challenge. Destination New South Wales. Sydney Motorsport Park, the Bosch Motorsport live stream presented by highoctanedirect.com. It's the 2022 Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge, and Matty Cav joining Chris Diggles here on the microphone, live streaming across the world. There's a lot of people watching, and with a 2-year break, it's so good to be back here with one of the coolest events you could ever get to if you love anything to do with the automobile and everything that goes with it, including aero falling off on the main straight, which we've cleaned up the debris there. We've still got GCG Turbo Open category happening, and that little slight delay was courtesy of a little bit of debris on the main straight with a bit of aero. Yeah, we do lose a bit of carbon fibre here over the weekend, don't we?
Yeah, a little bit normally falls off. That's just, well, we're talking about this just off air then. It might be a little bit of the diffusers just come off there and it's just dragged that fender off. So that should be a fairly simple fix. You reckon they'll take that back of the pits? And that was Newen there, Rob Newen, unfortunately, with some issues there with the aero. Still got a time though, 1:31, which is still respectable considering there's probably some improvements there now.
Oh, look, absolutely. And if this is all everyone's checkout lap, historically what we found is this session's always quick. What we found in the past is the middle of the day, the sessions were never too quick because we had a little bit of heat involved. So the track kind of does go off a little bit, the difference in tyre temperature, track temperature. It's a little bit greasy in the middle of the day, and we also find that that's a great opportunity then if you're pushing the limits of performance to find your failure in the middle of the day, which is not a good thing. You want it all to stay together. So yes, this first session we're having for everyone is great. We are changing the schedule completely, and we're going to come back and do it all in the afternoon and evening with all these categories. But right now on screen, Mr. Turbo Smart himself, Nick Cooper. He's back behind the wheel, and I reckon nearly every big head honcho of a major aftermarket company should be out there steering a flagship. This is one that he's had for a while, the Turbo Smart RX7. We are in that second GCG Turbo Open category, and it is so good to see the man out there having a go. Nick Cooper, the Turbo Smart RX7. We can also see the Rev Zone Evo there, driven by Darren Bishop, the Evo 7. So be wary. Evo 7s, deadly weapons. And there as well, entrant number 31 being the Care 1 Power Tune Evo of Damon Ashton. That's an Evo 6. So wild machines, and again, out of the workshops all over the country. And you wait till the world's opened up again, and in the future, and also when the price of containers go down, we'll be having a lot more international competitors out here with their platforms as well. Because if you're to be measured on anything, this is kind of like the Mount Everest of time attack. This is where you come to prove yourself here at Sydney Motorsport Park. The world knows that now. We've got the quickest time attack cars in the world. I'm even more excited about the ones the events we're going to have in the future where we haven't seen these guys come yet, because there's guys wanting to come here from the other parts of the world to be here. They're just not here yet. We know they're coming, and we know that we've got many more years to look forward to of doing this. And all these guys in the open class, well, who knows where they're going to be in a couple of years' time. They might be in a pro or pro-am situation. So here's the first couple of flyers coming through for our second session. We've seen them all flying through. We've got Damon Ashton coming through for a fly here. Now Ashton goes minute 37.138 as his first flyer. So not too bad for him. Looking at some other times that have popped up there, we've got Papadakis out there ready to do a flying lap for us too. That's John Papadakis in the Z4 GT3. Now that's a wild machine. The MR2 on screen now. Again, one of the only, well, MRS, sorry. Close enough racings. Of course, Justin Gaujanics. He's been racing before in the open class. So again, a mid-ship combination. Very, very stout indeed. Gaujanics goes through and is ready to do a fly there as well. So minute 54 for Bishop. So Bishop's out for a run there too. That's Darren Bishop, the Rev Zone Evo 7. And while this is happening all on track, we've got Luffy down there with Tim Slade.
So I'm down here in the pits with Tim Slade, driver of the Extreme GTR, meant to be driving Hammerhead. Tim Slade, our two-time world time attack champion. What happened with Hammerhead last night?
It died, unfortunately. The simple way of putting it. Yeah, we had a little bit of an issue with it when I went out. A pretty simple fix, though, we thought, like maybe just a bit of the fly-by-wire stuff. And then Liam, the car owner, went out in the Pro-Am, and he just gave it like a sort of quick run-up just to make sure it was okay and we'd fix the problem, which we had. And then, yeah, there's a little hole in the side of the block now.
Well, that's never going to be a good thing. But obviously now you can focus here on the Extreme GTR. You've just had that first session there. How did the car feel? What's the potential of this car you're hoping for this weekend?
Yeah, I mean, the car felt really nice. I came down here a week or so ago to do some laps, but it was wet, so unfortunately didn't really get much of a read of what it's capable of in the dry. So got a couple of laps in yesterday, and yeah, I think the car's definitely more capable than what we just did then. So yeah, it's just more so me working out how to drive it and get the most amount of speed out of it. So yeah, so far so good. Looking forward to the next session.
Well, we look forward to seeing you out there. This is a man that's very busy at the moment. Tasmania last weekend, V8 Supercars. World Time Attack this weekend. Australian Grand Prix back in the Supercars next weekend. So a man that loves his motorsport.
Yes, indeed, and you know what? Sladey looks even a little trim. I mean, Sladey's not exactly a heavyweight in stature, but he even just looks a little more trim, a little bit leaner, a little bit fitter than I've ever seen him before either. And that's great. Like him and Barton. Like I don't know who the heaviest out of the two of those two guys are, but they're both the sort of guys that you want in a time attack car, where you want to try and get it down on that minimum weight.
Yeah, exactly right. Keep it down to that minimum weight. I mean, you still got to stay very fit to be out in these cars. The sun has come out today, so it's going to warm up a little bit out on track. And I notice he keeps talking about it was a great run on a dry track. But remembering, they've had so much wet weather driving here recently. Again, even in New South Wales, they haven't had the chance to really test on a dry track. And we've got that again this weekend. It's great to see as we start to head over. Looks like we're going to get a lap done now in the 33 car there. Liam Hooper. Cross, trying to see what that is going to come in at on the timesheet there.
Of course, the Carbons Australia in Preza. So Hooper, yeah, minute 35.156, not bad. Minute 35.156. We saw Papadakis go minute 59.615 in the BMW. Bishop's earlier run there we've got to look at too. That's a great run from Bishop. Darren Bishop, he went through for a minute 33.007. So yeah, look, he's where are we? We've got Tran, Borg, Newen.
Oh no, look off here.
There, yeah. Oh goodness, that's not good. Gaujanics with a big issue as we've just caught him on camera coming onto the main straight there. Not good at all for Justin Gaujanics. That is a horrific incident. Here we go, coming out of that final turn. We're on Papadakis at the moment, but you'll see this MR2 get the power on here, and again, is it a little bit of the snap oversteer with the mid-engine car? Really pushed it. That's got a lot of Porsche attributes to it, doesn't it? And look, it's a shame he's actually given that he's caught that. He's caught the concrete. You kind of wish he caught the tyre barrier just before that, but he's given that a fair nudge into the concrete and backed that MRS in there, unfortunately. So, geez, action aplenty here at Sydney Motorsport Park. GC GT Turbo Open category, and it definitely has to be a red flag situation as the rest of our competitors come off from there. It's interesting just looking in the background there, you can see just John Healy's little Datsun 1600 coming in, the competition friction car. Very nice little Datsun 1600 in there, a touch of old school, and I don't know about you, but I've owned the odd Datsun 1600 before, and I wish I never sold them. Yeah, that's plenty of damage on that MRS. That is not good to see, but yeah, he was just on the power as early as he could be, and Gaujanique's, the result is unfortunate. But at least it's gone in backwards. So look, I would imagine that the man himself should be okay. You would say health-wise, you never know. You can definitely have your bell rung in these things if you hit anything. But you can see those barriers just in front there, Matty. We wish he kind of just have caught that instead. But no, you can never really predict anything in the unpredictable world of motorsport, and that is unfortunate for Gaujanique's there. It was a minute 48 there in attempting it. So while we're cleaning this up, we're down with Mr. Matt Mingay, I believe.
G'day everyone, welcome. Yes, we are here with Matt Mingay and the incredible Hot Wheels crew. Matt, you're a busy man. You've got quadruple duties here at World Time Attack. Tell us what you're doing.
Yeah, mate, it's a very busy weekend for me. I'm performing in my super truck, on my Harley Davidson, performing in my Camaro drift car, and also competing in my Camaro drift car, so it's pretty full on.
Mate, absolutely credit to you, and it's a credit to this setup. You've got a few new brand partners. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I've got quite a few new brand partners. One very, very special one is Newlon products. They're a great brand to be involved with, and the involvement here this weekend is full on. It's unreal.
Fantastic, mate, fantastic. So these cars, tell us what you've brought here. We've got a whole range of different vehicles. What did you bring along?
Yeah, so I brought along my super truck. Very similar to what I had with my accident in 2005, sorry, 2015. Doing massive big jumps in that with my little boy in his super truck. Yeah. I've got my son partner, Damien, on his Kawaka 600.
Okay.
I got my little boy in his Bone Shaker Junior drift car, Aussie legend. He competes with me all around Australia and that, and absolutely blows me away in doing gym cars.
Incredible.
Little smarty pants. I got my son Harley Davidson. I do all my tricks on a full-blown, big, fat, heavy Harley. And I got my little boy's
jump truck as well.
Yeah, my little boy's mini super truck. Jump truck. We also compete all around Australia together and doing little shows.
Yes.
And he blows me away on that as well.
Incredible.
I got
and then the drift cars?
Yeah, I got my two drift cars. Got my NASCAR powered Chevy Camaro running Albans Transdex rear end. Only one in Australia. I got Ken Dalton, my drift partner. He's HSV with a blown LS2. Running 1,000 horsepower, smarty pants.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's all it.
Mate, absolutely fantastic. We love having you here. Wish you all the best in the competition later on today. Absolutely fantastic. Thanks to the Hot Wheels crew for being here.
Thanks, mate. Glad to be here.
Yeah, an absolute legend, Matt Mingay, and it's so good to have the Hot Wheels stunt team here. And, of course, Newlon on board, not only doing the great demonstrations and the stunts, but competing as well, Matty Cav.
Yeah, no, Newlon on board everything. We've got the Porsches here, thanks to them as well. We've got that insane F1-style street car that's here as well down there, the Newlon inside, and they were doing a lot of filming this weekend.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what we're going to see on track for the rest of the day. Don't go anywhere. Let me tell you, Bosch Motorsport live stream coming to you right around the world. And let me tell you, we've got more about Bosch Motorsport for you right now while we take a small break.
Let's talk about the Bosch ABS system. You were a proponent of getting that into these cars. Can you tell us a bit more about how it came to be?
In putting everything together for me to do this event again with Murray, the now previous owner of Hammerhead, I basically said to him, I think, from the last time I did World Time Attack, the most cost-effective way of achieving a faster lap time would be to install the Bosch ABS system. As much as you probably like to think you're that skilled and can maximise the braking areas yourself with your right or left foot, yeah, I think it's pretty hard to beat that system, and definitely makes life a hell of a lot easier for the driver.
So you would say if you can have an ABS system like a Bosch system, you would have one any day of the week?
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, obviously World Time Attack is all about, you know, the fastest lap possible over just the one single lap. And, you know, that's the whole mantra around how these cars are built. So for sure, you know, if there were the initial boxes to tick, yeah, the Bosch ABS system would definitely be one of them.
So you're in the driver's seat of both of these cars, and a lot of people might not understand how better brakes make you go faster. So how does that come about behind the wheel?
Braking is a huge part to going fast in any race car, and you know, you see in some other categories that don't have ABS, I guess when drivers are exploring the braking zones and the limits of the braking and the grip available, you see them, you know, lock up a wheel and fire off the track and maybe even have a little scrape with the wall, whereas, you know, there's obviously no fear of that with the ABS system, and it really does, you know, maximise the braking zones.
So with the Bosch system, it's not like a regular road car ABS. There's a lot of tuning you can do with that. What feedback have you given to the team about what you like about it, and what capabilities of the system have made you more confident in these cars?
Yeah, so I guess, you know, with the motorsport system, you know, it has a lot more control over each individual wheel, and we have the knob adjuster in both cars. So essentially, depending on the grip that's available, you know, from either the tyre or the track, or, you know, if there's bumps in any braking areas or anything like that, then, yeah, you can basically tune that to suit the conditions that you have. So, yeah, you can essentially make it, you know, more or less aggressive.
Thanks, Tim. We look forward to seeing you next week at World Time Attack Challenge. And if this video is out after that, we would have seen you. And have fun in these cars, mate.
No worries. Thanks, mate. Look forward to it.
Bosch Motorsport bringing you the live stream right around the world, and it's a fantastic day here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and it's down to Warren Luff in the pits.
So I'm down here with the RP968 guys, talking obviously about what happened in that first sort of pro session. There's a lot of calm around these guys at the moment. They're not too stressed about the tyre failure. Basically, they were trying to have a sort of second lap at it, and obviously just trying to push it through sort of turn one. But the big thing for these guys is that last night that these guys were here till 2 a.m. to rectify the issues that they had yesterday. So last night the whole front end was out of this car. There's a lot of work to go into getting these guys back out here today, and they're really happy with where the car's at now. Considering their banker lap, as they call it, a banker lap, a 20.1, is enough to win this event in the previous years. These guys are very confident sort of going into the afternoon sessions. But the one thing they did speak a lot about is this headwind on the front straight. It's really sort of affecting the cars, not only going sort of through turn one, because as they sort of tip into turn one, they pick up a lot more aero on the front of the car. But then they were saying as you come out of turn two, you then pick up a tailwind around turn three, and the car is actually getting quite loose through there in those parts of the circuit where you've then got a tailwind. It's really sort of affecting the balance of the car. So they're looking to make a few sort of subtle changes to the balance of this car, but they're very confident going into these afternoon sessions.
Well, there we go, and we were talking to Andrew Brilliant about that before. What does the wind do to these cars? And there's the feedback right there, is that is a tailwind on 2 and 3, which is unsettling that car, and you don't want to be hooking into turn 4 with the tailwind and all that beautiful aerodynamics on the car. If you've got wind up coming from the other way, it's not good for it, Matty Cat.
And you can see the flags there in this beautiful picture here, where you can see them flopping around in the breeze so hard. So there's quite a bit of breeze going on here at Sydney Motorsport Park. We'll see how that's going to unfold. Right now, though, we might take a quick break from our sponsors.
Plasmaman Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasmaman, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasmaman, no limits.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, TurboSmart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
GCG Open Class. This is our session that we have just picking up on because we did have that incident there on the main straight with the MRS. It's all cleaned up and we've got these guys out there running. Of course, the GCG Open Class, minimum weight 1,257 kilos or factory minus 15%. Pro drivers are allowed in this class. They must run the Advan AO50 control tyre. They're allowed unlimited engine mods and sequential transmissions definitely are allowed. Side and rear windows can be Lexan and some restrictions on body and aero. But when you have a look out there, sometimes, Matty Cav, you'd say not many restrictions at all.
It doesn't look like that, does it? I mean, we are starting to see where they're not the off-the-shelf product when it comes to the Open Class. They're starting to just go extend that little bit further.
But we also do have this variance there between, as we can see there on track, a few of the cars coming through the WRX there as well as we get Fisher out there. And we'll just check with that. That's actually Blaine Fisher well, he's ended in the Club Sprint category there. So we might be shoving Club Sprint up there a little bit faster. Yes, we are. So I do apologise. Our GCG Turbo Open Class session has closed. And it looks like we did get indeed pull the aero back a little bit because I'm thinking, well, there's no aero on that. And then you realise we are in Club Sprint where we do have a restriction on our aero, but as Andrew Brilliant has touched on, and we'll talk to Andrew a bit more about it, as his observations are of this, is that the aero has definitely improved in Club Sprint, and he's saying a lot more is commercially available for these various platforms. I don't know what you get on the BMWs as we're seeing there on screen now, whether or not there's one there for I think Adam Burgess, is that right? No,
no, Adam's in a slightly smaller.
No, well that's Adrian Wilson then. That's the DNA Motorsport M4. So, well, hang on. There will be some of that available, of course, if it's a world car. And a bit of Super out there. Well, there's going to be plenty available for the Super, I'm sure, in the not-too-distant future as well. On screen now, that's another DNA Autosport car. Jonathan Wong driving the GR Toyota Supra. And isn't it good to start seeing these guys coming out, even in the Club Sprint class? Because remember, we technically would have licence plates on a lot of these cars.
Yeah, no, the Haltech Club Sprint class is more designed, I suppose, for your entry level. If you want to get into this world time tax style of racing, this is where you want to be involved to start with and get your car underway. But the platforms that we're using now, these late model cars, like so the BMWs, the Supras, cars like that, already have some very good aero on them. That's how they're designed out of the factory. Now, as these cars are starting to age, they're starting to become more available as well, and we can start turning them into these race cars you see out there on track.
Well, I mean, Jonathan Wong, we can also just see in the foreground there, I think that was Adam Kazmiri. I just caught him there, maybe in the GR Yaris, because we've got the GR Supra and the GR Yaris platforms also coming into Club Sprint. And who knows, before too long, we might see them higher up in open categories as people get more serious. Mind you, it's a big step from Club Sprint even up to open. But Jonathan Wong, he's out there trying to get a lap down as well. So so far, just on the first fly, minute 49.624. Fisher, minute 39.671, hasn't improved. A hanger, entrant 65, which we saw before, the Goddard Rex, Edin Ahanga, has gone through for a minute 37.484. Wong, entrant 67 there, as we said, Jonathan Wong in the GR Supra goes a minute 37.016. So the new platform starting to show. Here's the Yaris, Kazmiri, minute 36.883. Nakarata out there now, too, entrant 43. That's the Goddard Rex, Adam Nakarata. Plenty of Goddard Rex team out there this weekend. His Impreza goes through for a minute 45.227. Wang, entrant number 55. That's Jinpeng Wang from Mr. Grit or Magritte Motorsport. He's gone through for a minute 48.385. But the big mover in there that we saw is that minute 36 there from Kazmiri in the little Yaris. So look at that, Kazmiri, minute 36.883 now coming up on our live Garmin timing. Grubel, minute 36.701, which was, I think, in the earlier session. And what about Jamal Assad? That Team ERS Performance Lancer from the earlier session today, 33.776. It's daylight already, Matty Cav, after one session, and it's now a case of who gets in the top three from then on in. But we're going to see them all these times split, as you can see, by even a hundredths of a second there.
It's amazing to see that Evo 3 seconds out in front. That is a huge difference there. But the top three cars all-wheel drive, which might be something to show when it comes to this Haltech Club Sprint class. We'll have to wait and see. The BMW still back down there in 7th. What I'm really excited about to see is the Toyota Yaris, though, because these things are making incredible power now. A very small car. How they can probably develop that being a younger style car in the field.
Well, we just had a minute 36.563 there from a hang-up. But that's just putting itself up there, minute 36.563 in second so far in the Haltech Club Sprint category. Now we just saw in the background there a WRX pulled off on the side of the road there. Here comes a flying lap again for the Supra. And geez, it's only a matter of time before we're seeing these right at the pointy end, because they are such a beautiful platform, and puts that Supra through turn one very nicely indeed.
Yeah, Jonathan Wong, that is, in the DNA Autosport Toyota GR Supra. See him gets around the corner nicely there, gets back up. Yeah, that WRX really not in a great position there, and stopped on the racetrack. Now we've seen some of these sessions here, I suppose, they've been doing times, been cut short due to red flags.
All right, so down to Warren Luff just quickly with Nathan Antunes.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with Nathan Antunes, the other car that's out here in the Pro Class in the Goddard Rex WRX. Tell us about the car, mate. What are the expectations for the weekend? What are you hoping for?
Well, at the moment, the last session we ran at 28.6. The idea of the event, we know we're not going to be the fastest, but we do want to take the title of world's fastest Subaru. So I think the record here is at 26.9, and we're chipping away at that. We're getting our setup right, and it's looking good.
Nice. Well, I can actually, here's a little bit of an interesting stat for you guys. Nathan was actually here at Sydney Motorsport Park for my first ever race. I'm old enough now to be able to say I remember him when he was this big. So 29 years ago, I did my first race here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and this guy was somewhere down here. So good luck.
We've come a long way, mate. We've come a long way.
We're still here.
Oh, yes, indeed. And you know what? It's good that he's got the memory like that. I remember seeing a picture of a young George Russell trying to get Lewis Hamilton's autograph. It's almost got the very similar feeling to it. There's little Nathan and there's Luffy. And it's a good question online there to say who's got the better hair from Warren Sayre in New Zealand. Is it Luffy or Nathan with the better hair? I don't know. You should see mine. But it's so good to see Luffy's right on it. He knows all these drivers that have been around the pits, especially here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It was Nelly essentially could have been born here, Warren Luff, as well. I mean, he's done that many laps around this track. So's Nathan. A lot of these guys have actually that have been around. Even in recreation, it's not like these guys come out and run bumper to bumper at any time, but they will come out and test these cars when the budget and the time allows. So coming right down the straight now on camera is the DNA Autosport M4 of Adrian Wilson. And yeah, we've seen a few bit of Euro creep in, which I love. I mean, of course, it's been a JDM domain for quite a long time, but the Euro's always welcome. Anything's really welcome in Club Sprint if you meet the category's requirements. And as I said to you, everything from RX-7s, GA Yaris's, we've even got a 944 Porsche that's going to be in there for a bit of old school, MX-5s, Hyundai i20 coming out probably in the next session. M3, good old M3 BMW. There's even an Evolution 9 wagon in here, I do believe. I saw it last night, and will probably be out in one of the other sessions. But as far as the times are going in Haltech Club Sprint, well, a lot of those benchmarks have been set already in that earlier session, as we saw Jamel Assad, a minute 33.776. Ahanga gets the WRX into there, minute 36.563. Grubel, minute 36.701 in the Subaru. So it's Evo first, Subaru second, Subaru third, Yaris fourth with Kazmiri. Warren Luff's got more for us down in pit lane.
Another one on the side. So I'm down here with one of the veterans of World Time Attack. He probably hates me talking about this, but Costa, Team Tilton here in the Pro-Am class again. Great to have you back. Great to see this car back out here. How excited are you that World Time Attack is back?
Very, very excited. Very, very excited. The car's working great. The conditions are beautiful today. The sun's out, so the whole team's on edge, but yes, excited.
This guy's definitely going to be one to watch in the Pro-Am class. These guys always turn up, deliver their A game, and this guy, watch him out there this afternoon. He'll be going quick.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks very much, Luffy. And yeah, Costa, yeah, I think that car's going to maybe deliver him. Could be a fourth Pro-Am just yet. I mean, we shouldn't count our chickens just yet, but it's so good to see that, you know, Costa's still got the passion, because at the end of the day, he bankrolls that whole Tilton Evo as, you know, part of what the passion is for him towards motorsport. And what's been some of the things that you've liked so far here, Matty Cav? Of course, you're all over the drift a bit later on, but you're a lover of automobiles like I. Is there anything that's really stood out, or is it just basically you just walk down pit lane and you go, yep, it's all good?
Oh, look, I think even in the trader stands, some of the cars we've seen out in the trades, I can't wait for the Flying 500 to get underway now. We've got that twin-turbo Lamborghini that's been here this week. Now, Warren Luff's been taking people for passenger rides and that, so that is, he even said that is extremely fast, that car, you know, one of the most powerful things he's ever driven. So I can't wait to see that come out on track maybe a little bit later, scare a few people, I suppose, who've got their passenger ride. Things like that GQ Patrol that's down there, I suppose that's on display down there. You know, there's so much just outside of what is happening on track, happening at the event. So you don't have to be just into these sprint laps. You can be into the drifting, you can be into the car show. You can just come down and be part of all the traders. And like you say, so much happening down there. You can see the festivity is here at World Time Attack.
You can officially say the industry has been engaged for more than a decade, and more, even further than that here in Australia, especially as young motoring enthusiasts started to embrace what the world was offering as far as motoring platforms. Being, you know, anything Evo, WRX, you name it, we've got it right here. And Charlie, you've even got more action for us from the pit area.
Absolutely. Well, it's a very important question here. Have you ever seen an F1 car with number plates? Well, today you definitely will, because we have the F1 street car right here at World Time Attack, packing a Ferrari V12 engine. You can take it to the track and then you can pop down to Woolies and buy your bread and milk. It's quite incredible. But let's chat to the mastermind behind it and owner, Zach. And Zach, I think the first question we have to find out is, where did this all come about?
It just sounds silly, but like the idea of being able to just drive an F1 or like an F1 spied car on the street, and as you said, go to Woolies, or you know, just drive your favourite road, not need a full pit crew, and you know, if you get the need for speed, you can just head out. You know, that's the whole ethos behind it.
So it obviously looks amazing. There are so many things, attention to detail here, but realistically, what is it like to drive?
It's a very different experience. It's like a big go-kart, like people say, but because you're in the middle, the difficulty is like when you...
Might have lost that camera there just for a second there, but I know that... well, you get to build what you want in I suppose if you've got the dollars and the inspiration, you get to build what you want, and I can't wait. I heard the thing yesterday driving around, and yes, what a great thing to drive, what a great thing to own. And of course Newlon and Haltech are two of the great sort of Aussie names that are on that car as well. And why wouldn't you be? It's almost like an F1 street car. And I suppose if you can register and drive like a Caterham 7 style of car as a street car. Why not a single-seater like that, Matty?
I enjoy it, and that's what I love about the World Time Attack Challenge, is that we've got all styles of cars coming down there. You come to these events, it's the inspiration you need, like you say, just get a bit of ethos around what you want to do, and come down here, speak to so many people, and that's what's great about everything is, you know, we've got aero guys down here, engineering, you know, companies down here. Everything is down here if you do want to get involved and be part of that and do something unique.
And it goes to prove too, like he's not a guy in his 60s with $1 million in the bank. He is still a guy in his 30s, definitely been inspired by a lot of different things over the years. And you know, it's so hard to build something different these days. That's different. Yes, it's a Formula One car by the looks of it. I mean, it's still a full space frame chassis. It's not a monocoque or anything like that. It's actually got a full legit chassis through it. I don't think that it'd be that easy to register a car if it's a monocoque. I mean, you've got to do a lot more engineering, obviously. You can engineer a space frame, I guess, but it's hard to get anyone to verify, especially at the Department of Motor Transport, a monocoque car to put on the road, especially if it's for carbon fibre tub-style technology, as the current Formula One cars are. The old-fashioned space frame works well, looks fantastic. He said he doesn't need a pit crew. Mind you, don't you turn some heads. If you're looking to turn some heads, that's the car to do it with. And look, unfortunately, we lost that little stream down from the pits there. I reckon just an overload of awesome. That's what happened down there. We've got more overload of awesome right now as the next Haltech session comes out. I do believe we've got 3 groups here. And let's just see who comes out in this one. The first flying lap now for Grubel coming through. That's Trent Grubel in the DC Jap Automotive Impreza WRX. He goes through a minute 36.701. Geez, we're going to just absolutely bunch. There's going to be a bunch of minute 36 on that list by the end of our Haltech sessions, even at this one. Entrant 69 on screen right now is Trent Grubel, and that 36.701 will go on there. Well, right, 36.701, there it is in third spot now. 36.701 from Grubel. Yeah, there we go. Asada, Hanger, Grubel, Kazmiri. So the GR Yaris needs to find another 10th to get a Yaris platform in there, which we haven't seen much of.
So remember, we've got 3 groups when it comes to the Haltech Club Sprint class, and this is our second session. So it's the second time we come out. That's why you see some of the names up there already, and those times at 1:36.701 for Grubel, obviously from session number 1.
Yeah, that's right. 575C out there now is Ryan Marshall Motorsport. The Impreza, well, it says the Impreza 575C, but that ain't an Impreza. He's maybe parked that and he's got himself out at Integra there, I would imagine. It looks like it. But on the entry here, 575 was Ryan Marshall. But yeah, look, those earlier sessions were definitely important for those guys. But have a look at the all the different platforms from there. Evo 6, Imprezas. We've got the GR Yaris and then the GR Supra. So there we go in Club Sprint. We're right there. Just saw off camera. Got the red flag. We do have a wounded vehicle, something that has completely come to a stop. We don't know which corner that may be in, but we're certainly getting to it now. You can see the Evo Lancer wagon just on screen now. That's the fantastic Mitsubishi Evo 9, driven by Yazin Khan, Evolution Racing Spares. Yeah, the red flag, and we're just getting the entrant number. Just can't quite see it. It looks like it might be Dwayne Fisher, is it? 56, is it? Might be Christopher Gresh. Yeah, Christopher Gresh by the look of it in the Honda Civic. And that is not a good thing to have happen. I mean, that just cuts into your fun, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. But look, fortunately, it doesn't look like that's an incident where the car's got loose and come off into a barrier or anything like that. That looks like that is a mechanical failure and just pulled off to the side.
There'd be nothing worse than being stranded on the side of the highway, let alone the track here at Sydney Motorsport Park, when you want to get out there and get some laps in, because they do get a huge amount of time on track in their sessions. And when I mean huge, I mean they come out more than twice. You know, they come out, and we are scheduled for more this afternoon. So you've got plenty of time to get out there. And you know, a lot of these guys, they don't enter to try and make podium. They don't enter to try and make top 5. A lot of these guys are just out there to be the class of 2022. Like any other year, you've got to be inspired to be able to put something like this together, and then just to be part of the event and do better than you did a couple of years ago, or do better than what you did last year. And that's what these guys are mainly all here for. You will find the teams that are so well prepared, want it so badly, they want to be at the top, and that's what we will normally see, the 1, 2, 3. And at the moment, it's going to be so hard to see anything shuffle from there, but you never know. Right up there now, Heath Moore in the Harrop M3. This thing's an absolute pleasure to listen to, running around the supercharged, I think BMW V8 in this thing, I think. You never know in this weird country of ours. It could have a variety of other things in it, but I do believe that's a Harrop blower kit for those BMWs. And the M3, fantastic platform that, again, just goes to show just how well-defined and refined all the other platforms are when an M3 can't podium. Well, you know what I mean? It pales into what we're seeing out of all the other cars, but it just goes to show freedom of expression all the way through here. Yes, we're heavy on Imprezas. Yes, we are heavy on Hondas and Evos. But you know what? That's the whole colour and spectacle of World Time Attack. Speaking of beautiful colour and spectacle, it's down to Charlie.
Oh, thank you. What a beautiful lead-in. And also, I am with another beauty. Not only Elle here from Starlight, but the beautiful Lamborghini packing 2,000 horsepower, a twin turbo. And what a great bit of news for fans in the paddock is that you can get a raffle ticket and maybe win yourself a passenger ride with the one and only Swiss Army knife of World Time Attack, Warren Love. So, Elle, tell us a bit about Starlight and the very important work that they do.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Starlight Children's Foundation aims to brighten the lives of seriously ill and hospitalised children all over Australia. Today you can support that by buying a $5 raffle ticket, or you can buy 3 for $10, or if you're feeling super generous, buy a whole book for $200.
Absolutely. So come on down, check out this beautiful Lamborghini. Get yourself a wand. Who doesn't love a wand to walk around the paddock with?
I know, when it gets dark, they look amazing.
But absolutely, you can get a passenger ride with Warren Luff. Come down, buy a raffle ticket and get amongst the action here. Back to you guys.
Once in a lifetime opportunity waiting for someone, thanks to Starlight Children's Foundation and, of course, that great opportunity. Now, welcoming to the mic for the first time this weekend, all the way from Utah, Life Motorsport and former, podium or former heavy hitter that's going to come back any day soon, Cole Powelson. How are you, Cole? G'day, mate.
I'm doing great. It's good to be back in Sydney. I wish I was behind the wheel, going as fast as this man here. He skipped past the 28s, went right into the 27s. Tell us a little bit how you were able to leapfrog so quickly.
Honestly, we turned up the power, did a bit of setup over the night, made the car a lot faster, and just sent it, which is what we're aim for the game is here, is to just go out and do the fastest lap time. And at the moment, we're sitting P1, but there's a little bit more time in the car, and also myself, so you have to keep watching this.
All right, when do you think you're going to turn it up? Are you going to try to put some more in it, or just make some driver mods for the next session?
I'll make some driver mods for the next session and maybe leave it a little bit more power for the later, because it's getting quite hot now with the track, so we'll see.
All right, man, it's awesome watching you go so quick right out of the gate. It's going to be a killer open class battle, and I look forward to seeing what kind of times you can put down.
Thank you.
There we go. So Cole Powelson there with Nathan Morecambe. That set the Evo 7 alight there in the GCG Open class. Thank you, Cole. So good to see Cole here from the United States of America. Of course, he's our only presenter, I think, unless Luffy's done Pikes Peak, but Cole's done Pikes Peak the last few years there for Life Motorsport. Very busy business based out of Utah, and he's not travelling right around the world at the moment, but definitely when Baker said we've got World Time Attack on again in April, can you be there? He's there with bells on, and it's so good to see the guys. That whole Life team, when they came over with the R35, was just an amazing moment, another moment in World Time Attack history, Matty.
Yeah, it definitely was, and it's great to have him back here. I mean, I know you're not in the car, but back here in real life, and he'll be going down and getting a lot out of this weekend. It's 2.5 years since we've had this spectacle. As you can see, we're back in our Howtech Club Sprint class. So the tyre smoke there as it goes through the course sideways. It's the 86.
Yeah, that's James Augustine. We're watching him right now on screen. And we are in Howtech Club Sprint. That's Ben Schutz, is that right? No, sorry, Jamie. Yeah, Jamie Augustine in the Team Harrop. Is it an 86 or a BRZ? It's hard to tell.
Well, it says 86 here.
There we go.
It could be either. We'll go with an 86. Well,
I would assume this might have something to do with the Harrop supercharger installation on the flat 4, which is what, of course, these cars have. Another platform, very, very popular, and a lot more guys using them. They are a gorgeous design. Hats off to Subaru and Toyota for coming up with that concept when really, you know, we were looking for what would be the next new little sports car that they could sell a lot of, and that whole collaboration between Subaru and Toyota is really an interesting deal. Now that's flying through there, that blown flat 4. He goes through a minute 40.733 and sounds the goods. But even more on track now, more footage here. That is Trent Grubel back there having a crack. And have a look at those minute 36s start to line up there, Matty Cab, everywhere from 2, 3 and 4 into the minute 36s. And then a whole bunch of 37s and a ton of 38s there as well. Entrant 42.
Andrew Hawkins is back out in the motor video. Spare box, Supra.
This is his daily driver, Hawko. Now, of course, it's got some war paint. It's grown a bit of aero. And you know what? The Motive spares box GR Supra doing very, very well. Let's just see what Hawkins' first big lap is. He went minute 47.177, just getting himself up to speed. But yeah, he does run this thing to the shops on the which isn't a prerequisite, by the way, in Club Sprint, but it'd be handy if you could do that.
Oh, it's just an added bonus, isn't it?
It is.
I suppose Howtech Club Sprint, most of these cars, like you say, registered, still registerable, minimal aero on them when it comes to outside design, a lot of off-the-shelf products. There's only going to be a couple there sort of pushing the limits in that area with a bit of extra aero on board. You see the Honda getting around now there. The Integra in our Howtech Club Sprint class. We're in our session number 2, I believe. At the moment, we've already had a red flag in this session, so they'll only get 15 minutes to get out there in each session. It's very important that we can get those continual laps in.
Well, it's good if no one gets stranded or has a little breakage or there's debris on the track. We get to get a few flying laps in. If a red flag comes up and you're halfway on a flyer, it is a little bit disappointing. But in this case, we're seeing out there now, that will be, I think, 5.75, which was Ryan Marshall. So Ryan Marshall getting a few laps in the Integra, and a great platform as well that's utilised. There's a lot of front-wheel drive pride here. There's a lot of platform pride, and there's a lot of guys that will just never go to a four-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive car. They're a front-wheel drive warrior. And I was actually talking to Rob Newen a little bit earlier on, about the amazing Mighty Mouse, which is just sitting under a blanket in his house, right, as he's just waiting until someone can challenge him for the most badass front-wheel drive. He's actually waiting for William L. Yang to come back from Canada to defend, the front-wheel drive title. Then we might get the baddest front-wheel drive time attack cars in the one place at the one time. Again, talking about events into the future here, Matty Cav, not now. Hawko taking 2 shots at turn 2 there. You almost have to do 2 apexes there. It's such a tight semi, it's almost a semi-hairpin. You've got to find your first entry apex, which shoots you out to then find the exit apex in that corner. So it's how much you wash out coming into turn 2 and how much you can get it straight and hit the second apex there. Turn 2, here we go. We just actually had a shot there of the VW Golf, which we would have loved to have seen, but we'll continue on. Right now on camera now is Alex Mikulski, and it does say here that it is the 33 GTR, but no, it's definitely the Evo. And he's coming in behind Ryan Marshall there. Let's see a horsepower differences. Can the Evo round up the Integra by the end of the Brabham Straight? Not really. So Marshall is on a fly here as he brings the Integra through Armando. And Mikulski now flying through there now, of course, a Plasma Man on the side of that Evo Lancer. So they're both pretty well matched through Armando there, but we keep an eye on the camera here as we come into turn 2, and it's different for all the different vehicles. So the front-wheel drive vehicle will need a certain apex there, where the four-wheel drive vehicles can probably be a little bit more aggressive through there. They've got better traction coming out of these corners. Rear-wheel drive guys, as you can see, also do have a different attack to those corners as far as how that power comes down. The four-wheel drives just seem to have it out of corners. But it's still an interesting lap to see. No one really improving here. Mikulski went minute 44.249. Marshall went minute 45.274. Bunter was out there minute 48.044. So Bunter in just looking at the entrant number there, entrant number 66, I apologise. Pro Speed Racing, Phil Bunter, the Subaru BRZ, there we go. Entrant 48 is supposed to be the honed CRX, but we'll just check on that. That's the other Supra here on track. Gruber went minute 36.701 just then, and not a bad lap there for him. Minute 36.701 still keeps him in at that third position. 36.701. There we go. Another BMW out on track.
This will be Adam Burgess out of this one from Advan. Does a lot of work on the BMWs. Actually has a workshop there where they do the packages for all the BMW styles. Whether you want you go in, tell them how much horsepower you need to make out of BMW, they can line you up with a package there. So it'll be very interesting, considering he does quite a few different forms of motorsport as well, which is quite surprising. He could have been here this weekend in the Australasian Drift titles, or he decided, no, I'm going to come down to the Howtech Club Sprint.
Yeah, no, that's good to see. And you know what? Isn't it amazing that now that JDM prices have gone up to almost, you know, unassailable. If you want a Skyline or you know, a Super or anything like that, you can go Euro for the same price, if not a little bit cheaper. And all of that tuning for all the Euro is there too for the Golfs and the BMWs. So there's a lot more switch towards the Euro drive lines and the Euro vehicles, just because the JDM is getting so expensive. Just keeping an eye on track here. Beautiful day at Sydney Motorsport Park. We are still going through the Haltech Club Sprint morning session, and guys are trying to, well, they're either cooling down or trying to find their way towards a flyer. Looks like Andrew Hawkins just over to the side there in the Supra.
Well, I suppose different ways of looking at a flying lap, isn't there? You're going to come out here, you're going to put it all on the line. So you got a warm-up lap there. You need to control that tyre temperature as well, the tyre temperature, the temperature of the car. So you don't want to be going out there doing lap after lap, even though you've only got a 15-minute session. You need to find that window in the car where it's optimal out on track. Now, the sun today is out a lot more, as we can see our next session there of the Haltech Club Sprint's getting ready to come out as we go to our session number 3, I suppose.
Looks like Andrew Hawkins is going to try another flying lap here as we see Grubel go into the pits. But no, you're right. It's a case of just making sure they get the tyres to a certain temperature where they're happy with them. Now, of course, in the Club Sprint class, you've got to be a minimum 1425 kilo or factory minus 5%. You can run the Advan Neova AD08R or the Advan AO52 control tyre. So you are, you know, I shouldn't say you're spoiled for choice, but you do have an option. One might suit a car different to the other, and we don't know who's on what. But all we know is that the Club Sprint class does offer just this entry-level aspect to it. And then you can see that some of these cars are just a little bit more serious than what they were as street cars. And that's how the whole thing starts. That's how the bug bites pretty hard.
And these ones got to be, the engine's got to be the same as the brand.
Yes.
Obviously, so that a little bit different. And the same amount of cylinders must remain factory. So, you know, it's that size of the car versus what engine came out in it. What are you going to do?
Well, a lot of the perfect packages stay the same, you know, 4G63 powered Evos and, you know, full tilt EJ20 or 22 WRXs. You can K-swap your Hondas, which is a big trend these days because of obviously the early days that Integra was the B18 engine, and I bet you it's got a K in it. I just kind of guess it might have a K. I could be wrong. It could be a B18 full tilt. We don't know, but all we know is that cars like we got the GR Yaris out there. No one's engine swapping them yet that I've seen, and you know what? They're only starting to really start to look into these engines as far as development's concerned. One thing that blew my mind about the Supra that we're seeing on screen here is a racer in the United States, Stefan Papadakis Racing, being very big in the import scene when it was import drag racing in the early days. He actually bought a Supra brand new from the showroom, pulled the thing apart. So pulled the engine out and said, well, let's see what it looks like in comparison to the old Supra 2J. And one of the things that surprises me about this car is all the timing gear and components are on the back of the engine. So they're on the flywheel end of the engine. So there's no taking anything off the front of the engine to see the drive chain or anything like that. It's literally in the back, which blew my mind. The exhaust, there's no real exhaust runners up to the turbocharger. They're cast into the cylinder head. So you're literally got where the turbocharger goes on to that, it's going onto the cylinder head, there's no header. It's literally cast into the cylinder head. So there's some amazing things that, again, I shouldn't say it turned me off the engine to start with, but it's like, wow, engineering to a point that, you know, it's so hard to be aftermarket. How do you make an aftermarket exhaust manifold for a Supra when they've cast the runners into the cylinder head?
Well, it's all about optimisation. The OEM, obviously, designers are what do most of the work there. So the OEM are just coming out and improving every day to get that efficiency. Right now, though, you're down there talking about efficiency. Charlie's down in the pits.
Well, the McLaren M8E holds a very special place in McLaren Motorsport's history, and we're very lucky today that the wonderful Harry Jones is going to be taking it for a spin around Sydney Motorsport Park. Now, Harry, one, I'm quite jealous, but two, she's obviously beautiful, but what is she like to drive?
Yeah, she's an absolute beast. It's got 800 horsepower and weighs 780 kilos. So down the main straight here, we're reaching speeds of like 305 k's an hour. So it's pretty exhilarating. There's nothing quite like it, but yeah, absolute honour for me to be able to have a steer today. And yeah, can't wait to go on track later this afternoon.
Well, the original MAE made its debut in the 1971 Can-Am season, and you yourself, this isn't the first time that you've driven this car. You did take it for a spin around Phillip Island. What was that like for you?
Yeah, correct. So in 2020 for the Phillip Island Classic, we raced in the Heritage Touring cars. Yeah, obviously that was my first time driving the car, so it was a bit of a jumping straight into the deep end. It's a pretty scary car to drive and pretty hard to tame, but yeah, such a fun weekend, and stoked to be back here this weekend as well.
Well, seeing as you are here, are we going to see Harry Jones in a World Time Attack car anytime soon?
Oh, look, I got my kit here, so always have to have a steer.
Oh, we tried to get a scoop, guys. Couldn't quite get it, but I'll hand back to the guys that have all the scoops in commentary.
Well, I don't know whether it's all the scoops. I think you guys are blessed with all that great access to those drivers and teams, and we just get to see what comes out as a result on track. And he is a superstar. Like, I mean, he's only young, and Harry, like, I sat in the grandstands as a professional spectator last night and watched that McLaren. And remember, last night, no PA, no commentary. It was just that big block Chev, that McLaren, 800 horsepower, 775 kilos, and Harry did not waste any time. Every single lap was a serious lap. He gave it 100% commitment for every lap. He wasn't racing anyone. He was just seeing how fast he could make that McLaren run last night. And I don't expect anything less from the guy today. I do honestly think that's an absolute treat for those people here watching live, as well as the people watching on the stream right around the world, thanks to Bosch Motorsport and highoctanedirect.com. But he is a superstar, and yes, how about that? Trying to see whether or not we could get Harry into a pro car. Goodness me, what do you do when you're driving something that's not even 800 kilos and it's got 800 horsepower? It's like, well, Harry, can we put you in a full tilt pro car? As he said, he's got his kit here. He'd be ready at any time. And you know what? Never heard of the guy until today, and already we know the guy's a star in the making. Here we go, a little bit more Haltech club sprint out there, our next session, and we do have a nice slash of Euro out there coming down the main straight right now. It was certainly blowing a fair bit out, fair bit of hydrocarbons out the back, which is perfectly legal. That's Stephen Muller, of course, German Performance Garage, the Golf R, and always Muller pushing hard for the VW brand, and it's so good to see, because you know what, there's a lot of kids in these things now, Matty Cav. My son's saving for one of these. He wants one of these bad.
They're just so quick, and I mean the modifications nowadays, you can get the packages, the kits, the staging, people starting to tune them more and more, and a nice compact car. We're going to go, this is going to be a GTR surely, so that means we're going to have the all-wheel drive on this one as well. So getting around that, it's going to be a very competitive car. If you want to do this style of event, you want to do drag racing, any sort of thing, as you can see getting around at the moment, just a flame popping out the back there as he goes into the corner. Be interested to see how quick these go down the front straight.
Well, there's no slouch over the quarter mile. We've got one, I think, here in Sydney into the 10-second zone that turns up at Sydney Dragway. So we know that they can go hard in a straight line. They go well around the circuit. A couple of other races out there as well now. We've got Collingwood out there, being Mark Collingwood for Team Takumi. We've got another Team Takumi car out there, Di Nguyen in the 350Z. So we've seen those times start to come up here in the timing screen, but we're all eyes on Muller here as he comes out of that 8-9 transition and starts to fly to the last couple of corners of Sydney Motorsport Park on his first flying lap. It is so good to have Muller back every year, waving the Euro flag. And of course, you know, when you're in that business, the best thing you can do is have a flagship. If you don't have a flagship, it's hard to get that thing called cred, that C-R-E-D, that magic four-letter word that distinguishes whether or not a workshop's worth going to. And when you can go out there and race something like this flagship of Stephen Muller, it means plenty more golfs to tune during the week.
And just a subtle Euro on that. Look at the aero. Look at it on the front lights there. Just a little bit of change there, just something a little bit different. It's in our Haltech Club Sprint class, so you can't do too much, but it's those little small things, I suppose, is that advantage.
And again, as Andrew Brilliant touched on before, is that, you know, we are getting more of these aero tweaks, you know, in the aftermarket. And if it is a Gulf front bar, well, there we go. It's got that little aero tweak on that one. Muller went through for 1:49.550, and with this little thing might be a little cat amongst the pigeons. We are looking at entrant 117. That's the Evolution Motorsport Honda Civic of Paul McKinnon. Now, Ian Baker was telling me about this car. They literally grabbed an EG Civic, K-swapped it, put some coilovers in it. It's a bit of a, they reckon, a pretty mega low buck project, and this thing already's gone 1:38.688 to be 8th quickest in the category. And I don't even think this thing's turbo, to be honest. I haven't listened to it on the way down the straight to see whether or not it even does have any boost in it. It's a pretty stout car for what it is, and definitely on the lower end of the scale when it comes to budget anyway. Just throwing the thing together, and it's a surprisingly quick car, and we've been told to expect some decent things out of that, considering it is a very much bucks down deal. We've got Kazangas gone out there now as well. That's the One-Stop Racing Solutions RX-7. That's Artemis Kazangas, and all eyes on McKinnon right now. McKinnon actually brought out an interesting fact this week, which he alluded to. Oh, he's going real wide there to try and get a good lap in. That he's actually got, when he was competing in junior go-karts, I don't think it was supercarts, but world go-karts, he actually finished a race in the World Championships ahead of Jos Verstappen. He actually has the timing sheet. Here's Paul McKinnon, and here's Jos Verstappen behind him in the rankings. Mind you, there are probably 12 or 13 other names ahead of Paul in that race, but even when you read them, it's like, well, there's not too many superstars came out of that group. But when you have a look at that, it was a who's who of the best drivers in the world when you're looking at karts. Here goes McKinnon. He goes a minute 42.817. So no slouch in comparison to what other cars that we have roaming around with a little bit more horsepower than that. But you got to love that Civic platform. Mega light, good horsepower. You can really balance one of those little cars up nicely. Entrant 48 out there now on screen. The honed workshop. Thomas Bullock in the CRX. And again, just impressive and going up in value as we look at them. It's literally going up in value as we watch it, Matty Cav, because all of this JDM stuff, these were the good cars before the manufacturers made them too heavy, you know what I mean, too heavy, too dear. Not a lot of aftermarkets even following that stuff because they are engineering to a point that you can't really tweak them too much. These are the last of what I'd say are the OG tuner cars, and every guy that's got one of these, it's going to be so hard to let them go because they are going up in value and they're so much fun.
We didn't know what we'd get hold of, could we, a few years ago when these were just getting around. They were abundant supply of them. We were using them for all types of motorsport. And now, like you say, when we go back to the track-style cars, they're expensive.
Well, you know what? It's good that we're getting a bit of an front-wheel drive fest here at the moment because he had that left-hand wheel right up through turn 2, and then we had another quick shot, and it's the Tunehouse Hyundai i20N driven by Josh Craig coming down the straight. And you know what? Got to hand it to that Korean manufacturer Hyundai. They seem to be a little bit serious about knowing that performance does sell. That's why they've got the N brand out there, and he's doing not too bad with that car, as we just saw him come through there on his first flying lap. Josh Craig in the Hyundai goes a minute 47.47. So there you go. It's a little bit of, you can almost call it a showroom shootout when we start to see these newer cars in here and being directly compared to every other iconic tuner car that we've ever had, including the 350Z that we're seeing coming down the straight right now, being Team Takumi, that is Dan Ewan, the 350Z. Let's see what Lappy does now. Minute 45.374. So, you know, decent times. And as we said, they're not all out here to try and go top 3. They're out here just to, you know, get a baseline, see what your 2022 laps are like and compare them to your 2023s next year.
Well, Newman's that's his actual fastest lap he's done out of both the sessions there, because we're in group number 3 now. It's their second session of the day. But looking at some of the times, some of the cars are down about a second and a half, but the sun is out. We didn't see that in practice yesterday, so a lot more sun hitting the track. Conditions are slightly different from yesterday. They will have to be adjusting here. So be interesting to see this afternoon if we get a bit of cloud cover, maybe a bit of the breeze is strong today, but we get that cool wind coming in the afternoon. And tonight under lights, imagine what that could do for us.
Well, Thomas Bullock really proving that Armando's where you load the whole right-hand side of the car up. There's a little bit of smoke coming out from under the guards as the tyres were rubbed. I'd say he's bottomed the suspension out. Minute 50.743. There's also just been a minute 50.05 by Holohan, and that's Daniel Holohan in the MX-5, the Bimbos racing car. Here's entrant 74 now. That's the Andrew Price Racing and Bloom Designs. Andrew Price, well, it says here A3, but it's not. It's the i20N as well. So here we go. We've got we've got the Yaris and Supra new platforms, our Golf platforms, and the i20N getting a little bit of CRED out there in the motorsport scene as well. Terry just passed through there. That's the Andrew Price Racing and Bloom Designs. Eleanor Terry, which just went through there. 2 minute 0.46. Kazangas in there, sorry, 2 minute 46, minute 52.78 there for Terry. McKinnon in the Honda, minute 42.817, and Muller again with the VW, minute 49.550. Some of the times that have been put through there. And here we go. The another Yaris by the look of it. they are a relatively short wheelbase. When you see them push through Armando, you really are reminded how short the wheelbases are on these Yaris's. Yarai. What do you call more than one Yaris? Is it Yarai?
I don't know. We'll go with that. Is Yarai on track?
Is it Yarai? Yeah, I think it could be. More than one Yaris is called a Yarai.
It's amazing already the development going into the power output of these engines. I mean, 3 cylinders, and they're doing some incredible things.
Well, they're 10-second elapsed times down the quarter mile, which is scary to think from the vulnerable 3-pot.
And they're obviously very easy to modify in terms of that with the technology we've got nowadays, because they've done that in such a short amount of time since they've come out. That was Justin Lewis out in the Yaris before, but right now we see the MX-5.
Yeah, that's a Team Takumi, Mark Collingwood. Now this thing, I think it's got the licence plate NA on board, and I forget what engine's in there. Let's have a listen as he comes past Brabham Straight here. I don't know whether we are. They've got the vulnerable BP motor in it, of course, the original MX-5 style engine. Now, flying right up behind there, that got our attention, was Holohan, minute 50.056. Collingwood just went minute 53.726. And he's been bringing this car here for years. And it goes to show, too, I mean, when you're NA, I mean, it lasts a lot. The lap lasts a lot longer, and all the time you are a little bit slower than your turbo counterparts. But the things do hang together. You're not as affected by boost pressure in an engine. There's not a lot of thermal stress on them like a boosted engine. And have a look at the RX-7 now. Look, there's a bit of rolling superannuation for you right now. Series 1 RX-7. You try and find one of those. Well, first of all, find one that doesn't have any rust in the tailgate. 2, find one that doesn't have any rust in it at all. And 3, find one, full stop. There's one out there right now with an early kit. And, geez, you know what? Have a look at the kit on that Series 1. It's really sort of period correct, 1980s period correct. And you're a little bit too young to remember the 80s like I remember the 80s. I mean, I was a teenager in the 80s. Mind you, if you're a teenager in the 80s, everything blew your mind because everything was so new. Yellow Express and R-Tech. Justin Lewis, we just saw there the GR Yaris come through. It went minute 46.121, showing that the Yaris platform's got some in there and very comparable to Golfs and everything like that. Because remember, Toyota kind of built this, and it's good to see, hats off to Toyota for doing it. They knew they wanted a Golf beater. They wanted something that would go against the Golf. So they want to be in that hot hatch market, and that Yaris has just created a sensation right around the world. It's another little bit of international motorsport language we can talk about, and they've got license plates on these things. They're running 10-second quarter-mile times, and there's a lot of guys punting these things around circuits, I can tell you.
And I think Hyundai's just throwing their hat in the ring there as well with the N-Series, really. So bring all them, look at the competition, like as the years go on, how close are these going to be? It's a fantastic category to get these cars in as well. Like you say, minimal amount of aero need to be put on. This one looks like very minimalistic on it, especially when it comes to Toyota Yaris. And we watch them go around there for Justin Lewis, maybe slowing down on this one, like we say, looking for that optimum lap. I'm just having a look. Lewis last time round was he's done a 146.12, which is pretty reasonable, I would actually say, for a Yaris out there. Not the fast one we've seen, though. Look at the Toyota Yaris up there, 136.
Yeah, that was Kazmiri, minute 36.857. Kazmiri is one hell of a driver, but I also dare think that the Land Speed Racing and E-League Brakes team have really paid so much attention to making sure that Yaris is going to punch well above its weight. But you can see the i20N going in there. And we have a look at the tail of the tape for the Haltech Club Sprint class as we see the NA MX-5 off to the side. The Haltech Club Sprint class, as it stands already, Jamal Assad, so many seconds ahead, like literally 5 seconds off what he nearly ran, 5 seconds faster than last year. Edina Hanger, the Goddard Rex WRX in second, minute 36.563. Now this is where third's going to be interesting at the end of the day. Trent Grubel with the WRX, minute 36.70 win. Then Adam Kazmiri in that Lamb Speed Racing E-League Brakes Yaris, minute 36.857. And Jonathan Wong, the DNA Motorsport car, minute 37.016. That's the top 5. You can see Garland, Manif, McKinnon, Rahul Victor and Eamon Karmas as our top 10. And all the way through, you can still see we're in the minute 13s. The minute 30s still in the 11th spot. Wayne Fisher, Augustine, Moore, McKinnon, Adam Burgess, Christopher Gresh, Michalowski, Smith, Nakarada and Marshall. That's 20 so far in the Haltech Club Sprint class. And as we said, they're not all out here to race with the sheep stations. They're just here to be part of class of 2020. Warren Luff, you've got us down there in the pits. Luffy, what's doing?
Yeah, Pro-Am are about to head out now. I'm with the beautiful wine-fueled racing R35 GTR. Bit of a throwback to the early 90s GTR. I'm with Brian Boo. Brian, first time here at World Time Attack. How are you feeling?
Yeah, pretty good to get back out here. Done a wet test day about a month ago, so yesterday's the first dry run on used tyres for today. Give it another, see how it goes today, and then I may put some new ones on for later on.
Awesome. This car is definitely one of the best looking cars out here today. There's so much detail when you walk around this car, and really looking forward to seeing this one out on track.
How good is that? And it really does take us back to the early days of motorsport with the mighty GTR R32 Godzilla, but that's the 35 version, the wine-fueled racing. So much stuff here to see on and off track, and we've even got more here from Charlie.
Well, with all the talk of Yaris or Yarai, when you see them in groups, I thought I'd see and find an owner of a Yaris. And I'm here with Loz from Hard Tune. Not only does he own a Yaris, but this wonderful Evo 8 that was finished just mere days before making the trip from Queensland down to World Time Attack. Now, Loz, tell us a little bit about this project, because it is packing a lot under here.
Yeah, definitely. So we started with the base Evo 8 and added a 2.4 stroker to it. So running a 3582 turbo and twin gates out the bonnet. So it blows nice big flames out the bonnet on boost. And we're running a Link ECU clinched wide body kit and a whole range of Sparco gear inside of the car. So we've got the Sparco seats, Sparco steering wheel, Link dash, and obviously the main feature of this car is the massive wide body that we're running. So we've got 18 by 12.5 neg 20 front steer tyres, so quite a wide tread. And then obviously the main feature that we're focusing on now would be the tail lights.
So, Loz, we'll have to head back to commentary, but make sure you come down and check out the Hard Tune stand, and I'm going to send myself some messages in the tail lights. Back to you, boys.
What a fantastic concept that is, and another car that's just come out of the garages in Australia. Andrew, brilliant. Have you ever seen talking tail lights before?
Oh, that's definitely a first for me, yeah.
Well, they're not quite talking tail lights, but you know what I mean. They're mind you, that'd be good in traffic. If someone cuts you off, you can quickly put a message in there saying, "Nice one, idiot," you know. But you wouldn't. You wouldn't do that, of course. Tell you what, plenty more action. We've got Pro-Am not too far away. Sydney Motorsport Park World Time Attack Challenge. Back soon. It's the Plasma Man Pro-Am class, and on track we can see now the Tilton Evo driven by the owner, of course, Costa from Tilton. At Pro-Am, of course, you can have composite and carbon materials. You can nearly do the whole car if you want. All windows can be Lexan, unlimited engine mods. This is, of course, Billet 4G63. Paddle shift transmission, must run the Advan AO50 control tyre. I do think we've actually might have relaxed that. Pro driver's not allowed. You've got to be officially an amateur driver. And mind you, Costa's done 1 million laps here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Yeah. He gets through on a loophole. Yes, he's an owner. Does he do it for a living? No.
Yeah.
He does complete interiors, commercial interior fit-outs in large construction projects. The man's a very successful businessman, and he loves his motorsport. So does this man, Warren Luff, who was born at the racetrack. Was that true, Luffy?
No, definitely not quite born here, but look, standing down here again at Armando Turn 1, watching these beautiful Pro-Am cars go out here, one of the topical points, talking to these guys before going out, is again this wind direction. And what we're starting to notice now, the wind direction is slowly starting to turn. So what was a headwind on the front straight is now becoming more of a crosswind. But also standing here, again, one of the very topical things when we think about Formula One that they talk a lot about at the moment is porpoising in Formula One. And it's one of the things you watch some of these Pro-Am cars coming down through into this Armando Turn 1. And again, you see that similar kind of porpoising in the front end. Some of these cars are really starting to bounce up and down. So it's going to be an interesting development as the cars start to go faster, the speeds start to pick up, how these drivers are going to cope with these conditions.
Yes, I know the term porpoising has been around a long time, but we're only starting to talk about it again because, yeah, I was watching the first F1 race, and a man that knows all about how all that's going down is Andrew Brilliant here, joining us back on commentary as we look at the Pro-Am cars, thanks to Plasma Man. And how does it go with a full fended car like these as far as porpoising is concerned? Is it as much an issue? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And some of the cars have had the problem in the past, but typically the time attack cars will get a front porpoise where the front's bouncing instead of the rear, just because we're front engine. Yeah, it's a real thing that a lot of the teams here have had to deal with.
And I suppose when you're also looking at how much suspension travel you've got there, when you are fully planning these cars with all the aero, as there's not much suspension travel left, but yet the whole car's trying to move within that last little bit of suspension travel, when all the spring rates are way up there, so the air's trying to force the car down, the suspension's trying to do one thing. I just feel sorry for the suspension in these cars.
And the drivers too. I mean, if you remember last time, there was that former Formula One driver, Alex Danielson, driving the 968 from Sweden. Yeah. And he commented about how that car was so hard in the bump stops, his eyes are just getting blurry. He said his vision is about 60% at that straightaway.
Well, the car's fully locked up then, isn't it, as far as suspension's concerned? Now, look at this one. Andrew Handmer, the SX Developments 180SX, and it's so good to see the S chassis out there, the S13. Boy, oh boy, these used to be, as a street car, so inexpensive to buy. When I mean that, you probably could have got one for about $6,000 back in the day, Australian, for an aspirated one. You try and find one now. All the Drift Boys took them. They bent a few of them as well. How do you find them these days? Have a look at the WRX out there now as well, flying through. That's we've had Brian Bew come through in the 35. We've had Davidson come through as well. I'm sorry, Jay Davidson. So that was the Gingerbread Racing, Jay Davidson. Here he is on track, if indeed that's him. It is Jay Davidson. And what are your observations for what you're seeing in the Pro-Am class with the aero, Andrew? Interesting developments?
Yeah, I mean, I think you've got a mix of, people using off-the-shelf stuff. You've got, like this car, I think, you see some with Sydney composites or top stage parts. Then there's a lot of homebrew stuff like Andrew Handmer's car. That's a proper one-man garage build. So it's all just invented by, he crewed for under Suzuki every year he's been here. So he's been around that aero enough and just sort of came up with his stuff.
And you just got to get lap times in and plenty of track time to try and iron those out, make those things work. And of course, a lot of these guys, I mean, they are, I shouldn't say that they're hobby racers, but they certainly do tend to put a fair amount of commitment in there. I mean, of course, then there's commitment, then there's next level commitment. Now, normally whacking the lights on there means that he's going to try and do a flying lap here, Jay Davidson. That was just, I think, to indicate to the racer in front of him that I'm coming through with a fair bit of intent here. So, Jay Davidson, his first lap through was the 3 minutes 15. He was getting ready, but this is going to be one fly for him. So, it's interesting to see. It's going to be kind of Costa and then maybe Daylight to second, but what's that Daylight look like? We're going to find out in the next few sessions as Davidson goes minute 36.738. No slouch, really, considering minute 36.738. Brian Bew did come through in the 35 off camera and went 37.459, but he did run a 37.459. Warren Luff down in the pits again, Luffy.
Yeah, I'm standing here in front of the beautiful GT300 Nissan here, driven by Dale Malone. These guys have had a problem first run out. This car normally runs on slick tyres when it used to run in the Japanese GT Championship. Now being on the control tyre here, it sits much lower. And watching this car come down the front straight the first time, it was that porpoising that we were talking about. You could see the front of the car really bottoming out and very aggressive in the front end. So they've got a bit of homework to do to try and get this thing sorted and get it ready for again later on in the day.
But how good does that thing look? I mean, again, we've got these guys purchasing these cars. Do they tell anyone about it? They don't tell anyone. They just turn up. And that was another surprise to see a car like that, of that calibre, first of all being sold out of Japan, secondly, another one coming to Australia.
Yeah, I actually worked for the team that used to run that car in Japan.
Right, there you go.
Yeah, and so it used to be in the workshop, and then it was funny to bump into it in Australia.
And here it is.
Yeah.
And you know what? We haven't heard. I heard that many stories last night about these. I shouldn't say cashed up Aussies. I mean successful businessmen that love motorsport. They follow and worship this form of car culture. And when cars like that become available, they're getting purchased, and they're in guys' garages, and they're going to use these things. They're not all going to end up in museums. They're not all going to end up in the basement of some guy's mansion. They're going to be out here on track. Like look at Brian Bue's thing coming down the straight here. That's one of the angriest looking 35s we've got here today, and I love that livery. Because if you remember watching any early Australian Touring Car Championship footage of when a certain cigarette company was in exactly the same sort of livery, the R32 Godzilla GTR that dominated touring car racing for quite a few years here in Australia, had the Winfield Racing. I can say that word, that's not cigarette advertising, but there's the Winefield Racing in very similar livery, but in an R35 spec. How good does that look? And Brian Bue, no stranger to the 35s at all.
Oh, it's wine-fueled.
Yeah, wine-fueled, yes.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, he's got it. We just had to get the right camera angle there. And again, you can't get him to change that signage. That he's allowed to do that. But yeah, of course, when the old cigarette advertising went away, we couldn't have our 32s. But you know what? It's interesting. We talk about motorsport history in this country. For all the young race fans that were watching the Australian Touring Car Championships through the late 80s and early 90s, when the R32 turned up in Australia, we'd never heard of this car before. The International Group A laws allowed it in, and then next thing you know, all of Australia knew what a Godzilla was. And look what's happened since then. The wash-up, when all these kids grew up, and if they're old enough and smart enough and successful enough, own these cars. And now try and buy one. Try and buy one for any dollars. Mind you, try and buy a 35 like this from like Brian Bue has. Mind you, as we live on camera, we've just seen Alexander have a rear wing failure. So that was Chris Alexander, the CJA Motorsport Skyline, having the rear wing disintegrate on Brabham Straight, and he's just trying to get the car out of the grass there, but that's been a big wing failure. Andrew, we just caught the end of that. Caught the end of that live, but Chris Alexander, a huge moment with the Skyline.
Yeah, it almost looked like one of the elements wasn't bolted on or something. It just started flopping around and came off.
Well, we are pushing the limits here. You can see even
here we go, slow motion. Yeah.
Slow-mo.
Oh, no, it's deforming in the center. Yeah, it's just an overload. It just needs more strength.
Needs a little thing in the middle there, do you think? Yeah, righto. Well, there we go. And can we go one more time there with the replay? Look, we'll follow this through with this footage, but we'll watch it again come through. And you know what? It's so good to have Andrew Brilliant from A&B Aero calling this as we see it, because this is your bread and butter. You are a professional aerodynamicist that does this for a living, and to see, I suppose, one part of simulation, you've got to see failure. And in simulation, can you simulate with your simulation software, simulate failure?
Absolutely, we do. Of course we do, but I think one of the things that's a real challenge for the teams this year is everyone's creeping up the power. So everyone's top speed's going up. So you're going to see higher speeds on the straightaway, and I think we saw Extreme GTR in this car as well.
That's crazy stuff on track, and off track, more crazy stuff from Warren Luff.
Yeah, down here with the Team Tilton guys. Just had a chalk to Costa, been out there for his first run, done a banker lap of a 26.1. He's really happy. He obviously said there's still plenty more left in him. It's just kind of getting back up to speed, but really happy with where the car's at. And yeah, he's looking forward to getting back out there later again this afternoon.
Thanks very much, Luffy. Yeah, well, look, he went minute 20. To win it last year, he went minute 26.32. He went minute 26.10. So he's actually quicker than he was last year. However, 2018, he managed to go 24:64.63. So we know he can go 24s if he wants.
Well, I was looking at the sector times for that car from the pro session, and it's looking really strong in sectors 1 and 3. So I think those power upgrades and the work that they've done to refine it are really working out for them this year.
Yeah, and again, you nail those corners. As you said, those mid couple of sectors, if that's all nailed, if you can still get those, especially 8 and 9, if you can get that turned in and get the power on early, you can chop a lot of time up. You also gain a lot on Armando if you've got the intestinal fortitude. You go through Armando and just don't lift as early as you do, and try one with a bit more commitment. You can get even tenths there, but you know what? That's a bit of a slippery slope to travel on when you want to go through Armando with full faith. So we are red flag on track, which means that we've got our recovery team out there picking up again, not for the first time today, bits of errant carbon fibre. It's a World Time Attack thing. We do have a bit of carbon fibre floating around, but I wonder whether we can just cue back, if we do get a chance, as we go into live pictures here from pit lane. Of course, that is the fantastic GTR, Extreme GTR, Tim Slade in the car ready to go, because I think we've got GCG Open coming up not too far into the future. We are in Plasma Man Pro-Am for the moment. Track has gone full course red as we pick up bits of Chris Alexander's rear wing, but that car is ready to go. And you were telling us how impressive that car is. We'll talk more about that after the break here at Sydney Motorsport Park. World Time Attack Challenge back soon.
Get faster by wishing for it, dreaming about it. You get faster by mastering your craft, always looking for that edge in performance.
Next left, carry more speed.
I'm Fraser Ross, driver number 59, McLaren 720S GT3, and my McLaren features the latest Motorsport ABS system from Bosch.
Motorsport ABS is my greatest asset in the McLaren. I'm able to change settings each lap depending on the grip available, wet or dry, and it gives me the confidence I need to win. Motorsport ABS can improve even the best professional race driver's braking performance because it has the individual control over each wheel. When quality and performance matter, I can rely on Bosch Motorsport.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, TurboSmart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
Oh, exciting stuff here at Sydney Motorsport Park, as usual. We've had the 2-year break, but here we are at World Time Attack Challenge 2022. Andrew Brilliant and Chris Diggles bringing you commentary at the moment, trackside, and we've just been talking aero. What else will we be talking about with Andrew Brilliant here in commentary? And you're saying that there might be a little bit of running around in the pits to see if we can get another wing for that car. I mean, because as you said, you've done wing swaps before, but it's every car's a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the same wing on the Hammerhead, which is not running, so maybe they can borrow it, but it depends if the mounts and brackets are in a similar position.
Yeah, we're just talking that Andrew might go into a range where you buy the A and B rear wing, you get a strut kit with it, and you got to mount the strut kit. That way, if you ever do need another wing, which you probably won't, is that you can swap the thing straight over. But everyone's got a different attitude to them. But, you know, when you add up how many wings we have here and how many front splitters we have and how many little diffusers we have, see, I'm learning the lingo too, not all of it, but you know what I mean? It's just every car. If anything, that's one of the things. And it's a very big thing that's captured a lot of people's imagination in this form of motorsport, is that the aero, all of a sudden we're all paying attention to it when it was just an open wheel thing, you know?
Yeah. And in the early days, I remember I was talking with Ian Baker, and I said, you know, these cars are nowhere near where they're going to be. I said, the future is going to be just big, massive aero, and the cars are going to get way faster. And he didn't believe me at the time.
Yeah, well, he'd believe you now. Yeah. If anything, you know, the rest of the industry, the horsepower-making industry in Australia, we've been all right for a few years there. You know, making horsepower is not a problem in Australia, no matter what engine you choose, be it the mighty RBs or the Ford G63s, the Subaru engines. Flying down here for his first flying lap in the GCG Turbo Open category. That is Borg coming through, minute 31.15 as Aaron Borg comes through for the WBT Nissan R33 Skyline, his next session. He's already done a minute 31.15, and he's out there to see if he can do any better than that. In fact, everyone in this session, I think, as we'd heard the call from this man, Matty Cav, before, is that the track at the moment just got that heat in it now, which makes it harder, and historically we've seen it, to go quicker in these sessions. It's just about consolidation. Some guys might find it, some guys might turn it up. That's the joys of some of these cars. You can turn them up if you want.
Yeah, I think I just went for a walk out there earlier too. The wind has picked up, which might be that aero failure where you see just so much downforce from that incredible headwind down the main straight here.
Yeah, no, well, look, it's a fair call to make, and you know what? Thank goodness we've got all these flags here. Like, we need flags. We need flags in an event like this to tell us where the wind's going. Tim Slade goes through, minute 27.762. Minute 27.762. So he's just only still that 10th behind Nathan Morecambe's 27.631. So, of course, that Evo 7 driven by Nathan Morecambe, the Gas Royal Purple Insight Motorsport car. This is that's the time they're trying to chase. Tim Slade out there giving the Extreme GTR everything he can. And flying down the main straight. Borg goes minute 31.152. Slade's 27.762. Rob Newen, minute 31.001, the Dream Projects car. He's going to get a flying lap in there shortly. So Tim Slade trying to get that monstrous horsepower. It's you know, blink and it's 1,000 plus, easy in these cars. And it looks like he is still pushing through here, Tim Slade. In Sector 1, none too shabby. It's how you get this corner especially. You can pick a tenth or two up just on getting out of there nice enough. And it looks all pretty good from here. It's hard with four-wheel drive and front-wheel drive to get on the power early there because you can understeer out of there. But again, washing it out onto the far curb. I always love Under Suzuki through that corner. Under Suzuki's so fast through that corner, washing it out. It's going to be quick here. He's up in Sector 2. Tim Slade, is he going to put the Extreme GTR in number 1 spot? Can he take it away from Morecambe? Flies on through. Oh, 27.379. He does. He takes 3/10 off Morecambe. He takes 3/10 off Morecambe. Minute 27.379 for Tim Slade. Wow, that was a lap that was deceiving in the first part of it, but geez, didn't he improve in the middle sector and on from there? But now he's pulled up at Armando, and that's not a good way to finish the lap. Be able to take it back to the pits.
Yeah, he hasn't driven all the way back there, but Sector 2 and 3, look at the impressive time there. He was just over 1/10 up in Sector number 2. So Sector 3, I would love to see that time because that was super incredible there. He did a 37.46 in Sector 2, 23.80 in Sector 3. So he's absolutely flying there, and that's, you know, to increase that by 3/10 of a second over that in time in its entirety, considering he was 700s off when it came to Sector 1, that's a big improvement in Sector 2 and 3.
Wow, minute 27.379. New benchmarks when it comes to the open category. And let's see whether or not Morecambe can respond. Morecambe out there now. This will be interesting. I love that it's just turned into this. It was 2 minutes ago, it wasn't this, but here it is now. Morecambe has the opportunity to respond. You don't think they've told Morecambe inside Slade's gone quicker. What have you got? He did say when he's talking to Luffy before, we had a baseline set up. We're going to set it up a little bit more. We're going to turn it up. So again, in the spirit of 1980s Formula One, let's put a qualifying trim in it.
Well, his 400's up here in sector number 1, but that's where Slade was. He wasn't quite as fast as sector number 1, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes in sector number 2 here for Morecambe. The car just pins it there. It's looking quite stable there. Oh, just steps out a little bit.
No, he's on it. He's on it here too. Seriously on it. And remember, that GTR, in theory, would be a little bit heavier than this Evo. So maybe this thing is a little bit more nimbler. Out of these slower corners, you never know. Power to weight ratio, who knows what power to weight we've got. He's wide there. Morecambe could be good here as well. He's up in sector 2. He's responding to Slade almost straight away. I hope Slade's got that car off Armando corner. That GTR just pulled over to the side after that lap. Here he comes. Can he keep it stuck here as he gets it? He lifts the inside wheel coming onto the main straight. He could be on one here too, folks. Here's the ultimate response to Tim Slade. Can he go quicker than a minute 27? 3:79. He responds a minute 27.618. A minute 27.618 there. Very consistent for Morecambe, but it looked quick. It was up in that sector as well. Wow, what a response to that. That's exciting stuff, Matty Cav. That's what we're here for.
Do you think maybe some of that headwind down the main straight might be different in the aero on that car, how they've got it set up? That sector 2 was really good, but down that main straight didn't quite have it there in the end. And he's still improved on his best time, so he's actually gone up a couple of hundredths of a second there for Morecambe. So the car is getting faster.
That was Benny Tran just in front. Benny Tran just in front of Peter Owen there. So Benny Tran on a fly now too. The BYP Racing Integra. Now, of course, I think supercharged Integra, if I'm not mistaken. Tran's earlier run, a minute 45.426. This will be a big improvement for Tran. It was 30, minute 30.32, minute 30.32. Owen went minute 44.992 through as well. But have a look at those two times up on timing, Matty Cav. Minute 27.379 from Slade. Morecambe hot on the reply, minute 27.618, but just 3 tenths somewhere in 12 corners.
The question is, look, Tim Slade's going again, so that car had stopped. I don't know if maybe they were cooling something down, but that car is moving again. Now, does Morecambe have enough time to reset the car and go again? Remembering, if you overheat those tyres in your lap, you're going to have to cool them down.
These cars aren't one, and not so much these cars, the whole essence of time attack is that you will have in a particular session the opportunity maybe only once or twice a window there where that car feels perfect, you should give it a go. It's very rare we see these guys try 2 full-out laps in the one session, or if anything, a quick little pit stop, check a few things and go out again. But not so much these days. These guys all tend to get that big one in. They make it count. And I think a few less cars in the session also help get yourself free on track to be able to get out of traffic and try and do the fly there. But he gave it everything he could there, Morecambe. So did Tim Slade. It'll be interesting. I'm sure Luffy will get on to what happened after that lap, that the Extreme GTR was just pulled over there near Armando. We see Borg doing the same thing here with the R33. He's had a couple of cracks at it and went minute 31.15. Owen minute 44.992 as well. So Peter Owen in the S15. But yeah, Benny Tran came out of nowhere in that lap saying, I'm on a flyer. Maybe he didn't flash the headlights, or, you know what, as a driver in front, I mean, you can check your mirrors all the time, but, you know, all it took was that flash of lights. You may not have seen that. So he may not have known that Benny Tran was on a flyer. Benny Tran brings the Integra in. The checkered flag is out, and let's get the heart rate down a little bit, because it went up there for a spot when Tim Slade knocked Morecambe over in that session. Morecambe responded and came up short by 3 tenths, but, oh boy, who said this stuff doesn't get exciting now and then? I know it's just all numbers and they all happen at various times of the day, but remember, the timing board does not lie. You can put that number down in the first session, you can put it down in the very last session. It all counts. And there we go, the Garmin leaderboard, the GCG Turbo Open Class. Tim Slade, what a session. Minute 27.379 from the Extreme GTR. Nathan Morecambe responds, minute 27.618, but no banana that time. We thought, here we go, minute 27 low 3 something. Benny Tran, check that out, minute 30.320, gets the Integra in the third. Robert Ewan, the Dream Projects S15, not a bad car with limited testing, in fourth. Aaron Borg, the WBT R33 in fifth. Darren Bishop, Dan Day, Johnny Boston, of course the Motive, Sylvia in there, Liam Hooper and Damon Ashton the 10 so far in the GCG Turbos Open category. It is so good to see the various quality there. GTR, Evo and Integra, the top three. You want some variety with parity? There it is. A break and back for more for Sydney Motorsport Park for World Time Attack Challenge 2022. Back soon.
Hi, Warren Luff here at World Time Attack. Down here on the Yokohama stand, we've got the Hyundai i30N and we've got the brand new Yokohama 8009 tyres on the car, and we're going to talk about what it takes to go around Sydney Motorsport Park. We're going to go through each corner and show you what it takes to get around here nice and fast. Turn 1 has got to be one of the best corners in Australian motorsport. And again, here at World Time Attack, you're going to see cars topping out at probably nearly 300 k's at the end of the front straight here, and they will take this corner flat. Most other cars are going to be sort of looking to brake somewhere past the 100, but this is a corner of pure commitment. It's all about sort of get the car in there. Cars with a lot of aero will love sort of the amount of grip they can generate through here, and it's all about just small increments of steering and really let the car run out nice and wide again for that short run down to turn 2, and again maximise the braking down here. Turn 2, big braking area, double apex corner, so you tend to sort of run it in quite early, let the car drift out wide, and then this is all about trying to get a good run out of here and be fast through turn 3 on the run down to turn 4. All the cars here, especially in the Pro class, this will be easily flat through here. It's one of the corners where you start to feel the sort of the lateral load of the tyre start to really sort of take over, and then you come out of turn 3, cresting the hill here, down into turn 4, looking for your brake marker. It's usually somewhere after the 50 marker. It's generally an early turn in here because it's an uphill corner, so the tyre really grips into the roadway through here. And then as you come out of here, coming into turn 5, you don't let the car run out too wide. You want to get back to the right. Again, it's an early turn in, and Sydney Motorsport Park a few years ago so graciously put all this nice concrete area out here so you can run the car out really nice and wide. The run down into turn 6 is a little bit blind. You come over the crest of the hill, it can be quite hard to find a brake marker, but it's a very easy 90-degree corner, and again, it's all about carrying the speed through early on the throttle, run it out wide here, coming up to what's commonly called Corporate Hill. It's a fast flowing, again, most of the pro cars here will be flat through here, but it's the first downhill corner. So it's important to get the nose in nice and early and let the understeer push you out wide, right out to the track edge, and then coming down here into the hairpin, back to about the middle of the road. And again, generally it's an early turn in here, because again, it's another downhill corner, but it's all about being early on the power here. You want to let the car run out, use all the available road, and then this is a really fun part of the circuit. As we come up through here, turn 9, it's a fast flowing corner, a little bit of water on the track at the moment from the overnight rain, but it's all about the setup through here. As you come through, get the car straight nice and early, and again, you're going to see people using a lot of curb on the entry here. Position the car out nice and wide, and this is all about the run onto the front straight here. Up nice and high, apex about the middle of the corner, and then as early as you can get to the throttle, get to full throttle, let the car run out wide, again using all the available road. Down the front straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park, we're going to see cars in the Pro class getting somewhere close to 300 kilometres an hour, which is a lot faster than we see from, say, V8 supercars. So that's a lap of Sydney Motorsport Park, thanks to obviously Yokohama and our friends at Hyundai.
You know what? He could have almost done that blindfolded, Warren Luff, but no, it was just for safety. We thought we'd let him not have the blindfold on. And speaking of said person, it's down to the hardest working man in show business, Warren Luff.
Hey guys, down here in pit lane. I've been talking to the guys from Chris Alexander's car. I've got the offending part that should have been attached to the rear wing. So this is the top element off the rear wing that obviously came loose and ripped off the vehicle at some 250 kilometres an hour. So talking to Chris, he said it was a bit of a heart-stopping moment, but they are already talking about trying to fix this and working through what their options are. I've also been down a few garages talking to the guys at the Extreme GTR. As we saw out there in that session then, obviously just after Tim Slade went P1 in that session, it backed off and slowed right down. Unfortunately for them, as he backed off, there was a huge plume of smoke that came out, and we could smell here in pit lane an oil smell. Talking to the guys there, they're saying it has dropped a cylinder. There's a hive of activity under the bonnet of that car at the moment. They're trying to sort of diagnose what it is, so we'll come back to you shortly with an update.
Oh boy. On the back off, and they reckon they might have dropped a cylinder. I mean, that might be a head gasket at the very least. It could be a head gasket, could be something worse than that. But, boy, when they push the horsepower out here, they push it out.
Remember they had practice yesterday too, so a lot of laps done yesterday around this track. They've been testing all the way up to this. So much going into it. They're not going to give up at this point though. It's not over yet. They've got that time, and we look at Morecambe. How close was he? He's going to come back from that. It's only that sector 3 that let him down. That could be a slight aero change. Like we said, a big headwind here at the moment. That could be the difference. So I reckon Slade's going to want to get back out there. Of course they're going to get the Extreme GTR back out there.
Well, I suppose they're reaching for the compression test, so they reckon it is down in one cylinder. Now it's time for a leak down, you would say, to see whether or not it is actually leaking through the cylinder head or gasket, or whether it's leaking through the valves. If it's blown a bit of smoke, you're hoping it's just a head gasket.
Well, let's hope that's all it is, a head gasket. Let's hope that's something very simple. They can get that off very quickly. Maybe they'll miss the next session, but it could come back. I mean, you yourself, look at the head gasket you've grown in there since 2.5 years, and look at the luscious locks that you've grown there. That's 2.5 years of growing, just so you can fit in. Are you going to take up an NRL career?
Yes, Chris Pappenhausen. That's what I'm trying to be. I'm trying to get into the over 50s rugby league team. Not at all. But no, look, it's a bit of a trend. It's a bit of an Aussie trend, and I'm not getting any younger. It passed the Ian Baker test. He liked it, and that's all that matters. Now, Charlie, I know you don't particularly in for mullets, but I love your golden locks anyway. What's doing?
Thanks very much, guys. Maybe the comparison between mine and Luffy's hair. But look, we'll talk about something a little bit more exotic. I am standing in front of a 2,000 horsepower Nissan Patrol, which is quite mind-blowing if you think about it. And in the times of tough fuel prices, expensive, tell us a bit about the fuel economy of this bad boy.
Well, this thing just did a drag challenge last weekend, 800 kilometres and a number of drag passes as well. 20 litres per 100 kilometres of E85. And that was actually had 4 blokes in the car and towing a trailer, so quite an impressive bit of gear.
Definitely, but could I still take it to go and pick up, my shopping or anything like that?
I've got to say, the guys down in Melbourne at Quick Bits have done the most incredible tune on the M-Tron KV12. Its cold start in the morning, given we're in rain and wind earlier today, was absolutely exceptional.
Well, we'll have to see. I reckon that hairdryer looks big enough to do Warren Luff's hair. What do we reckon?
Well, we'll have to see. I think you might be make use of that wastegate too.
Awesome. Well, come on down and check this one out. It's ready and waiting for a photo.
So down here in the Extreme GTR garage, we have good news, we have bad news. The good news is Tim Slade got to finish his lap and currently P1 in Open. The bad news is it has dropped a valve, so this car will be no longer this weekend. So really disappointing for these guys. There's a lot of disappointment on the faces down here. So much time and effort has gone into this car. As you said, currently P1, but yeah, unfortunately these guys, no more.
The not good news. So Luffy right down there on the news. So no head gasket, but dropped a valve, and those things are like little Swiss watches inside the RB cylinder heads. They are gorgeous things that you don't want to snap the head off one. You don't. If you break a belt, well, you're going to have a whole cylinder head full of bent valves. But if they've dropped a valve or whatever, I don't know whether it's a mechanical failure or a thermal failure. It just depends when the post-mortem examination happens. I don't know whether the post-mortem, sometimes it's painful to do the post-mortem at the track. You might do it behind closed doors a bit later. But you know what? Technically, he's in the clubhouse. So Sladey has got #1 spot so far, but he's going to have to sit there and watch how Morecambe behaves for the rest of the day. And I wouldn't wish that on that team for anyone, to be able to sitting there powerless, thinking that could just be pipped by 3/10 sometime between now and the end of the night. But wow, what a lap. and unfortunately, drama. And we should have our own Netflix series. It's so much drama in this already this morning, Matty Cav.
As we go back to the GCG Turbos Open class, of course, this is our group number 2 out there at the moment. You can see, well, we'll see how they go in this class and who we've got coming out at the moment, because it looks like we've got Petrie, Bishop and Hooper now out on track. So you see the number 33 getting around there, and that looks like it's Liam Hooper there up on our screen at the moment. The Car Mods Australia Subaru Impreza WRX.
Of course, Liam Hooper, of course, the owner of Hammerhead now as well. So, I mean, I think Liam, this is sort of where the bug really bit in here, and it looked like Liam still got a car running. Of course, the fantastic Hammerhead. I mean, honestly, if you were to buy a car, if you could, you'd buy a car like that if it was for sale, and Liam Hooper's done that, and obviously there's more to come in the future, and again, it makes you look forward to every other World Time Attack from now on as well. We haven't even finished this one, we're not even halfway through it, and we're already looking forward to the next ones and the next ones and the next ones, because guys like Liam Hooper, he is here to really make an impact in World Time Attack, and he's going to have a go here for the rest of the day in the Car Mods Australia Impreza. Very, very tough car indeed, and let's see what his first laps are out there.
Sector 2 is looking good actually for Liam Hooper there, 39.93, so one of his best Sector 2 times so far of the day. Now, remembering Tim Slade now doesn't have a drive. Both cars that he was in this weekend have had mechanical failure, so he's in the team. Do you get Slady on the microphone now? Is that what you do? Say, Tim, get on. Tell me what I'm doing. Give me the pointers.
Let's get some live inspiration. Hooper goes minute 34, 5:03, so that's the best for Hooper so far this weekend, and that actually gets Hooper into 9th position. But when you have a look at that list there, look at the different combinations: Skyline R32, Evo 7, Integra DC2, Sylvia S15 rather, and the R33. So that's our top 5 different makes in the top 5 different platforms. Here on screen now, I'm loving this Datsun 1600. It's got that JDM front end on it as well, which a lot of guys are now putting on their 1600s. Look at the flares, look at the whole lot. I hope he's got moulds for that, because there'll be a lot of Datsun 1600 fans out there that would still love to get a bit of that. That's a tidy little car. Absolutely love it. That's the competition friction 1600 of John Healy. And yeah, a bit of left-hand front wheel off the ground there as he powered that through. Gorgeous machine. And for those people out there that may remember the old Datsun 1600s, of course, synonymous with rallying before they became anything else. I've owned 4 of those things in my life. I wish I never sold any single one of them. Sold one to my brother who put the FJ20 in it, the normal sort of thing that you do. And they're an insane car, going up in value. They're ridiculous prices now if you can find them. And how about this one as a full tilt race car? I know Johnny Boston's owned a few of these in the past, but we're keeping an eye on this thing because it is an exciting little thing. Well, it's got some power, and of course IRS in these cars in the 1960s. You know, this is it. They were a 1969 odd model, the first ones. Of course, Datsun's had the IRS in them from the 1600, the 180B. They had the old R160 diff in them, and he's got plenty of power out of that corner there as well. That's a great little package, that, and it just goes to show the variety here. That's a platform you don't normally see, but it is an impressive deal indeed. And got the big exhaust all the way to the back. It's got that Fair Lady nose on it.
I'll be interested to see how this one goes. 140.98 is the fastest time so far. Sector 1 was his fastest there with a 30.65. Now, Sector 2 hasn't been as impressive. He's going to come around and complete this lap. We'll have to wait and see if he can do a better time on this one. I'm just waiting for the timing screen to light up. Healy there goes, no, he's not going to beat his time. 141 that time instead of that 140.98 that he's already done. So not quite there. Sector number 1, though, was the fastest sector 1 he has done with a 30.65. So we'll see if Healy can continue that there in the Datsun 1600. There was that overtake there with some cars, and that's what you got to remember with the traffic. You need to work through that traffic and make sure you get a nice clean run when you get out to those clean laps back to back. Right now, though, let's head down to Luffy.
Hey guys, down here in the pits with Dale Malone in this beautiful GT300 car. Now this car looks spectacular in the flesh. It had a little bit of a drama out there in the session. Tell us about what's the problem.
We've got a bit of an issue with aero resonance, and the pressure's building up too high on the front. The front splitter starts harmonising and then drops off pressure, and then it fractured a few mounts. So we'll chase that up and fix it up.
Well, yeah, from down at turn 1, it certainly looked like there was a bit of a drama there. But this car has got some really good racing pedigree. What can you tell us about the car, where it's come from, and what are your plans with the car?
So it's a Nissan Motorsport built works car. They ran that in Super GT through 2005, 2011. It was Team Mola, and they had a very successful program with a lot of wins and a championship. hopefully here we can race the car in door-to-door, maybe some sports sedans or selective events, and yeah, just have some fun with it.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see cars like this here at World Time Attack, and looking forward to see what these guys can do with this car this weekend.
Dale Malone, you want to rub fenders with that? Did I just hear that correctly? He wants to go and do a bit of side-by-side racing with that thing? I keep that thing away from any other car. But let him. It's his car. Let him do it.
Mate, it's amazing that we can, just like you say, all these people that are bringing these cars to Australia. I mean, our population size compared to Europe and America, and we've just got this abundance of unique cars here that have accumulated in Australia, and they come out at events like this. It's just so amazing.
We don't know what people have got out there until they come out there, and normally Ian's the one that fishes them out, or they come to him and they go, I've got something, can I bring it? And then he'll ring me and go, you wouldn't believe what's coming. And that's exactly the story of World Time Attack. And you know what? We love everything that comes here every year. The 2.5 year break shows the COVID builds have all been completed, and they're out there living the World Time Attack dreams. Right now, we've got on camera this amazing little MRS, and that's entrant. That's the MRS. Justin Gorjanix. Of course, he had the other red one, which he put into the wall in the club sprint category. So. Not an ideal weekend so far. It is the Close Enough Racing team, so that was pretty close, that last one.
It was pretty close. Darren Bishop up on our screen at the moment in the Rev Zone, Mitsubishi Evo 7. And doesn't look like a fast lap in this one. I think he's just setting up. Maybe he's come off a flying lap. I'm just going to have a look at that last lap time there.
Yeah, 32.482, I think his last lap was there. As we said, Hooper's last lap in the WRX was minute 34.503. Petrie just went through. Nigel Petrie, minute 52.434. That's entrant 38, of course, engineered to Slive, the Nissan Silvia. Now, I've got to try and get a look at that car as it comes around. It has been all engineered by Nigel Petrie himself, and it's an NA deal, so NA SR20 in it, and it's a gorgeous build engineering-wise. It won't be the absolute quickest car in the open class, but it fits in there, and again, the guy's built it all himself. Look at this mighty BMW on screen now, the K&J Racing Z4, John Papadopoulos. Makes all the right noises.
Oh, the GT3, what a slick design that is. Got a big wing on this one too, and I'm just noticing out the window here that the windows actually changed direction, but it's very, very strong, and they're talking about all that aero before, like we were down in the pits, and they're starting to crack mounts and things like that. Well, the change in wind may... Think about it, if you're doing 200 kilometres an hour and you add a 30 kilometre an hour headwind or a 20 kilometre headwind, you're basically simulating 220 kilometres an hour. So I think we're going to see a few things tested today with the conditions.
Well, I mean, as Dale Malone said before, they're getting some sort of resonance issue there where it was sort of load, lock that air in where it needs to be and then unload that air, and he said it's very unnerving. Here's the Rev Zone Evos. We follow him right over the stripe here for Bishop. Minute 32.482 for him. Minute 32.482, so he is sixth in the class. GCG Turbos Open category, and you can have a look at that car through Armando, and even Gudjanik's just coming through in the MRS, then didn't do anything representative. A 44.525 has been sort of the best so far for him in that little MRS, well, formerly MRS Spider, I would imagine. It's got the hard top on it now. But again, only a handful of guys using that MR2 platform, but at least showing and representing that. And it's just, yeah, as you can see there, Matty Kev, that has changed a little bit. And you know what, it's very close to blowing straight up Brabham Straight and through Armando. So Armando would be quite an interesting corner to be taken at speed right now in any vehicle. But let's have a look at the GCG Turbos Open class. No real movement there on that particular screen. But let me tell you, sitting there in number one spot and no longer able to compete for the rest of the day is Tim Slade's lap, the 27.379, the Extreme GTR. He's sitting in the clubhouse effectively and powerless to be able to push any further. As they have reported by Luffy in the pits, it's done a valve in that RB26 head, and that's good night, nurse. Nathan Morecambe, though, still in the running. You would imagine the Gas, Royal Purple and Insight Motorsports Evo Lancer, minute 27.618. Can he find 3 more tenths by the end of the day? He tried so hard to respond to Tim Slade in this session, and it didn't pay off. What happens with the cooler conditions this afternoon and the evening? And what does the wind do? If it did what it did last night here, it actually picked up. Down to Cole.
Hey guys, I'm here with Nick Cooper of Turbo Smart. As many of you know, TurboSmart is celebrating 25 years in business, Australian owned and operated. Is this your first time driving?
My first time.
Yeah?
First time. I owned the car for a long time, and it entered open class maybe 12 years ago, and it's still in the same condition. And Baker put me in there, signed me up. He said I'm driving, so here I am, and I had a great time. The car went reasonably well, except we just killed the engine, but I had a great time, and this event just never under-delivers. It's so much fun.
Yeah, this event is so amazing because you can blow up your car and still have a smile on your face. So that's kind of the beauty of Time Attack. We're all pushing 10/10s. So it's good to see you finally out there taking a steer behind the wheel.
Yeah, man, it's so exciting. Love it.
Awesome.
It's taken me 50 years of being alive to get on the track. I mean, needed more.
Well, it's good to see you out there, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for being a part of the event.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Cole. Another tale of woe, but he's again smiling, smiling with the hurt engine. But Nick Cooper from Turbo Smart having a great time, even though it looks like he may not be putting too many more laps in. There's plenty more laps to come here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but now a break and back with more soon.
You don't get faster by wishing for it, dreaming about it. You get faster by mastering your craft, always looking for that edge in performance.
Next left, carry more speed.
Sydney Motorsport Park here on a beautiful Saturday, and out there right now it's the Zachariah F1 street car presented by Newlon Racing. We had Charlie interviewing the owner there before. It's a fantastic thing to see, and it's going to go and do a hot lap here very, very soon. But right now, down to Charlie with some more news.
Well, the sun is out and there's no better place to be than the Stylised Show and Shine, brought to you by Shannon's. It's such an important part of the culture here at World Time Attack, and we are so excited that it is back. I'm here with Adam from Downshift, and Adam, I actually don't know where to look. There's so much variety.
Look, I don't blame you. I've been in the same boat myself, had a quick stroll around just trying to take in the variety of different cars that are here. Everyone's actually so excited to be out back at big events again as well, and the fact that we were lucky enough to get these blue skies, it's really, really great. So yeah, there's definitely lots to look at. There's a lot of cars that have been here before. There's a lot of new builds that people have been working on in their COVID spare time. And of course, we've got a few cars that are completely under wraps that we're going to reveal a little bit later on this afternoon at 3 p.m, I believe. We have to check on that one for the timings.
But Adam, we've certainly got, as you say, a lot of variety. I've seen a Tirana, I've seen BMWs, I've seen so much goodness, and the sun is out and they're obviously sparkling so much. And yes, as we say, at 3 p.m. there will be the unveiling of these absolute beauties. Make sure you are here, make sure you don't miss it, and we'll be back to you at 3 p.m.
Thanks, Charlie.
Here's the F1 car, the street-driven F1 car, and in a normal F1 car, you can't reach over like he's reaching there. He's strapped in there nicely, of course. Geez, you have to get the feeler gauges out in the show and shine. You know, we're like 20 thou under there. Everything's dropped on its. Well, in Australia, you say dropped on its guts, but you've got the feeler gauges out underneath those cars in that show and shine. It's fantastic to see. You don't need the feeler gauges under here. He's got a little bit of ground clearance to work with, but it's got that Ferrari 6.3 litre V12, the Albans ST6M gearbox, the Haltech Nexus R5 Club Sprint sponsor, of course, aluminium and chromoly construction, premiered in Monaco, only one of one in the world, weighs 1,100 kilograms wet, and I thought he'd done a flying lap there for us, but he's just bringing it in there for a sec.
He must be looking at something. I think there is not much gap between those tyres and those wheel fenders. Yeah. I mean, that's what you got to do to have a street-style car, don't you? When you want to look like an F1 car, it has to be street legal. You've got to have those wheel fenders over. Now, he's picked up a chunk of rubber, because we've seen them going around this morning. Maybe something under there. But that thing was doing laps yesterday. Now, we had all the video cameras out, Newlon doing all of its promo laps, and, mate, it's quick.
It's a very quick car, and as it says here, 1,100 kilograms wet, and goodness knows, 600 plus, you would imagine, the Ferrari V12. That'd be just a conservative estimate. Got the Haltech Nexus R5 on it. Now, if you get down to the Haltech stand, they've actually got the Nexus there on a bit of a display board, because you can literally wire, if you want to, if you're starting a project and you haven't rewired the car, don't just wire an ECU in and then wire everything else in. You can do the whole thing through the Nexus R5, including lights, turn signals, you name it, you can do it. And it's got a little Nexus controller on the inside of that car there on the side. So he's got a fair amount of the street controls available through the ECU as well. So when you are considering an upgrade in ECUs, that might be one to consider, the Nexus. It's turning the world on its head, especially in the United States of America at the moment too. They're crazy about the Nexus. All the best and quickest radial turbo guys are starting to wake up and realise that, you know, Aussie, buy Aussie, why not? It's the very best, and it's a great success story. Have a look at that infield there, Matty Cav. Of course, we've got our drift pits there.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bit excited because we're not too far off practice here for our drift cars. We've got the top 32 coming your way this weekend for the Australasian. The Australasian drift titles here, all thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion there, and you can see 32 cars lined up in the pits, ready to go for practice. They've got the stamps in the background. They've got the show and shine there. And it's not too far away, and we will be getting underway with their drift practice, followed by our top 32.
Big shout out to everyone watching around the world on the Bosch Motorsport live stream. We'll be putting the stream down for a bit while we get ready to go to drift mode on track. Look, a quick shout out to our New Zealand friends, everyone watching right around the world, but a big shout out to Warren Sayre, we miss you, mate. Amy Upson watching on the live stream there as well, and of course all of our friends in across the ditch are enjoying the live stream. We'll be rolling the live stream over very, very shortly, transitioning for a bit, and we'll be back with more here from Sydney Motorsport Park.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, TurboSmart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
back at the Yokohama World Time Taking Challenge for 2022, and of course we are moving now into the Australasian Drift titles, all thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion. It's fantastic. We've got 32 of some of the most competitive drift cars in Australia, all assembled in this one location at Sydney Motorsport Park, and we are going to take on the North Circuit. Now this one's going to be very technical, Tony. We're going to have to see some challenges from the drivers. We saw that in qualifying. They have not had battle practice though, and that's what they're doing right now.
Mate, absolutely. It is a high-speed entry. It's a big snap transition, and we want to put on a massive show for the crowd, for you guys back at home. There's a bunch of drivers here that have not ever driven this circuit, and with only a couple of laps in practice and then off to qualifying, mate, it's going to be a real challenge.
Yeah, and I think we've got a very big variation of drivers in the field as well. We've got some of the most experienced drivers out there. Rob White's back in his 370Z. That's so exciting to have him back in the field. We go all the way down to Saxon Moyes there, who's the youngest guy in the field, just barely 18.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's out there, come from sort of go-karts and dirt racing, track racing, now decided to get into drifting. Now, he's gone from a Pro-Am car into a Pro-style car, which we see here with the 32, and it's very new to him. 15th qualifier. That's where he is, 15th in a field of 32.
Right, here we go, yeah.
As you can see, they're just warming up the tyres. They're getting scrubbed. And here we go, the top 32, and this is how the battle tree is going to be. Levi Clark and Warwick Hill. Now, what do we say about this one? Levi Clark, number one qualifier. Warwick Hill had massive issues with his car yesterday. Didn't complete a qualifying lap, so that's why he gets put down into 32 position. So he's definitely up against it with Levi. Benny Meir going to be taking on Sam Tabouche as well. There was some good qualifying both of them. Luke Fink, well, he's been everywhere in the world drifting. BMX champion taking on Josh Botcher. That's going to be huge. And now Botcher is returning champion from last World Time Attack back in 2019, 2.5 years ago. And fortunately, he had issues with the car as well, so he's qualified way down the field. Rob White going to be taking on Matty Mingo, and how good is it to see the Hot Wheels Stunt Show joining us in the competition?
I can't believe it. He's got quadruple duties on. I had a chat with Matt earlier on today. He's on a stunt bike. He's doing everything. Man of many talents. It's awesome to watch.
Then we're going to see Jason Ferrum from Keep It Reed in that R31 wagon with a Barra Power, taking on Ken Dalton, of course, another one of the Hot Wheels Stunt Show guys with the VF GTS. So that's going to be another interesting one too, coming out of that stunt show and into here. Glenn Omrod taking on Brendan Bogger O'Grady. Now, Bogger's got to have the most horsepower in the field. 1,300 horsepower in that thing.
Absolutely. That Zoo machine turns the tyres to dust in no time. So just getting grip and traction is going to be his biggest challenge.
Mitchell Jeffrey up against Mitch Pullen as well. Now, Mitchell Jeffrey did really well yesterday when it came to qualifying. He was number 5 in qualifying as well. Pulled that out in his 2J Powered S13. Patrick Barley taking on Flash Smith. Now, this is another young gun, Patrick Barley, just into his early 20s, taking on Flash Smith, who had to be one of our most mature, our senior gentlemen, I suppose, drifters in the field. Go to the right hand side of the tree. We've got another heap of people there, but right now we're going to catch up with Courtney in the pits.
Hey guys, I'm here with Matty Harvey, who is just about to go out for his first battle. Matty, it's great to have you back here at Sydney Motorsport Park. What do you love about this event?
Yeah, it's great. You know, we come here every year. We're trying to put on a show for the crowd. You know, if we didn't have spectators, we wouldn't be here putting on a show. So it's great to see the guys out again.
Okay, so you've been drifting for a few years now, climbing up the ladder. Is this year your year?
Well, that's the plan, you know. We always try and go to number 1 every year, but unfortunately sometimes we crash and sometimes we have bad calls or we're just not good enough. So, you know, we're going to go for number 1 every single year.
And tell me, is there anything different about the car coming into this event? Have you specialised the setup? Have you changed anything for this high-speed track?
Not really. We've got a new gearbox, but it's pretty simple. We like to not make too many changes just to make sure we're comfortable with the car and we're perfect for this weekend.
All right, you're about to head out. We look forward to seeing what you can do. Good luck, Matty.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Look, that was our number 2 qualifier there, Tony. He did really well yesterday, and it took his second qualifier there to make it, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess you're getting settled with the track on your first lap. You want to put a banker in, and then you want to absolutely go full noise and try and get the number 1 position on your second lap. But that did very well.
Yeah, we saw the right-hand side of the tree up there early when our top 32. He'll be taking on Dan Christic, who's in that rotary-powered 86. So they had some issues. Yeah. Have they made it back?
I don't know if they have. We were having some chats walking through the pits earlier. There's whispers that he might not actually be back on track. I'm not sure.
Saxon Myers, the young gun, he will be taking on Eugene Aronson now. Eugene Aronson is coming off doing a movie set, flew in on Thursday.
The Goss?
The Thursday, and he's competing in. Now, he used to compete in ADGP and all the drift events, so good to have him back in the field. Danny Probert, another one of our seniors, taking on Senna Tunney from Queensland. So Danny Probert in the XD Falcon with the Barra Power, of course. Jake Thornbury, now that thing was on song yesterday, but I hear that might have skipped a tooth on the timing gear.
They were working on it yesterday afternoon. It's such an awesomely presented car. I really hope they can get it all working. The team are all in their elbows and everything in the engine bay. So.
And he'll be taking on Queensland Andy Worth in that Turbo LS. Brody May will be taking on Anthony Billick. That's going to be another competition and a showdown of the SRs too.
Mate, the 3 SRs that are in the field are all still battling. There's no broken rockers, there's no jokes, guys. SR power, let's go.
Angus Kidd will be taking on Joel Dimmick in that 240Z as well. That's going to be another one. Alex Sharko did really well in qualifying, 6th place there, taking on Brad Toohey, who's been a champion, but he's a bit down the field. And Matty Hill taking on Mickey Moo, the luck of the Irish. We'll have to wait and see. But right now, let's head back down to Courtney.
Hey guys, I'm here with Matty Mingay, one of the busiest mans at this event this weekend. You've just gone out for your warm-up lap. How's the car feel? How's the track feel?
Yeah, really good. No issues, one little bit. Very, very different in competing rather than doing demos. We do all the time. There's a lot more pressure, but I had fun though. It was good.
Okay, and first up, you're battling Rob White, who also hails from Queensland. What have you got to say to Rob?
Well, Rob's only back because I'm back. He's out of retirement. He's very old, fat and lazy these days. Yeah, he's coming back because I'm coming back, so it's not like Donkey Kong.
We look forward to seeing it. One more question for you, Matty. How do you switch between play mode and competition mode?
Oh, it's very hard to put a serious face on. I don't like serious face, but I try.
It's called race face. Yeah, all right. We look forward to seeing you out there. Thank you, Matty.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting one, isn't it? Because both of them have raced stadium super trucks. Both of them do stunt driving. I mean, everyone knows Matty Ming, but Rob White's been right in there. And like you say, he hasn't done too many laps. He did do them about a month ago down in Melbourne, though, got an R34. So he's got a little bit of conditioning to come into this one.
Yep. Being able to hop back in the car after not driving for such a time, it's a talent. And we know Rob White can absolutely drive. So, yeah.
Have a look at this. Saxon Moyes is that car out in front at the moment, come out in that 86, that 2J power as well.
On the gas.
The smoke on. So we might actually watch a couple of these runs through because this is a little bit of battle practice because yesterday they were all solo runs and then we had our qualifying session for our 32 and this is where they ended up, as you see through the battle tree. Danny Probert now up on our screen there, in the ACUG XD Falcon, and just sticking with that old school style XD, doesn't want to get rid of it, but the independent rear suspension taking on Senna Tunney, and this is what they are actually going to have come their battles here in the top 32. So as they take off, you can see the Ryco powered XD just in front. Run us through the line that the judges were looking for. It isn't that one out in the dirt.
It's definitely not out in the dirt, but down in driver's briefing this morning, they were just re-clarifying some of the lines. We just want the drivers to be rear bumper hanging over the end of the track at turn 1. So it's a high-speed, minimal angle, rear bumper hanging over the outside of the circuit. Tyres absolutely on the black stuff. Unfortunately, Danny just dropped the wheel there. Is there something hanging off the back of the
check a
car?
replay here. I mean, first off, let's have a look at the Ryco XD there, Danny Probert there, and just drops the wheel off and it's mud. From then on in, there's no control at that point. The car will slide off.
It's icy.
Mate, he's beached himself, and that's not what barrows like to do. So he'll want to be getting that one back in the water. But Senna Tunney had a fair bit of smoke coming out of that car. I hope that is nothing wrong with that one. You see Drake Thornbury, they've got that car fixed. That is great.
So good to see him back out on circuit. Like I said before, the team was all arms and elbows right in the car. They were a little bit stressed about getting it back on track, but looking good.
Yeah, let's head down to Courtney right now.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Rob White, who drives 370Z. He's going out against Matty Mingay, and you guys have to roll beef, is that right?
We do. Matt took me out. We raced stadium trucks together. 2015, my first race, he took me out on the first lap, so I haven't had a chance to go head-to-head with him since, so looking forward to giving some payback, much needed. 7 years in the waiting, and now I've got my chance.
Yeah, now, Rob, I've got to ask you, I saw that you retired, but then you've come back.
Yeah, look, Black Bear and Motul, they gave us a budget, and we still had the car, and, you know, I did the Super Cheap out a few months ago, and really wanted to get back in the car and do some competitive driving while I still can, while we still had all the tools to do it, so I love this event, and I just wanted to come back and see how we go.
So do you still feel like you did when you were young, like happy to push it all the way to the end of Red Line?
Oh yeah, definitely feel like, yeah. But, you know, I will admit I'm a little bit rusty. You know, we used to do this every couple of weeks, and now it's been, you know, I haven't driven this car at all this year. So there is a bit of rust here, but, you know, it's slowly coming off, and hopefully as the day goes on, we'll be able to put on a show and try and get there.
Okay, so between your 370s and Matty's car, how do you reckon the power is? You guys are both running NASCAR engines. Where do you think you'll have it over him, and where might he have it over you?
Well, he knows the dyno figures. He was there when my car got tuned, and he said his car's got more power, but hopefully I can make up for that in the driving department.
Yeah, all right. Well, we look forward to seeing you out there, Rob.
Yeah.
Bring it.
Go Black Bear Motul, boo Hot Wheels.
Oh, how good is it to hear Rob White down there? Look, the banter going on between the boards already. Can't wait for that showdown that's going to happen in the top 32 battles. Of course, it is our practice here at the moment at the Australasian Drift titles here, all thanks to Garrett advancing motion there. And you can see they want you to go out wide there, probably a little bit wide there from centre. Tunney who's leading this one. Oh, now he's out on the dirt there. It's practice, mate.
And look, this is what it's all about. I mean, the guys didn't get battle practice, so they had their eye in for getting the qualifying line right. And now we've reviewed the line, and the judges have put in a pretty hard task for them. So this is the first time they've been able to go out and drive next to a car at very, very high speed, fourth gear entry into this first turn.
And really it starts at that corner we just went past. Now here, they don't want the whole body of the car over, do they?
No, well, that's part of the regulations that they spoke about this morning, was they want to get four wheels of the car over the back lip strip onto the creek down on the bottom side of the circuit. That allows for a nice slingshot up the hill. But that's maintaining a nice arc around the whole bottom half of the circuit.
And number 3 qualifier, Brody May, who's been coming over to the main lane, comes from Tasmania, brings this car over, takes it back for all the maintenance every time. You see the wheel up there from the Bonnie Energy S13. That thing is on fire, and it's got the ex-Hammerhead SR on it, the billet motor too, so maybe they want it back. You don't know. Brody May there, but we'll head down to CC right now in the pits.
Who is driving the Toyota 86 with a 2J in it, and we're doing some fine-tuning here. Tell us what's happening.
Yeah, the boys are just getting ready for our top 32 battle against O'Grady. So we just had a battle practice and we're ready to go.
Now, this is a very slick-looking setup, and I believe Bo Yates, who unfortunately isn't here this year, but he helped you set up this car. Is that right?
Yeah, Bo was very fortunate enough to me, and he helped us a lot with. I've got a lot of the old parts from his car, and he's helped me out a lot, so massive thanks to him. And yeah, we're going to go and put on a show.
Okay, so tell us how you went in qualifying and who are you battling first up?
So qualified 13th, and we got Brendan O'Grady for our top 32 battle. So yeah, ready to go.
Okay, so you're feeling up one with the car, it's dialed in, you're ready to send it?
Yeah, we're ready. The Connect Electrical, Custom Craft, we're ready to go.
All right, we look forward to seeing what you bring to the table, Glenn.
Thank you.
It's a very good package there, isn't it? 2J, the 86, like you say, Bo Yates has helped out in the background. I mean, that is set up good for Glenn.
Absolutely. Being coached by the Australian champion, basically. He was almost unbeaten. I think he retired, Bo. So unbeaten champion's pretty good, and having him in your court is a fantastic advantage.
Good to see Angus Kidd got new colours on, of course, the Triways logistics on board now for the Game of Motorsport Supra, and that thing's gripped up too. They've got the 900 horsepower tuning it this weekend. Right behind him, though, is a very interesting car we've seen back in 2017, 2018 here at World Time Attack with drifting, and that, of course, is Joel Dimmick there in the 240Z.
Yeah. Very interesting engine combination. It's a VR38 from R35 GTR. And it looks like when they first brought it out a few years back, they were still dialing the car in, getting some settings right. A bit more competitive now, and we'll see how it goes.
Alex Sharker up on screen there in the S14, of course, Barra powered. One of 3 Barra cars this weekend. We thought Danny Prober, of course, you would expect that when it comes to drifting. Then we go back to Alex Sharker, who's also got the Barra, and the R31 there of Jason Ferrin, that purple wagon from Keep It Reed. Another one of the Barra-powered cars. So 3 of them here this weekend. We'll have to wait and see. Now, remembering Alex Sharker qualified number 6 here this weekend. Very good qualifying. Look at the speed over Brad Toohey. So Brad Toohey, I don't know, this might be his first run out this afternoon. Something just in the background there.
Something on the track, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure that came off the car. That's something from previously there. But Brad Toohey, not where he wanted to be in qualifying. He is actually quite a bit down in position number 27. So he won't be happy about that. Yep. I know he's been talking to the judge to see where he needs to improve there. But he has done so many laps around here. Absolutely. Now, last weekend he came out and it was flooded out here when he was doing some testing.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, it was just some clarification in the line, and some of the drivers were really challenged by the line yesterday, so that's why they went through and went and reviewed where they want to be on track, and yeah, he's probably just dialing it in and getting rid of it.
All right, let's head down to Courtney now.
Yeah, guys, I'm with one of the most interesting cars in the drift pits. It's certainly a cult fan car. The R31 wagon of Jason Ferrin with the Aussie Barra up in the front. And look at this lovely hat that Jason's wearing here. Tell us how you're going this weekend, Jason.
Quite good, quite happy about it. This is the second competition in this fresh build, the Barra Wagon. And yeah, we managed to grab a 4th place qualifier. So pretty bloody happy with that. And now we've got, I think, Ken Dalton in the Hot Wheels Beast. So I'm going to stick it to that door, show him how it's done.
You seem very calm right now. Is there anything, any tips you can share to any other drivers who seem very stressed?
Yeah, no, there's no stress here because at the end of the day, we all know that we'll be getting on the beers, so that's the trick right there.
All right, so what should fans expect from you out there? Like hectic smoke shows, what can we see?
So they just want to see that Apostle snapping and those tri-aces gripping up. And yeah, just smacking doors is probably the biggest thing. We had a bit of a run-in with Dale Campang, a bit of a slow boy, so if we don't have that again this time, we'll be perfect, ready to go.
We still want to see some panels rubbing though, here and there.
Yeah, rubbing all the panels. Yeah.
All right, all the best, Jason. We'll see you out there.
Thank you very much.
One of the biggest characters in the drift scene at the moment, Jason Ferrer. We know he runs Keep It Read, him and the boys, and oh, mate, I love catching up. I mean, we did see him in competition a couple of weeks ago where he grabbed himself a third place over at the Bend Motorsport Park, and yeah, how was that? What else do you say?
What can I say? I do a bit of work with the guys down there in Victoria, and they're absolutely doing everything they can for the sport. They're reinvesting in renting the tracks and putting on more and more events for people. So yeah, definitely encouraging motorsport and absolute characters.
Yeah, look, the Apostle on board, and they've done really well in that wagon, considering it is only its second competitive outing. He's been in many other cars, though, so don't take away from him. He can drive. That car is perfect there. Anthony Billick, though, you can see up on screen at the moment, the AAA Tyre Factory S13. Of course, one of 3 SRs in the field this weekend, the mighty SRs.
Oh, look, I'm a fan. I think the viewers at home will know I'm a fan. I've got a couple of SRs myself, so I'm going to absolutely stick it to the 4-cylinder guys taking it up against the V8s for sure.
Very different. You say V8 now. This is Michael Kelly, Mickey Moo. Everyone knows who's Mickey Moo, sponsored by Zoo, Cono. I mean, he's got the Jouar Performance LS on board, carby powered. Now, Aaron Jouar is well known within the drift community. He builds these high horsepower LSs, like we're talking 800-900 horsepower LS, naturally aspirated. They are loud. They make a lot of horsepower. Now, he's trying to come to terms with, as we know, in the weeks leading up, he's had some clutch issues. They've got that sorted. Yes. And now, will it be the luck of the Irish this weekend?
Well, we can only hope for him, absolutely. Yeah, Jouar engines are just absolutely phenomenal. Had the very humble privilege of being able to go for a passenger ride in Aaron's car at Winton Raceway, and mate, those engines, the G-force, everything about it is just fantastic. So yeah, awesome that he's got a Jouar engine up the front of that.
Yeah, he's struggling with the change from the 2J there. He's back down in 22nd position when it comes to qualifying, but expect maybe to pull something out. They are going through, of course, using the Zek Novas this weekend from Zoo Performance. He's one of the drivers on the Zekis. Different grip ratios there, and some of the drivers are actually finding that the less grippy tyres are working better with the car combination, with the suspension setup. So different tyres throughout the field when it comes to the Zek Novas as well.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing with drifting as well, is the teams are running their different sponsored tyre. They're allowed to do that. And yeah, just always playing with pressures, playing with temperatures, just trying to get it right, getting the scrub in, and here we go.
That actually looks a lot better than it did yesterday, didn't it? He's looking like he's on song at the moment. Look at that, blazing the Zekis on the back, and the Zoo Performance boys will be happy about that one. The hand comes out, and the mad Irishman, we like to see him down there. Yeah. I mean, if we get to interview him, I'll be surprised if he can understand what he says.
Look, when he gets excited, apparently, you can't understand a single word he's saying.
No, it's good to see we've got such a field, a different combination of drivers. Let's have a look at them back through. We did see Patrick Bartley up on screen a little bit early now. Another one, early 20s, C6 Corvette. That is so different to put that in the field.
Carbon Kevlar body, it's absolutely phenomenal. And so much development's gone into that car. Obviously, family and motorsport heritage. Family motorsport heritage really, really helps. Just incredible to see. He was really throwing it hard yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, I know. He's got that 434 motor now. A couple of weeks ago, they hurt one. So they've got another one in there too. That thing spins up to like 8,500, 9,000 RPM, makes 800 horsepower. And they looked a little bit gripped up yesterday, but they've been working on the diff ratios. That's been the difference there. And they've got the quick change winters in the back, much like you see in a sprint car. The 2 cogs, you take the cover off the back, 2 cogs go in. So they've got that racing background there when it comes to Speedway. They'll have a lot of spare parts in the truck.
Having that background and that experience is just so handy. And that's the level that drift's gotten to. So it used to be back in the day, we would just have a very simple car, but it's incredible now where we're at.
Let's go down to Corning.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Brody Mayer, who drives this S13, and it has the heart of Hammerhead in it, doesn't it?
Yeah, so this is actually the OG Hammerhead engine. So this was the first Miller motor, which they ran in there, obviously the Hammerhead. So
pretty much a dream come true for any SR lover if they could get a 2.4 billet engine that's in this car in perfection. How much power are you making?
So I ride up about 800 horsepower as I run at the moment. or a bit over 500 kilowatt the wheels, depends how you want to look at it. It's first time on the South Circuit, and we're a little bit, it's good, but it's definitely a little bit lacking some torque, so I'm having to work for it. It's a lot of fun out there though.
Yeah, that's right. You're coming into this event with 2 fresh wins under your belt. You're driving at the best you've ever driven, is that right?
Yeah, definitely. We've been running this combo for a little while now. It's probably taken 2 or 3 years. I just keep tuning into my shed at home, making it better and better and better. There's not really any new parts in that time, but I just like tinkering. So, yeah, we've definitely been going forward with the setup on the car, and it's been good to have some success at high tech and qualify third yesterday. So hopefully we can do well today.
Okay, so this is your first time driving on the North Circuit of Sydney Motorsport Park. That's right. How do you like it? Because it's really high-speed, fast track. What do you think of it?
Oh, it's awesome fun. It looks sort of nothing like it does on TV. It's super fast. It's like 4th gear. It's flat out. There's like no handbraking, no foot braking, no nothing. It's just flat out. So it feels awesome. So I'm loving it.
Okay, who have you got up for your first battle, and how do you think you'll go?
We're up against Billick for the first battle, which is a little bit annoying because we're actually SR friends, the only 2 SRs here, I think. And I've been helping him a lot to get his VE set up, but no, it should be really good. Hopefully we go through.
May the best man win. Thanks, Brody.
Just one last thing. Me from Tassie, we're actually doing it for Mozza. This one, so doing it for Moz.
Oh, you're going to make me cry. Mozza was the heart and soul of World Time Attack. Next to Ian Baker, I think the event is not the same without him here, and we certainly love having him here in spirit. He'll be watching over your shoulder for sure.
He was larger than life itself. Huge loss, can't believe it. But no, let's hope we can do this one for Mozza.
Yeah, I'm doing it for Mozza too. We're all doing it for Mozza. Love you, Moz.
Love you, Moz.
Wouldn't it be a dream come true there for Moz? And of course, you know, he was such a big personality when it comes to World Time Attack and many other forms of motorsport drifting it, not just in Tasmania but around Australia and throughout the world. So it's good to see Brody Mayer has that on there, and we'll have to wait and see how he goes. So maybe he's going to get himself a podium. Maybe it'll be that the finish that everyone, the fairy tale finish.
That would be lovely. I guess, yeah, a couple of wins under his belt already. And look, Moz just had the time for everybody. You know, you could just down in the pits, have a chat. He was just such an awesome guy. So, yeah, definitely give it up to the Tassie guys today.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Hammerhead guys haven't gone over there and say, mate, can we borrow that billet back? Because they're out at the moment when it comes to our world time. Instead of one perfect lap, they've actually done rods in that engine. So they might be going, if he gets knocked out early, maybe they can go borrow that and get another session in this afternoon. We'll have to wait and find out. But that is a very simple setup car. And interestingly enough, he's talking about how he doesn't need to use any foot brake or handbrake at the moment. It just maybe that shows the torque difference there from the 4-cylinder. It's 2.4 litres. It's making big horsepower, but it's that torque to do that big, long, flowing final corner.
Yeah, it's just having that little bit more under the pedal. I guess Brody will be going flat out into the corner, but just having that little bit more to be able to extend and to be able to keep going and doing what you got to do. You need more under the right foot.
And remember, if you haven't been a part of drifting, pro drifting in Australia, you haven't watched it before, they're not running on your street tyres. So it's not your little 195 street tyres. These are like 235, 245, 255, 265 semi-slick. So they are very sticky. Yes, they've got a grip pattern in them. You know, they've got tread, but they're very, very sticky. And we can get different degrees, I suppose, of softness in them.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a full race tyre, and that's, I guess, for new viewers to drifting, it's just we are putting actual race tyres on the back of these cars, so they've got the forward momentum, they've got the sideways momentum as well, because we talk about it a lot, and we need grip in the drift car. We want that forward drive.
And what you'll look at that is you'll see two cars take off. It's about the speed going into the corner. Remembering, like I say, they're pushing 4th gear, so they're pushing over 140 kilometres an hour in that first corner. Now, the slight right bend you see them go in, that's really just a setup, because the first corner that gets judged is really that sharp left-hander. It's that, you know, initiation in, we call it initiation there. The car flicks back, grabs that angle and drives through that second corner.
Yeah, correct. The high-speed setup is the main thing, definitely, and then the snap to angle and holding that angle through the arc of the last corner.
Here we go, the first of our battles in the top 32 here for the Australasian drift titles, all thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion. It's going to be Warwick Hill, who did not get a lap in yesterday after some issues in the steering let him down, taking on the number 1 of Levi Clark. Levi Clark going to be in the chase run on this one behind, so he's going to have to slot in. The lead car needs to stay on the line the judges put out. The chase car, it's all about proximity, but no, look at Warwick Hill, opens up a gap there.
There is a bit of a gap forming. Levi's got to do his best to catch up. It's very, very close with those front wheel, nearly front wheel to back wheel contact.
Look at this side by side through the final corner though.
Got it done. Looks like Warwick Hill runs wide on the track.
I'll be interested to see that from another angle, whether any contact was made there as we check out a replay up on screen. And here at this time, 2J taking on Turbo LS there, Levi Clark. The LS just easily doing it by the looks, but Warwick Hill opens up a little bit of a gap on him, Tony.
And that's right. The drivers needed to go a really shallow line on the way in, and then it was about closing the gap from the chase driver to close the gap on the lead driver during the course for the rest of the lap.
It's right here, though. I can't see through the smoke.
I reckon he's run wide. It looked like he come off the track.
And that's what the judges are going to be looking for, those slight little mistakes. Remember, we've picked 32 of the best drivers throughout Australia to come here for the Australasian Drift titles. Now, it's not necessarily about what they do right, it's about what they do wrong and deducting those points from a perfect run. As we check out now, it's going to be Benny Meir taking on Sam DeBouche, and something wrong with Sam's car. He hasn't taken off.
Slow to get away, very slow to get away, so whether it be a misshift off the line, hard to know. Yeah, that's it's going to be a challenge. There is no zero score, so there's something else to clarify. We do have in drifting, if there's a major mistake, it can be a flat-out zero. There is no zero scores, it's just minor deductions, and the deductions get larger as per the failure.
Now remember, that's going to be a battle, though, so Benny Meir leads this one out. Once we are going to come around again, Benny Meir will have to chase Sam DeBouche. Now, you think that this is going to be a huge advantage when it comes to scoring, though, for Benny Meir, so now you can probably turn it down a fraction there. You just need to use the next one, maintain a bit of proximity. You don't have to do anything silly. Don't risk making contact. Don't risk bending the car.
Yeah, correct. Ben will be really, really happy that he's got a solid lead lap in, and then he can just follow Sam, just do whatever he needs to do to be as close as possible, and that is the name of the game, the chase car getting as close as possible.
Well, you don't want to spin out of it, because then you are going to get a zero, basically, yes. And then the other car will get the advantage back. Now, we don't have reruns here for the start of this. Top 32, no reruns, because we have a full packed schedule here at World Time Attack. So, no reruns in top 32. You have to be a clear winner, and the judges are going to make those decisions.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Benny Meir, just chatting to him earlier. It was great to be able to walk through the pits and chat to all these guys. He's feeling very, very comfortable in the car. He's just like, yep, I'll just get out there and send it, and made he sure did.
He hasn't done too many laps either, Queenslander there, the LS-powered S14, and he's just been... it's very loud. It definitely wakes the crowd up.
Absolutely. I think Brad Toohey just pips him on the loudest car on track.
Here we go. They're going to line them up now. This one's going to be a turnaround here, Sam DeBouche. Now, let's see if there's any issues there.
So he can get away from the line as he didn't get away. Maybe it was mechanical, maybe it was just a misshift. We'll just see what happens there.
We are hearing some issues down in the pits there for Josh Botcher. There may be some issues there. I'm not liking the hand signals there from Sam DeBouche. Maybe he's got a hurt car. We'll have to wait and find out. But he's going to have to do his best to stay behind there. You can't overtake.
That is an absolute rule that the judges made very, very clear. There is no overtaking unless the lead car is completely off the circuit, and it's unsafe. Here we go.
Well, look at that. Opens up a gap to Bush. Now, he did really well in qualifying yesterday, and he puts it right out on the concrete there. Smokes out Benny Meir.
Yeah, absolutely on the line that the judges were asking for. Ben was following you. Maybe got a little bit lost in the smoke there. The idea with the chase car is you want to be as close as possible so you don't get lost in the smoke.
Remember, these were 16 and 17 in qualifying yesterday. Benny Meir was 16, 17 for Sam DeBouche. So they're right in the middle of the 32. Have a look at this side. DeBouche just gets it out there, steps it out nicely. Remember, this is his home track there in the high flex R34.
Not quite a big snap to angle from Sam as the judges were after. Might get a bit of a deduction for that. It was a bit of a slower transition into the second corner, but he seemed to hold it all together, dropped off the back of the track like they were saying. They want to push right wide onto the concrete.
So we're going down the left-hand side now of our battle tree, and you can see up next it's going to be Rob White. Now, we're waiting for the showdown, taking on it's Luke Fink, actually. So we got, I know Josh Botcher has borrowed a car. He has borrowed, actually, the other Hot Wheels car there of Ken Dalton.
Correct,
so he has done a rocker, is what we're hearing from the pits. This looks like it's actually going to be Rob White taking on Matty Mingo. Now, the Queenslanders, they've raced stadium super trucks together. They've done stunt shows. They've done everything. What's it going to be like? Rob White, though, has been a two-time ADGP champion, so he's been a drift champion before. And look at him. The Black Bear 370Z gets there. A lot of angle there. Matty Mingo struggling there. I think it's the gripped up tyres that he's not used to.
Mate, absolutely. The stunt seat cars are very much used to having just a scrappy tyre on the back for the demo. And when I was chatting to Matty earlier, he said a really sticky tyre is a challenge to get used to. You've got to play with the setup of the car and push hard.
Well, Rob White, let's have a look at the replay here as he takes up the 370Z. Look at the speed difference here, and as you follow that speed through the corner, this is the initiation corner here, the right-hander. Watch for the snapback. Rob White pulls the angle on the 370Z. Matty Meir just cuts the corner there, gets the wheels over, and that's that extra sticky tyre, like you say. Normally with the street-style tyre, there's going to be a lot greasier, and that back end of the car would have come round. Instead, it drives the car forward, gets him offline.
Yeah, it looked like Rob really had the switch nailed. Put him right wide where he needed to be, on the gas, plenty of smoke.
it's going to be a bit of advantage in that battle. We'll have to wait and see how Matty Bingo goes in the lead run. So it could be a little bit harder for Rob White to chase depending on the speed difference there where they're not used to it. And like you say, he's got to come out and do the stunts in the same car. So it's very hard to change the setup in that car. You don't want to take too much at the moment. As you can see, our judges up there at the moment deliberating on a couple of things.
Yeah, and they've got to be on point as well. So such a tight schedule. The judges have got to make some really, really tough calls. Drivers briefing there, they're like, guys, just work with us here. We're going to make some really tough calls. You've got to be perfect, basically, and that's where we're at. But yeah, Matty Mingay, mate, he's got an absolute task ahead of him to put down a lead run that can be chased. That is a really challenging thing for Rob White to do. Rob White's an absolute champion driver, and he will be able to keep up and do what he needs to do. But there'll be a bit of nerves there, I reckon, for Matty.
Yeah, those judges have got a fair bit of work to do, and as you can see, Stewie Bryan, who's well known, done drifting all over the world, and especially over in Japan, and runs the SA drift style over there. So he's our head judge this weekend. We'll have to wait and see. He's got a lot to say, and he'd love to put out a technical course. You see Matty Mingay take off. He's going to be Rob White. Can he nudge him off on turn number 1 like he did to Rob White?
There he goes. He's right up behind. Wait for the switch back. Rob will absolutely dive up the inside as he needs to do. Maybe give him Matt just a little bit of space there, just so we can resettle the car. Pushing nice and wide, plenty of tyre smoke. You're allowed to trim your line as a chase driver, so you'll see there Rob was a little bit shallower. He's allowed to do that to get up nice and close.
Yeah, we talk about this in the replay. I mean, what they said was the lead driver has to stay on the line. And
correct.
And you know, they can sacrifice other things, but line is the biggest scoring part, whereas with the chase car, it's about proximity, how close you get to the car front. But look at the angle here. Doesn't leave them any room to dive down either.
No, there wasn't a lot. So the idea was the first switch transition, they really needed to be a metre and a half away from that clipping point so that the chase car has a chance to get right up close.
We'll have to wait and see some of our results. Just trying to see if I can update, see if we get any results start coming in. We haven't seen them come back, but look at this one, Jason Ferrin, the keeper, Reed R31 Barra Powered Sky, and taking on. Well, I'm actually going to check this one.
Kent Dalton, or it's going to be Josh Botcher that was apparently going to jump in.
Ken Dalton, actually, when we look at our battle tree. So Ken Dalton is actually in the Hot Wheels VF. I see. Now remember, high torque performance on board for this one too. 1,000 horsepower in this car.
Mate, again, I'm very, very privileged. I get to hang out with the Hot Wheels guys a couple of times, and got to go for a passenger ride in the back seat of that car at Phillip Island Circuit. It was absolutely phenomenal, and over 2 tonnes worth of drift car, just absolutely sending it at high speed. And mate, the guy can drive as well.
I'll tell you what, it's going to be the supercharged LS taking on the turbo Barra, but he's got 580 kilowatts, Jason Ferrin there, so he's got a fair bit under the bonnet, as we know they can make out of them.
Here we go.
Sets it up. Let's see what the 31 can do. Look at the angle on that one. Just snaps it in.
The Costal steering systems in the front of that R31 absolutely snaps the angle so well. And Kent's got to do everything he can to try and catch up now. So
yeah, you can see that. Oh, it's a little bit
of a struggle there, maybe on that last
and it's the difference in those tyres thing. When they do the stunts, they want to be able to do the low speed to move the car around. You put a semi-slick on it. Look at the Barra to start to drive away. So now you've got to use every bit of the high torque performance horsepower there to stay up with the wagon.
I reckon it just gripped him up just that little bit, and then he just lost his line. Didn't quite push far enough wide over the concrete. You see, you can normally see a bit of a lift in the front wheels when they're far enough over onto the concrete. Didn't quite get to that point, so Kent just then a little bit offline, and then it just, you lose your proximity.
It's that little bit of a straighten too, which the judges are going to be looking at. So I'd say that's a fair bit of an advantage there when we go to Jason Ferrin there in the Barra R31 wagon. So already some interesting battles coming up. I mean, we think Rob White there, just went off a little bit. We'll have to wait and see how that one. They've completed their battle. That is the one thing. That's the only battle I think we have completed back to front.
Yes.
And Sam Tabouche as well.
Correct. Yep. Rob's looked probably the most impressive from the initial setup into the initial switch. And that's the focus area for the judges. They're really going to be all over that first zone and then running wide onto the concrete barrier. As long as they've got that right, the last part of the course is quite simple. So there's going to be so much focus on those first setup and then switch.
All right, we turn them around. Ken Dalton's going to lead this one out. It's going to be Jason Ferrin. Going to be doing
in the chase.
In the chase, yep. He's going to be chasing him down.
Here we go. Hot Wheels out
How do
front.
we go for speed here? How close? Jason Ferrin's not worried about putting this door to door at all. We saw it a couple of weeks ago in South Australia.
Yeah, he will rub doors, he'll rub panels. He's more than happy to put some Trias tyre print all over a car. Looks like Kent's just gripping up again and just didn't quite push far enough off the back of the track as the judges need.
He did pull away at the start though. He's used a lot of that horsepower just to go down the straight there, and probably has a little bit of a horsepower advantage, but maybe the weight difference there
shouldn't get them too far apart. We'll check out the replay. So the Hot Wheels VF takes off from Ken Dalton, smokes the tyres already. Look at the horsepower just trying to get down.
Trying to just go as fast as he can. I mean, yeah, it's very intimidating rocking up next to a seasoned battler like Jason Ferret in the Keep It machine.
You can see they're not as much steering angle either. I mean, when we talk about these Acostal kits, the Wirestone kits, the steering they put into these pro cars now, they can get up to 70 degrees of angle on the front wheels.
Absolutely massive amounts of angle. Don't know what the Commodore's set up like, whether it's got quite as much angle, so Jason would really need to manage his position. But with more of that steering angle, you've got more in the bank. You can do a lot more with it.
That's right, and he pushed that out wide there. Dalton didn't really go, like you say, they wanted all four wheels off onto the concrete, and the car really, it sort of sits down and squats, doesn't it? And you look up at the sky and you know it's all power out. Right now, though, we're going to take a quick break here at the Australasian Drift Titles and be back very shortly.
I'm Fraser Ross, driver number 59, McLaren 720S GT3, and my McLaren features the latest Motorsport ABS system from Bosch.
Motorsport ABS is my greatest asset in the McLaren. I'm able to change settings each lap depending on the grip available, wet or dry, and gives me the confidence I need to win. Motorsport ABS can improve even the best professional race drivers' braking performance because it has the individual control over each wheel. When quality and performance matter, I can rely on Bosch Motorsport.
Well, we're back here at the Australasian Drift Titles here, all thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion, and we've got through a few of our first battles here, and there have been some very interesting results. I'm having a look at that. Levi Clark's got the win over Warwick Hill. Betty Meir took the win over Sam Tabooch, which we saw early. Sam Tabooch had some issues there. But then Rob White's got the win over Matty Mingo. So the Queenslander battle there, the super truck guys, that's all gone down. Jason Ferrin got the win over Ken Dalton. So both the Hot Wheels cars out at the moment. We might get down to our judges, though, because we'd love to see how this is sort of unfolding and what they're seeing so far with this slightly adjusted line when it's come to the top 32 battle here today.
G'day guys, how you doing today?
Yeah, well, you're doing fantastic, mate. Like, run us through some of the judging so far. We've seen there Rob White over Matty Mingo, Jason Ferrin over Kent Dalton. I mean, how have we come to those conclusions?
Basically with Jason Ferrin, his lead run was pretty much on point. So we gave him a big advantage for that because Kent couldn't keep up with him. But on the actual chase, Jason did a really good job at like accident avoidance. And still stayed close to him. Kent had a lot of wobbles and a lot of offline sort of problems on there, so that's why Jason got the win on there. It was similar in the Rob White-Matt Mingay battle. Right? You know, Rob White's lead was extremely good, but even when his chase behind Matty, when Matty was making errors, Rob was able to stay on him and keep it close proximity and make it look good for the show. You know, and that's what we're seeing a lot of in the top 32 at the moment.
How did you like the battle practice here this afternoon? We didn't get battle practice yesterday, but this afternoon we did have some, and they were looking like they were just starting to get their eye in. Obviously on that solo run, a slight line change from yesterday, just to make things a bit more comfortable with the drivers. And track conditions are different today.
Yeah, the track is pretty much on point. It's dry, it's quick. We wanted the guys to go out a little bit wider on the rear clipping point to make it a little bit easier for the chase car to come in onto the door. And it's working really well. Most of the guys have gone out and basically nailed the line. There are mechanical issues, but pretty much every one of the guys is doing really good.
Yes, there we go. Let's get back into battles now, though. We've seen, obviously, we've had 3 pairings go through, and we've got some results there. Sorry, 4 pairings go through. We've got results there now, but it's going to be...
Go Bogger.
Oh, look at this one. Glenn Albright going to take the lead. Bogger O'Grady, one of the biggest horsepower cars there from Zoo Performance in the chase. Now, can he slow the car down enough? That is the question.
Driving behind maybe a slightly slower car is absolutely the challenge, but it doesn't look like Glenn is going slow at all. Look at him pushing wide. Front wheels touching off the ground, 3-wheeling through that last corner. Mate, that's exactly
exactly the line that the judges were after. He was pushing wide.
Look at that from Glenn Omerod. The 2J is singing here today, and the 86 just gaps Bogger O'Grady. Now, I want to have a look at the replay here. Does Bogger have issues with wheel spin there for Brendan O'Grady? Because, look, the Zoo Performance car's looking absolutely immaculate this weekend. Got all the products on board if you want to find out what they're about.
Seems like it was gripped up. It seems like he was reasonable traction away. Just didn't get that initiation point right. He's allowed to trim a bit of angle. That's exactly what he needs to do on the line to be in the chase. It just never caught up. I think Glenn, that car is so gripped up.
I think Glenn, knowing what he's up against there, he's just had to go out hard, like just take it as fast as possible, and he's actually nailed the line there too for the judges.
Absolutely. I'm sure he's got a bit of the Bo Yates inside him just to go full send on the first lap out and put down a solid lead run, and then it's all about the chase.
What does Brendan O'Grady do at this stage? I mean, he can come out. We know that has 1,300 horsepower. That is a huge horsepower, single turbo LS in that 180. We see it grip up when it takes off. It squats, it goes. He's got the Zek Novas on. He can do it.
Yep.
What's he going to have to do now? Remembering no rerun. So if he matches Glenn Omerod's run, gaps him, Glenn Omerod does the same behind, the judges have to make a decision out of this one.
They're going to make a call, and Bogger's just got to give it everything he's got now. So he'll have to maybe even increase that distance or try and understand what that distance was and increase it. That's about the only hope he's got in taking him down. This was a tough one.
This is a tough one, so we have to wait and see how quick he gets out of the box. Remember now, you get that initiation around the right-hander. Yesterday we saw him overshoot the next corner because of the speed he had, so he's a little bit more timid today, and we didn't see him come out and do much in practice either.
Well, that was the whole thing, is we didn't get the battle practice yesterday. Let's just see what happens now. Away from the line, they're going flat. He's short shifting into fourth gear, so he's set up right for this initiation point. Sends it wide. On the tyre smoke, I mean, he is doing what he has to do. Glenn, he's much, much closer in the chase this time around. I hard to say it, mate, he's right in with him.
Look at this.
So close.
Panel to panel. Omerod, what's he going to do? Can he stay beside him? Comes out of the smoke alongside him. Oh, look, Glenn Omerod has just stood up to the challenge on this one.
Mate, we were just, again, walking through the pits earlier. He seemed pretty confident. He seemed pretty keen. He goes, we're just going to get into it. And, mate, he has absolutely brought it to Bogger today. That was an incredible chase.
Look at the replay here. You think he starts to stretch the legs a little bit here. Glenn Omerod doesn't even have to dive down, and they're allowed to dive down to close that proximity. Just washes off a little bit of angle there, and look at him catch up side by side through the final corner at high speed.
And full noise on the last corner. Absolutely. Bogger was doing what he was on the right sort of line, but Glenn's car just obviously gripped, pushed right up onto the door. Got really, really close. Like we lost the vision in the smoke there, but mate, they must have been very, very close.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the judges are. Look, I think Glenn Omerod, from my point of view, has a little bit of an advantage there, and it's just on that lead run there. But I mean, look at the chase. That is, if we want to explain drifting to the people out there in the community who haven't been part of it before, I mean, that's what you want in a chase run. You want to go door to door. You don't have to have as much angle as you go through the corners. Yep. You just need to be door to door, and that's where you're going to maximise your points in this competition.
Absolutely spot on. So you've got the judge line that you have to drive. You have to do the line. You can't be running off the track, but getting close, getting so close to the door. It's exciting for the crowd. You can see what you're doing. You're not lost in the tyre smoke. It's just the best fun in drifting.
Well, Mr. Excitement's coming out now. Mitch Pullen now coming in that Toyota Hilux Ute. I mean, this is a Pullen Engines 388 Cube LS. It screams. But Mitchell Jeffrey, though, was a number 5 qualifier, and watch him go out. The 2J powered S13.
Very, very solid. That Hilux Ute drifting, mate, every time I've seen it on track, it's on 3 wheels. I don't know how he keeps it on the surface. Maybe he's just run a little wide there.
Well, Mitch Jeffrey's some issues as well, because he hasn't gone very wide as well. So I reckon there might be an issue there with Mitchell Jeffrey. Maybe he's gone offline. Mitch Pullen was right on the outside, so very big speed difference.
Yeah, it looks like back of the bumpers maybe hanging off Mitch's car there.
Let's have a look here and see if we see any contact there. The US diesel of Mitch Pullen. This thing's quick. He's got to throw it in.
Yep.
Tries to close that gap up.
There. I reckon so. There was a touch.
He's made contact. He's going around that back end really there, and Mitchell Jeffrey can't come out really and transition to that outer edge.
Yeah, so it was whether he maybe lost track of the speed. He was closing on him too quickly, and he just didn't get a chance to slow that Hilux down. It's a big car too, so he's got to try and close the proximity, but not make contact. That's a big deduction.
Yeah, so the judges will be looking at that one. You can see they're deliberating. They know what's going on. They'll be looking at that.
You can't make contact.
You can't make contact. Yeah, I know. And I mean, look, Mitch Pullen really has a very fast ute. A live axle still, no independent rear suspension in that one. A lot of weight taken out of the back. Got the sheet metal 9-inch. Big horsepower, and I think some of those cars like to be driven very fast. It's when you have to try and slow them down when the car in front may not match your speed on that run.
It's just that anticipation. Maybe didn't anticipate how much angle the front car was going to. Just didn't quite get it slowed down in time. There was some contact.
Look,
this is racing.
I'm looking forward to the lead runner, Mitch Pullen, because I know that car likes to be on 3 wheels. Every photo you see on social media, that car is on 3 wheels. Yep. He has the foot down to the firewall. The tyres are blazing. I'm really excited to see what he's going to do in the lead race.
So cool to watch, yeah. Very, very keen. Definitely very, very keen.
Mate, we're already underway. Our top 32 are getting it run and done, and we are going through quite a few pairs. We've got 3 of our battles underway at the moment on the, I suppose, the left-hand side of the tree there. We've got 4 already run, 3 half, well, we're underway and waiting for the results to come through. Our final one on the left-hand side of the battle tree, Patrick Barley and Flash Smith, so that's not too far away either.
Flash was very impressive. They were very, very impressive.
And good to see the people. They've gone around that big sweeper too. That is where the smoke show is too, isn't it? You get on the power, you hold it off the concrete, bring it around that final corner. What an event it is here that they put on here at the Yokohama World Time Attack. Every year we get the drifting series come through. This year it's the Australasian drift titles here, all thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion.
Yes, correct.
And we love how people just come down. They like to get involved in this sport of drifting. It's a spectacle. It's part of the show. And, I mean, for people at home who want to get, I suppose, don't understand that it is about that. There's a little bit of style when it comes to drifting, and that's what it's all about. It's not all about it. It's got to have a little bit of style, and the judges will lay that style down with the line that they choose for the lead driver.
A whole bunch of race tape there on the front of Mitch's Hilux Ute, so absolutely confirmed that there was some contact there. But no, you're right. It's all about the show. It's all about the style. It's all about just making things happen. But mechanical issues can be a thing, and we're experiencing that right now.
We'll have to wait and see, though. I'll keep just checking everything on that, a little bit of our staff doing their job, making sure nothing's going to come off. And we'll release them very shortly, just having a little bit of a talk there to Mitchell Jeffrey. But, yes, look, he impressed me yesterday in qualifying.
Yep. And, again, going through the pits and checking this car out, there's only some small steel bars that actually support all that framework. So there's no actual major roll cage in the front of the engine bay of this car. Could there be some suspension damage? I mean, it's only a minor little hit, but anything could happen.
Yeah, anything can happen. You see our next battle lining up. How good is the C6 Corvette look of Patrick Barley? That is ominous. It's almost Cars-like, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like a Hot Wheels car, absolutely. Maybe you can join the Hot Wheels team. But that car, it's the first time I've seen it in person, but a carbon Kevlar body in a drift car is absolutely phenomenal. Love having him here.
Mitch Pullen, let's see if he can go 3 wheels there out around the big bend. Mitchell Jeffrey there just needs to keep a bit of proximity. Gets on the bake really early as well.
We've got the bonnet lifting.
He's not going to stop. Look at him pull away. The speed of that ute, but I think it's so comfortable at that speed. It's up on 3 wheels again.
I think that's where he's happy. He's definitely happy. Full noise, absolutely. Full commitment. Smoking out the back, the back bank. The crowd there are going to great.
Look, unfortunately, that contact, he knows it's going to be a big disadvantage, so he's definitely stayed on the power there, I think, just to see what's going to happen. But look at this one. So check out the replay for Mitch Pullen. Look how fast he goes. The bonnet's flapping around. He's had some damage down the front, but he pulls away.
Yeah, he's done a great job. Mitch Jeffries, he's got to try and catch up at that point, but just 2 very different cars, very different grip levels and setups, and Mitch has had to absolutely send.
In the meantime, we're looking at some of our results coming. Glenn Omerod has got the win over Brendan O'Grady. So Glenn Omerod has got the win over Brendan O'Grady. Goes into our top 16 battles. Up on your screen, though, you see Patrick Barley in, early 20s. Look, he drove a sprint car in the off-season, we haven't had too much drifting on up in Darwin. That's where he's from, the Northern Territory. Got in a sprint car. I thought maybe that's where he'd stay. I mean, his father was a 360 sprint car Australian champion. His grandfather raced at Calder Park in the Aussie cars. So, they've got a lot of heritage when it comes to motorsport, but Patrick has chosen the path of drifting.
Yes.
And, of course, when you've got a family that's that motorsport orientated, that is a race car. Like I say, purpose-built. 434 cubes of late model engine. Flash Smith doing a good job in the RB to try and keep up with the S15. Now, Flash, well, he's pretty new on the scene, actually, even though he's a more mature driver out there. See if he can keep up with Barley, though. Yeah, absolutely. Flash has been very, very impressive in only a few competitions that he's done. Maybe just dropped the line a little bit there, trying to chase Patrick down. We'll
just watch the replay. We'll just check out what's going on.
Well, he knew exactly what to do, Flash. Don't get off the accelerator because Barley's going to come past. He's got huge horsepower.
Keep it
the car is gripped up. Like, check this as he starts to gap him there. Gets the car where he wants to. A little bit of steering input there for Patrick Barley.
It's right there. Patrick was on the gas so much sooner, and it looked like Flash maybe just didn't quite anticipate the time to get back on the throttle and get going again up the hill.
But listen to the RPM versus speed of the car. If he wants to slow the car down, he just backs off the accelerator a bit. So it's not pure wheel spin on that car. There is a lot of grip when it comes to that C6 Corvette, and it's controlled by the throttle.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we were saying before about the V8 torque. You can just lean on the throttle more and more, and having more under your foot is going to give you a real big advantage in changing your position on the track. The V8 seemed to do it really well.
Yeah, he had a few changes yesterday. They were talking about maybe just some diff gearing. That, like we say, the Winters quick change to the back. It's 2 cogs, take the cover off, two cogs change. Now, they'll have a heap of those ratios in the truck here this weekend. So they've made a couple of changes. That still looks a little bit twitchy on the steering there. So I know they've made some modifications because he hasn't gone out and bought the kits like a lot of people have, being a C6 Corvette. They have custom made all their steering in that car.
And it's a left-hand drive car. So Pat's on the other side of the car of what he would normally drive as well. And mate, everything's an adjustment and everything's a challenge. So love that he's brought something different to the field. And that's the best part about drifting.
I noticed the little wings on the back. These tiny little wings that come off the back. He hasn't had them on there before. So they're obviously looking for a little bit of aero with the speed of the car.
Look, whatever you need to do to make this work, if that's going to give him some grip, if that's going to do, push the rear suspension down and preload the suspension into the corner, mate, anything that works.
What's Flash going to do, though? Because, like, he is so excited. He's so pumped just to be here at World Time Attack. The guy is a ball of energy, even though he's our more mature driver out there in the field. Look at him go. He's going to try and take the Patrick Barley. Now, can Barley stick it to the door and stay at that different pace? That's the question.
Oh, he's so close. It looks like Flash just cut the inside apex of the corner. It's a bit of a no-no from the judges, but Pat is absolutely sticking right there with him. He's allowed to trim that line to stay right side by side as much as possible. Bit of contact right at the end.
Well, I'm not sure if there was. I mean, Patrick Barley snaps that ankle midway through that big corner. Let's have a look at this one again, because Flash takes off. Barley just opens up a little bit of a gap, maybe leaves him a little bit of room to transition, closes it up here. Yes. They switch back. Not much ankle from Barley, but Flash cuts him off in the corner. Now, watch his snap. How quick does he snap that ankle?
So what we found out is Patrick's actually got a Speedway-style steering system in that car. So it's the smallest amount of steering input has a massive difference. So it's got the smallest amount of correction. So it might have been a big unsettled moment coming over the back of that bump.
It's going to be very different there to see what happens. Josh Botcher now is just doing a mechanical run in Ken Dalton's car because his car has actually broken a rocker there, unfortunately, and he's a returning champion too, so he wants to compete. So Ken Dalton's lending him the car. He's already been eliminated, Ken Dalton. So let's see what Josh Botcher can do and put this car. Maybe he can go back-to-back podiums. Look, he gets the wheel up. So this is just one run. They're going to let him do a sight run there to get familiarity in a different car.
Amazing. So, I mean, Josh, it looked like he was really manhandling that car. You could see him going over the bumps, really using the weight of the Commodore and shifting it around. Very, very different to driving an S15. Absolutely.
It's going to be a huge difference there. And, I mean, he's talking supercharged LS versus a sprint car engine with a carby on it. So the Botcher Motorsports car, I mean, that one's slightly different. But they've had a few dramas with this weekend. It was an alternator bracket there.
Yep.
They fixed that. Now they've broken a rocker. So we'll have to wait and see. Josh Botcher, though, he's our reigning champion from 2019. So can he go back-to-back now? He didn't qualify with all those issues that he had yesterday. He's right down the field, Josh Botcher. He's in 25. So that would be a fairy tale finish if he can battle his way. And he's up against some really tough competitors because he's going to be taking on, well, Australian/international superstar Luke Fink when it comes to drifting.
How is that for a lineup? So, you have a mechanical issue, you hop into another car, and then you go up against Luke Fink.
And you can win this car. This car's actually out in a raffle there. It's got the Link ECU. You can see this down in between drifting. You'll see it down the Link ECU tent down there in the pit area, so if you want to come down and check that out. But turboed LS on board, about 800 horsepower, just popping out about 800
just
horsepower.
800 horsepower. I think when we were walking through the pits before, we were just chatting to the drivers and getting an idea. It seems like everyone's bringing at least 800 horsepower to this event, and that's the level that World Time Attack and...
Isn't that the prerequisite they put on here? Does your car do 700 plus horsepower?
I think it needs
That's
to.
a condition of entry.
To get that fourth gear with a semi-slick tyre You just need it. It's
Going through the result there between Patrick Barley and Flash Smith. Patrick Barley will take the win over Flash Smith. So Patrick Barley in the C6 Corvette, qualified 12th, will go over Flash Smith and go into the top 16 up next, and we'll take on Mitchell Jeffrey. Right now, though, well, Luke Fink, he's been a BMX world champion. He's been overseas, been in Europe, UK.
The guy's done it all.
He's won it. He's won it all.
Here he goes.
He's taking on Josh Botcher, though, who is the reigning champion in a borrowed car. And look at him drive away there in the R34. The turbo spools up and off he goes.
Yeah, and Luke's, like we said, he's a seasoned operator. He knows how to get off the line. He knows exactly what he needs to do to put down a very, very solid lead run. Josh is going to be up at a bit of a disadvantage here driving another car that maybe someone lap.
He was doing this North Circuit in 2018. I think he had the arm out the window for that whole last corner. So
just on the fat arm.
Pretty comfortable for him, yeah. And he's not afraid to risk the car here, the R34. Look at the wheels light up for Josh Botcher there in the Ken Dalton car. And just can't keep with the speed there of Luke Fink. So a massive advantage. And Luke Fink's right on the line. Gave him plenty of room if he wanted to take a dive. Look at the wheel up in the air as well.
Perfect line, dropping off the backside of the circuit. Good steering angle, flat out the whole time. I mean, that's a textbook Luke Fink lead run.
Oh, he's so hard to beat, and he's on that side. We were speaking to Josh Botcher earlier, weren't we, down in the pits before the competition, and he said, mate, I've made it hard for myself this weekend. I've had some mechanical issues. I've put myself up against Luke Fink, and he said if I beat Luke Fink, then he's going to come up against Rob White possibly. So,
Battle of the Queenslanders.
Oh, the Queenslands are just stacked on that left-hand side of the top 32. Yeah. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes. Josh Botcher's going to be leading this one. Now, Luke Fink is probably one of the masters of adjusting his style of driving. That is probably his big advantage.
Absolutely. This is the biggest thing, is when in this very situation, when you're coming up in a very, very fast car and you're chasing potentially a slower car, this is what sets a really pro-level driver out of the field, because he will be able to manage his distance. He'll be able to do what he needs to do to stick right on the door of Josh Botcher.
Well, we're going to have to get through these battles at the moment. I mean, we're top 32. It's a big afternoon of drifting. We're going to go 32, top 16, top 8, top 4, and into our finals. We are not moving away from the Australasian drift titles here at the moment at World Time Attack. And looking to go off.
Here we go.
Josh Botcher, what can he do in the High Torque Performance VF?
Luke Fink in the chase, getting lost in the smoke. I mean, Josh has given it everything he's got. Luke Fink's just right there. He's going to dive up on the inside. Mate, great positioning from Josh. He was on the line, running the car right wide, and it looks like he might have just turned it around.
Oh, how did Luke Fink, look at the arm out of the window, how did he not make contact there again?
Like we were saying, it's just anticipating what the driver's doing. He'll be looking at the steering input from his driver's seat. He'll be watching the front wheels, and he must have just seen the car go to full lock and knew that it was going to be a spin.
Look, I don't think we're going to have to go to the judges on this one. The spin on that one's really going to be a disadvantage for Josh Botcher, especially with that huge gap that Luke Fink made here. Look at this one, though. He pulls up, goes door to door, and at this point he's on full lock. He doesn't have the lock, though, that he's probably used to in his S15.
Spot on. It was going over that bump. He saw the car get unsettled, corrected the steering, and he just ran out of lock. So coming, and that launch over the ripple strip, that launch just puts you back on track, stuck on the full lock position, and just had nothing else left.
Now, we did speak about Matt Harvey earlier, and I do believe he was meant to be taking on Dan Christie, who was in that rotary powered 86. Now, it hasn't made it back, unfortunately. The rotary, the only one in the field, has succumbed to some mechanical issues.
It seems a token thing with the rotary, and we don't want to pick on the rotary people because they're awesome engines, but he did have some issues yesterday. It's a real shame that Dan's not back on track.
So one of our two Tasmanians here, and another one who's been very competitive in the Kumo Tyres S13, 2J powered, of course. Matt Harvey, I mean, wins so many competitions. He's just one of those guys where when the judges draw a line, it doesn't matter where they put it on the circuit, he can make the car go there with that skill. He's obviously, the setup in the car has a grip ratio right for him, but he can just listen to the judges and emulate what they are thinking.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just seeing on the replay there, just throwing it down over the backside of the track, flicking the wheel up in the air, nice and showy.
Let's get down to Courtney.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Luke Fink, who's just taken out his battle against Josh Botcher. But it's not really the way you wanted to win, is it?
No, it would have been better if Josh was in his own car. They let him have a practice lap in that car. He did a hell of a job. He was sitting there in the lock stops. I was right there. I was like, I haven't driven behind that car, so I don't know how much it had. It was going to pull the front, so I kept, like, dive, sitting there, trying to hold the car up as much as I could, and unfortunately it did spin, so I just kept on, little shuckers for the crowd, and away we went.
All right, we'll see you for the next one. Thanks, Luke. Back to you guys.
Well, there we heard it, and as we were talking about those lock stops, how much can he get? But yeah, that's a big advantage there, and he's going to go through. So Josh Botcher, our reigning champion, out in the first round of battles.
Wow, what an upset.
What an upset. A couple of interesting characters now. Let's have a look at this one. That's going to be Saxon Moyes. Up on screen is Eugene Aronson just coming out of that one. Another one, the little SR20s on this week. Now, he's come from stunt driving in a movie that...
This weekend. Just before this weekend, and he's flying back out tomorrow?
Yeah, flew in Friday morning. Now he's flying out tomorrow because he's actually doing stunt driving moves. Now, alongside him, though, is like a teenager, Saxon Moyes, who's stepped up into this pro car after taking out Drift Masters in Queensland, his Pro-Am car, so probably a little bit downgraded power. Let's see how he goes, the 2J Power 86.
Looks like he went a big steering angle, big lock on that first corner. And
he did beat a tyre. Does that come off?
He's still into it. He's absolutely still into the throttle. He's got no traction. It's absolutely lost the wheel.
Well, what's interesting, is that on a rim now, or how has he done that? That is an amazing amount of maturity to see behind the wheel. If he can hold on to that angle without a tyre on. Let's have a look at this one here, though. It's the contact that I want to look at here. How far up was Eugene? Because he's moving at the moment, Saxon Moyes. It's a switchback.
Big steering angle, maybe a small nudge there. It's the inside tyre, and what he'll be feeling under the throttle pedal is it'll feel like ice, like there'll be absolutely no grip on the back end of that car, and right here he knows that it's gone, and that's it, he's pulled out of it. But Eugene held back, didn't get too close, didn't make any contact after.
Well, that looked like it didn't have a lot of tyre pressure, so we'll have to be interested to see if we can go. We might head down to Courtney right now.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Josh Botcher, who has won this event. He came back to defend his title, and it's just not going the way you hoped this weekend.
No, look, we presented the car really well. Our S15, the Built Wild Nankang tyres, Lenzo wheels, S15 has been, looks sick. We obviously tried to keep it all ready to go, but we had an engine problem that we didn't see coming, so pretty sad to lose that, because that's obviously a car I feel comfortable in. And then Kent, the champion, was kind enough to lend us this car, which is actually awesome. Like, it's a big car, but it's quick, it's got heaps of power, but I just missed the gears a little bit on the start, being not used to it, so that sucked, but the car's amazing. I can't thank Kent enough for letting me have a go on it. I thought we had a good chance there, but next time.
Next time, we look forward to seeing you back here. Good effort, Josh. Back to you guys.
I tell you what, that probably explains a lot of that proximity there when he was in the chase run.
Yeah, absolutely. And mate, Kent Dalton and Matt Mingo, absolute legends for loaning the car. It's always a little bit nerve-wracking loaning your drift car out to another drifter. We know that carnage can happen. But they're still doing stunt shows later today, so at least the car's still in one piece.
What I'm interested to hear is maybe Saxon Moyes will not get to call a 5-minute like we normally see in competition, because we are on a time certain here when it comes to the Australasian drift titles as part of World Time Attack. We are on a time certain. Maybe they're going to go around and give him the 5 minutes. We're just going to let him drive around track for Eugene Aronson. But maybe he'll go through to the next round. We'll have to wait and find out. I will be updating our score sheet here, our live score sheet, to find out exactly how that unfolds. But Saxon Moyes, that would be a big disadvantage.
Massive upset if Saxon's out because of a mechanical, purely because of timing and what we need to do. Like I said, time certain here.
Now, we saw this in the warm-up. These guys had a bit of a battle here. Danny Pravin here in the ACUG Ryco Barra-powered XD taking on Senna Tunney in the supercharged or LS R33. And how's it going to go? Danny Pravin qualified number 7 yesterday, so probably his best qualifying session we've ever seen him in World Time Attack when it comes to the drifting. And look at him pushing it right out wide.
Right out wide, exactly where the judges have asked him to do. And we've changed that judging line from yesterday to today. So Danny just picked it up, ran with it, and he's pushed out nice and wide. That'll be great.
Using all 500 kilowatts of the Barra power there in the XD. Now, this is a very unique car there, the independent rear suspension, all custom made by himself in his workshop up in Darwin.
So much R&D's gone into that car, and he's been driving it for a long time. How many years now?
Well, this car here's only done about 3 years. Came into World Time Attack for his debut back in 2018, I should say. But he's had XDs drifting for many years, so he's used to the size. Right now, though, we might catch up with Courtney, who's down there with Anthony Billick.
Yeah, guys, I found Anthony Hectic Billick. He is one of the OG drifters in Sydney. Loves this event at World Time Attack, and he always brings an impressive haircut every year. So, as you can see now, we've got some diamonds, we've got some love hearts. Anthony, what's the inspiration for the haircut in 2022?
Just a bit of love toward Time Attack, showing Ian and the whole team and the event that I would never miss it for the world. Something that I always, I'm so happy to be a part of again this year, thanks to the whole team. But hoping we can
do well, or try and get a few more than a few laps. But yeah, because with this new build.
All right, your battle is heading out there now. We'll see how you go against Brody. Back to you guys.
I've just been watching our battle results here, and I haven't seen the Saxon Moyes Eugene Aronson result come up. So I do believe maybe they're giving Saxon Moyes there, but I'm just hearing some reports. Eugene Aronson is going to go through, so unfortunately Saxon Moyes with that tyre coming off. Let's head back to this one. Senatoni's going to be a lead run now. Danny Probert there bobbles for a second. He can't give him that advantage. I know that you've got to let the other driver come in front, but it's going to be the difference in speed between the cars. Now Danny Probert needs to get right up on the door, and oh no, he's bobbled this one.
Trimmed a bit of line, but it just unsettled him. It maybe just rattled him getting off the line there. He's following the car line, he's doing what he has to do, but the proximity is just too far away, all in the setup.
That's the problem with the chase car, though. You can't worry about line. It is all about proximity. And he hasn't come here, so something has gone wrong. He's gone off the track here. And look at this, he waits for him. Yeah. You can't wait at this point because he's going to drive by you. You have to be into it.
Absolutely. The chase car can actually jump the line and get going nice and quick. The judges have outlined that the lead car needs to be on the left-hand side of the circuit, so the chase will know that they're there and they're not going to pull in front of them.
Went out very wide at this point, but the car seems to be straight in the background. He might be lost in the smoke there, I'm not quite sure, but he's out in the grass. We didn't see him come by, so just waiting to hear if maybe he's gone off the grass in the background there, which may slow us down if we've got to do some recovery.
Does he bring enough spare parts with him? I guess that car being all custom fabricated and all one-off components, does he make 2s and 3s of things? Let's hope.
Well, there will be some there, but does he make it through to the next round? Or does that amazing qualifying from him in 7th position there, probably his best qualifier I think I've seen him do in the professional categories, is it going to be enough now to see whether he can go over Senatoni there, who's didn't do the best chase run there, but I mean, compared to the 2 chase runs, it's going to come down probably the better of the 2. Here we go, Jake Thornberry now, though, who's going to put his RB right up on the revs, followed by Andrew Worth.
Look, both cars very, very well presented drift cars. And, yeah, the mechanical issues that Jake had yesterday, I hope that they're sorted, but it looks like he's pulled out of the drift now. Andy Worth just staying on the bake. I really feel for Jake. We were having a nice chat yesterday. I really hope it's not a mechanical because he'll be out.
He'll be out, yeah, and they were working on that late into the night last night as well, of course. One of only 3 RB-powered cars in the field, and I think we've already lost Splash Smith. Sam Tabouche did not make it through either, so the last of the RB cars, and it's not a great lead run, and we've already seen here we can't call those mechanical 5 minutes. We are on a time-certain competition here. The top 32 is pretty much, you've got to run it and hope for the best.
Look, it might be an SR20 versus V8 final. I'm going to put it out there nice and early. I hope it's an SR 4-cylinder versus V8 final. I think that'd be an absolute champion thing to happen.
Look, Andy Worth's car there just looked very settled there, the turbocharged LS, and we can see up on the right-hand side of the screen that looks like it's going to be a recovery there for Jake Thornberry, which will put him out of this top 16.
Yeah, such a shame. The car had nearly every hypertune component in the engine bay. It looked absolutely immaculate. Such a shame for Jake.
Yeah, that's not how he's going to want to give that one down. So we might head down to Courtney right now.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Eugene Aronson, who just won his battle against Saxon Moyes. Tell us how it went.
Yeah, look, it was a really good battle. The practice beforehand, he was a really clean, smooth driver. It was really nice. He did a great job. In our battle, unfortunately, he debeated a tyre as soon as we got onto the concrete, which kind of gave me the win. But unfortunately, that's sort of unfortunate in motorsport. But it's not the best way to take the win, but I'll take it anyway. Big credit to him. He's a great driver, and I hope him all the best in the future.
Now, some of the older members of the crowd might remember your name from back in the day, Drift Australia, when you used to compete. And this is the exact same car. You've brought it out of retirement.
That's right. It's collected a lot of dust lately, but it's out and about, and it's basically exactly the same as it was. You know, it's fantastic. I've still got an original, like, 2010 Scrutineering Drift Australia sticker on the side of it. Like, nothing has changed except for a gearbox, basically.
Okay, so you are bringing a touch of Hollywood to the event this weekend, because I've heard along the grapevine that you are filming like stunt driving right now for a movie.
Yeah, that's right. So, you know, I've got a great team behind me, and they were able to, you know, pull the cobwebs off the car and bring it down for me, and I got to fly in, and here I am, and having a great time, you know.
But we want spoilers. Tell us, what are you working on?
Well, it's a big Australian film, iconic Australian film.
Mad Max? Is it like some cool, you know, post-apocalyptic in the desert type thing?
Maybe, maybe not. Who knows?
Okay, guys, he's here in the drift pits. If you want to come and get his autograph, now is the time. All right. Good luck for your next battle, Eugene. Back to you boys in the box.
Yeah, it's not the way you want to win. And Saxon Moyes, look, he might be a little bit disappointed, but mechanical failures happened. He can't do much about that one. Just looking at some of the results, Danny Probert has been eliminated. Senatani will go through to the top 16, which is off the back of those chase battles. I think it's the chase runs, not the lead runs there. Yep. I think Danny Probert probably did a better lead run, but unfortunately, horror chase run for him, and that's not going to be good. Right now, though, let's catch up. We're going to have a slight break here for the Australasian Drift titles, all thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion, and be back very shortly.
I'm Fraser Ross, driver number 59, McLaren 720S GT3, and my McLaren features the latest Motorsport ABS system from Bosch.
Motorsport ABS is my greatest asset in the McLaren. I'm able to change settings each lap depending on the grip available, wet or dry, and it gives me the confidence I need to win. Motorsport ABS can improve even the best professional race driver's braking performance because it has the individual control over each wheel. When quality and performance matter, I can rely on Bosch Motorsport.
Yeah, it's great to be here on the Bosch Performance live stream here this weekend for the Yokohama World Time Attack 2022. Of course, at the moment we are here for the Australasian Drift titles, all thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion. And have a look at them down in the pits lined up. We're getting through our top 32. Let's catch up with Courtney right now.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Levi Clark, who was a #1 qualifier yesterday, and you've won your battle as well. Do you feel like you've got a bit of a target on your back?
Yeah, I don't normally like qualifying first, but when it happens, it happens. I'd rather be mid-pack and fight my way through. Yeah, to finish first, like qualify first and finish first, it's a big pull, but yeah, we're ready to go. So
you've won here on the South Circuit before, but not the North Circuit. What do you think of that track?
Oh, I'm loving it today. We've finally got some diff gears in the car. We're always on limiter in 6th gear, and now we've gone to a 3-2 diff gear, so we've got heaps more legs in the car. We're normally stuck in 5th now, and it's still got heaps of legs to wind out the rest of the track, so it's awesome, yeah.
Yeah, it's a really high-speed track as well. What speed are you entering that first corner at?
Never had a speedo, but with the 3-2, I'd be guessing at least 160, 180, maybe 180.
Yeah, I think 180. You've never had a speedo? This is a drifter for you here.
Yeah, no, it's just got a dash and stuff in it, but yeah, we got wheel speed sensors for 2-step and that, but yeah, never had a speedo.
You don't need it, as long as you're sideways and you're seeing lots of smoke, right?
That's it, yeah.
Okay, so do you know who you're battling next?
Ben Meir, we got Ben Meir next, so yeah, we've had one run out on the South Circuit with him, so yeah, it should be a good battle. He's a good driver, he's consistent, means we can go hard. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, shoot, S chassis there as well. Okay, we'll see what you do, Levi. Do you want to say hi to family at home? I know you had, you know, your newborn son and your partner, they're up in Queensland. They couldn't make it down here this year. They wanted to support you, so anything you want to say to them, because I'm sure they're watching you.
Yeah, a massive thanks to Christy. Amazing chick. Yeah, I love you. Thanks to all my friends and family watching. All my crew, keeping this car going. It's been good.
Yeah, all right. Very sentimental there. Go, Levi. You've got all the reason to win. Didn't mean to make you cry. Back to you guys.
An emotional moment there. Imagine if he pulls off the win today. Like you say, what do you do when you're #1 qualifier? Is that a bit of a target on your back?
There is a bit of pressure on that. You've really got to perform. You've proven to everyone that you can perform, and then you've got to keep it rolling. So. And
he really pulled that out because his first qualifying run wasn't the, I suppose I didn't see it as the #1, but the second run, it just stood out. You knew straight away he was going up there.
Yep, and that's what we said before. You put a banker in, you get your first qualifying run done, and then you go full send on the second one if you can pull it off. there's the glory, and Levi did it.
Still got some battles coming our way. It's going to be the battle of the SRs here, and it's going to be Brodie Mayer in the Bonnie Energy S13 taking on Anthony Billick. I mean, you're going to be so upset, aren't you, Tony, to lose an SR now? You're going to lose one.
Oh, no. I'm so devastated, but an SR is going to go through, and that's the most important thing here, guys.
Oh, we got some big battles coming. Angus Kidd taking on Joel Dimmick in that 240Z as well. So Angus Kidd obviously in the Supra there, the 900 horsepower 2J Supra, and it's looking good with the Triways logistics on board this weekend. We've got Alex Shark in the Barrow Powered S14 taking on Brad Toohey as well, so that's going to be another one in the 86, that twin supercharged LS, and Matty Hill taking on Mickey Moon. Now, Matty Hill in that Newline S15, that is a fresh car.
Yeah.
It's performed.
Absolutely. We're looking at the ride height of the car. He's probably got the lowest drift car here today, and we're curious on how he can actually maintain grip and drive. The car doesn't squat as much because it's already so low to the ground.
Yeah, it'll start ripping off those flarings very, very quickly. So we'll have to wait and see. And he's taking on the big might of the Juar LS powered 180 of Mickey Moon too as well. So, you know, Mickey hasn't had the best run coming into this series. He's had a bit of ups and downs, so hopefully this is his weekend. And I know the Zoo Performance boys will be watching, especially with Brendan Bogger O'Grady already out, which was a bit of a surprise on that one.
Bit of a shock, yeah. We're losing a 1,300 horsepower drift car in the first round.
Well, you know, look, let's just call that, let's get him out doing demos. I tell you what, that is an absolute smoke machine, and here we go. That's Jake Thornbury there, and that's why we've got the delay here on track at the moment. That is, looks like a massive, look at it all the way around the track. It's almost the judge line.
Yeah, it is. It is almost the judge line. I feel bad for Jake. I mean, it was on song yesterday. The guys were working on the car. You do everything you can on a race weekend to just stay operable and getting it back out there, and obviously had a pretty significant failure and dropped some oil in the circuit.
Yes, they're working very hard here at the Australasian Drift Titles, all thanks to Garrett Advancing Motions. We clear off the track after looks like a fluid spill out there from Jake Thornbury. So that means Andy Worth, you think, would take that one. Maybe they're going to give the opportunity to come back out, because I haven't seen the results come up on the battle tree yet. But as you can see, the two SRs are ready to go, and they're two very different SRs, because Brodie Mayer in the Bonnie Energy car comes from Tasmania that has to get this over on the boat every time. Now, they've got to book that months in advance. So he's talking about competitions in May where he can't get back on the barge to bring the car home.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the car was already here for this particular event. He was using his spare car just last weekend in Tasmania doing drift demos for the supercar round.
Yeah, I mean, you know, and look, what I love about this, you go and talk to me, he goes, mate, he's done Formula 3 driving, he's done Aussie car driving, you know, it's so expensive to stay in that sport, and he's now he's now chosen drifting as his sport, and he said, I built this car in the shed with my mates. It hasn't really gone anywhere outside of the shed to get a lot of work done. He's got a mate that wires it. He's done a lot of fab work himself, the steering components. He's manufactured, tried things, moved settings on the car. He's adjusted mounting points, all done in his shed at home back in Tasmania. But having that ex-Hammerhead billet 2.4 SR means there's a lot of maintenance involved. Like, you've got to make 800-900 horsepower out of these things and rev them to 9,000 RPM. You've got to pull them down quite frequently.
Absolutely, absolutely. A lot of maintenance. Let's see what we can do here. Looks like a bit of a purple on initiation. He's not even drifting.
Well, no, is it that kitty litter? Like, maybe there's a mechanical issue there. That'll be unfortunate, because he's driving from Mozza this weekend as well, the Tasmanian, who's made such an impact on the motorsports community, and I'm not sure if there's an issue there. He's just not happy about the kitty litter out on track, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely not like Brodie to go full send on the first corner, so yeah, he's bugged out nice and early.
Have a look at the replay here, and I'm just seeing it's not going as fast as what we normally see it on initiation. I'm trying to see if there's... He went to throw it in there,
yeah,
but it's...
looks like on the turn-in, whether he can feel something in the steering or whether he had a performance breakdown or power breakdown of the car right on that initiation point, it just didn't go sideways.
Well, he's had a good run so far in the Bonnie Energy S13, but it doesn't look like this weekend. Anthony Hectic Billick in the background there, though, just doesn't really need to do much at that point.
No, that's it. Anthony will be pretty comfortable with that. He can see that Brodie's had some kind of issue. He just needs to drive the circuit, do what he's got to do there, and he'll put down a lead run. And yeah,
it'll be very interesting to see whether they come back out for that run. I mean, Brodie Mayer's got nothing to lose. Maybe he can make Anthony Billick make a mistake, put the pressure on, keep that speed. Like
mental
you say,
game.
You're getting that right in that mirror where he is, to keep that proximity there, and the driver in front may get a little bit balked. I mean, someone like Anthony Billick, as Courtney said, the OG of drifting, he's been around the Sydney scene for so long.
Absolutely.
Just tormenting SRs for years and years and years.
He's making the price of those things go up for all of us other SR fans there. So, Anthony's an absolute champion.
We'll wait until we get a result on that one. We'll be looking through our timing
scoring sheets there to see if the judges come in on that one, whether we've got a mechanical issue or whether they're going to let Brody Mayer going to come back out and fight out. Angus Kidd, though, scrubbing the tyres. Now, when we talk about scrubbing the tyres for those at home who aren't familiar, I suppose it's probably just taking that top oily, greasy layer off the tyre. It's not so much about getting huge amounts of heat into them.
Yeah, a bit of everything. It's just a bit of testing the car, scrubbing the tyre. They're putting green tyres on nearly every time, so they want to get a little bit of heat into the back tyres so that they've got a confident amount of grip when they go for the first big initiation.
You see there, it's also about warming up the front tyres, because that's really where they need the grip to get that initiation in on the car so they can drive it in. Now, Angus Kidd, 900 horsepower, if he gets 2 laps out of this, he's done well on those tyres. Very, very well. I mean, that thing gets up. It's obviously got nitrous assistance so that we don't have the anti-lag, and that's got a bit of nitrous to spool the turbo.
I think most cars in this field with their 700, 800, 900 horsepower, they're lucky to get a couple of laps out of a pair of tyres.
Hang on. Yes, he has made 700 horsepower. He can enter. Here we go, the Triways Logistics. Supra's going to lead out over Joel Dimmick this time in the 240Z. Dimmick lights the tyres up.
Well back.
Oh, he dropped a wheel out in the dirt there. I don't know if the judge will see that one. It's just as they start to go in, but it's really this corner. Look at the snap transition there from Angus Kidd.
Flicked a big angle. Both drivers flicking a big angle. Let's just see if Joel can keep up. Oh, he's lost in the smoke. You've really got to be closer to the lead car so that you can actually see what's going on. When you get stuck way back there in the smoke, you just have no idea where the car is. You don't know if it's run off the track. It's such a dangerous position to be in.
Yeah, I think that's the point. You've got to use that lead car as your clipping point almost. So that if the lead car goes off, you're going to follow it off. But that's all right. The judges will note that. So at this point here, you see him, they switch back, and Joel Dimmick's doing a nice job keeping the angle on. Not quite as far back, but he's allowed to do that. Cuts the corner there to get the proximity back. But at this point, it is just a white cloud that Angus Kidd is leaving there. And look, the Triways Logistics Supra there is a smoke machine as the judges start to write down their scores.
Yeah, that's it. Look, if you guys don't know at home, that 240Z has got an R35 GTR Skyline engine. So it's probably the only combination like that anywhere in the world. There'll be setup changes. There'll be differences that he'll have to do. It looks like a bit of a challenging car to drive. Seemed to flick to angle really, really quite well, and he got over the concrete barrier where he needed to be. But it just trimmed too much of the angle and he got stuck.
And you say, why an R35 engine? Well, why not?
Why not?
Why not? Something different. A 240Z, and it's probably not as wide as we see most drift cars for that setup there when we're talking about trying to slide the car out. So it's going to have a very different suspension style setup to what you see, particularly in the Supras, the S13s, S14 style.
Just sitting in the pit next to Ben Mir, the car and the wheelbase of the car, it's actually quite a narrow wheelbase, or a quite small wheelbase. It looks like an MX-5. So maybe the weight or the balance of the car, there's a lot of work gone into that car to try and get it to steer.
Question this time is, can Angus Kidd slow the car down? Can he stick in behind him?
That is the skill. That is absolutely the skill in competition drifting. Can you drift behind another car and manage your speed and manage your proximity while staying on the drifting line?
Joel Dimmick's not afraid though. Look how fast he throws it in here. Tries to gap Angus Kidd. He's not too far away, but they're probably very similar on the chase run here. Doesn't go quite as deep there. Angus Kidd really online. Dives down. Oh, they get so close.
Gonna say Joel was looking very, very comfortable in the lead. It looked like he just maybe got well on the steering lock, and it just slowed his overall road momentum down, allowing Angus to catch right up.
As we check out the replay here, I look at Joel Dimmick. Look, drives away. That car's got a whole heap of horsepower there. Throws it in nicely. You just see Angus Kidd just laying back. I don't know if the car is just Joel Dimmick much more comfortable in the lead there with the speed. But look at this point here. Angus Kidd's right out wide, which really slingshots you into that corner there as he can dive down like you're allowed to as a chase car. Look at the proximity in the final part of the drift.
Yeah, I reckon Joel just got to a point there where he was right out on the lock stops. It slowed the overall momentum of the car down. That last corner is a long flowing corner, and if you got stuck on that full lock position, slows the car right down. At least Angus didn't make contact.
No, that's good news there. Alex Sharker there now waiting for Brad Toohey to come alongside. And this one's going to be another interesting battle. I'm just having a look back through. We do have Anthony Billick has gone through and got the win over Brody Mayer. So maybe some issues there for the Bonnie Energy S13. That's not what we wanted to hear.
Not two billet engines out.
Hammerhead, there's a billet 4 out there in the pits. Just saying, Alex Sharker takes off, and look at this, the S14 goes away. Brad Toohey, though, is a veteran of the sport, really, when it comes to drifting. And he was out last weekend in a very wet North Circuit.
Sharker.
Sharker, some issues there.
It's been the day of attrition, I think, with mechanical issues and little bits and pieces going on, but Sharka just not completing the drift at all.
I wonder whether, though, they were chasing an FG throttle body for that Barra. So last night I did see that on social media. So maybe they've got some mechanical issues still and they're trying to limp that car through and they might be looking for the issue. Remember, you don't get that much time to practice here. So he takes away all right. I'm just having a look. Brad Tui's got the loudest car in the field by far.
Absolutely.
He's not on it there. Right there you can tell he's already just idling
He's just
along.
sitting next to him, yeah. He's just got to stay right with him. He's obviously seen that he's pulled out and Brad can just drive around and totally fine. But this is just it. He's had one, Sharka's had one practice lap and the car seemed fine. And now here we are, and we're battling electrical gremlins.
Brad Tui doing for Prestige Auto and Tyre and Zestino tyres there. I mean, he'll be very happy with that one about. Zoo Performance also supporting him once again, Brad Tui, in another season of drifting there out of Canberra. So he's only 3 hours away. Luckily, get away this weekend. He's had a very, very busy life recently, so he hasn't seen him compete too far from home in recent months. So it's good to see Brad Tui could make it out there, the family, once again here this weekend. We might head down to the judges, though, because we've had some very interesting battles.
Yeah, the battles have been quite interesting. There's been a little bit messy in some of these battles, but there's been some really good ones then. Like that last battle that happened just before between Joel Dimmick and Angus Kidd. Angus was on his door all the way through. It was a beautiful battle, so he won that quite well. There's been a bit of mechanical. We had Brody and Anthony. Brody had a breakdown in his car, so unfortunately for Anthony, he went through on that basis. The Danny Probert Sanatani one, you know, that again, Sandy won that one. It was a pretty close battle, but yeah, he won it over a few sort of little bits and pieces that we sort of did. And Eugene Anderson, Saxon Moyes. Eugene's, you know, his lead run was just beautiful in that scenario, so he got the win on that basis as well. But it's still a bit messy out there.
Yeah, no, it has been a little bit messy, hasn't it, Tony? And as you can see, these turn around. Alex Sharka's fronted up. He's fronted up.
He's back on the line. If you bring the car to the line, you're ready to battle. So here we go. Let's see if he has overcome whatever the issue was and going into the chase against Brad Tui.
And look at it, he initiates it in too, so it seems to be whatever's happened has come back. Brad Tui, though, has a nice little speed advantage here, gets it right out on that concrete.
He will be at a massive disadvantage, obviously, not completing the drift in the first lap. You know, Brad's basically got it in the bag, but it was great to see Sharka's back out there.
It's good to see that's probably a good end of the weekend if he's not going to go through the top 16. That maybe they found the issue with that car. As you can see, the smoke just pouring out of this Zestino tyres. 86 there of Brad Tui.
I think when he wanted to initiate there, he's like, well, I've got to give everything I've got to go. And there he is, absolutely initiating before Brad. Full send, full noise, on the loud pedal, hitting the apexes, doing what he's got to do. But
remember, Alex Sharka was our 6th highest qualifier. Brad Tui was right down in 27th, which is very uncharacteristic for Brad. And I think he was challenged with the line yesterday. A lot more confident today with that slight line change. Here we go. It's going to be Matty Hill taking on Mickey Moo, the Irishman.
Here he goes.
Oh, look at this S15 from Newlon. Look at the lock on that one as he flicks it back, puts a lot of lock onto that corner, but he's opened up a gap on Mickey Moo.
Mickey Moo's
Jaguar LS just needs to power down.
Mate, he's absolutely got to catch up. Oh, but Matty Hill's come out of the drift as well in the last corner. That is all happening.
I just don't know. We keep talking about these scrappy runs. It's a bit warmer today than what we saw yesterday. Track conditions are different. Yesterday we did have a little bit of moisture on the track there because although we didn't get a lot of rain, it was just hovering around overcast all day. The super wet conditions that we've had here at Sydney Motorsport Park over the last few months. And we check out the replay here. Let's have a look at the Newlon S15 there of Matty Hill. Throws it in nicely. Gets a lot of angle to start with when we're really looking for this. The big transition there. Gets it on. Mickey Moo's dropped off in the smoke there.
It must have been lagging back just a little bit on that initiation. But, yeah, the judges did say in briefing, on your lead run, we don't want big angle on that first turn. We want it to be a nice and easy setup and then a snap to transition, which he did do. But Mickey Moo just must have got lost in a bit of smoke.
I don't know what happened with Matty Hill there. Did he lose power? Because he came out of that where it dips over in the concrete and that big bend. He's come back over and the car's got him a lot of lock, but we know how much lock it has, unless maybe, like we talk about how low that car is, can he not have full lock without that rubbing on the guards? There's something happening there because it looked like it gripped up there and pushed forward, which we normally see is either a mechanical issue, loss of power there, or they're pulling out of the drift for some other reason they can feel in the car.
Look, Price are looking cool sometimes, I guess. Very impressive looking car. I reckon, looking at it on camera today, They might have pulled a little bit of height back out of the car just so they've got a bit more clearance. After the judges have said, we want you to go right 4 wheels over the ripple strip on the outside of the corner, they may have made some suspension adjustments on it because it was very, very low yesterday.
Remembering he's got Shockworks working on that car as well, so very well known shock manufacturer in Australia here, do a lot of adjustments. Look, they're well-timed attack, they're doing drift cars, all your cars that you see out in the street as well. So very competent Australian company.
I think Chris was down. They were down, or they were either doing testing the last couple of days, trying to get the car really dialed in. So it's good to see Matty Hill back in competition.
Look, Mickey Moo's not afraid to be back. He's just turned the car around. A little bit more of the...
ready to go.
Yeah, he's just keen to get under there. You can see Conno on the side there, the earth-moving business. Zoo Performance get on board there with Mickey Moo as well, and Jouar Performance Engines. He's been having a bad run, I suppose, in the last couple of drift events. Last couple of seasons, he had the 2J, which, they've been so reliable, but he likes to push them to the absolute limits there. Mickey Moo, he drives these cars hard. Hasn't been as fortunate. I'm just having a look here. It looks like they've just grabbed maybe a slight repair and that one to pull up for a second, have a look at something. The guard's fine. You're right, they have put a little bit of clearance back in that, haven't they? Look at the back wheel arches. You couldn't get your fingers in that yesterday.
Absolutely slammed yesterday, so that is much, much higher off the deck. They must have had some issues. But here we go. Matty Hill.
Mickey Moo needs to lay it down here. What can he do out in the lead run? Matty Hill, look how much power.
Baking on the on the initiation. Here he goes. Matty Hill again on big lock. Mickey Moo right out wide, over the ripple strip, freewheeling.
I'm just interested to see that little bit of handbrake, but a lot of drivers have said they haven't needed to use that on the switchback.
And look, judges did say we don't really want the handbrake on the switch. It's a little bit of a foot brake to change, and when you lift off the throttle, that naturally wants to unsettle the car and change direction. Yeah. So they were saying not so much handbrake.
You can use it to trim, so you can use it just to hold that angle there if you want to a little bit. I'm just going to have a look at it here.
That's a big grab of the handbrake, definitely big grab of the handbrake.
And we see that everyone's got the stickers on the rims there, and if you're wondering why they've got the stickers on the rims, that's actually part of the regulations here, because it makes the judging very easy to see that stop of the wheel, so they can tell whether you lock a front brake up, whether you're grabbing too much handbrake. It makes it quite...
visual,
nice visual for the drivers. For the judges.
Yeah, visual cue for exactly that reason. They want to be able to see if someone's grabbing the handbrake, doing the foot brake, and just to be able to spot that technique difference.
Well, we're not mucking around here. We're going to go straight into the top 16. Here we go.
Levi Clark, Ben Meir.
Levi Clark's going to lead us out in that Turbo LS, and look at it go. Benny Meir, the NA. Oh, he's going to use every bit of RPM to stay with him. Oh, Levi Clark launches it.
Mate, massive bounce over that ripple strip. So the car just, Levi's car is just on point this weekend. He's absolutely driving the wheels off it and not scared to get it airborne.
Look, take nothing away from Benny Meir in this one. I just think Levi's car is so gripped up and fast. Let's have a look at the replay up here. Bosch Motorsport's live stream. Just gets a little bit of angle there for the switchback. There you go. Nice snap.
On the foot brake, Benny Meir doing what he can.
He's gone a bit wide.
He's gone wide early. So in the judges' briefing, they did say that they want as far into that ripple strip area, off to the concrete, as far back off the circuit as possible, and nice and deep. And that gives you a nice arc around that last corner.
Just got caught off guard by Levi's pace there and just came in a little bit. And that's what we saw in practice yesterday in qualifying. If you came to that first right-hander and set yourself up for the initiation, if you're too fast there, you overshot really the first judge corner.
Yes, correct.
Correct. Maybe just following Levi in there. It's going to be very interesting what Benny Meir does in the lead here. Slows it down. Levi Clark, though, just looks like he is connected to that car. Everything is, just working in unison. It's
feeling good.
It's got a good mojo about it.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been driving so well. We talk about it. The guys have done 8, 10 laps, maybe tops. So this is the pinnacle of what we do. We've got the best 32 drifters in Australia. They've got to come out to the track. They've got to bring a well-prepared car and absolutely deliver from the word go. And Levi Clark is doing that.
Here we go. We are getting on with our battles here as they go now. It's going to be Benny Meir leading this one out over Levi Clark. And Levi Clark put it on the door of Benny Meir.
Ben Meir's going full noise. Absolutely down the outside of the circuit. Back tyres on the circuit. Bumper over the end. That's where he needs to be. Big angle into that first clipping point. Dropping over the side of the track. Look, I can't complain about the line at all, but Levi is just right there with him.
It's that second half of the track where he really closed that proximity down, didn't he, Levi Clark? Gave him a little bit of room in that first initiation period there. The 311 Motorsport, S14.
Benny Mears throws it in.
And Levi trimming the angle, trimming the line, doing exactly what the judges have asked in a chase position. Both cars over the ripple strip where they need to be, both freewheeling.
Look at that proximity, though, out of the final corner.
So close. You're allowed to, in the chase, cut the angle off the track.
Already going into our next battle, Luke Fink taking on Rob White. This one's going to be a showdown of the Queenslanders. Fink there, the wheels are up. White puts a nose in too in the Black Bear of 370.
They are side by side, smoke pouring off the tyres. What an amazing battle.
That is the battle so far. We're in our top 16 at the moment of the Australasian Drift titles here, all thanks to Garrett advancing motion there. And look at this one. Rob White sticks it in the chase front. There has a little bit of a straighten though.
Slide straighten, but both cars on the lock with the smoke. Absolutely looks fantastic. This is what we've come here to see. Two very, very seasoned drivers.
All right, let's have a look at the top 16 tree very quickly here for the Australasian Drift titles here presented by Garrett Advancing Motion.
So we've just seen Levi Clark and Ben Meir go out for their battle. We've had Luke Fink and Rob White go through for the first part of their two battles.
Yep.
We've got Jason Ferrin from Keep It Reed going up against Glenn Omerod. Mitchell Jeffrey and Patrick Barley, the last on the left-hand side there.
That one's going to be an interesting one. On the right-hand side, we've got Matt Harvey, who had a run there. Unfortunately, his opponent didn't show up. Christic there. Eugene Aronson, who didn't get a good run there. So he's got through as well. That's going to be an interesting one. Senna Tunney and Andy Worth had to do, well, Senna Tunney had to do a bit of work against Danny Probert there to make it in the top 16. Anthony Billick and Angus Kidd. But I'm hoping that's an error there. Maybe Anthony Billick. Hopefully the hectic SR20 makes it through. Brad Toohey, though, coming back from being a bit further down where he wanted to be in qualifying, taking on Matty Hill, who got that win in the last couple of battles of our top 32.
Awesome. Yeah, very much looking forward to it. A lot of really talented drivers in here. Luke Fink and Rob White back on circuit for the second half of their battle.
Here we go. Look,
I'm excited.
We're going NASCAR Chev taking on a turboed LS R34. Rob White, what's he going to do in the lead run? Fink's going to put it to his door. There's no question about that one.
Absolutely. Right on his rear bumper. This would have to be the closest battle we've seen so far. Absolutely amazing driving. I know Luke Fink can be an incredible chase driver, but Rob White's giving him a great lead run to follow as well.
I think just getting on that back bar there, you have a look at the replay there, the Black Bear 370 there of Rob White. Luke Fink's right on that back bar, and maybe Rob White just doesn't transition in the position he wanted to, because he's just here. He gets the angle out, flicks it back, but he knows he's there. He can't get the car further back at that point. Probably a little bit shallower than they wanted. Didn't quite drop all four wheels over onto the concrete there for Rob White.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, he didn't quite get right over the back. May have been just a little bit tight on that inner apex, and Luke was out nice and wide, exactly where he fell with the judge line. We'll just see how that plays out.
Look, I'm sure we're going to be catching up with the judges. That is one to put in our notes there, the Rob White there. Look, I'm going to write that down because I want to ask them when we get down from later, the Rob White versus Luke Fink.
Line was absolutely the biggest criteria of this event. The lead car needs to be doing the perfect line so that the chase car is confident and they can be nice and fast and nice and close in the chase.
Jason Ferrin now taking on Glenn Omerod. Now, Glenn Omerod was amazing when he came out before, and look what he put down over Brendan O'Grady.
Blistering pace.
Oh, he's got his work cut out from Jason Ferrin there in the R31. Got a bit of speed, though. The barrow winds up 580 girls. Look at the angle on that one.
Absolutely. A Costal steering systems of Jason Ferrin's Keep It Reed machine. Mate, he is not scared to go full noise and throw to big angle and have the confidence there the car will do what it needs to do.
And he's running the Tri-Aces. They're gripped up at the moment. Look, Glenn Omerod gets away very quickly here. Now, watch Jason in the wagon.
Full noise, shifting into fourth. This is a fourth gear, full sand entry. Glenn's following the line. He's got to be following the car. So let's just see how that plays out.
Jason Ferrin does a nice job on the line there.
Bit of a correction from Glenn. He's trying to play catch-up at that point.
And then he just gets 580 kilowatts of barra power, just gets on the right foot, and there we go. Just smokes those tyres out there for Jason Ferrin. That R31 is looking on song at the moment. He's just grabbed himself a podium over in SA a couple of weeks ago in the High-Tech Oil Series. So we'll have to wait and see what he can do here at the Australasian Drift titles today. Maybe the Keep It Reed wagon will be up there in the top four. We'll have to wait and find out. We're in our top 16 at the moment, and I'm really interested to see out of Rob White and Luke Fink who is going to take the win out of that one. That was an interesting battle.
Mate, this is an absolutely tense time. These are the types of battles we have in top four, going for the win. And this is in top 16. And this is what this event is all about. We've got A-class drivers battling it out all the way from word go.
Well, we have accumulated, though, like the best 32 drivers we can get here in Australia, and a mix of, I suppose, semi-retired drivers. I want to call them retired because they never retire. They just take a break.
We bring them right back.
We bring them right back. So we've got a mix of semi-retired drivers. We've got drivers who have been doing the Pro Series on and off for the last couple of years with everything happening in the world. And then we've got these young guns who are up and coming. So we've got this great mix across everybody. How is this going to go down? Glenn Omerod, though, was super fast against Brendan O'Grady when it came to the top 32. How's he going to go against Jason Ferrin? He's in the lead this time. Jason Ferrin laid it down, opened the gap up on him, but can he stay door to door? Look at Glenn Omerod take off.
Absolutely running away. Jason's got everything to do now to play catch-up. He's trimmed his line, but a big correction in the chase there from Jace. Oh, that's going to really hurt him.
It really understeers there too. If you don't have the speed, you have to maintain that speed. So that one's going to be a hard one for the judges because it's going to come down. I don't think that as a lead run they were similar in some respects.
Yeah, it's basically a calculation of the deductions. So we've got to work through the deductions on the first run and the second run and work out a calculation of the two and see where we land.
Yeah, Glenn Omerod there staying on line and Jason Ferrin doing everything he can to keep that. Simply moving our next. Mitchell Jeffrey taking on Patrick Barley, and now he's almost going to be able to high five with that left-hand drive. I reckon he can go door to door. How good that be?
Yeah, well, that's the whole point of this. Let's see if he can actually get close. It looks like a lot of steering input from Patrick trying to keep up there, but mate, he is close. He is so close.
I think the car's very gripped up and it's a lot faster than we think. Mitchell Jeffrey there, but look, Patrick Barley is being able to use that steering and that grip there to go door to door with him. And he didn't let him get away at the start too far either, which we haven't seen from every driver. A lot of them been catching up in the back half of the drift, but look at Patrick Barley here, initiates in with him.
Nice and close, and he just had the eyes off the start line. He was just looking him, staring him down. Let's go. What's he going to do?
See, his proximity is very good, very early in that drift. There is a lot of steering input there, and I think that's that car being gripped up, and you can hear the RPM is nowhere near what that engine can do.
No, he's got a lot more in it. He's absolutely got a lot more under the right pedal. The Speedway setup, I think when we were chatting to the guys down in the pits earlier, it's actually a Speedway steering setup, so it's the smallest amount of corrections to get the wheels to do what it has to do.
Yeah.
So, very interesting car, completely fabricated from the team.
Bringing a very unique view, I suppose, on drifting, and a lot of things that I suppose drift guys haven't thought about, I suppose, when it comes to the world of drifting, but it seems to be working. Now, what's going to be interesting here is, will we see Patrick Barley come out with this immense speed on this one, and will Mitchell Jeffrey be able to keep up? Because obviously every driver's got a comfortable zone in their car, what speed they take. Some are faster than others, but I think with the gripped up C6 Corvette there of Patrick Barley, we might see him try to pull away from Mitchell Jeffrey, and will Jeffrey have to sacrifice that line to be able to keep that proximity? That's what's going to be the interesting tale here, to see if that's if we've got our thoughts right, I suppose.
Correct, yes. Absolutely spot on. Some cars are very, very comfortable, absolutely flat out, and that's fine, but you need to be able to catch up. You need to be able to manage your speed.
Well, he did a good job in the chase. Patrick Barley, what can he do in the lead run this time as he comes out, the young gun from the Northern Territory, and look at him pull away.
Absolutely flat out, a massive flick to angle. That's exactly what the judges wanted. They wanted a big flick to angle that's right out wide on the line, and mate, he is, look at the lap. Absolutely, Patrick Barley, take our hats off to you.
Say goodbye to those tyres. They are gone on that final corner. That has come up 8,500 RPM, and that poor late model engine, it is just getting abused out of that final corner. Check this one out. Mitchell Jeffrey does everything he can to stay close, but look how gripped up this car is. He is running the slightly smaller tyres, the 17s on this car, but it works for it. Whatever they've done with the setup there, sticks it right on the line. Mitchell Jeffrey, they're trying to keep up, has overshot that corner.
Yeah, he's overshot it on the switch. He's trying to follow the line, but I guess, like we said before, once you fall back just that little bit too far, you do get lost in the smoke. It is hard to understand where the car is.
Now, Matt Harvey and Eugene Aronson really didn't get a battle in the top 32 because they're co-drivers. Well, Matt Harvey didn't get one to compete against, and Aronson there, unfortunately, we saw Saxon with those issues there where he debeated a tyre. So this is their first real battle. Oh, straightened there from Matt Harvey, so uncharacteristic.
Oh, wow, and great on Eugene for avoiding an incident. I mean, we could have had a serious accident there.
I do want to watch the replay on this one because Matt Harvey, I tell you what, we talked him up. If you tell him where to put the car, that's exactly where he puts the car. So we're going to try and dissect this replay right now here.
Not a bit of commentator's curse. We've spoke up Matt so well.
The transition's nice.
Massive angle.
Oh, he may be a little bit too much angle there and it washed off the speed because you really have to maintain that speed through that big drift
out of that huge left-hander. Right now, though, we might head down to Courtney.
Yeah, guys, I'm here with Pat Bartley in the unmissable Corvette. He's just taken out his battle against Mitch Jeffrey. How was it out there?
Yeah, the track's starting to live up a little bit. Can really feel the grip coming out and throttle down. It's feeling amazing.
So the investment you've made in this car is paying off because this is very far from a standard Corvette. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, so we're bringing as much speedway technology that we can out onto the asphalt, and it seems to be paying off. This car's an absolute lightning bolt out there.
And you've had some time to dial this car in between the last time you were here. How different is it feeling?
Yeah, I did a couple of test runs up in Darwin, and the heat is probably the biggest difference of the two, coming from 35 degrees, absolute scorching, down to this shiver. Yeah, it's a big difference.
All right, Pat, good luck for the next battle. Back to you guys.
Don't worry about 35 degrees. I think it's about, we've come down to 40% humidity over about 95. That's the big difference. And the horsepower he'll be gaining in that car as well. That's the difference here. All right, we're back to this battle. Eugene Aronson, how can he go in the lead run? Matt Harvey made that little bobble. He didn't keep that speed through. He almost did a backwards entry, really, in the flick, but we'll check this one out.
I think he just went to too much angle in that in the lead run there. Just it washed off all of his momentum, and he just dropped off the backside of the circuit. But much, much better on the chase. Here he is. And it looks like Eugene. Oh, mate.
Oh, no, out on the grass. Can he pull it
mate.
up? Oh, I'll tell you what. Oh, he was a hairy moment there, but he was pushing very, very fast. We've seen him do so many of those high-speed final corners. That one's going to be hard for the judges in the top 16 to decide. As we go to this replay right now.
They will be highly critical of a big off-track excursion like that, but here we go. Matt in the chase. Everything was looking pretty good in the first half of the circuit. Eugene's out in front. He's done the switch. He's positioned the car over the bauble. You saw a little bit of a bump, but big angle. And that was the thing. We wanted slightly less angle as you're coming to the end of the run.
Here we go. Andy Worth now leading out Senna Tunney in this next battle, and Andy Worth just puts the foot down, and that big turbo LS just lights the tyre. Senna Tunney in the background.
He's gone well wide.
He's
absolutely
had to put
well
that
wide.
on full lock.
Yeah, it might have been a to avoid, or he was
no.
All over the place. All over the place.
That's it's because you're driving through. I suppose just think of heavy fog in the morning. That's pretty much what you're
worse
driving
than
through
heavy fog,
at over 100 kilometres an hour.
So just it's so important to be much closer to the car in front. It looked like he had to recorrect. He might have grabbed the handbrake there on that switchback initiation. It's just really rattled him, and it's really unsettled him. It might have been Andy taken off from the line and just got a little bit lost in his actions.
Worth's car looks very quick there. It's got a lot of traction there, huge amounts of horsepower, and you can equate that horsepower down to traction. It's a big advantage going that first corner. Now, if you've got a car that's slightly slower than you, you drag them in that corner. It's not in their comfort zone, so we'll have to wait and see what's going on. Now, I was looking at some of the results come through. Now, Luke Fink and Rob White, we wanted to talk about this one because it was so close between the Queenslanders.
Battle of the day so far, I reckon.
Luke Fink.
He got it.
Luke Fink has the win. So I think he's going through. Look, I can't wait. He's going to take on Levi Clark. What a showdown that's going to be in the top 8. That is going to be a huge one. Glenn Omerod got the win over Jason Ferrin. I reckon that one would have been fairly close as well there.
Very close.
Unfortunately, Jason Ferrin in the chase run there had a big straighten. Patrick Barley, like we heard earlier, over Mitchell Jeffrey, which is just that amazing lead run that he put down.
All of these battles are event-winning level battles. It's just so awesome to see that we're at that point in a top 8. Mate, bring it on. Absolutely bring it on.
And now Matt Harvey and Eugene Aronson. This one was going to be one that we're going to debate down, but it's looking like on our sheet here, it's coming through. Matt Harvey's going to get the win on that one.
Yeah, okay. Yep. Like we said before, it's the errors, and you start to deduct the errors, and it calculates out that way.
Aronson, unfortunately, off the track on that final corner, so that was a little bit of an issue. We might head down to Courtney now for a quick update.
Hey boys, I'm here with Matt Harvey, who's just won his battle. He's through to the top 8. Matt, talk us through that. Did you do anything to send Eugene off track, or was that just bad luck?
Unfortunately, it's just bad luck for Eugene. I stuffed my lead run. I'm not going to lie. I went out of boost and just cut out. So, unfortunately, Eugene, he went off. I just basically seeing where he's going, but I've got the win, so we're on to the top 8.
Okay, so you've got to go turn the car around now to get ready for the top 8. What will you do between now and your next battle?
So the guys will change tyres and put some fuel in it. I'm going to go to the ball of water because I'm sweating my ass off here. So, no, we should be a quick turnaround. We'll get back out to top 4.
All right, we'll see you then. Tony, Matt, back to you.
We're not mucking around here at the Australasian Drift Titles. brought to you by Garrett Advancing Motion. We are going top 32, top 16, top 8, top 4, straight into our finals. We've got 2.5 hours action-packed all the way through till about 2:30 here this afternoon at the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge 2022 before we head back into what is the one perfect lap that everybody's looking for here tonight. And look, we've got the drifting on track at the moment, but under lights tonight, World Time Attack is going to be a spectacle if you are in Sydney and want to get down here tonight. It's still happening, plenty going on. There's Andy Worth now. Senatani's going to lead out on this one.
And he's definitely got the advantage coming into this run. You know, Senna's got everything to play for here. You've got to get the line right. As a lead driver, you've really got to get the line right. Now it looks like Andy Worth's struggling as well. So this will be a hard thing for the judges to pick because there is no reruns.
There is no reruns at this point. And, I mean, have we had a mechanical failure? Because he hasn't gone off track. Now, an off track from Senatani could be a massive points deduction compared to a car that's maybe had some mechanical failure and didn't finish the drift.
Yeah, that's spot on. Yeah, it looked like it just didn't initiate. He's grabbed a bit of handbrake to try and set the car up, and he's just struggling to get it to sit where it's got to go.
I'm just trying to see if he's DB'd a tyre, maybe, but it doesn't look like it. The car looks like it's definitely got air in the tyres.
And it was a handful. Andy was absolutely wheeling that thing.
This is what we saw when we came to our top 16 battle tree. That said Angus Kidd had gone through, and I thought, no, Tony, you would be absolutely upset if an SR didn't make it through.
Come on, Hectic, mate, I need you.
We are 2 down from 3 in the SR. Well, so if you're an SR fan, Anthony Billy going to be chasing down Angus Kidd in the big 2JZ powered Super, and look at it, 900 horsepower, and he throws in. And
there is a big power, big car difference here. It is a David and Goliath battle. Come on, Hectic. Let's see what you can do, mate.
I think he's having some issues there because look at him pull away. Anthony's normally not that slow, so I think we may have some mechanical gremlin there, but Angus Kidd has put the bake on. Look at the smoke in the background from this great drone footage.
Yeah.
Wow,
that
Angus Kidd. I mean, he has been working tirelessly on this car. The Triways Logistics have got on board and helped him out. It's still got Game On Motorsports on it as well on the back, but not too much change when it comes to the engine. They've just had to put the tune-up in it where they've been refining over the years, but doing a lot of work with Shockworks, I believe, on this car to get a different setup in it.
Mate, that was an impressive flick. If you saw his initiation and then the snap to big angle, mate, the car nearly looked like it was going backwards, but somehow he just maintained awesome momentum over the ripple strip and then gassed it all the way up the hill. Angus, what a run. What a lead run.
Yeah, Angus Kidd there with a big advantage there in the lead run. So we'll have to wait and see what happens between Senatani and Andy Worth. That is the big one I want to watch at the moment. Now, Billick, has he got a mechanical issue? Is he? Oh, look, he's going to stay out there. It's win it or bin it.
Absolutely. No rockers jokes, please. Folks at home, there is no rockers jokes here. I'm rooting for my SR man to get through, but he's got up against it.
I'm sure he's not running standard rockers now because he would have. Look, it's the first issue you come across with an SR. So he's run this engine. Well, it's a new build anyway, but he's run these style engines for many, many years.
Veteran in Sydney.
He's on top of those small issues, I'm sure. Let's have a look. Maybe it's just the speed there. Maybe Angus Kidd just that incredible grip in this car. It really squats. It wants to go. Can he slow it down, though?
Here we go. In the chase. Let's see what Angus can do in the chase. It was an incredible lead run. Following the line, Anthony, right out wide. He's trimmed the line. Oh, Angus out the dirt.
Oh, look, this is going to change everything, isn't it? Angus Kidd is all the way out in the dirt, goes out wide, doesn't manage to get back on the track. Let's have a look at the high-octane racing action replay here.
I think on the last corner there, Anthony trimmed the corner too much, come too tight, and that's pushed Angus wide. He's had to avoid, and he's gone around the outside of the car.
And that's what we need to look at right now, don't we? Because that is where we could see possibly it won't be a disadvantage to Angus.
It's just the judges have asked for a much wider arc around that last corner. That could be the thing that's just set him off, and Angus has gone, expecting him to be nice and wide, and he's been on the inside, right where Angus needed to be.
Well, we'll definitely catch up with the judges a bit later on once we get the deliberation on Angus and Billick there. As we go, Matty Hill now taking on Brad Toohey. Oh, this one's going to be a bit of a show. Now, Brad Toohey didn't qualify where he wanted to, but he needs to get the Zestino Prestige Tyre and Auto 86 right up there.
Oof, Matty Hill with a big entry and big lock on the initial initiation, but then it's a little bit slower to go to the second clipping point. He's can't complain about the tyre smoke. He's absolutely cooking it.
The experience of Brad Toohey, though, to stay, like you say, that proximity, if you can see the front guard, the tyre smoke's at the back. You need to be on that front guard, focused on it. Here we go. Brad Toohey pulls it in. Of course, the Newlon S15 there of Matty Hill. Squats down, sets it up for the corner here, but he's been snapping back to some huge angle on the transition. Look how much lock is on the car.
Brad has definitely read that, though. It's just watching those wheels go all the way back to angle. You can spot it when you're in the driver's seat. You can see the wheels go all the way back to angle. He did a really good job of managing that distance.
Let's quickly head down to Courtney.
All right, guys, I'm here with Anthony Billick, and he was just telling me that he's pretty stoked to have made it this far.
Hey everyone. I'm pretty gobsmacked to go this far. I've had issues all weekend, and so far, finally, it's gone well. After the top 16, now top 8 against Angus, and I just want some track time, to be honest. So some battle practice. I'm here for fun. Yeah, thanks to all my sponsors. Thank you very so much.
All right, nothing like throwing it in the deep end. That's what drifters do. Thanks, Tony, Matt. Back to you.
I think he was very lucky there with Angus Kidd going off the track, so they have not deemed that as Anthony Billick changing like the line there, like you spoke about in the bobble. So Anthony Billick does get the win there over Angus Kidd. So that's a big name to take out.
Yeah, absolutely, and a big car.
Well, the power of the SR, Tony. Are you going to be okay? Are you going to be able to keep your composure?
I'm going to need a moment. If
he
an
makes
SR20,
top 4,
mate, absolutely, yeah.
Oh,
I'll buy him a beer for sure.
Here we go. Brad Tui's going to take the lead on this one. What will Matty Hill do in the Newline S15? Can he keep up with the Destino Tyres Australia? 86 of Brad Tui.
He's right with him side by side, maybe psyching him out a little bit on that initiation. They are both going full speed into the corner.
Brad Tui's very experienced here, gets it out, just runs it over the ripple strip, starts to pull away. A bit of a gap there. It's a different chase run there from both cars, isn't it?
Yeah, look, Matty Hill was right there with him initially. Brad put it right out wide over the ripple strip. It just seemed like he just dropped off, or could have been just on and off the throttle, just that one little bit. You've got to stay committed. You've got to stay really committed and be right up next to him.
Yeah, have a look at this. Doesn't give him any room. And like you say, maybe it's the mind game setting in there, the transition, the switch back here. And
it's all reasonably good.
He left him room there.
Yep.
He had an opportunity there. He's got on close very early in proximity. At this point, it's good as well. Yeah, just going over that ripple strip, maybe we see Matty Hill bobble a little bit.
I reckon he got off the gas a little bit to avoid an impact because he was coming very, very close to the rear bar of Brad Tui. He might have just got off the gas that split second just to manage to not hit because, I mean, you're going to get a big deduction for hitting.
Remembering, too, when you go off to the back there, too, you've got a lot of concrete as well. So that grips the car up. So all of a sudden you throw a lot of grip into the car. We might have a quick break here at the Australasian Drift Titles and be back very shortly.
I'm Fraser Ross, driver number 59, McLaren 720S GT3, and my McLaren features the latest Motorsport ABS system from Bosch.
Motorsport ABS is my greatest asset in the McLaren. I'm able to change settings each lap depending on the grip available, wet or dry, and it gives me the confidence I need to win. Motorsport ABS can improve even the best professional race driver's braking performance because it has the individual control over each wheel. When quality and performance matter, I can rely on Bosch Motorsport.
Well, we're back here now. We've got our top 8 decided in the Australasian Drift Titles here, all thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion at the Yokohama World Time Attack 2022. It's been a big afternoon of drifting. 32 started, down to 16. Now it's 8 cars, Tony.
Top 8, and we were just looking through the names in the list, and they are all very big names, as to be expected. Who have we got up?
Levi Clark taking on Luke Fink. You can see them. They're there. They're ready to scrub.
Awesome stuff.
Like, how do you go with that? I mean, Luke Fink, him and Rob White had an epic battle. Levi Clark, #1 qualifier. This one, Oh, it's going to be so close. I can feel it.
Mate, they're earning their positions today, let me tell you. They're absolutely earning their positions.
Glenn Omrod has really stepped up this weekend. He's taking on Patrick Barley, the young gun out of the Northern Territory. Now, Patrick Barley in a very gripped up, fast C6 Corvette, taking on the 86 of Glenn Omrod. But, you know, multiple champion, we know has been helping in the background with Glenn Omrod.
Yeah, he's got Bo Yates in his ear and you know, all that good juju. That's definitely going to be helping Glenn.
Next up, it's going to be Matt Harvey taking on Senna Tunney, as you can see on the right-hand side of our top 8 battle tree. So that's going to be another interesting, because Matt Harvey hasn't had a good run in that last battle. He had to straighten up, had a bit of an issue there. Luckily, though, we did see that Eugene Aronson had an issue and went off track. So it's probably a little bit lucky for Matt Harvey in that one.
Just skim through. He's got it covered. He qualified very well, and he knows the track. I guess it's just more time in the battle practice situation that Matt probably could have benefited from this morning.
And then we're going to see Anthony Billick taking on Brad Toohey, who got that win over Matty Hill. So Anthony Billick, the SR, is still going.
Doing it for the team.
Brad Toohey, though, keeping the dream alive, and what a fight back from him, where he was way down when it came to qualifying in 27, so didn't really have a great day yesterday in qualifying. But Brad Toohey, a very experienced when it comes to drifting. I mean, I know he's been around so many years, and he's been right up there, taking it to, like, the amount of podiums you think he's got over the years would be ridiculous. Right now, though, we might go down to the pits with Courtney.
Yeah, I'm just here with Brad Toohey, who's won his battle against Matty Hill in this Fat Toyota 86. How are you going?
Yeah, going really well. Had a few struggles yesterday, so it's good to start to put down some clean laps. Matty Hill's an awesome driver, super aggressive, so it was awesome to see him right on my door on initiation. So, yeah, I love that, but I think the Zatino tyres gave me the edge there, and I pulled away a little bit. So, but still a super clean battle and loved it.
All right, we'll see you out there for the top 4. Back to you guys.
Isn't that it when we speak about experience? But the battle on here, Levi Clark leading this one over Luke Fink. It's going to be a big battle. Levi Clark with the speed, and he actually started to pull away from Luke Fink there.
Absolutely, and I can only imagine what it's like lining up on the line next to Luke Fink, but then lining up on the line next to Levi Clark. You know, both drivers very well versed, very hard competitors. I'm looking forward to the second
Let's
part
have a look at the high octane racing action replay here, and a little bit of a bobble there from Fink. Maybe didn't quite get
the switch.
Yeah, there was an issue there. Maybe Levi Clark not as fast as what Luke Fink wanted to be. Maybe he misread the situation there. I mean, both turbo LSs.
Yeah, there's a lot of anticipation, especially at this level when you're trying to be right on the door so close. You're really got to be trusting of the car in front. Big flick, small correction from Luke. I mean, that's only a small deduction.
Yeah, so turning around our top 8 very quickly, we're going to go straight into our top 4 after that, and it's going to be a huge amount of battles still to come here at the Australasian drift titles here, all thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion. And we get them out into the scrubbing with Levi Clark, just going to do a little bit of a longer run than maybe cooling it down. We've got 2 scrubbing zones out there. But Luke Fink is pretty keen to get this underway, and he'll want to fight back from that one too. I reckon we're going to see him lay down one of the most epic lead runs you've seen today.
Don't want to preempt anything, but it is absolutely Luke Fink's style is being just aggressive. He's such an aggressive driver, and I can imagine that will be where we go from here.
All right, here we go, Luke Fink. We can win this car. This is actually available. You can get in the raffle there and win this car. Let's see how he goes in the lead run.
Here we go, Levi Clark already smoking the tyres on the lead up when he changes gears. Levi's right there beside him in the smoke. Let's see how the transition goes. Both cars flick to angle. Looks like Luke just a little bit shallow on the angle, but he's managing the line as he needs to. Levi Clark on the throttle and catching up.
Tell you what, Luke Fink, look at the angle he carries while maintaining that speed on those final couple of corners. It's like a double apex there, and you really have to have a bit of horsepower if you want to stay right on the right foot. Have a look as they go in. The R34 there of Luke Fink in the lead there. Levi Clark right up on the door too, letting him know he's there. It's a switch here, and it's a bit later there for Levi Clark. He's just giving him a bit of room.
Yeah, it looked like a little bit of a delay. Could be, again, in the smoke. It's such a hard position to be in. These cars have got so much horsepower, frying the tyres to pieces. You need to imagine where the car's going to be and go for it. Maybe just a little bit slow on the initiative.
I kind of feel a little bit for the judges on that one. I'm sorry, they've got to make a winner, and we don't have, when we see at a dedicated drift comp, we have a little bit more time, see some replays, we can do some reruns. We're here, we're part of World Time Attack. We've only got so much time to get through this, so the judges have to decide off that battle.
Mate, I would not want to be a judge today, let me tell you. Look, have a look at it on the camera there.
Oh, get him a Panadol. Look at the headache already.
Yeah.
He's got the hand down. They'll have to deliberate on that one. We could see this delayed a bit while the judges try and make a decision, because we've got to have it.
Yeah, we've got to have a result. And I'm so glad I'm in this box and not the judging booth. Absolutely. That is going to be a tough one to call.
Here we go. Patrick Barley in the C6 Corvette will be taking on Glenn Omerod now. I'm very impressed with Glenn's driving here today. I did not expect him to be that fast.
Rapid. Absolutely rapid. Incredible. I mean, I saw him.
You can win this car. It's
previous,
actually available.
Previous
you
event
can
was
and win this car. Let's see how he goes in the lead run.
I think it was he was driving before.
Here
so
we go.
Levi Clark already.
Here we go. Judges have requested another replay.
Gears.
So that means
Levi's
that they
right there
have to make a decision. They're looking for the tiniest little bit of error.
Both cars flick to angle. Looks like just really shallow on the angle, but he's managing the line as he needs to. Levi Clark on the throttle and catching up.
Tell you what, Luke Fink, look at the angle he carries while maintaining that speed on it to the judges, because I don't.
Look, it's going to be maybe the Luke Fink lead run with the slight. It wasn't even a straight, it was just a really low angle. Maybe it was a Levi Clark slow initiation. Mate, I wouldn't want to call that.
Here we go, next battle though in our top 8, and it's Patrick Barley leading away Glenn Omerod, who's been very fast in that 2J powered 86, but we know Patrick Barley has all the grip and all the horsepower. It slides with the wheel straight too. It's a very different setup there, and Omerod doing a nice job sacrificing that angle there, but really getting up in proximity, and it's a nice drift as Barley drives away at the end.
Yeah, look, Glenn had to really get up close on the apex. You saw him just run the couple of wheels over the apex of that corner. Whether Pat left just enough room for him to get up on the inside, we'll have a see here on the replay. But
look, I think it is. It's about the lead car leaving that room there and doing exactly this. Look how good the battle is. Barley there leaves him some room.
It's so twitchy. It would be such a challenging car. As a drift driver, it's hard to see the steering wheel do all that movement.
Danny Courtney.
Battle again. Look, you've got a bit of an update about the track out there. How's it feeling with the change in weather?
Oh, look, I think, guys, the oil is a minor issue, but I think more than anything, we're losing a lot of temperature out of the track, and it's really causing a lot of us to chase the front ends. Like, we're just not getting enough heat into our front tyres, and we are struggling with it. I know Levi, unfortunately, in his lead, big push understeer on initiation, and honestly, coming into my battle with a lead, that was in my head big time, and I made sure to really give her a hard flick on the way in to not allow my front end to wash out. But it's tough. The temps dropping down are playing a part.
There you go. Look, you've just given your next opponent some tips. All right, back to you guys.
Great feedback trackside there from Courtney. Of course, Luke Fink giving us all the details. And I can see the wind picking up here at Sydney Motorsport Park as well. So there's a lot of wind, which means the cool breeze is coming across. It's more overcast. But like I say, that little bit of oil clean-up out there has made it a little bit greasy. Here we go. Patrick Barley's going to have to chase down Glenn Omerod now. Will Omerod lay down all that 2J power like we've seen him do in his previous battles?
He has been so fast all weekend so far, and he is still doing it now. He's allowed to be a little bit shallow in the lead run. Maybe just too shallow. Didn't really flick to a big angle, and now he's gone a bit of a straight one. Patrick Barley.
Understeer. Has he gone through something there? I mean, Patrick Barley, massive, like all four wheels off, pretty much means you get no points. That one for Glenn Omerod.
It seemed a bit strange. It didn't really make sense why it just didn't seem to go to big angle on the initiation here. And then he's driven off the track. We might be...
Look, he's pushing hard too in that Connects Electrical 86. I mean, you've got the Lux Performance C6 Corvette in the background. He dips it right over on the concrete. And at this stage I thought, oh no, Glenn Omerod's driving away, but no steering. Has he lost it?
No.
Maybe we've got one arm out. We can only see the left-hand side from the footage up here on our screen, all thanks to the Bosch Motorsport live stream.
Whether it's a tie rod issue or a steering issue, it looked like he was really working the wheel and nothing was happening on that last corner. So perhaps when he was going for that big initiation, tie rods let go and he just had nothing there.
We'll have to wait and see that one. Of course, Courtney will keep us up to date as they come into the pits. Right now, though, Matt Harvey's going to be leading this one at centre. Tunney chasing him down, the Queenslander with the blown LS in the R33.
Versus Tasmania. Here we go.
Tasmanian Tiger, Matt Harvey here in the lead, and he's had a couple of moments here today. Big angle there, gets a wheel up. Oh, nice, it's a good line, though. Tunney straightens.
Awesome line from Matt Harvey. It was exactly where the judges wanted him to be. I reckon Senna maybe lost where he was. Bit of a straighten, lost the drift there, mid-corner.
Big advantage to the Kumho tyres, S13 there of Matt Harvey, and just sticks it on the line. I really love this lead run from him. If he can maintain this now, maybe he's got the bad luck out of the way. Last time he switched back, got way too much angle. This time it's a bit more sedate, drives it right out over the ripple strip, and look at it launch up 3 wheels.
Yeah, look, Matt absolutely nailed it this time around. Went to a big angle on this first initiation. You could see him managing it, but he's come back off it, and I think he's worked that out from the last lap.
The car squats really nicely, I noticed, coming out of that dip over on the concrete, didn't it? It just sat down, the back wheels, you can see the car, the weight transfers to the back, and it's very stable on that last bit of the corner. Very different from what we see from Patrick Barley, who's got a lot of steering input, and the car's moving around, although he does drive it out. Matt Harvey, it's like autopilot, really, that it's just sliding really nicely coming out of that corner.
Just sat and glided into that last corner. Really, really impressive to watch. Senna's got a lot of work to do in this.
Well, what does Matt Harvey do? I mean, Senna Tunney's pulled a few out, but I mean, with those wheels, you can see how much dirt on them. That's going to be a big deduction. I mean, even though it didn't look like all 4 wheels went off from our angle here on the Bosch Motorsports live stream, maybe we saw something, maybe the judges see something we didn't. So at least 2 wheels off, I would say. Bit of dirt coming up in the cars now. There's a fair bit of mud when you just go off track as well. It's been a very wet month leading up to this event here in Sydney, but we've got some fantastic weather today. It's cooling down out there. Still plenty more as we go racing under lights here tonight. It's going to be a big one. Matt Harvey, though, what can he do in the chase run on this one? Can he stick it to the door of Senna Tunney?
Senna's initiated. He's got half a bodywork panel just flying away there. That must be part of the excursion issue. He's absolutely sending it. He knows he's got to go full noise to be able to actually pull back from the deductions that he would have got in the first lap. Matt Harvey, the distance is a fair way away there, but, I mean, the negatives that is going to be in that first run might be really hard against
Senna. Matt Harvey playing a little bit safe there because the spotter, remembering that most of these drifters have a spotter sitting on the hill with radio communication, so he was saying, look, Senna made a mistake, just don't make a mistake, stick it on the line, play it safe. Now, Tunney, an amazing lead run, especially after when we saw him go off the track in the chase. So you've got to give it to Senna Tunney in that one. That was definitely laid down a killer lead run. Has he done enough, though, with those errors in the chase?
Driving back through the pits after you've had a bit of an ordinary run, you just got to calm yourself, you've got to psych yourself up for you just got to deliver. And he did exactly that.
Okay, here we're still in our top eight. Brad Tui leading out Anthony Billick with the SR staying. Look at Tui drive away, and this is Dino Tyres 86.
He's pushing really, really wide on the loud pedal. Billick is a fair way back. He's got a lot of work to do to catch up. He's trimmed the line as he's been instructed to do in the chase. But, oh, come on, go the SR.
Can it stay in, Ken? Oh, can Hectic Billy stay in the fight here? We look at Brad Tui here in the 86 and look at it go away. Go check out the replay here, thanks to High Octane Racing. Doesn't get too much angle this time, but snaps it back. I mean, nice angle. 4
or 5 car lengths just from the drag away at the start line. You just try and manage that 4 or 5 car lengths through the rest of the course as the initiation sets off. But yeah, by the end of the drift lap, it looked like there was 1 or 2 more car lengths, so he might have pulled away a bit over the course of the...
Brad Tui's really finding his groove at the moment. He's really impressing me. I thought after qualifying yesterday, and I know he hasn't had the best run into this one, but coming from 27th already, and that's a big advantage there in that lead over Anthony Billick. You think if he can just put a nice chase run down, we could see him in the top 4, and we haven't seen him on a podium for a couple of years.
Yeah, qualifying down the pack, like you said, very, very uncharacteristic of Brad. He's in the top 4. I'm confident he's going to go through. I'm going to have a bit of a cry for my SR mate being out, but let's not call the judges too soon. I reckon they're going to have a tough call.
Look, we know Luke Fink's gone through. That's a big name to go through, and no surprise, every time we see him at World Time Attack, he's up in the top 4. And look, it just goes with the stature. Look at the history of Luke Fink. Everything he's won, everywhere he's been, Japan, UK. I mean,
Europe.
Every competition in Australia, I think he's taken part in. He's put a podium on at some stage.
And he's just got that cool characteristic about him. And like you said, you rock up on the line next to him, and it's like, wow, I'm taking on Luke Fink. Let's see how we go.
Patrick Barley, the young gun from the Northern Territory, be the first in the Northern Territory to be a World Time Attack. To be an upset. Here we go. Anthony Billick in the lead this time, the S13, and Brad Tui just needs to put a nice chase run together, but he's left a bit of a gap there at this stage. He's going to try and close up. He goes wide out in the line. Billick shallows himself a little bit. He's doing a lot of work on the steering wheel.
Yeah, you can see Anthony really, really working the line.
When you go back to back, although we'd like to see Brad Tui a lot closer when it comes to proximity, I think in this battle there,
he had the luxury of allowing him that gap.
Correct. Yeah, absolutely correct. So you've got to bank a lap in, you've got to lead lap in, and then you can really just manage yourself, manage your emotions, manage your ability, and just do what you need to do to get through. And he's done exactly that. Brad's just sitting right there out on the line. Anthony's really working the car. You can just see him driving the absolute wheels off it. Full respect.
Look.
Full respect.
Look, I don't want to see you have a SR rage quit, all right, on me here in the commentary box. If the SR goes out, there's no rage quitting here in the commentary box. You're staying for the finals.
I'll be okay.
You'll be okay. You'll survive it. We'll have to wait and see what the judges say. I mean, I am looking on at our live scoring here to see as it comes through, and of course we will be catching up with Courtney shortly. I'm sure she'll have all of our winners down there. The big names are Luke Fink. That's one going through. Patrick Barley got the win over Glenn Omerod. So the C6 Corvette's going through, and they're going to battle each other out. Now, that is going to be a huge showdown. Will it be the young Northern Territorian with, I suppose, compared to Luke Fink, the experience is just not there.
Yeah. Look, you know, I'm all for an upset. I think that's pretty cool. And certainly in a different car with very different suspension, very different steering, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, the naturally aspirated old style, I suppose, V8, conventional V8, taking on the Turbo LS, the later model R34. So it's going to be different. Luke Fink's so cool, calm and collected, though. So I don't think it's really going to put too much pressure on him at this stage. He's been up against this battle so many times here at World Time Attack. Doesn't matter what drift comp he's been throughout the world. He just knows how to keep that calm. As we look at the top four now, Luke Fink and Patrick Barley are going to take each other on to see who's going to battle it out for that #1 position in the final battle, and Matt Harvey taking on Brad Toohey. Now, Matt Harvey has just come onto the scene in the last few years. I know he's been around motorsports for so long, but in drifting, it's been the last 4 or 5 years he's really started to come on. But Brad Toohey, a veteran of the sport, I say that in the nicest, most respectful way. He has done many, many years of drifting. At the moment, not doing a lot of travel due to family, so he's been stuck sort of around this area, coming from Canberra. It's only a few hours travel. Hasn't been able to go down to South Australia and up to Queensland like we normally see Brad Toohey doing the things over there. But it's great to have him here and coming back from, what was that, qualifying. We move into our top four now, and Luke Fink's going to lead out the young gun, Patrick Barley from the Northern Territory. How will this one go down as Luke Fink throws it in? Oh, no!
Absolute
contact!
I'm speechless. There was contact between Patrick Barley and Luke Fink. Patrick just getting as close as possible on that initiation. And Fink with the big flick, he had to do that.
Let's have a look here at the High Octane Racing Action replay, and I think this is the difference in experience between Patrick Barley and Luke Fink, is as they come in, and Patrick Barley's done everything he needs to do here. The only way he can take it to Luke Fink is to really close that gap down and say, have a look, contact made. Now, Patrick Barley pulls the car back, tries to straighten out and really needs to get back on the gas, whereas Luke Fink, mate, I've been here 100 times before. You know, contact is contact, keep going.
Yeah, absolutely. It did seem like there was a bit of a handbrake grab in that initiation after the initial setup and then the switchback. The judges did say they wanted power and flick to power rather than a handbrake and a slowdown at that point. That may be something to discuss.
Well, the replay's coming up again, and that normally means that judges are asking for it in the background. So the High Octane Racing Action replay here. Let's look closely. Those markers on the back wheels. Yep, there is a bit of handbrake there, and that's when you see the proximity come up from from Patrick Barley there and starts to make contact. So judges will be looking closely at that.
I think, Pat was expecting a quick flick and flat on the gas. And, the Skyline just slowed down just a little bit.
Here we go. Head Judge Stewie Bryan. We're going to head down to him now and maybe get an explanation on what happened there. So the judges down there obviously letting the crowd know what's going on out there at the moment. And unfortunately, we're not getting that back in our headset, but that's okay. That one's going to be a tough one. But and that's what we talk about, those marks on the wheels. We try to explain it to everyone who's watching us out there on the Bosch Motorsports live stream, is that it's for the judges to be able to...
Reference point.
Yeah, reference point to pick things like that.
Yep.
The handbrake grab.
Just got some vision there of Luke Fink's car. That had some damage to the rear end. It's going to be a tow arm or a traction arm in the back end of that car that is bent, or maybe the broken knuckle. The rear end is towing out big time.
It's showing a bit of rash there too on the rim, so they might have made contact rim to rim on that one. In the top four, though, we may be calling that mechanical to be able to make it happen. They're trying to go through that and looking for everything
And look, it's got to the competitive end of this competition, really. Like in the top 32, you go out on an unfortunate incident, everyone plays nice, everyone's, you know, oh, I came to World Time Attack, it's fantastic. But when you get to the top 4, all of a sudden you think, mate, I could be on the podium here. This is one of the biggest drift events of the year. We might head down to the judges very quickly to get an explanation on this one. Oh, well, there we go. There a lot of talk going on down there, but I'm not seeing them pulling that wheel off. So what are we...
The car's not even been jacked up at this point, and I guess, you know, if they're going to try and do the mechanical, you've got 5 minutes to get in there and repair the car.
Well, I'm looking at the time. We go time certain, and we are actually meant to be out of here very shortly. We are running a little bit behind schedule, so it may be that we can't call a 5 minute. If it's not a quick fix, throw some fuel in, put some air in a tyre, maybe we aren't going to be able to call it. And Brad Toohey is scrubbing the tyres for our next battle down between him and Matt Harvey, though. So we'll wait to unfold what happens with Patrick Barley. We know we've got Courtney down there on the ground, so we'll wait because could it be the young gun from NT? What goes on where we saw that handbrake being used? How are the judges? Let's head down to the judges very quickly.
Hey, guys.
What's going on, guys? Like, what do we see there?
Basically, his entry was like good, a little bit off the line, but the problem is he pulled the handbrake a little bit just before he switched, and that allowed. And when Matt Balik was in there, that sort of sucked him up into the car, so it didn't give him room to switch, and that's what caused the actual hit on Luke Fink's car.
So what advantage are we saying there? Is that going to be a Patrick Barley advantage?
We've actually deemed fault to Luke Fink. Because of the handbrake pull, he's created that issue and created the car to slow down to cause the hit.
And will he get the opportunity to fix it? That's the question.
That's up to the people up in the pit area, but yeah, he has a 5 minutes, so let's see if he can get it back on track.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes to fix it. Now it looks like the jack's out. Here we go, let's get underway with our other battle though. Matt Harvey leading out Brad Toohey. And how is this one going to go down? Matt Harvey seems to have shaken the nerves off a World Time Attack, and the Kumho tyres S13 throws it down. And look at the line. Toohey closing the proximity up now.
Brad absolutely closing up on him, doing an incredible job, and sitting right in the perfect spot where you can get a good vision of the car in front, allowing him to just, keep closing the door.
Look, I think the laps he did last weekend here in the rain has probably helped him out. They were on the North Circuit here. As we check out, look at Matt Harvey there. Goes out wide, throws in, doesn't get it out on the grass, though. Nice switch back here into this corner. Leaves a little bit of room for Brad Toohey. Exactly what the judges want. Nicely out onto the concrete area. The wheel gets up in the air like we see from everybody who gets right in that outer clipping zone.
Yeah, well managed. Good, clean battle. It was a good lead to chase, and that's part of it. You've got to do a good lead run, so the chase car has got every chance.
Let's head down to Courtney.
All right, you ready? All right, guys, I'm here with Luke Fink, who is rapidly working to fix his car. What happened in that battle?
Well, I'm not doing anything. We're making that straight. Beautiful crew here are getting the car together. But yeah, apparently it's dodging cars, so I like to play, so I'll play a game of that. So I guess the status is you can just plough into someone on the first lap, and that's how you win, so I'll go do the same.
So what damage do you think you've sustained there? Because I can see your wheel, when you're coming back in, was pretty much pointing the wrong way.
Yeah, just bent the knuckle. So, yeah, we'll just sort of align it out and just send it and see how much of these cars come back in after this run. It'll be exciting to watch either way.
It will be exciting to watch. Back to you guys.
Oh, hear those feisty words there from Luke Fink. The judges are going to have something on their hands there because Patrick Barley better put that right foot down. He's got a very expensive Kevlar body there on that Corvette. And can he run away with this one? Can he get away from the 800 horsepower Luke Fink?
I'm
Here we
nervous.
go. Brad Toohey going to lead us out in the Zestino tyres. 86 now over Matt Harvey. It's a big Zoo Performance on the front, and how can he lay down his lead run? Matt Harvey's was right on line, and look, he's just dropped off Matt Harvey.
Yeah, it looks like he's just struggling to keep up. Brad's doing an incredible job in the lead, and absolutely on bake, on angle, doing everything he needs to do in a really, really solid lead run. Both drivers doing good lead runs, but Matt just couldn't really catch up.
It's only the first party for Matt Harvey as we check out the High Octane Racing action replay, because the Kumho tyres S13 dropped off a little bit here. And so I'm just going to look at how quick Brad Toohey comes in here. It's nice at this point here. Maybe just in the smoke,
On the
lost
switch.
a little bit of, on the switch there, proximity. But look at this. He sacrifices the angle there, comes in off the line, puts it door to door, exactly what the judges said to do. So he's made it up in the back half of the drift, but has he done enough in that chase run? Has he done enough, Matt Harvey? Will he be battling it out for third or fourth, or will he be battling it out to be 1-2?
Well, let's hope. Let's hope the guy from Tasmania can go right to the very tippy top.
Remember, we are in our top 4 now of the Australasian drift titles here, all thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion. So the top 4, this is how it works. We've got our 2 battles. The 2 winners go to battle out for first and second. The 2 that don't win battle out for third and fourth. So they're not out. We're going to see these 4 battle again, but who will it be against? Who's going to get the win? The 5 minutes called there for Luke Fink, and they were big words coming out of him. We can play dodgem cars with the words.
Feisty, fighting words from Luke Fink, absolutely. And we know he'll do it.
Patrick Barley's going to have to calm the nerves there against Luke Fink. Right now, though, we might grab a quick word from our fantastic sponsors here at the Yokohama World Time Attack 2022.
I'm Fraser Ross, driver number 59, McLaren 720S GT3, and my McLaren features the latest Motorsport ABS system from Bosch.
Motorsport ABS is my greatest asset in the McLaren. I'm able to change settings each lap depending on the grip available, wet or dry, and it gives me the confidence I need to win. Motorsport ABS can improve even the best professional race driver's braking performance because it has the individual control over each wheel. When quality and performance matter, I can rely on Bosch Motorsport.
Welcome back to the Australasian Drift titles here at the 2022 World Time Attack Challenge, Sydney Motorsport Park, and the weather is cooling down a bit, the breeze is out, but we are in the top 4 now, and what an exciting battle we've got. It's already come down to this, Luke Fink and Patrick Barley. Now, Luke Fink probably... he's up there with the most experienced, probably the most travelled drifter we have here this weekend in the top 32. Now, he took on Patrick Barley. He's probably very inexperienced when it comes to drifting. He's been doing the national series around. He's done a lot, I suppose, in the Northern Territory. He's young. He's 20s. He's got a very well-built car, and they have made contact very controversially there. And the judges have decided that was Luke Fink's fault with a bit of handbrake there coming into the first corner.
Look, it was nerve-wracking. Luke Fink is such a fierce competitor, and we've seen Patrick Barley absolutely take it to the rest of the crowd today. We're going to see a couple of bits of replay coming up, but, mate, I'm so keen to see what happens in the second half of that battle.
Well, this was the other battle we had, though, in our top 4, and it was Matt Harvey and Brad Toohey. And Harvey laid down what was an immaculate lead run there in the Kumho's tyres S13, but Brad Toohey just got on the door at that point there, sacrificed a little bit of angle and tried to stay side by side, which he does do there in the Zestino tyres 86. And that was a nice chase run there from Brad Toohey. And this is what we're trying to dissect now, is looking at the chase runs, because Brad Toohey came out and did a fantastic lead run as well.
Absolutely. Both of the lead runs were great. It's about watching the chase runs and seeing maybe some of the errors that you can see in the chase. That's what the judges will be looking for.
And you see there, he opens up a big gap on Matt Harvey, and Harvey does everything he can to close that down, gets door to door within the final minute, but it could just be that tiny little bit of the drift there where he just fell off the back of Brad Toohey. That could be the difference between winning and losing that battle. We'll have to find out. Remembering, these are our top 4, so they're not going anywhere. It just depends who's going to battle out for first and second and who's battling out for third and fourth, but we've still got the highly anticipated Luke Fink, Patrick Barley showdown, where Patrick Barley will now get the opportunity to lead. And what will Luke Fink do? He did talk dodgem cars.
Oh, absolutely. And Luke's not a kind of guy that would be all talk. So let's just see what happens. I think it'll be an absolutely incredible battle.
Look, the bumper's off now. He had the back bar off after that contact. Now, they had a bent knuckle on the rear. They've managed to straighten that out, but they're not going to get a chance to change it, so they are just going to make adjustments for that, see how it goes. It could have lost a little bit of strength, and that's where we could see some of the issues when he comes in to that first corner.
Yeah, well, that's it. Once you've got a small mechanical issue, you can do your best to patch it. Hopefully we can get through. There's a lot of load on the outside wheel of that car going around the corner. You're dropping over a gutter. You're on the concrete. That wheel is heavily, heavily loaded up, launching you over the gutter. We're really hoping that this is a great battle. No more mechanical failures, please.
I have no doubt Luke Fink can drive around all that. There is no doubt at all that he can drive around the issue on the back. But what is he going to do about Patrick Barley? Will it sacrifice some grip there? Because Barley, oh, look, he's not even going to pull up alongside of him now. The nerves there, remembering he's in his young, I think he's about 20, 21, Patrick Barley. He's not that old. He's been going around doing the circuit, but of course the last couple of years with everything that's happened, he hasn't been able to keep that momentum of gaining that experience, though he has had podium in the High-Tech Oils Drift Series as well. So he can make it there. He's got a fantastically built car there, and I'll tell you what, the Mule Motorsports do a lot behind the scenes with Alan Barley, his dad as well, to make that car happen. But we've got some issues here for Luke Fink, and they're going to have to give it a push. Is it stalled maybe, or do we have an issue?
Bit of people power action down on the start line.
He's still putting the gloves on. He wants to take this into battle.
Oh, mate.
Mate. Don't take he's bringing a knife to a gunfight here, but I'll tell you what, he's definitely going to have a go, and yes, that's what it is. He stalled the car and it looks like it's got a battery issue. He's not going to, he wants this. Absolutely. He wants to do a bit of redemption here. I don't know what sort of redemption we're going to get. Oh, edge of your seat viewing here. I hope you're on the Bosch Motorsports live stream if you're watching. If you're here at the venue, you need to be down there at the first corner. Here we go. We go away with this one. Another issue there. It stopped again. Patrick Barley drives away. Oh, this might be, oh, the arms go up. We're not going to see the showdown. Barley there. Oh, look at the front wheels. Is that him with steering input? Has he got a couple of issues as well?
No, that's that Speedway steering column and steering lock. It's such a twitchy little car. Really, really challenging one to follow when you're trying to look at the front wheels. But Luke Fink didn't take off.
For the first time ever, looks like we're going to have a Northern Territorian be on the podium at World Time Attack in the Australasian Drift titles here in 2022 at Sydney Motorsport Park. You know, the Territorians at home, the guys from the Top End Drift Association will be cheering on from up there.
Could this be the upset of the day?
Look, I'll tell you what, I wanted to see that battle. That was going to be intense. I could feel it building, and it just... Oh, look, it didn't live up to it, but Patrick Barley's going to have to do something. I'm waiting to see who's going to battle out for 1 and 2 as I refresh the battle tree here. I want to hold my breath.
I don't know what to do.
I'm very excited here in the commentary box, and you're right, I don't know what to do. Matt Harvey, Brad Toohey, that was another insane battle, and if they're lining him up again, we're going to have to find out off Courtney and our judges, but do we have a one more time? Is that what I'm asking? Oh, here we go. We're getting news on the radio here. We called it one more time. One more time. And we did say, how do you dissect those chase runs between the two?
That was so close. Both drivers had errors in the chase. There was a gap opened up in the middle of the lap. So, too hard to call. Let's send them again.
Look, you look at this two ways. I mean, if you bow out of this one here, if you don't win this battle now, because we can't keep doing one more time, they're going to have to make a decision very quickly out of these ones between Matt Harvey and Brad Toohey. I mean, I think Brad Toohey's going to be so happy. Coming back from 27th in qualifying, making the top 4, he's going to be happy. But you've got a very feisty Luke Fink who's having some issues with the car. And look, he's got nothing to lose. He'll bend it, break it. Look, he'll go out there and absolutely push that car to its limit. So you've got a feisty Luke Fink going to be battling out for 3rd and 4th, will be my anticipation there with him not making it out. We will confirm that, but who wants to stop? Who wants to go into that?
Mate, it's all happening. It is absolutely all happening.
Here we go. Matt Harvey, and it's almost a replay so far of what we saw him on this first battle the two had.
Good takeoff, good initiation. Brad Toohey's much closer on this chase run this time around. Much closer. Right up on his door. Had to make some small corrections just to stop. The judges are clapping. They're having a great time.
You know when the judges are clapping that is, you know, so close to battle it out and exactly what they were looking for. Now, Harvey gives him a killer lead run on this one there. He leaves that gap for Brad Toohey and doesn't let him have any gap there, Brad Toohey. This time he goes, you know what, I'm getting on the door, I'm getting on it early, and watch this. Cuts the line a little bit, shallow there through the big corner, but look at the proximity all the way through this massive left-hander.
Absolutely. Textbook drifting at the top level of this event. that's where we want to see. And when the judges are sitting there clapping, I hope you guys are too.
Yeah, I mean, and Tui, he's doing everything right where he's staying on that quarter. He's staying 1 metre to 1.5 metres back from the front of Matt Harvey's car. So he's out of the smoke screen. You drop back that little bit more, all of a sudden you're in that huge, thick smoke screen. It really disadvantaged you in the battle. And now you'd think that Brad Tui feeling very comfortable out in front. He's looking really good. The Zestino tyres are working for him on this one. He's strapped in the Prestige Auto and tyre on the side as well for Brad Tui, and so much experience in the drift community with Brad. Luke Fink getting towed back. Now, can he repair that car before he goes out for that battle between third and fourth?
I don't know what the regulations are on multiple 5-minute rules, so we're going to have to check the regs if he's allowed to do that. But let's get this battle underway. Brad Tui in the lead, Matt Harvey in the chase. Let's see if Brad Tui can do an equally as good clean lead run and how aggressive Matt can be in the chase. There we go. It's a really clean switch. Dropping off the backside of the track. Matt is equally as close as Brad was on the first run around. Brad on the big amounts of steering lock. Matt right there with him. Again, awesome run from both these drivers.
How good was that? That is one of those battles that you can't be upset if you don't win. Because they were side by side. Didn't matter who was leading, who was chasing. Look at this. Brad Tui comes in. He's not even put off by Matt Harvey. Just puts the nose in there. He's doing everything he can. He stays a little bit closer here. I think Matt Harvey possibly. We're going to have to really dissect that down. But look at this. It's neck and neck, I think, with the chase runs between both drivers.
Yeah, how good was the launch over the ripple strip in that chase? That is such an awesome feeling at this track as a driver. You're just going full noise, you're dropping over the back of the circuit, and that launch, and you're just so close, mate. Great drifting.
I don't know how the judges are going to pull that one apart. Like you say, you start up here with, I think, both those drivers. You start looking for the tiny, tiny little errors there and start deducting them down. And the hand is on the head again. Stewie Bryan, our lead judge there, just looking a little bit tense, I suppose, at this point.
Oh,
they're going to have to make a decision. There's only so many reruns we can have. We are on time limits here at World Time Attack, of course, for the Australasian drift titles here, all thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion. So a lot going on to be dissected between the judges there. They're only going to have a certain amount of time to do it as well. Will Luke Fink get back out there? I'm assuming we're going to see a Patrick Barley go through as we sort of refresh what the judges are thinking here. And it looks like Patrick Barley, like we said, would go through on that one. Obviously, when we saw Luke Fink with some issues there. So Patrick Barley, you think we'll go through to that one. It's, look, intense there between Matt Harvey, though, and Brad Tui.
Absolutely amazing driving, both world class. You know, those 2 laps around, correct lines, close proximity, all the tyre smoke in the world. I hope you guys are having a great time watching it because we are too.
Oh, mate, I'm on the edge of my seat. Those 2, I mean, that could have been the final for me, really. That could have been the final, but it's not. It's the top 4. That was the battle to see who's going to go into the battle for 1 and 2 and who's going to go into 3 and 4. Now, they've had a rerun already. Will they let them go again? I mean, we are running out of time here, although we do have Luke Fink, who has to do some repairs here as we check out a bit of a battle tree going on at the moment. So we bring that up on our screen, and look at this. The final is going to be between Patrick Barley and Brad Tui goes through over Matt Harvey.
Yeah, well done. I'm not going to say it's an upset. Both drivers well earned that position, but Brad Tui obviously just did just enough to get through.
Oh, look, you can't pick between Matt Harvey and Brad Tui on that one. Like, I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't have been upset if either of them had made it in there. But Brad Tui, what a comeback, though. 27th position in qualifying and worked his way up. Remember, Matt Harvey was number 2 when it came to qualifying. Patrick Barley was 12, so they've managed to work their way back through the pack. It's really about battles. Although qualifying is very important, sometimes, though, it does not matter in qualifying. We've got all 32 cars. It's a big field here this weekend of the Australasian Drift titles here, all thanks to Garrett Advanced Motion Technology. And, look, 32 cars. We're down to 4. We've got our top 2. It's Patrick Barley, the young gun from the Northern Territory. The first time we're going to see a Northern Territorian on the podium here at World Time Attack for the drifting, and taking on Brad Tui, who is a mature drifter, I suppose, as he's done lap after lap after lap. That 86 has been around longer than Patrick Barley has.
Yeah, spot on. That's probably a fair thing to say, yeah. Brad's seasoned veteran. So cool to see Patrick being able to take him down in such a unique car as well, and their team is bringing a whole new flair to drifting in this country, which is just totally great. Bringing some of that speedway knowledge and technology into a drift car. I love it. I think it's absolutely awesome to watch.
And Brad Tui here with his young his young child as well. His wife and his child are here this weekend. Family man. They run a very small team too. They don't bring a lot of people. They get around, like I say. He hasn't travelled due to commitments at home in Canberra. He hasn't travelled very far this year, only over to Sydney. So he's come here for World Time Attack Challenge. To come back after a couple of years, I suppose, of where we're normally seeing him up there in the top 4 at most events. He probably hasn't been up there in the last couple of years on the events that we have had. So great to see him bounce back. And that slight line change from yesterday has really been advantageous to him.
Yeah, it made all the difference, and Brad was actually one of the guys in the driver's briefing this morning that was very particular. I mean, he was driving to exactly the line that the judges were asking for yesterday. Maybe that's why he qualified down the order a little bit. We had a bit of a discussion in driver's briefing, and they said, hey, let's look at adjusting the line and allowing the cars to drop well over the back of that ripple strip on the second to last corner. And he's been driving to that line for the rest of today. So it's obviously a comfortable line for him, and he's delivering.
Look, most importantly, are you going to be all right? There's no SR in the final.
I'll be okay.
You'll be okay.
I'll be okay.
We're going to take 2 V8s into the final, 1 twin supercharged LS, taking on a 434 cube late model engine out of a Speedway late model car that makes like 800-900 horsepower. It's a fresh engine too. They hurt it 2 weeks ago. Hurt 5 pistons in that engine, so they just got a new one. Can't get pistons at the moment. It's just really hard to get parts out of the States.
And that's just automotive industry at the moment as well. I work in the automotive industry myself, and it's just a real challenge for parts and ingredients and all sorts of different stuff. So, yeah, great that he had a spare engine or could get hold of a spare engine. And great that he's had the time to test it and put it back in the car.
Let's talk about mechanical attrition, though. Like, they have gone 32, top 16, top 8, top 4 now, and they go back-to-back. Now, there's a lot of mechanical abuse happening on these cars. The attrition rate, we've seen some cars break. Luke Fink, even though that contact made, the car doesn't stop because of contact like that. That is something else going on with the car. So it was warm out there a bit earlier. It's cooled down now, but I mean, they're going back to back to back. In a normal drift competition, we see like the professional drivers and the Pro-Am drivers. So the professionals come out, then the Pro-Am come out, and they get that break to work on the car, cool things down. All of a sudden now, though, these cars are having to go back to back to back to back.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Typically in Australia, we'll have a Pro class and like a Pro-Am class. And the guys will have all day to work on the cars. So you'll come out for your first top 32, and then you've got a decent amount of time to work on it. They just don't have that at this event. They've really got to have their teams and their pit crew and everyone absolutely on point so they can do any mechanical repairs really, really rapidly. But that's also nerve-wracking, because what if you haven't got something right and you are sending it in top of 4th gear into this extremely fast track, undulation, elevation changes. It's tough. It is really a tough circuit.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. And, I mean, they just keep doing this, but, I mean, will the cars last? I mean, I know that Patrick Barley's car, coming from that Speedway heritage there, is very simple to pull apart. It is a very simple car, so they can repair that very quickly. Brad Toohey is probably a little bit more complicated and heavy there with the 86 as well. So, as you can see, we've got the pit walk going on here at World Time Attack. It's a fantastic event. We're loving it right now, though. We're going to grab a quick word from our sponsors and be back very shortly for our top 4. Well, we're back here at the Australasian Drift Titles here, all thanks to Garrett Advancing Motion, and you can see Matt Harvey's lined up for this battle for 3rd position. He'll be taking on Luke Fink. Now, will Luke Fink make it? That is the big question. He's not alongside. No, Matt Harvey is going to be here on a solo run in our finals for the 3rd position.
Wow, there we go. So Luke Fink, obviously a fierce competitor. They must have just had some mechanical issues and they just could not get the car out there to start this battle. Matt Harvey from Tasmania goes through.
Yeah, look, we talk about the Luke Fink
Patrick Barley contact there, and the grab of the handbrake is what the judges ruled the advantage there to Patrick Barley. But no matter what, I mean, mechanical failure, you wouldn't want... I mean, the fairy tale wouldn't have wanted to been if this mechanical failure had happened in the battle for first position. So I'm, kind of happy Patrick Barley's gone through in that instance. Matt Harvey looks like it wouldn't be the way he wants to get third position, but he is taking this solo run here in the Kumo tyres, S13. They're the 2J Power from Tasmania.
Awesome stuff. And yeah, look, as a drifting competitor, you absolutely want to go through and win on merit, and you want to win in a battle situation, not a mechanical failure situation. But look, this is motorsport at the end of the day, and if you couldn't get the car out there on track, then retirement is the thing.
That big sweeping final corner. Look at the crowd all up against the fence. That is look, Matt Harvey's just going to put it on the Kumo tyres. He's got them stacked up there. Great sponsor there for Matt Harvey in the S13. And look, why not go out there and blaze them? If Luke Finn can't make it alongside you, let's just go and smash some tyres here. We're having a fantastic time here at the Yokohama World Time Attack Challenge 2022. It's not too far away. Our final coming down between Patrick Barley, the young Northern Territorian, taking on, well, he's a mature gentleman in the sport. Brad Toohey. Look, he's a great bloke, Brad Toohey. I know he's given a lot of advice to Patrick Barley previously in the last couple of years of competition, whether it comes down to sponsorship and what to do and how to approach certain styles, I suppose, when it comes to finals, how to keep you calm. So Brad Toohey's probably done a little bit of mentorship there with Patrick Barley over the last few years.
Yeah, it's
not,
really
not
interesting.
Meaning to, but just has been along the way and encouraging these up-and-coming pro drifters.
We're finding that's happening a bit, with the story with Glenn and Bo Yates. There's a little bit of that going on. There's the people that have been involved in drifting for 15 to 20 years are now helping out the new guys coming through, and it's really cool to see, and it's how we're going to keep growing this sport and introducing it to more people.
And well, interesting enough, it's a changing of the guard in the Northern Territory there, because Danny Probert obviously was one of the, up there in the Northern Territory, one of the original drifters, the OG drifters of the Northern Territory, and he's still out there competing in his XD. He's stuck with something more of his, flavour of his age there in the XD, and he's been helping out the Barleys. I know they did some private testing up there in the Northern Territory with Patrick Barley and Danny Probert. So although they are on opposite sides of the pits this weekend, they are very closely affiliated there. And I know Alan Barley, Patrick's dad there, helping out with the Danny Probert car as well. So, a lot of that experience coming from Danny Probert. I'm sure he went over and had a few words with Patrick Barley just to try and calm those nerves. Because Brad too. Here we go, the showdown between 1 and 2. Who's going to be the winner here of the Australasian Drift titles in 2022 at World Time Attack Challenge? And Patrick Barley leads out in the C6 Corvette. Brad Toohey trying to keep that proximity close. And Ken Barley throws it down.
No.
Oh, spins it out.
Oh, no.
Oh, look at the damage on both cars. Patrick Barley's C6 Corvette, though. The Kevlar body just torn from the front.
I'm speechless. I'm absolutely speechless. It was just an over-rotation from Pat. He has gone full commitment. He's thrown the car in as hard as he can.
And there might be some front suspension damage there as well, because there's something under the car. I mean, as the steering guy, he might just be checking that one, the Kevlar body. I tell you what, Dad will be in the background saying, don't wreck too much of the Kevlar bodies. We check out the high-octane racing action replay here, and he's already got the back patched up on this car and throws it in a lot of speed there.
I mean, the front wheels are moving around, but we can't really tell if that's part of the Speedway setup. But, mate, that was just such an over-rotation.
He has tried to throw so much angle into that Patrick Barley, putting it all on the line against Brad Toohey. What are you going to do? Toohey, coming back from 27th in qualifying, to be up there in the final for 1 and 2. Unfortunately, though, it's put a little bit of damage on Toohey's car. Hopefully it's not too big a damage there. I think Barley, though, maybe it's just going to be Kevlar. Will they pull that off? Can we get back out? Are we going to get that advantage there? Are we going to say because he's caused that contact, there's a huge advantage to Toohey? As long as Toohey can go and put a run together, we pretty much already have a winner out of these two.
Wow, so tense for the final. And again, like we were just saying before, we never want to see a mechanical issue causing the results, but a big over-rotation by Pat. It was just maybe a bit of nerves, maybe a bit of just going too hard too soon, and he's just over-rotated the car.
Look, it's a big moment there for the young gun there from Patrick Barley. I mean, you think about this. Where in Australia at the moment do we get a 32-car field of pro drifters there? As we look down pit lane, the pit walk here at the Yokohama 2022 World Time Attack Challenge, and the opportunity to get out there and walk down all the cars with their bonnets up. It's fantastic for the crowd to be part of this unique event where we just get so many different styles of automotive greatness, I suppose, accumulated in one area as we check out the High Octane Racing Action Replay once again. And Patrick Barley doing everything he can to try and maximise the speed into this first corner.
And look, Brad would know that Pat has been moving. He's been very, very quick. So Brad was right there with him. He's getting more and more confident being so close. And unfortunately, just nowhere to go.
I did see Patrick Barley at the back wheels there stop. I don't know if he's got on the foot brake there to stop those or the hand brake, but it just grabbed just for a second there and just over-rotated the car. And Brad Tui's did really well to make that minimal contact on the front of Brad Tui's car.
Yeah, a nice little avoidment there. It's just there's nowhere to go. Your full commitment, like we said before, fourth gear, flat out. When there's an issue, there's just nowhere to go in that situation. And, yeah, hopefully Brad's car's okay as well.
It looks like a lot of damage on the front of Patrick Barley's car, but remember, that's a Kevlar body. It's going to disintegrate quite easily with that sort of impact there and the bar work behind it. So it might not actually be that bad. I mean, he did pull up on the track there for just a second, but I think that's the bodywork scraping on the ground. He's just trying to see if maybe he can not damage it as much. We know how expensive a Kevlar body can be, especially on a C6 Corvette. So probably just trying to ease that back into the pits. Whether they'll come out again will be the question. Brad Tui, hopefully nothing damaged on the steering of that. Maybe we're going to get a celebration run from him.
Possibly.
We'll have to wait and hear what comes out of race control. But it's been a hectic 32-car battle to get here, hasn't it?
What a day. What an absolute day. The start of the event, we thought it was potentially going to be a washout. And we were very nervous about that because it's always great to have a solid drifting event like this in the dry. You get the whole theatrics of the event. If it was going to be in the wet, it was going to be a lot slower. You'd have a lot more recoveries. We're a bit nervous. So the fact that it's been a beautiful day, the wind's picked up, it may cool off a little bit out there, but firstly, we've had a great day and we've really enjoyed that.
I really think the judges put down a fantastic line here for this competition, especially those slight changes they made today. We've seen a lot more cars going door to door, especially the whole car going over that ripple strip, staying on the power all the way through the corner, allowing the other car to get right up and go door to door. A shame for the Queenslanders. We've seen a lot of them on one side of the battle tree in the top 32, didn't we? And they all seemed attrition. They all went out one by one, and we saw that experience there. We've had some great matchups there. Matty Mingo taking on Rob White. I mean, they both raced stadium trucks, and like Rob White said, he gave me a touch-up in my first stadium truck race, so I'm going to give him one here. And he didn't have to. They put it to each other, and he took the first battle out there on that one. That was a fantastic showdown. Levi Clark, I mean, every battle he had was absolutely epic. Josh Botcher, our returning champion, unfortunately had to borrow a car. Mechanical issues once again. Here we go. The damage being repaired here in pit lane, so looks like the guys are trying to repair that, but they are calling it at the moment. Here we go, so we are getting a decision made, and no surprise there, Patrick Barley being called at fault. His crew there will have a sticker there to repair that car, but I believe we are going to be calling this one. It looks like Brad Tui is going to take the win here for the Australasian Drift titles, all thanks to Garrett advancing motion. I mean, a big win there for Brad Tui. Wow. 27 in qualifying, works his way back through the field. He had some epic battles with some huge competitors, including Matt Harvey in that top four. That went rerun, made it through. Unfortunately, Patrick Barley made a mistake, but he's got the win. Congratulations to Brad Tui and his family who are here watching.
Yeah, well done to Brad. Well done to all of his crew that have obviously worked hard to get the car here, prep it all. Mate, absolute credit to you. Like we said, it's not the way you want to win, but at the end of the day, he's been driving amazing all day.
Imagine the relief there for Brad. I mean, big shout out to Patrick Barley and, of course, Barley Racing, Lux Performance for those guys as well, because to be a runner-up here this weekend, he had to work hard to get it. He really took it to Luke Fink, and we saw that fiery exchange there where they made contact. It went his way. He didn't have to front up. Luke Fink had some mechanical issues there, didn't get to battle him back after those fiery words. But, I mean, congratulations to Patrick Barley in Northern Territory and bringing the fight here to World Time Attack. Right now, though, let's go down to Courtney.
I'm here with one very happy Brad Tui, who's finally standing on the top of the podium here at World Time Attack for the Australian Drift titles. How do you feel?
Yeah, pretty awesome, actually. Yeah, super stoked to, finally put the Time Attack, voodoo behind me. I've had a lot of iffy events over the years, and I've really wanted to do well here for all my sponsors. So, yeah, very, very happy to do it. Had to do it the hard way. I put myself on the back foot yesterday, and yeah, it'd have to come through guys like Matty Hill and Matt Harvey and Ant Billick, and obviously, bad luck for Patrick Barley. But to be honest, mate, he's been on the scene a couple of years, and to come right through to the final, I've told him, man, he can hold his head high. So, yeah, I'm stoked to do it for Zestino, Zoo Performance, A+ Towing, Prestige Tyre and Auto, just everyone, Adaptronic. Like, honestly, there's so many people I could thank that got me here. It's, yeah, it's just crazy. So, thank you.
You've had podiums in other series, but this one has always just gotten away from you. So, is this the sweetest success you've had to date?
It's hard to know because it's got to sink in, but it definitely feels good, I won't lie. I think winning championships over the years, you know, you got to do it consistent over 4 or 5 rounds. That always feels really rewarding, but you know, these are the best of the best in the country at the moment, and so yeah, I guess once it sinks in, I'll probably feel pretty awesome, I reckon.
Yeah, once you take a sweet sip of that champagne. Congratulations, Brad Toohey, once again. Yeah. It's been a great run.
Congratulations on the baby court, and I'd like to say thank you to Bianca and my little baby Seb. It's just, this is my little man here. I did it for him, so super stoked. Thank you.
Look at that smile.
Yeah. Wow. Say hello to the camera.
Hi, baby.
Woo!
So good to see these fantastic World Time Attack moments. I knew they were still there, ladies and gentlemen. Matty Cav, how good was that? Drifting's gone way overdue in the time schedule, but you know what? We had to find a winner. What a worthy winner in Brad.
Oh, it's fantastic. To have his family here alongside of him, he'll be enjoying that. Like I say, qualified 27th down the field. Probably wasn't as... didn't have as much confidence this morning there, but to work his way back through, and I tell you what, he deserves the win.
That's a mammoth effort, absolutely a mammoth effort. Now, it's all about family. Welcome to the World Time Attack family if you're watching live on the Bosch Motorsport live stream. We've lost one of our great family members of the World Time Attack family since we've last been together since 2019, and it's the man, Mozza, Adrian Morrisby, a larger-than-life character with credentials that go as big as the personality that he is, as the big boy. He wants to be known as the big man, full of excitement and action. Of course, absolute treasured member of our World Time Attack team, with him and myself starting here right in the early days, and of course Wazza from New Zealand. He had his own radio show in Tasmania on Wazza's Hot Bites, and larger-than-life character. We also must, of course, think of what we officially call him the dentist, the owner of Cyber Evo, and unfortunately losing him as well since we've last met. One of our fantastic friends, really founded World Time Attack here in Australia, brought his Cyber Evo over from of course Japan, with Tarzan Yamada driving, and unfortunately who's known as our Time Attack's own dentist, passing away, unfortunately, since we've last been here. So it's a little bit sad in a way. There's a mountain-sized void in our lives because we've lost these great people. They are part of our family. They've shared it with us for years, and unfortunately, their time has moved on and it has passed. But having said that, we are... of course, encouraged to move on and continue with life. And I don't know about you, but these guys are going to be doing it for the next 10 to 15 to 20 years. Luffy and Ian Baker. Down to you guys.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, as you said, obviously we're here to remember two great friends of the World Time Attack family. I'm here with Ian Baker, CEO and founder of World Time Attack. He's got some very special awards to present to remember two fantastic people of the World Time Attack family.
Thanks, Luffy. Yeah, it's great to be back, I've got to tell you, but there's a tear in my eye before I do this, and I've flown up Moz's great mate Hooch here, and I thought it'd be nice to say, you know, what would Moz like us to do? And I think he just wants us to have fun, really. And I said, I want you to go around and pick the car that you would think would be Moz's pick of the cars, and we called it the Bang Tidy Award. I'm going to put Hooch on for a quick word.
Yeah, quick word. The Bang Tidy Award, and I thought, of course, thank you very much, Ian, for getting us up here. Moz has left he was a great joker, but he's left a huge hole in the community down here in Tassie and with you guys. Thankfully, he was cremated, otherwise we would have had to dig a huge hole. But the car that I've gone with is the Extreme GTR with Michelle and Mark Guy. It is, it's been on fire. It's fallen off the hoist. It's a competition car, and it presents very well every time they come out to compete, and it is definitely bang tidy.
Thank you very much.
It's a real honour to get this award. Mozza was a great guy, and I hope we can do his memory proud with this one, and it really is a great honour, and I hope we can live up to it all the way through. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I'm just going to call up Tats Kano from Yokohama Tyre. And Takizawa-san was a big part of, particularly in the early days. He was one of the first cars to come to World Time Attack, and he won back to back, and he was a dentist. You know, it was the real spirit of what was going on. I'm just going to put Tats on to say a couple of words.
中島さん、滝沢さん、そしてチームイボ、そしてボルテックス、数々の思い出ありがとうございました。横浜タイヤを代表して、こちらを贈呈させていただきたいと思います。ありがとうございました。
Yeah, so we got a little award for Team Tilton here. Yeah, Nakajima-san's going to come up and pick it up with the boss, Costa. Can you hold that? This is the OG of Time Attack Award in memory of Takizawa-san. And there's no more OG than you, brother.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Luffy.
Oh, look, amazing scenes. You know, when the CEO wants to do something, he does it, and including these great awards, the Bang Tidy Award and, of course, the OG Award, and in great memorial trophies given out to worthy recipients. And there's a lot of love in the house, Matty Cav. Have a look at the pit walk here as the drone, I hope that's a drone, flying over there. I didn't see a bloke with a camcorder and a hang glider, and if so, he wouldn't be going up that way. But it's been great to see. Look at Sydney Motorsport Park. This is Australia. Visit New South Wales, Destination New South Wales rather. This is this fantastic Bosch Motorsport live stream coming to you absolutely free, presented by highactingdirect.com. And Matty Cav, this is just where dreams come true. And you know what, when we do lose people, when people become mortals to angels, dreams come true from then on then. And I dream of more days like this in this beautiful country with these beautiful people and these amazing vehicles and amazing specimens, including another amazing specimen, Warren Love.
Yeah, look, guys, it's great to be down here in pit lane. You see the action, you see the excitement happening down here. It's great to be back here at World Time Attack. We haven't been here for 2 years, but how good is it to see people down here in pit lane? We now move into the business end of the afternoon. We've got 2 sessions for each of our categories. We've got 2 sessions for Club Sprint. We've got 2 sessions for the GCG Turbo Open. We've got 2 sessions for Royal Purple Pro. And the one that we're all looking for, obviously, is the Royal Purple Pro final shootout. Now, the thing, talking to a lot of the teams up and down pit lane, is the conditions and how they're going to change as the day goes on. What we saw last night is we saw track temperature of around 16 degrees and an ambient temperature of somewhere the same. Today we've seen track temperature in the mid-20s, so we're expecting that it's going to cool off tonight. We're going to see cooler temperatures, especially for our pro guys. One of the things that they've been talking about is, because they only get that one warm-up lap, how are they going to be able to phase their tyre in so that it's ready to go when they arrive down here at turn 1 on that first flying lap and when they arrive at Armando Corner. So it's one of the things that they're going to have to think about. We also take into account the wind. The wind that this morning was a nice big headwind on the front straight is now becoming more of a crosswind coming across. So as they tip it in at turn 1 at 280 kilometres an hour, you're going to pick up a lot more aero on the front of the car. So there's all these things still to play out. We've got so much more action here this afternoon. It's going to be exciting to see. Can't wait to see our pro guys back out there very shortly. So everyone's starting to sort of make their way out of pit lane now. Talking to people up and down pit lane, they've absolutely been loving being able to get down and get close to these vehicles down here in pit lane. And this is, as we know, this is what World Time Attack is all about. It's about being able to get the fans closer to the cars, get them to be able to see them, touch them, feel them up close, and be part of that World Time Attack family. Obviously, we've just remembered 2 great friends of that World Time Attack family that are no longer with us. We know that they're going to be looking down on us, smiling with seeing all the people back out here today. So it's an exciting time for all of us now. But now, as I said, we're at the business end of the day. We're looking forward to getting back out there, seeing what these cars can do, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we're going to see a few times tumble.
Oh, Luffy, what a great cross there. Let me tell you, he summed it all up there. He gave us what to do. Here's the unveiling that we needed. We talked about before in the show and shine. Check out Low STI. This is part of our show and shine unveilings. We've got all this great stuff going on all at once, and we've had that first unveiling up on the hill. Luffy's down with the pit walkers. We clear pit lane to go to the business end on track, but this is a snapshot of the Aussie car scene. Matt Kavanagh, this is what Aussies are building, folks. This is world-class stuff. Aussie cars like you wouldn't believe. I mean, none of them are Australian cars, of course, but they're Australian built and owned by Australians. And have a look at the style that these guys are portraying. It doesn't matter what you bring. It seems that they got to look like that.
Yeah, it's a bit of our Australian twist, I suppose. You see a lot of stuff like this built over in Japan and places like that, but it's got a slight Australian flair to it, which is what I like.
It's an Aussie touch, and you know what, even as we go to the live stream right across the world, this is speaking every other language in the world. We speak car the same. CAR still spelt CAR in every other country, as last time I saw, and look at what this CAR is going to be. Here we go, he's getting it ready. Must be pretty low. Those car covers, they're good quality car covers too, by the way. We didn't just put on the $12 ones. We've got those proper grey ones. They're good. You don't want the paintwork to be damaged here. I'm in suspense now. We're all geeing up this second.
I assume we're waiting for the owner to come
hang on,
across.
they're clapping it up here. They're geeing it up. I can see the clapping going on. He's winding up the unveiling. What will it be? What make? Quick guess, quickly. What brand? What brand?
86. No, Supra. Late model. It's looking low. It's got a long front end.
Nissan.
Oh,
what is that? Holy durly, built by Kyle. Fat. You want to talk about fat? That's MX-5 like you wouldn't believe. That's King Miata right there. Charlie, you're right there. How awesome is that? Oh, holy durl. Hang on.
Oh.
It's all happening. Oh, I can't believe it. It's everything's.
Oh, guys.
That's a lot of stuff happening at once.
Yes? Unbelievable. Congratulations. Were you expecting to get proposed to at World Time Attack today?
No, I don't know where the money came from.
Where did the money come from? Well, it's okay. As long as your bling is bigger than the cars, you're perfectly fine. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. But, you know, the car's cool too.
All right, let's have another round of applause for these four wonderful cars.
So a bit of an update down here in pit lane in our Pro-Am class. We saw Chris Alexander this morning have that rear wing failure spectacularly down the front straight. Well, we've just seen a marriage proposal over there. Well, we've got another marriage down here of some sorts, because if you look to the back of the car, it says it's hammer time. So these guys have been able to get the rear wing off Hammerhead. As we know, that vehicle won't be taking part today due to an engine failure yesterday. So again, that's part of the World Time Attack family. They graciously gave their rear wing so these guys can get back out there. So looking forward to seeing these guys back out on track soon.
Oh, Luffy, we're all over it. It's match proposals, it's unveilings, it's track walks, it's all happening here. We need to take a break and be back with more soon.
I'm Fraser Ross, driver number 59, McLaren 720S GT3, and my McLaren features the latest Motorsport ABS system from Bosch.
Motorsport ABS is my greatest asset in the McLaren. I'm able to change settings each lap depending on the grip available, wet or dry, and it gives me the confidence I need to win. Motorsport ABS can improve even the best professional race driver's braking performance because it has the individual control over each wheel. When quality and performance matter, I can rely on Bosch Motorsport.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
You don't get faster by wishing for it, dreaming about it. You get faster by mastering your craft, always looking for that edge in performance.
Next left, carry more speed.
All right, back at Sydney Motorsport Park, where Matt Mingay and friends does what Matt Mingay and friends do best, and that is carry on with motorcycles like crazy creatures that they are. And let me tell you, the little 600 out there and the big Harley, Matty Mingay loves to put the big hog right back up on the backyard there. Watch out for that barrier there, Matty. Remember, he's doing that with his feet over the front of the handlebars there as well. What are the boys up to now? A little bit of a donut there. Matty will do the donut there on the V-twin very comfortably. He was actually born on a motorcycle, Matt Mingay. Not too many people know that. But this guy, he's been riding a long time as a renowned stunt rider for decades. Put your hands together. Again, we're celebrating Australian talent like nothing else. And he is just one of Australia's best stunt riders. That Hot Wheels and Newlon stunt team, not only with the drifters, the bikes, of course, which have...
Hey guys, I'm down here on pit wall and the guys are right out in front of me if you want me to do something. Yeah, guys, down here on pit wall watching Matt Mingay and the Hot Wheels stunt team out there. This guy's actually pretty busy this weekend. Not only are they doing their Hot Wheels demonstrations with the bikes, they've got their Hot Wheels performance with the cars, and also taking part in the drifting display out there. So these guys are certainly earning their money this weekend. But this is what it's all about. It's about putting on shows for the fans, and this is what Matt and his team do right around Australia. So many weekends of the year, they're out there putting on displays, winding the crowd up, and having a ball doing it.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
Hi, Warren Luff here at World Time Attack. Down here on the Yokohama stand, we've got the Hyundai i30N and we've got the brand new Yokohama 8009 tyres on the car, and we're going to talk about what it takes to go around Sydney Motorsport Park. We're going to go through each corner and show you what it takes to get around here nice and fast.
turn 1 has got to be one of the best corners in Australian motorsport. And again, here at World Time Attack, you're going to see cars topping out at probably nearly 300 Ks at the end of the front straight here, and they will take this corner flat. Most other cars are going to be sort of looking to brake somewhere past the 100, but this is a corner of pure commitment. It's all about sort of get the car in there. Cars with a lot of aero will love sort of the amount of grip they can generate through here, and it's all about just small increments of steering and really let the car run out nice and wide again for that short run down to turn 2, and again maximise the braking down here. Turn 2, big braking area, double apex corner, so you tend to sort of run it in quite early, let the car drift out wide, and then this is all about trying to get a good run out of here and be fast through turn 3 on the run down to turn 4. All the cars here, especially in the pro class, this will be easily flat through here. It's one of the corners where you start to feel the sort of the lateral load of the tyre start to really sort of take over, and then you come out of turn 3, cresting the hill here down into turn 4, looking for your brake marker. It's usually somewhere after the 50 marker. It's generally an early turn in here because it's an uphill corner, so the tyre really grips into the roadway through here. And then as you come out of here, coming into turn 5, you don't let the car run out too wide. You want to get back to the right. Again, it's an early turn in. And Sydney Motorsport Park a few years ago so graciously put all this nice concrete area out here so you can run the car out really nice and wide. The run down into turn 6 is a little bit blind. You come over the crest of the hill, it can be quite hard to find a brake marker, but it's a very easy 90-degree corner. And again, it's all about carrying the speed through, early on the throttle, run it out wide here, coming up to what's commonly called Corporate Hill. It's a fast-flowing, again, most of the pro cars here will be flat through here, but it's the first downhill corner. So it's important to get the nose in nice and early and let the understeer push you out wide, right out to the track edge, and then coming down here into the hairpin, back to about the middle of the road. And again, generally it's an early turn in here because again, it's another downhill corner, but it's all about being early on the power here. You want to let the car run out, use all the available road, and then this is a really fun part of the circuit. As we come up through here, turn 9, it's a fast-flowing corner. A little bit of water on the track at the moment from the overnight rain, but it's all about the setup through here. As you come through, get the car straight nice and early, and again, you're going to see people using a lot of curb on the entry here. Position the car out nice and wide, and this is all about the run onto the front straight here. Up nice and high, apex about the middle of the corner, and then as early as you can get to the throttle, get to full throttle, let the car run out wide, again using all the available road. Down the front straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park, we're going to see cars in the pro class getting somewhere close to 300 kilometres an hour, which is a lot faster than we see from, say, V8 supercars. So that's the lap of Sydney Motorsport Park, thanks to obviously Yokohama and our friends at Hyundai.
Yes, indeed, and Warren Luff, what can we say? The man knows the track, and if you don't know the track already, we'll certainly show you the track for the rest of the day here at Sydney Motorsport Park. This beautiful Sydney Saturday afternoon. It's fantastic weather conditions. That breeze just tapering off, which is good. I'm glad that it is, Matty Cav.
Yeah, it's good that it's starting to die down a little bit if we look at the flags there, but it has changed direction once again. It's slightly moved around throughout the day, so it'll change the aero on these cars when they're coming down the main straight. Are they going to come into as big a headwind? How's it going to handle around those first couple of big high-speed corners? That is going to be the question here, though. We're in the start of the Howtech Club Sprint class. Of course, it is our group number 1 out on track at the moment, and Assad's there still with that 1:33.776 in the Evo from earlier on today.
Yes, but hold the phone. Brett Dickey is out there, the 2018 winner now, the elusive Racing Honda Integra. Didn't really see him in the first session today, so we are looking for a run from Dickey shortly. I'm sure that's the entrant number that we've got coming up here, entrant 60. Elusive Racing it is. This DC2R Integra going to give the next couple of sessions a real shake there. Didn't really see anything in that early session. And on track there too, the NA Motorsport, Dwayne Fisher, Evo 10 running around here as well. We've got a great range of vehicles in this particular class. Remember, we've got 3 categories here for Haltech Club Sprint, Group 1, Group 2, Group 3. And that run by Assad this morning, he put that run down really early. And Jamal Assad, of course, the Team ERS Performance Evo 6, that minute 33.776. Everyone else is looking to be on podium. They've got it Rex car on screen now. Adam Nakarada, his first flying lap of the day was minute 45.227. Well, for this afternoon, rather, not for today. He had a run in the earlier part of the day. Paul McKinnon's out in this lineup as well. We've got Garland there too.
Yeah, just ran his fastest lap there, 1:37.302. As you can see him up there in 6th position at the moment.
Look how tight those numbers are already, Matty Cav, and we still haven't seen the Yaris or the Super out there, but it's going to be a massive shuffle, you would imagine, through some of these guys as they try and make that top 10. Pulse Racing, Paul McKinnon, as we said, is out there running in the WRX, the Impreza.
And you're right, there's going to be, we've got 3 groups coming out at the moment, so they're all split up between them in the Haltech Club Sprint class. So you might see some of those names up there aren't out on track at the moment, they're going to come out later. So now's your opportunity to lay down that, but it's the 1:33.77 up the top there for the Mitsubishi Evo 6. I mean, that number is going to be very hard to beat.
At minute 38.178 there for Dickey, so that actually does put him in 8th position. Flying down the main straight now is a hanger, and we saw him out earlier on today in his WRX. That's Edin Ahanger, the Got It Rex team, so entrance 64 and 65. And we've also got Garland just going past 2, so it's all the Got It Rexes at the moment coming through Armando in turn 2. He is slowing down. Oh, we've got one off to the side there again after turn 2. It's just caught a glimpse of a blue Rex there. We didn't know which one it was, but it's certainly not entrance 65 being Edin Ahanger. And we are seeing McKinnon roll in there for a second. We got a red flag, we do, and I think it's because of that stranded car on turn 2. That's what it would be. There he is. That is the Magritte Motorsport entry of Jinpen Wang. He'd already run earlier on today. Just trying to find where Wang was in that list. But
obviously his last lap time was 1:48 there, which was his fastest time so far, 1:48.385 there.
So, but then issues there on turn 2. You know, we've had a couple pull up just around turn 2 there. Whether sometimes I wonder, because you are coming normally in top gear down to Armando. You're coming through Armando. If anything, you're lifting off and taking the car in the corner. Now, whether you get back on it and give it one more stab before turn 2, which a lot of people do, but what do you do then? You're gearing down. So when you come out of turn 2 and you're not doing anything, maybe we've got something in a transmission relation there when a big downshift's happening for that corner. So if something gives up, it's more likely going to be the transmission, because that's the last thing you used in the car other than your brakes. And last time I looked, you got around turn 2, so it could be something like your drive line or something like that. It's interesting. I was trying to diagnose some of the issues on cars just as they were going through. And one we were looking at last night was actually the Kadisha of Bat Romano. Bat's car wasn't coming around at full noise at all. And I thought it might have been a gear selection problem, because he was taking off in the pits here to leave. It's like, geez, that's in a high gear, but we don't know how well that car's geared. It's probably very high geared. And then find out that because the car hasn't sort of run for so long, foam-filled fuel tank, what do you think happened?
Oh, the foam is
the old foam. The foam's gone somewhere, and it's gone where the fuel should be going, and that was a problem that I couldn't diagnose. They only found that out when they get to the pits. Sometimes when you're looking at what happens to these guys out there, you see a bit of smoke, you know they've had an issue under the bonnet. If they're pulling over with a bit of damage to them, you know that they've come a little bit to the side there, maybe onto the curb. So look at this whole... What do you call when you got more than one Rex together? Is that a gaggle of Rexes? It's a BMW sandwich.
Is it a flock?
We've got a BMW in the middle there, do we not?
Yeah, you do have a BMW in the middle there.
Yeah, so that's yeah, red flag at the moment. So we're just clearing this car off track. But Cole, we've got you back down in the pits there, buddy.
Hey guys, I got Brett Dickey here with the Elusive team. They battled some issues earlier. They were just able to make it out for a session. Tell me a little bit about how that first session went.
Yeah, not so good, man. It's I wish it was going a bit better. We're on a spare engine, so it's not really doing what we sort of want it to do at the moment. I actually really had to wheel that thing to do a 38, so those guys at the front are definitely going pretty quick. But a credit to everyone that works on this car. I think they're on about 2 hours sleep in the last 3 days, so yeah, I get the easy job. You know what it's like, man.
Yeah, I know, and I know the struggle is real, and you got to give it up to the team that's putting in the effort to get you back out there. So keep fighting the good fight, Brett. Thank you.
Thank you, Cole, and I love it that you know, Cole from one racer to the other racer can just know what that's about. Your team is so important, and Cole, officially is a professional race car driver as well. Of course, Life Motorsport in Utah, they actually not only have the R35, they also produce a car called the Sierra, which is like an off-road racing vehicle. So Kyle's not only punting the R35 around, Circuit of Americas or Pikes Peak, he's out there driving Sierras, and if you're not, they're leasing him to guys that are racing in the series there. So you talk about Mr. Motorsport, that is a guy that lives motorsport every single day of his life. So he knows how good a team is under him, and the Life team from Utah, just one of the best group of guys I've ever met when we first came over here. And it's so good to see Cole with us. Made it down under, just like Andrew Brilliant did, and he's going to be back on shortly here as well as we get through the rest of the afternoon. So out there right now is that Supra, and I do think, was that Wong or Garland in that Supra? I'm just having a look at that, because remember, we had a Yaris and a Supra in at the pointy end. Is this the one that we've got? Because I think we've got two GR Supras in this session.
That's going to be Jonathan Wong there at that stage, number 67 from DNA Autosport.
Yeah, so there's the Beamer that was in the sandwich there before, which was Adrian Wilson, the BMW M4 that we're seeing there. And it is entrant 67. It is Jonathan Wong in the Supra GR. So that was the one that went 37.016. So there it is there, 37.016. That Supra on screen is fifth in Haltech Club Sprint so far. And isn't that a tribute to, again, the Aussie teams that put together a world-provided car like the GR Yaris. I mean, it's another international language that we all speak. Everyone speaks R35, everyone speaks R33, speaks R32. Every chassis configuration we've got is a world-praised car. We respect these vehicles for what they are out of the factory, but then we do this to them. And that's what I love the best, and Baker loves this, because this is called industry. This is called the motorsport industry. Buy a car, worship the car before you do anything to it, and then build the beast you want. Australia is home of where you can build a beast. And this is a fantastic version of a Time Attack Club Sprint GR. And I challenge the rest of the world to come up with a similar Club Sprint style car in World Time Attack and measure their performances here at Sydney Motorsport Park in the years to come, because this is the start of the new, we call it the new era. We've had that 2-year break. The industry, it's a good way to check where the industry is, Matty Cav, and it's right where we left it. If anything, it's going pretty good.
Oh, I think people have had a lot of time to invest in it, haven't they? Although we haven't had the testing, it's all that behind the scenes where they're just making small improvements. Well, now they've had that time to pull things down, dissect it, look for stress fractures, all those little things that they just don't quite have time between competitions to do. Now all of a sudden it's been a chance to strip the car completely down.
Or build new ones like this. And this is exactly what it's about. There's a little bit of time to regroup, regather. Now remember, while some people sort of fell to the wayside during this time, there's also a lot of people out there that actually flourished through that time. And that's just, unfortunately, it's a pretty cruel world out there, but some people have actually flourished through this time. And you know what, if that's time, it might be time to go racing. So here they are. This could be a result of that as well. We're seeing that right throughout, new names, new cars, new people, all wanting to come and have a go. And again, they've been inspired to do so. And now that they've probably flourished enough you've got to be flourishing in real life to come and do it on the track, let me tell you. Now, we may all say that we're battlers, but when you get to this stage where you want to field a car seriously, you talk about a battle to get it to the track. A lot of these people know it. Every last cent it takes a lot of people. How's the Marriott? We'll talk about that shortly. But down to Cole with another update from the pits.
All right, guys, I'm here with Jimmy, the current leader of Club Sprint, and let me tell you, it's a commanding lead, over 3 seconds ahead of the rest of the field. What do you think it is, the success to your speed here?
Mate, we just had to drive it better. But look, it's been a long time coming. We worked really hard, and I'm actually grateful that we got to this time. So, yeah, man, it's been awesome.
So I got to ask, how much time's left in it?
Oh, there's a bit more. It's not all there, but it's a bit more.
A combination of boost and driving, or?
There's still a bit more boost. Probably we'll put a new set of tyres on, maybe when the track gets better. And then, yeah, some driving.
Excellent, man. And what do you think about running under the lights? Are you excited for that?
I think it'll be better, and I'm excited, man.
Yeah, it's running under the lights is pretty special, watching it last night. So I'm excited to see what you can do today, man.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man. Thank you, World Time Attack.
Cheers.
Jimmy Jamal Assad, the Team ARS Performance Evo 6. I mean, that's got to be one of the stories of 2022, is this leapfrog in performance. And again, as Andrew Brilliant's touched on before, is that in this particular category, yes, horsepower's not a problem if you want to build for horsepower. Dynamics, in other words, getting the car set up right. But then it's that aero. All these little aero tweaks, they all contribute. But at the end of the day, look, one thing that Jimmy's probably hiding a little bit from is that, yes, he's a good driver, bloody good driver. But I tell you, that thing's making some horsepower. Let me tell you, if they're not sending that true Formula One style by making as much horsepower as they can, and good brakes to pull it up, because remember, if you're going to make all that horsepower, you've got to pull it up, you've got to make it steer, make sure it's got a grip. As he said, they're very, very happy with where they are, and that's a huge leap in performance, and that can only be attributed to, again, having what you have and continue to test and develop, and then we turn up at the big show, the big dance, Uncle Ian's horsepower party, and there it is. Minute 33.776. So here on track now, he's got it, Rex, Adam Nakarada. Now, Nakarada's been out there and run a minute 45.227 before. And again, geez, we've got a guy still worshipping Rex like nothing else, isn't it? We've got the big event Subi Nats that they have as well. I mean, again, it's car praise on its own level. My next door neighbour's got 2 WRXs in the garage. She's a rally car driver. She's got a Liberty Rothmans replica, and she's got a full-blown WRX rally car, and she's a lovely lady, and she's actually just sponsored the Queensland State Rally Championship as well. So she's a very successful businesswoman and a rally driver. So yeah, we get grumpy boxer engines fire up all the time. Next door in suburban Brisbane, got two Subis next door, so I can see what they're on about. And she hates Lancers. It's a funny thing. I think you'll find a lot of WRX people hate Lancers. I've noticed that with Subaru owners, that you talk about, oh, Lancers, no, don't like Lancers. They're almost like anti-Evo people in a way, the Subaru people. There's some absolute Subi tragics out there, and these are some of them. Adam Nakarata steering that thing as well as he can. Have a look at that. I mean, you can tell there's maximum effort. You can see little signs of distress of the car. It's trying to show you that it's trying to grip. Fantastic action here on the straight here for Club Sprint, and more action down where Warren Luff is. Luffy.
Yeah, look, one of the big talking points last night, talking to the guys at Team Tilton, was the lack of track temperature out there. They were reporting a top of 16 degrees track temperature last night. We see now the sun is shining, the track temperature's coming up. We've got this little marker here, and if we look down, we currently have a track temperature of 41 degrees. So for the pro guys and pro-am that are about to go over very shortly, we're going to have quite good conditions now. But as the temperature starts to drop away later tonight, we're going to see a big drop-off in track temperature, which is obviously going to have an impact on performance. So again, the weather conditions are going to be the big thing that these guys and girls are going to be chasing out there tonight.
And you know what's also going to help? Keeping plenty of cars coming around this track. That's always going to help, doesn't it, Matty Cav? I took a guess when he went to point, I stood 38. I took a guess at 38 because, you know, the sun at this time of the day, you know, it's been out for a while, but again, that's all it's got. It's that time of the year. The sun's that much further away. It doesn't hit us like it can during a heat wave. We know that we've been here on 30-plus degree days where the track is 50-plus. So 41's not bad. I think 41's a good temp. If we can keep the cars coming around, it's going to retain it. Because yesterday, overcast conditions, we never really got the sun out at all yesterday, so it could not dry or heat that track. It was flat out drying the track, let alone to put any heat in it, because it just had no sunlight yesterday. We've been blessed with the sunlight today. Ian's put the big prayer in and it's all worked. So it's so good to see that the sunlight will give us some track temp here tonight. And as Luffy touched on, they've just got to get that temp of the tyre up to what's going to suit the track. And at the moment, we're banking a good 20-plus degrees, which I hope we can retain for a fair while there.
Yeah, you're right. It's going to be that trade-off there between track temperature and air temperature there to just get that, maximise that horsepower possibly. And also, we need to take the wind into effect here. Maybe we're going to get a spell there where the wind may be an advantage or a disadvantage there. As I can see, the flags have changed direction now on pit straight. So the wind's moving around again.
Well, if all his prayers are answered, it'll go dead still on dusk. Let's just see what happens here. You know what? If you're going to believe in angels, I know there's a bloody big angel from Tasmania that might be able to do that, you know. If anything, if you believe in all that sort of stuff, maybe we do get a bit of help from the heavens today. Look at that. I mean, there's some amazing vehicles in these sessions. There's Ryan Marshall coming back out in the Integra. And who doesn't love a good bit of old school Integra? Even a bit of Civic there. Like, you even try and buy these Civics. I'm trying to get one for the boys, Matty Cav, and they're just a lot harder to hold on to it or get onto at the right price. In other words, when I say right price, I mean dirt cheap. If I can't get it for the right price, I won't get it.
Yeah, it's different. The models of cars are changing, aren't they? Especially with the whole JDM world. It was there. It's always been a culture that's been around in Australia, but it's just starting to grow. And we saw that with the unveils there, didn't we, in the show and shine? Is it's the most Aussie iconic people that are building the most JDM spec cars.
Yep, Aussie boys building Aussie toys, but, out of a JDM influence. And I love that that's, again, crossed another culture that was brought up on a diet, a breakfast of Wheat Bix, Ford and Holden. That was literally what we were in the early days. We talk a lot about the introduction of mainstream motorsport in Australia, the Australian Touring Car Championship, that saw everything that we raced on the showroom put out on a track. And then we were fed Ford and Holden, and then Mazda, Nissan, you name it, we've got it. Speaking about legends, we'll get back to that story soon after we talk to Cole.
All right, guys, I got Jonathan here with the new A90 Supra. These cars have been super competitive. This is one of the most developed club sprint cars as far as aero that I've seen. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, from the very start of the project, we knew it was going to be an aero car. So we sprung the car, we set up the suspension, the chassis to cope with the aero. The aero started with a wing, and then we had the whole car 3D scanned. Kyle at JKF, he did a whole CFD analysis on the car, designed a whole bunch of parts, and I don't know how they work, so I can't explain it to you as much as I'd like to. But it's been a long road to get here, but it's been very rewarding.
Excellent. And how much more speed do you think is in the car?
Definitely a second or so. There's at least a second in the car. We just need to get the right timing with the tires and the track. The track's heating up. There wasn't much grip just then. There's also more stoppages happening later in the day. So yeah, it's about a second.
Are you pleased with this platform? Do you think that there's a lot more speed to be extracted from this new Supra?
Oh, for sure, for sure. We've definitely got more power. We have more power to use, but the gearbox is the limiting factor at the moment. So we are just trying to keep it reliable, keep it running until the next event.
Excellent. I look forward to seeing how quickly you go. Thank you, Jonathan.
Well, Trent Grubel out there on track at the moment, you can see in the WRX. I mean, he has been working tirelessly to get this around. The DC Jap Automotive entry there, the number 69, and just having a look up on his screen, he's still a little bit off the time at the top there, but that's not, he's doing a green sector time for himself though, a 28 there in the first sector. So the first sector of him was very, very strong as he went around that time.
Just having a look at a few more of the times out there. We've got the Advan Performance BMW of Adam Burgess out there, entrant number 94. He goes a minute 43.558 in the Beamer. So it's a nice mix here of your WRXs or your BMWs in there. Throw in the new modern day Yaris, because we've also got Wayne Lee out there at the moment, the GT Auto Garage Toyota Supra. Andrew Hawkins is also out there in his Supra, so we've got two more of the GR Supras in Haltech Club Sprint coming out for another hot lap. Let's keep an eye on Grubel here in the Sector 1, Sector 2. It's been very consistent, goes even quicker this time. Grubel, 36.573, throws him up into third spot if he wasn't there already. Grubel, minute 36.573. Look at that. A hanger, minute 36.563. And then a minute 36 from Kazmiri in the Yaris, minute 36.857. But we haven't seen Kazmiri back. He's in the next session, I think. Have a look at the Beamer going over the curbs there. It's like it's a shopping centre car park.
Adam Burgess, he would have been watching the Drift Cup. I tell you what, he would have been watching the drifting now and just going, whoa, I've decided to come in for the Haltech Club Sprint class, but he's got a bit of an itch there. I can see him using those curbs to his advantage there in the BMW, doing a nice job, Adam Burgess, all thanks to Advan Performance in the BMW M140, the 140i.
You can't dispute it. They're going as fast as they can. You're watching the cars go down the straight, and you've got that little slight undulation on the main Brabham straight here, and you see these cars moving on that street-based suspension, because essentially they've still got a bare element, some of these, as street-based cars. And another example here, we've already seen Daniel Smith go around in the German Performance Garage GDI, but check out the, what are we, BRZ there, I think?
Yeah, we're a Subaru BRZ there from Phil Bunter there in the, all thanks to Pro Speed Racing as he's getting around. Looks like he's taking the wing off the back one too. He's still got the mounts there, but decided to change the aero a little bit on this one.
Yeah, well, the wing's definitely notably absent. And there's Andrew Hawkins there. But yeah, Pro Speed Racing, Phil Bunter, the BRZ, and Hawkins, he loves to get out there and have a smack at it. He loves the Nissans and he loves motorsport. And the Daily Driver goes 1:47.177. So just getting that beautiful amount of lap time. And of course, he's got Johnny Boston driving the other motive car. So it's the man definitely loves to prove, you know, what these cars can do. He's trying to get the Yaris into the 10s that he's got there as well, which they're now giving away as an LMCT auction. So he's out there having a good old crack like everyone else is, and he's not being a stranger to pushing it as hard as he can, and then report about it, of course, all over the socials, which is good too, because the lines of communication to workshops is now so open, thanks to the internet and Insta and YouTube, is that a lot of people have their own channels with their own progress, and let me tell you, they got lots of followers, and I'm their biggest fans, because this is people having a crack in cars that they built themselves, including Ryan Marshall. That's nailed turn 2 nicely, and it's interesting to see the front-wheel drive attitude coming around the track there. Ryan Marshall had been out there before and run 1:45.274, so there's a whole bunch of them in that nice little fat low 1:40 area. And again, you could throw 5 different brands in there. Everything from WRXs to Supras to S15s to Volkswagen Golfs. And the BMW station wagon, if you want to throw that in there as well for good measure. So talk about diversity. You can build what you want, run what you brung, and, see how much you can bring.
Well, we've even got the Evo wagon in there, really.
Yeah, well, I can't wait to see the wagon as well. A long roof, bit of long roof army out here for the people that love the station wagons. So Grubel is still pushing here, so he knows that he's had a good time down there, 36.573. He knows he only needs 100th to get in front of a hanger. So it could be Evo's Subaru. Well, it is that at the moment, but is it Grubel quicker? What does Grubel go there? He goes 36.573, which we saw him as the previous lap. Grubel 36.573. I thought he just got another fly there, or did he have an out lap?
1:37.40 on that last lap there, so he's just missed out on that one, not too far behind. So it was a flying lap, really. I mean, to back that time up, he's not too far off, only 0.5 of a second.
Wow, 1:37.40. So here we go, entrant 41 flying through. Now that's the Alex Mikulski Plasma Man entry. And I love the ad for Plasma Man that we're playing over the Bosch Motorsport live stream, because I'm so proud of that company, because they just do the schmickest gear. It is the schmickest looking gear around, and it's on cars all over the world. And again, I have those America's Cup moments where you go, Aussie, it's another company kicking ass. And on so many vehicles. The industry alive with all these manufacturers. You want to throw the hot side to the cold side. Think of names like Six Boost, to the guys up in Toowoomba that do export exhaust manifolds all over the world. So again, another success story. We can sell you the hot side, we can sell you the cold side, we can sell you the block, we can sell you the crank, we can sell you anything that you want. You want aero, we can do that too. You want some of the best fabricators around, we've got him. A little smoke out of Mikulski's car there. Now look, he's pulled right up. He's got he's definitely getting some signals being in the car that something has gone astray, and we can see the smoke that confirms it. And where is he staying? He's just staying off the on the inside line there, coming into 7, and the guys have gone past him, but it is in limp home mode.
Yeah, it's definitely the right thing to do to pull off to the side. Hopefully that's just a little bit of oil maybe coming out of a breather or something down into the exhaust, so it's not going to be too much of an issue. Let's grab a quick update though from Luffy down in the pits.
Yeah, I'm down here with one of our Pro-Am competitors, Richard Perini. Now, Ginetta is more a name that you would expect to see competing in GT championships around the world. Most Ginettas that you see out there in the GT championships don't look like this. Obviously, the aero and everything about this car has obviously been purpose-built around World Time Attack, but I found a driver in here, and let's have a chat about this special car. So Richard, obviously here back again at World Time Attack. Tell us about your Ginetta and what made you choose the Ginetta.
Yeah, Luffy was a pretty economical package for a race car that had all the bits we needed in it, and we bought it as a development platform, and yeah, morphed into what we're seeing here.
So what's the fastest time we've had out of this car so far?
30.5 is the best I've done. So I think the car's got a bit quicker since then, and the driver's got a little bit slower. So hopefully, if I could get sub 30, I'd be absolutely stoked.
Mate, I've got massive confidence in you there, but good to see you in there smiling, my friend. Get out there and give it plenty.
There you go. So Richard seems to be a very, very happy man, and such a young fella too. No, it's good. No, I'm joking. It's just good to see. We've got this isn't an 18-year-old. This isn't like 18-year-olds in cars, Matty. This simply cannot be. The only time there's an 18-year-old in any of these cars is that he's invented something. He's invented something, or is a child genius to be able to afford to go motor racing. No. We have more established, successful gentlemen out there, like Mr. Hawkins. There he is, driving around, established himself. He's actually straight in the automotive media game. I mean, you can't get any more into cars than that. And then you've got Richard with that beautiful Genetti that's turned into a time attack car, and he just loves the event as well. So it don't matter what age you are. All I can say to you, like, I know drifting's a young man's game. You can be 18 and be an absolute whiz kid.
I don't say it's a young man's game. There's quite a few of the of gentlemanly men out there.
They're getting older, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Rob White. No, he can't be the oldest.
No, he's definitely not the oldest.
I love Rob.
No. I'd call him a middle-aged drifter.
Yeah, okay, so there's older drifters than that. Can we get some like a Drift Masters? Oh, he already does one called Drift Masters, but let's do a Drift Masters Masters.
Like a senior drift.
Senior drift, yeah. You've got to be over 50. Over 50. So you need get like a VAO to sponsor it. Get a retirement village. No, they can't do it. No, the winner wins a condo. No, that's... But there's be a buy-in for that, surely. Anyway, back on track. It is the Haltech Club Sprint class. We tend to, digress after a few hours of continuous call, but we love it. It's a real fun. As long as we're having good fun, that's all the boss wants us to do. Geez, a little bit's come off the... Ryan Marshall, did you see something flying off that car just going through a Mondo?
Well, it's just grabbing a little bit of the tyres through there, so it's really showing how much they're pushing the car around that corner, and suspension dipping down there. There might be a few slight adjustments possibly they've made in between. They had a fair bit of break there while we had the drifting on, so there's been a few hours. But before we were going back-to-back sessions, they only had about half an hour to an hour between them. So now all of a sudden they've had that chance to look at the first two sessions this morning, make some probably major adjustments if they want to.
Cole Powson, what have you got for us down in the pits, buddy?
All right, I got Adam Kazmiri down here in another new impressive car. This is the Yaris GR, and he's claiming it's the fastest one in Australia, and looking at the lap times, I believe it. Tell me a little bit about this thing.
Yeah, it's definitely a rocket ship. Like the new GR Yaris is really fast, and Charles from Lamb Speed is let me drive it this weekend, and yeah, it's going really well so far.
So is this your first outing in the car, first competition?
Yeah, first competition. We've done some testing over the last 4 or 5 months. We bought it as soon as it came to Australia and been developing parts, so it's all holding together.
Is the plan to keep it in Club Sprint, or is this something a platform you think that could move into Open?
Definitely probably keep it in Club Sprint for now. It's still got air conditioning, still street regoed. We can actually drive it if we take the aero off it, so yeah, I enjoy driving a car to and from the track and trying to push it as hard as you can.
Excellent. And so what sort of speed do you think is left in the car? Are you about there, or?
Yeah, I've done a couple of consecutive 136s, so I suppose if the track temperature comes down, I think optimal would be a high 35, but really everything has to be perfect. Me, the car, and everything, so.
What is it going to take a car like this to the top of the leaderboard to find your way against Jimmy?
I think Jimmy's going to be untouchable, to be honest. That is a ripper time. Like, I went and congratulated him after the lap. Like, that's impressive. So I think many years of development, maybe, but yeah, not this time. So
understood, man. Well, you're cooking out there. It's super good to see you back in another ride. So hopefully you can go a little bit quicker and break that 35.
Cheers. Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff there. And Adam Kazmiri, we've got a lot of motorsport heroes in this country, and I put Kazmiri in there too because the guy can steer. Whether it's this today, or of course we've seen him in the Hondas before, taking out the gold. So this guy can steer whatever he gets into. And I like the idea that they claim that that's Australia's quickest Yaris because, again, it's a world platform, Matty, which means that we know what the Yaris is right around the world to a lot of people, and as you heard him say, developing parts. I love that Aussie spirit again. It's like, well, we got it, let's develop some parts for it to go fast, and motorsport is the perfect flux for that. And more Haltech Club Sprint rolling out now, including some late model Hyundai action.
Yeah, the i20s really, or the N20s now in their performance range coming out, and how much have they progressed when it comes to rally and everything like that? The Hyundai's really starting to take it up to the Volkswagens, up to those Golf GTIs, with the WRXs, the Evos.
Well, I'm wondering, because, Kias and Hyundais are essentially made in the same factory, whether they toss a coin and go, right, who's going motorsport? Ding! Looks like it's Hyundai. You're going Motorsport. But you don't hear of a Kia World Rally car yet or anything really fully Kia. But they do build a Stinger. You know what I mean? So that's one thing.
That's one car we haven't seen here this weekend.
Kia Stingers, not yet. Okay, there's the... We're putting the shout out. I'll do it on behalf of Ian Baker. I'm putting the shout out. We need a Kia Stinger here by next year. Like a full tilt Kia Stinger. All right, guys, go. Build it.
Well, they're going to stop making them as well here, so we're not going to be able to get them soon. So
hang on.
V6 twin turbo.
Sorry, what country are you in again?
Australia.
It's a Kia Stinger. Why don't we do an Australian version of a Kia Stinger, which is the fastest, baddest Kia Stinger in the world?
That's what I think.
It sounds like a Dr. Evil plan, but someone should do it. V6 twin turbo, four-wheel drive. It's a pretty slippery car. What's the CD on that one? Did you know it? Andrew Brilliant can't come up with it. Here, I'm thinking he was a bloody aerodynamics genius. I hit him with a culture. Okay, Andrew, you're an aerodynamicist. What's the CD of a Kia Stinger? Can't tell you. No, you don't have CD anymore. No. Oh, you don't have the Stinger in there. Was it called a Stinger in Japan?
Rahul Victor out there in the Project 70 RX-7 there, just getting around the corner and you can look the way.
I remember this guy. I remember him. It's Project 70, Rahul Victor. And you know what, as they say, if you can't be fast, be spectacular. That was spectacular. Here's the other RX-7 in behind him there as well. I don't think they are teammates, but they're nearly twins. That's Aqua Springs Racing, Rodney Middleton in the RX-7. It's all happening here in Club Sprint. Push, push, push.
Yeah, this is the next group that's come out as well. Group number 3 has made their way to the track. We are a little bit behind on our schedule. If you are watching us out there on the Bosch Motorsports live stream, just slightly behind by about 20 minutes. You can see look at this Muller there in the Golf GTIR. This thing is going to fly down there. I'm wondering with the under lights tonight, how good the flame's going to be coming out that exhaust.
Yeah, it's going to be a pop fest, no doubt about it. And Muller already has put through a minute 49.550. There's some smashed carrots, just to pen the Mozza phrase, the smashed carrots out the back. And he'd really flare up, Moz, when you'd get a little bit of flamage out of there. But yeah, smashed carrots, never heard of that term until it came out of that man's mouth. In fact, there's a lot of things Moz has said that I'd never heard before, which was definitely cool, including bang tidy, which is a fantastic term. All Tassies are unique people, but have a look at this. This session has got a couple of those RX-7s in the mix. It's got the Euro connection, being Stephen Muller in the Golf Type R. Check at this. All those rotor fans out there will give you a couple of Mazda's finest. Here we go. Now let's see how Rahul goes this time. Through Armando. He's loading that thing up. You can tell that was maximum attack there, and he's going to pull it up here, try and pull this semi-heavy car up. They're not the lightest RX-7 they ever made. That looks all very good. Good balance out of turn 2 there. No oversteer coming out of there. Through 3, nice and flowing. Let's just see as he comes around this corner. No. Still pushing by the look of it. Rahul Victor. It was just where he got wrong on the previous lap that caught our attention there at the last minute. But let's see how he goes here. Through 5, coming up to 6. Rahul Victor, sector 1. No, not improving as yet, but it was where he had the big wash-offs and the next 2 that might show that second sector equalising up a little bit. Flying down the track is McKinnon now, minute 42.817. Price, a minute 46.116. That's Andrew Price in the Audi A3, I think was entered as the Audi A3. Entered 74. No, he's in the I-20, that's right. Andrew Price was in the I-20. There we go, apologise. So here goes Rahul, just coming through 8. Call that 8, used to call it 9, but it's 8. He's still on it. He's still pretty serious. Got that thing back in line. Sector 2, nothing improving here. Now, this is where he lost a lot of time. If you don't get this bit right, you wash out, don't pull it up in time. He's made sure he's pulled it up in time. Terry goes through, Collingwood goes through, but we're keeping eyes on Rahul Victor as he comes on to Brabham straight. That seems to be a little bit cleaner this time. But all issues there for the little MX-5. What's he taking home? Is that a bit of air hanging off, or has he just grabbed a whole heap of grass? He goes Rahul. Let's just see how he goes this time. He goes through for a minute 38.693, so not bad at all. Minute 38.693. Gets an RX-7 into the top 10, so he did push it, Rahul Victor. We've just about got every drivetrain imaginable in that top 10 for Haltech Club Sprint, including the FDRX7. Here's the I-20 at full push with McKinnon. I think it's McKinnon through there. Josh Craig, that is. No, that's Josh Craig, sorry. Yeah, the Tune House Racing.
And what a way, like they've come onto the scene really strong this year. Now imagine when we're going to get another 12 months of development there on the Hyundais. He just
look at,
is that the
left-hand rear all the way around turn 2. Now that is maximum attack in front-wheel drive terms, and that was a good push out of there. I do love a bit of air, poetry in motion. When a car lifts a tyre, it's for a damn good reason. It's going very, very fast, and he's pushing an I-20 platform. And you know what? I'm sure we might have an I-20 world benchmark as well. It might be happening here down under, because who else is steering these things around? Hyundai Australia, especially their end division, very keen to make sure cars come out from their brand and put them on the tracks with some of the very best tuning companies working in collaboration. There's the left-hand rear up again. She's coming out, I think, out of 6th there, over the hill. A little bit of brake to set the car up. Let's see how he comes through here. The left-hand rear, surely somewhere near there. I want to see how it comes out of 8 here. If we're going to keep an eye on the I-20, Josh Craig, it's all yours, mate. Push, push, push.
We're waiting for that daylight under the tyre.
Probably
not
didn't
quite get there.
Probably not tight enough that we would think. Not enough speed to really load that thing up, but he's still on
how
one.
stiff the chassis is to be able to do that, really.
Yes. It's very impressive. There's the left-hand rear.
So
there's the left-hand rear.
You can run over the ripple strip because
there
it doesn't affect the car.
There it is again. Left-hand rear out of here. Left-hand rear out of here. There he goes. Yeah, so he's getting a little bit of air under the street car's tyres, which is always good if you can do it. So let's just see what he does here, Josh Craig. The first 2 sectors a little bit unrepresentative, but let's just finish the lap off and see how he goes. Minute 47.47. Ain't no slouch. Ain't no slouch for a production. Oh, left-hand wheel through Armando. Left-hand wheel through Armando too. Let's have a look for a bit of a left-hand rear action here from the other I-20. Now that's entrant 53, of course, being Eleanor Terry driving the I-20. Yep, left-hand rear off the ground as well. So these ends are doing pretty well for themselves. Hyundai I-20N.
Be interested to see what they develop these cars before next World Time Attack. What are they going to do to them?
Well, if we see what they do to Yaris's, I imagine if there's enough interest in the I-20s that they'll be doing that as well. And you know what? Performance still sells when you're a manufacturer. Some manufacturers don't get it, other ones do. And it's good to see that Hyundai actually gets it, that there is a market there to sell to young people, essentially young males by the look of it, but again to create and continue to develop a culture which they know Korean manufacturers could only wish to have what JDM ended up being. If they want to beat Toyota, well, they've got to create a culture that will live like Toyota's cultures live. And Hyundai is just at the start of that journey. It might take them 50 years, but hey, look how long it took for Toyota to sort of establish where they were. And they've been on racetracks since the 60s. So,
what do you think the net worth of this Porsche is at the moment, the 944?
944, when you look at all the different Porsches out there, I mean, still very affordable. I mean, you could probably buy 3 of these and for the price of an R32, you know what I mean? Oh, hang on, that's not good. Into the Sydney mud. Into the Sydney mud is not good. We've got the one-stop racing solutions. Yes. Well, Armando, he's pulled right up there. Now, where did he come from, the racing surface into the mud, or did he come off pit lane?
I'm just trying to look for some marks. We're really looking for some witness marks there out on the left-hand side of the screen to see how they've come in.
We've only caught the end of that, and whether or not we were on the front of that or not. But he
wouldn't
has
have pulled in.
that.
You would have rolled in. Or is he rolling out of pit lane? Has he just made it?
He might have had an issue there. He might have had an issue. Now that is the RX-7. I had that there. Artemis Kazanga, so that's the one-stop racing solutions.
Well, it's not the one-stop you want.
Artemis,
don't get to that one stop. That's not where you need to be.
No, that's not where you need to be. It's in between the Armando signs on turn 1, and Artemis is kind of out of the way there. He's not on the track. He's actually off on the pit exit, but you also still don't want a car stuck in the mud on the pit exit either.
And when they drag them out, that's going to create a bit of mud there on pit exit there for everyone out in the next session there. They're going to have to drive through that.
Well, look, Recovery's just seeing if they can duck down pit lane there, and we haven't thrown the red out. So I think we're still all go here at the moment. So Team Takumi, that's Di Nguyen, the 350Z we're seeing on camera now. And again, another beautiful build. You don't see that many 350 Zs getting turned into these cars, and I don't know why. They sold a hell of a lot of them. Yes, a lot of them were autos. A lot of those sort of were sold as autos. So, you know, it's not like you buy a 350Z with an auto and go, well, I'm now going to pursue time attack racing. No, it'd be better if it was a manual. Yeah. And I know there's still 350Zs out there. Have they started to spike in price? I don't know. I don't think they have. And here we go, the 944 Turbo on track now. That is, of course, Paul Kovaczewski. It's been a stalwart of club sprint forever, and he keeps bringing this thing every year, nibbles a little bit every year. It's a minute 49.250 at the moment, but again, it's another piece of car worship that you've got to admire, the 944 Turbo. Honestly, back in the 80s, the power-hungry days of the turbocharger when it was first coming. Porsche was right on it, of course. 911 they were made famous for, but they could still put the engine in the front and turbocharge it. And this is a beautiful example of what Porsche was able to do during that time. And I just don't think you'll ever pull away the keys from this man. This is his car, and I don't think Paul's given it to anyone anytime in the future. And you can see it's still on the rego, so it's still on hot rod rego. So it's what we call a club rego.
Yeah, historic club, yeah.
In Queensland, we call that club rego. That's a special usage or hot rod rego in Victoria. I think it's in Victoria, New South Wales.
Yeah, it looks like it's Victorian.
Yeah, it's a Victorian. It's a Victorian special special use or special hot rod rego, so to speak. So here we go. Flies this thing. I think he does tows it from home to here, but he still puts a good lap in. Minute 49.250. I think that's the 2.5 litre. Yeah, that RX-7 is beached as, bro. So
that's not getting out of there anytime soon. I'm just looking at Muller, actually, as we've seen him going around a little bit earlier in that German performance Volkswagen, because he's just done a 1:46.055, so the best time out there for him in that car. So there's a few cars that are starting to crank out their personal best times in this session, whereas we see some other cars just a little bit off the pace at the moment, and that could be the differing in heat where they're getting that last corner there. You cannot tell me that is not rubbered up enough after the drift competition. That has got a whole heap of rubber on it now. As we look at the number 47 coming across the line, Rodney Middleton, let's have a look how he goes over as he gets the time up there, 1:47.13 that time. Doesn't match the 1:46.70 that he's done previously there, so won't move up the ranks on that one. But so the 1:37 he's done earlier, 47, earlier. So maybe this session will be coming close to an end. I'm just having a look to see what the flag's doing, because a couple of cars starting to slow down. It looks like our checkered flag is out, and it looks like this session may be run and done, Diggles.
Well, it's going to have to be if we're now starting to hook up the RX-7 there. But look, as far as results are concerned, a few guys took a few hundredths off. Some people consolidated what they had, and we've got a whole bunch of 38s out there. We see Manif in 7th there with a minute 38. We just had the list there, which is gone. But yeah, I do not know what's happened to that RX-7, so while we find out, it's down to Charlie, who's found something absolutely scrumptious.
Oh, guys, look, I've got a really tough job, but someone has to do it. Yes, a world first. We have Max and Jos Verstappen's Formula One cars side by side right here at the World Time Attack Challenge. And in a Charlie first, I've managed to fit myself in Jos Verstappen's 2001 A22. I can report that it's a little bit squishy and my feet actually don't reach the pedals, but look, I think I make this look good. So we've got clutch pedals, buttons, we've got a steering wheel right here, and I think that everyone should come down and take a photo of not only the cars, but maybe a blonde chick inside one of them. Over to you, boys.
And it's so good to see you again. You want to see cool stuff? There's the cool stuff that Ian Baker's managed to schnappel, and through no small effort from the assistance, of course, of Red Bull Australia. And how about that, Jos and Max? And so good to see that, because it's not often you get those. It's not often you get to see those come along, the father-son deals. And here's one son of a gun that we're going to talk to now, Warren Luff.
Hey guys, how are you? Yeah, down here at pit exit, we're just about ready for Pro-Am to hit the track. Obviously the big guys are starting to sort of get ready to head back out there, but this is what you've got to love about World Time Attack. It's the diversity that we see in each of the categories. Here we have Janetta, followed by Evo, followed by Sylvia, followed by GTR, followed by... not quite sure. But these guys are getting ready to sort of hit the track. Again, the wind is still sort of going to be causing a bit of an issue for these guys. But this is, I think, the session where we're going to start to see some time start to really tumble, because we've still got some warmth in the air. We've still got some warmth in the track temperature. Things haven't dropped away too fast yet, so the boys are rolling out. Let's see what they can do.
Yes, thank you very much, Warren Luff down there in pit lane. Joining me on the mic after a well-deserved break. Matty Cav's getting his well-deserved break now. Been calling the drifted in with me at Club Sprint. Andrew Brilliant is back, of course, AMB Aero. You've been crunching some numbers on different times, not only in the Pro class, but in the Pro-Am class, but the Open class as well. And here we go, the Pro-Am category. Have a look at these vehicles rolling out here. And as you said, you know, that car just on screen there, you've actually, you know, it's been right there in the same pit with you, that Motul 350Z.
Yeah, it was legendary at that time. It was really fast with Super GT. It was they got the worst balance power of almost any of the cars that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so it's still a very competitive and very sexy car, mind you. Now, Aero for Nissan Motorsport. Tell me the politics of Aero if you were dealing with a factory. Do they?
Yep.
How do you deal? Do they get you as a consultant, or how do you do? Do you go in a collaboration, or what?
Yeah, in those days, around that time, they did a lot of outsourcing during the off season, so it'd be like 3-month development. But after they went to the DTM sort of regulations, the GT500 cars became much more involved development, and they have full-time teams that do it.
So they go full in-house factory then, and then you're either on staff or you're not. So I can imagine that during that time, what a heady time. So many heady times in motorsport where, you know, the business of racing, just for every facet of it, every engineer and mechanic and driver to the aerodynamicist, everyone not only driving and behind the scenes, it's just been so many great memories. And the cars, if they live on like this, brings them all back, every single one of those memories back, and you go, wow, wasn't it good to be part of something great as far as motorsport is concerned. The history of motorsport, Ian Baker makes sure we won't ever forget what we've been lucky enough to have had and witnessed over racetracks throughout the ages, throughout the centuries, including when we pull out an old Can-Am McLaren a little bit later on, just to remind us what Can-Am was about. That's coming up soon, but right now it's mouth-watering action about to start. And Costa, look at him out there. It's almost like he's the Pied Piper, the carbon fibre Pied Piper, the Tilton Interiors Evo Lancer. And as we've already seen today from Costa, a great time there into the 26s. But here comes the first flying lap, and you know what, Luffy, he's in his favourite place here at Sydney Motorsport Park.
So here we have Team Tilton coming down the front straight. We have Costa behind the wheel, 280 kilometres an hour at that front splitter, working hard. Here come the rest of the boys. We see Chris Alexander with the hammerhead rear wing, the GTR. Now, the cars that we're actually looking for is Stephen Hawkes in the WRX and the GT300 Nissan. They were cars that were having a lot of front-end problems in that session earlier today. So for these guys, this is going to be important. Here comes the GT300. Just slowly building up some pace there. This car last time was really sort of struggling. And there again, we see that front bouncing around again. So they've still got issues with that car that they need to address. Back to you, boys.
Yes, thanks very much, Luffy, right there at the beginning of Armando Corner. But right now, we're seeing a few guys slow down, but we're seeing a man that looks like he's going to have a bit of a go here, Andrew. It looks like Costa is trying to put another flyer in here.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job at looking at his sectors compared to the professional driver, and he's really close in the middle sector. He's doing a good job.
So this will be a good one. He's already laid down at that awesome time there before of the minute 26.102. Not a bad little settler. Just quicker than he won it with last year, but still nearly 2 seconds off what he won it in 2018. So let's just see how he goes. Look at that, the sparks flying. Oh, he's had something let go there. Again, that's almost like a little bit of deja vu. He managed to put a 26.071 in. He put a 26.071. But then we've had catastrophe. Is that a delamination? That's a delamination. Yep. So he has come around Armando, albeit slowly, but we have had, action aplenty. Action aplenty here. That is just lost, that guard. Here goes the replay for us down the main straight, trying to put in a crack of a lap. He's hitting 250, 260k now. We know that thing can top out. It's got a lot of drag on it as well, but there, maximum aero load, Andrew.
Yeah, he said they were doing 190 miles an hour, 189.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
So hitting nearly that 300 odd k an hour mark down towards Armando. So full load. You see, we can see the coil spring in there, but what would that look like at full aero load? You'd barely see any gap between the springs. So by then, everything's unloaded, and we can see that extended coil spring in there. But boy, you have to have some heavy spring loadings in this thing to take that aero load, and as if it doesn't have enough on the front of it, it's got enough all over it. Like, that thing's designed to be planted flat on the ground, as you know. But wow, what are we seeing here? We are pushing boundaries all over the joint here. That is crazy. You want to stress test a component, just build a time attack car.
Yeah, Costa was mentioning they got cameras in the wheelhouse and everything looking at tire deflection, and they're trying to conserve tires. It was all about tire management. So,
well, if that camera was mounted on the inside of that guard, that camera's now on the main straight. Another slow-mo replay. By now, as you say, coming down the main straight, hitting that 190 odd mile an hour, and the car's on full load there. Full load. It's still got a little bit of gap between the ground on the splitter. We saw some sparks starting to occur where it was really pushing, and then wow, the tyre delaminating. We saw that off the 968 earlier on today on the right-hand rear. Now it's the right-hand front. Now, from memory, did we see that a couple of years ago on the same side of the car? I'm trying to think.
Yeah, it would be on the right front on an Evo. They're front heavy, so they carry more air load, more mechanical load in the front, where their RP is a bit rear heavy, so it'll come the other way.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, it hasn't, as we saw before, it hasn't completely deflated. It ain't flat, but it certainly isn't right at all. And I don't know, do you start carrying, do you carry spare guards for things like that? I mean, what are we, Speedway? No, we're not. What are we, drifters? No, these are time attack cars. You don't anticipate that you're going to lose your bespoke carbon fibre guard like that.
Yeah, I'm hoping they'll have a spare they can get that fixed up. I mean, it looks like it's mechanically all right.
Yeah, it's doing all the other things it should do, but just that tyre coming apart in its casing. And again, as we said, you know, these guys can choose a tyre of their choice. That's the Pro-Am and Pro guys. We've actually opened up tyre selection to whatever they want to use on it. So this is what it's at. We're pushing everything to the limit with these cars, including the round things that are bolted on each side. Now, another look here. You're not scraping the side plates yet, so it's still nearly there. Here it comes, and just before that, it just got to that crucial point where something's given up. Warren Luff, you're hot on the heels of what's happened.
Yeah, look, we're down here in pit lane watching the Tilton Evo come in right now. A little point that you guys raised before, I've already spoken to the guys. They're not too worried about this because they did say they do have a new front right guard. So they do have a front right guard, but when you look along the side of the car, there's all this extra damage down the side of the car. As you can see, that front right guard is completely missing. The tyre is actually still intact, so similar to the RP968 this morning, it's actually a delamination. But you can see there's a lot of bodywork damage there, a fair bit of damage to the front splitter as well. It's missing some of the front aeroplanes and all that sort of stuff, so these guys have got a lot of work to do. But as I said, they definitely know they have a spare guard, but it's also about what other damage that it's caused. So very shortly I'll try and have a word with Costa, get his impressions on it. But yeah, Team Tilton, they've definitely got their work cut out.
You can just tell by the body language of that team, and that goes to show how much of a champion team they are. I mean, that thing's had a catastrophic failure on the main straight, and what do? No one's waving their hands in the air or slumping their shoulders over and saying, what are we doing now? No, you know what we're doing now? They're fixing it. That's what they're going to do. Here's an angle from behind now. This will be a great shot. The long shot, heading down Brabham Straight, looking for the right-hand front. You can see the car starting to really, it's bouncing. You see it bouncing a little bit. Two bounces, bit of spark.
It's a bit bumpy there, yeah.
And then just there. So maybe a combination of that little bit of bumping magnified by the aero. And then as you see, you told us before, Andrew, a critical point of what they've actually done to conserve the tyre.
Yeah, they've been reducing downforce and taking it easier in turn one, trying to buy them more usage around the track with the utilization of the tyre. But everyone's trying to walk a fine line there.
So Andrew did say that they actually have made a conscious decision to turn down the aero they've got. In other words, you're blessed with so much aero that you're trying to actually pull out the downforce that you've got on the car. And just that couple of little bounces. And again, the porpoising that we've heard mentioned before about aero porpoising, as you say, like as fast as these cars go, the dynamics are trying to keep them planted on the track, plus that odd slight undulation in the pavement, which most pavements have. And then for the car to react in that way that it's like, well, everything here mechanically is fine. The tyre becomes a weak point. But did you notice they weren't slumping the shoulders and throwing the drag stand on the ground? That thing went right back there like it's a pit stop.
It's a well-oiled machine, that team.
Luffy's got more.
Yeah, I'm down here with Team Tilton, obviously with Costa, just got out of the car, 260 kilometres an hour down the front straight, tyre failure. From your perspective, mate, what happened and how did it feel?
I think the track temp's gone up a little bit higher than what we expected. The day's gone a little bit warm. We've been monitoring the tyres with cameras all day and testing. I understeer a little bit coming onto the straight, just a little bit hot, and I think that's all it took.
So how confident are you guys that the guys are going to be able to get this back out? I spoke to Louis. He said you guys have got another front guard, but we can see a fair bit of damage to that front splitter. How's it look from your perspective?
I'm not quite too sure, but Louis must know more than me. We've got Mr. Voltex here too, so I'm sure we'll be fine.
Well, there you have it. Look forward to seeing these guys back out there. Obviously a very frightening one, but glad to see him still standing here and all okay.
And the smile on the face still there. So, I mean, it's to be able to smile in the face of adversity. I mean, one thing Costa's smiling probably about too is that he was the Johnny on the spot, the man on the scene. He was the one that felt everything. I mean, it was feeling good up till then. And as he said, he thinks the tyre temperature might just be up a little bit, and that's the tipping point. So that means they must have enough temp in the tyre if that's the case.
Oh, yeah. These tyres are always running hot.
Yeah, so, that might be a concern later on when we get the cooler temperatures, but who knows, it might all balance out by then. But
the cool temperatures could do us good.
Yeah, well, I think we would. I think they would, and if they can keep this in the end, and that's why they're so enthused. There's a lot of thrashing happening here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but sit back and relax. We'll be back soon. A break and more from our sponsors.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, TurboSmart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
An amazing scene here. Crash in the pits, the Pro-Am class, thanks to Plasma Man. Sydney Motorsport Park. We are live, thanks to the Bosch Motorsport live stream presented by highoctanedirect.com. And this is the place that we love to come to. And I'll tell you what, a lot of people come here a lot more than we do. It's been 2 years since we've been back, but there's guys out here that make this track their home track. They know a lot about it. And when it comes to World Time Attack, they wouldn't miss it for quid. That's the Bitten Motorsport WRX driven by Stephen Fox. So he's going to get a hot lap in here. Now let's have a look where Fox was in initial times. Hasn't had one yet, so yet to put his mark on anything in Plasma Man Pro class, but he's got this session and of course later on sessions as we go into the evening. So another team that we didn't see in the first one, but here they are coming out in the afternoon sessions. So let's see where Fox goes. Yeah,
he's got some solid. It was a really solid first sector. It was impressive. So we might get a good lap here.
It looks all good so far, and it's not his first rodeo either. The driver Stephen Fox. Now that looked pretty effortless out of there. So that's all the power down now. It's poetry in motion when you see it flying through the traps right now. Let's see what Fox's first lap is. It's a minute 35, 7:03, straight into fourth spot there. Minute 35, 7:03. Yeah, just in front of Brian Hughes. Minute 36, just behind the minute 34, 9:64 that we've seen there of Davidson, which was Jay Davidson in the Gingerbread Racing car. Now flying down in the other X, of course, is Gingerbread Racing Jay Davidson. Let's see what Davidson can come up with. He's minute 34, 8:45. That's what he can come up with. Bang, straight into third place. Really chopping down the time that he ran before. And I do love the S13 that's in the mix here. That's 180SX rather. Andrew Handmer, the SX development car. He's giving it all he's got. Comes through and goes that's no slouch. Minute 36, 4:82. He's nearly in top 5 with that.
Yeah.
That's impressive. The Plasma Man Pro-Am class essentially does see pro category cars with the amateur drivers, but yet for a man to come out of essentially nowhere and get something down, Andrew Handmer, he's reeled out a pretty impressive time for that. Minute 36, 4:82. 36, 4:82. And it looks like he's continuing the party here. He's not backing off. In fact, judging by the sparks out of the left-hand end plate. Oh, speaking of, is that the garbage bin at the back of Tilton just about?
Yeah.
What can you do with that, Andrew? Can you recycle that, or you essentially got to throw that?
No, yeah,
so carbon fibre, you can't just put in a bin and go, well, that goes with all the scrap carbon fibre.
Unless you collect it in a trophy case.
Well, I think that, if anything, he's holding on to all that stuff, of course. He's...
figuring out what he can.
Well, I reckon he should be starting to autograph it. I think he should put some autographs on that, and you could raffle that off, I don't know, for Starlight. That'd be a great idea, wouldn't it? Who'd want a bit of Tilton Evo? The bidding starts at $100.
Actually, I kind of want that piece.
You want that piece right there. Andrew Brilliant's about to do the run across the track and grab some of that spare. What, do you want that piece, do you?
Yeah,
you saw a piece he could use.
It's a piece of history.
Yeah, it is a piece of history. Absolutely correct there. So, yeah, Andrew, the sight of broken carbon fibre on the ground really seems to light up Andrew. I'll have that wing.
Yeah, it came from enduro racing, so you know.
Yeah, well, that's it. There's bits and pieces.
There were no bits of carbon. You weren't racing.
Well, that's it. Rubbin's racing. So another flyer. Minute 36, 4:82. You've got to hand it to him. Minute 36, 4:82. Just not bad. He's just out of the top 5 there, but that's an impressive couple of laps there. Minute 34, 4:82. Warren Luff, what have you got for us down in the pits?
Yeah, look, talking with the guys from Team Tilton. So, as we spoke about before, they do have a front right guard, but what they don't have is they don't have a new front splitter. And we saw all that damage on that right-hand side. So, the big sort of dive planes on the front spoiler, they're now missing. But we see, obviously, we've got a lot of parts here. So, they're just trying to work through now to work out what they can sort of potentially put back together to hopefully get this car back out there. So, at the moment, it's a wait and see, but I'll come to you with some more information soon.
Wow. Wowee. So what are they going to do there?
I reckon they'll get it together. I mean, that team has always pulled it out, stuff that I just didn't think was possible, overnight engine swaps and you name it.
Okay, so we're talking about the little winglets that have been added, you know, to kits, and you're being right at the forefront in your own aero kits when you do them. Is that just say you were to remove the ones off the front guard there? I mean, what does that translate to as far as frontal downforce percentage-wise?
Oh, it can be really big for certain cars. You know, the ones we signed for MCA Hammerhead. It went significantly faster in turn 1. It was more than 100 kilogram front downforce. So.
Just from the single winglet each side, which was on that.
Yeah. Wow. So it's a lot more. And even Stephen Fox was commenting earlier where those canards are off of a different AMB car, and that they were measuring big downforce numbers from those on. So it can really make a difference. It creates vortexes that go down the side of the car. They're really important. So I hope that honestly, it looks like something that a bit of race tape and bubble gum and hard work can get them back on track.
That's the spirit. Andrew Brilliant channeling his inner Aussie there, where it's just get some wire and some tape and they'll put something together. And even if they do try and just take off what's on the other side and see whether they can resemble some bit of splitter without the canids on the side there as well. Look, he's getting some good laps out there. He puts another one in, minute 36.482 as he'd previously run. So he's getting plenty of track time out there. Some of these guys rated as the amount of laps they can do.
Yeah.
Some of them are treating time attack in these categories very, very seriously, but others just want the track time.
I'll tell you a hilarious story about this car. It was under the minimum weight, so he made his rear diffuser out of solid steel.
Is that right?
Yeah.
The rear diffuser is solid steel.
Jacks up the car by the diffuser.
Oh, is that
yeah,
right?
That's pretty hilarious. Yeah.
Now, that's an amazing pit story. That's a great piece of journalism there to find that out. And maybe you do that. You if you've got that much weight you've got to gain. And you know what? The S chassis are, you know, a thing that are relatively light, and that's why they were so popular. But yeah, to make weight, let's put some heavy component in it. Let's do the reverse of what we've been trying to do for 10 years and make things light. We've just got to, and you know what's the best place to probably put that weight is right where, you know, it can be an aero aid as well as ballast if you can do it all in the one.
They're sponsored by their local coffee shop, so everyone's a bit peppy in their pits.
But you know what? Sometimes you just need a sponsor in the right place, and that's the perfect probably sponsor for late nights working on the car to get the barista to be able to have their own barista, which is good to see. And it's not a bad build, and you know, there's a lot of S chassis love out there, and I can remember years ago we were just talking about Under Suzuki. Haven't really talked too much about Under, and I'm sure he'll be watching the live stream. I mean, he's probably not a real good spectator either, so he'll be there probably, you know, sighing a lot, waiting for the day that he can come back to the place that I think made the man a star. But you know what, that S chassis worship. You know, I remember lining up here to get in with the crowd one year, and there was like 10 S15s all bombed out, full body kitted S15s all in a row. It's like they've come out on a drive together, and there's 10 in a row trying to get in. It's like, are you here to see Under Suzuki, the quickest S15 in the world? And of course they were. We're asking people on the pit walk, who do you want to see? Oh, Under Suzuki, Under Suzuki. That car does have a lot of, and as you said, you're invited to a time attack event in Sweden. And they're mad about him in Sweden.
Yeah,
he's big in Sweden. So Under Suzuki's big in Sweden. Talk about big in Australia. This session hasn't shown much other than some improvements and consolidation. The Plasma Man Pro Am class looks like this after that horrific tyre delamination. No improvements to Costin's minute 26.071. Richard Perini at the moment, check this out, minute 33.657 in second place. Can he get Perini on the podium this year? Jay Davidson, Gingerbread Racing, 34.845. Minute 35.703 for Stephen Folks. Brian Pugh, the Wind-Fueled Racing, R35 in fifth. Andrew Handmer, that S13 improving in minute 36. And Chris Alexander, did not see him out in that session, minute 37.069. So there he is. That's Nathan Morecambe. That's the man we were going to start talking about, because you did some interesting calculations between the Tim Slade lap in the Extreme GTR and Nathan Morecambe's only couple of tenths behind lap in the Evo 7.
Yeah, and they were trading sectors. It was like if you know, one lap, one of them would get that sector, the next lap the other one would get the sector, so they were really closely matched. So if he can put together laps now that the GTR is out, you know, if he can string it together, he's got a shot.
It's got to be painful for watch for the Extreme GTR category because team, because yes, they put the big number down. Tim Slade was the one that put that car on the top, but Nathan Morecambe tried so hard behind him to nip it back, because Morecambe was initially the quickest in the category up till then, and then the Extreme GTR and Tim Slade found the mojo and put the number down. Of course, it's unlimited engine mod, sequential trans allowed. You can change the windows to Lexan. There are some restrictions, but you see if you can spot them on body and aero. And you've got to have that minimum weight there as well. Run on that tyre. Many trans out there and that angry Integra. And again, there's a lot of Integra worship around as well. And you can see why. Again, cars that have proven themselves not only as great road cars and sports cars, but great race cars as well. Andrew Brilliant, off to get that carbon fibre that's been stacked up at the back of Tilton there. But Matty Cav joins us while Andrew goes on a Kevlar spree.
Oh, let's go. Can anybody beat Tim Slade? That is the question there. The car is out, but he's laid down that record time there, 1:27.379. That is a record time in open class. Now, can anyone catch it? That is the question here. Couple of sessions left.
Well, I don't know whether Benny Tran can pull out 2.5 seconds, but I'm amazed at the battle that might just occur here if Morecambe's got to put a big lap in. Well, watching Benny Tran here, it's a very swift car. He's third, so we're going to have a front-wheel drive on the podium. Minute 33.20 as he disappears from our screen there just for a sec. Flying lap there for Borg, minute 31.152. Borg, minute 31.152. Day's coming through there now. It's Dan Day in the Impreza as well. Back on camera with Benny Tran, pushing so hard. The left-hand rear comes up, coming onto the final corner onto the main straight. And let's just see whether or not Benny Tran can turn minute 30.32 into a minute 20-something. Is there a 20-something in that? It'll be another car in the minute 20-something club if he can do it. He goes 30.32. Minute 30.32. Flying behind him is Morecambe. Minute 27.618. Minute 27.618 was Morecambe's previous time. He's on the flyer, actually. I think that's what we're seeing. Morecambe now on a flyer. Benny Tran might have to get out of the way here. Morecambe's going to try and get a number down. He's clear Benny Tran. Here comes Morecambe through. So he's patched together a great front run onto the straight. Through Armando, nice and neat. He's through turn 2, through turn 3. Coming into turn 4 now. He's trying to make it all stick. You can see that little bit of understeer coming in, but he's got it under control. Smash carried out the back for a little bit of different entertainment. Morecambe's doing it all here. Maximum attack here. It's up in the sector. He's up in green. He's green in the first sector. Green in the first sector, gets it out of 6 nicely too. No one's in front of him. Another smash carrot to throw into the collection. Pushes it through 8. Now let's just see how he tightens this corner up now. Very important how he comes out of this. He'll go left here. He might go left. He can get it out there wide. He has to go left. He gets it back in at the nick of time. Pulls up a little bit of dust on the inside. And he is on a flyer. This is up in sector 2. Morecambe, he's not going to wait till tonight. He's going to throw the dagger in now. And he might just get this all patched up if he can get the final corner solved. Inside left, he starts to pick it up as well. And he is on a flyer. Nathan Morecambe, can he pull in something quicker than minute 27? 3.79, minute 27 points. Well, down on the sector, 27. Does say 6.18.
6.51 there in that last lap for Morecambe, so really struggled in that third sector there.
Yeah, 27.651.
So close. I thought he was going to do that after those first couple of seconds, but he took a big chunk out of that dirt coming out of that corner. I wonder if that may have upset something under the car. I'll have to wait and see. Hopefully that hasn't grabbed any of the aero, done any damage.
It's quicker than the 6.18, but it's slower than the 3.79. Johnny Boston's got problems with the motive S15. Benny Tran back on a fly. Benny Tran, minute... well, he's on a slowdown lap, but he's back into it now. So let's go with Benny Tran. Oh, that was exciting stuff. Up on 2 sectors, and then something in that last sector just didn't go right for Morecambe. I don't know what it was. Look at Benny Tran bobbing the left-hand rear up off the ground. That mighty, angry K-swapped car. I don't think we're B18 anymore. I think we're definitely into the K deal. You make it big power. Now, he's down off the throttle now, so interesting there for Benny Tran. That was flying down the main straight through Armando, and we thought it was all going to be... culminating with another repeat lap. Johnny Boston now just recovering. So an issue there with for Johnny Boston in entrant 15. Peter Owen. Sorry, I just remember we did see Boston over, but that is another orange S15. There it is. Should have gone to Specsavers. Peter Owen, the Owen Truss S15 there, which... It's orange, it's S15. I thought it was Hawkins.
You're getting close. It's very similar, especially when you have a quick look at that one. As he flies us past us here on the main straight, we have a look at this one. As he goes around, we'll look for Peter Owen there this time. We'll have to wait and see what that first sector is. He's looking quite neat here at this point. Pulls the car up nicely. It's going to be how he takes that corner as we go back onto a flying lap now, though, here up on our screens.
Aaron Borg was out on the limiter through Armando, I think it was. So he's going to put a good lap in here. Let's have a look. The R33, world's best technology sponsored GTR. So he's got through turn 2 now. We're just looking for that. No, again, he's just not quite ready. He's just not quite ready. You can tell cars that have got 800 plus odd horsepower, the way they come out of turn 2, you know if they're on it because they don't look like that.
No, they're not like that.
They're not hobbling along.
Remembering they're trying to phase their tyres at this point, and they're also looking, I suppose, at the temperature of the car, whether they need to go and grab fuel. They're going to keep it at the lightest load possible throughout this. And with that wind, maybe they make that little mistake. maybe they're just not quite comfortable in those first couple of corners. It looks like they're going to pull out of that lap very early, so they're not choosing to stay out there and put the back-to-back laps together.
That wind is particularly strong near Armando. The first few flags on the pit building are definitely flapping a little bit more towards Armando and not so much up the rest of Brabham Straight. Maybe it's the edge of the building here that we're seeing the wind come from that direction. It's definitely changed. And actually where you are on screen there, it is literally blowing across from your left to the right when you saw that angle from the long shot from Armando. So don't forget hashtag WTAC 2022. I know that we've got a huge groundswell of our media guys making sure that World Time Attack Challenge is the hottest thing going around in people's minds today. It is a hell of an event, and it's watched by the world thanks to the Bosch Motorsport live stream. So how did Owen go in that lap? He went a minute 46.336. His best been a 44.992. Borg went last lap minute 26.983. But
he's pulling in. You can see he's on the inside of the track there. That's a slow down lap for sure. Maybe some issues just picked up on that one because he did come flying into that corner.
Yes.
Just decided not to carry on with that lap. Now it's just going to be a slow drive into the pits at the moment as he starts to come in. So that's unfortunate. I was hoping to see another lap out of Borg as we are seeing the cars lined up. That may bring us to the end of this session, I suppose, this group of cars that are out there at the moment.
Don't see a checkered flag. Oh, there is the checkered flag. It was just caught in the wind, it was. There we are, the checkered flag for that session. So that was the first, it might have been the first and final session for our GCG Open category. I do see a few more cars starting to line up that are ready to come out. Actually, this is the second group right now, so I can see cars like Nigel Petrie in the Nissan Silvia, the NA SR20, the engineered slide entry, and it's, again, another one of these S13 builds that you've got to have a look at. Now, it's not the fastest thing here, but it is a very, very schmick build. And look, the only place I think it had to fit was in the open category because I don't think it's driven on the street every day. And he's opted that it does go in that open class and just proving that you can be cool without having 1,000 horsepower. And that's the joys of car building. You can build something that people admire, but it doesn't always have to be the typical 1,000+ horsepower to all fours sort of deal. There's a lot out there that have got a lot more realism to their appeal. And entrant 33 lining up there ready to go too. That's Liam Hooper, and Hooper's got a good chance here to really punch the Impreza around. So he is ready to go.
And all of us, Hooper's got a full team there to help him out.
Yes, it's a hell of a team. It's ready to go. So it's... The guys, looks like they're all yawning, and that's only because they've probably, again, culminated in about three hours sleep in 2 days, getting ready for the day. If there's been a bit of thrash about, there hasn't been too much sleep, as there's a lot of work to be done on these vehicles to not only get them out there, but to keep them out there all weekend. And this is why we are got things held up at the moment, is that we've got to come and recover Johnny Boston. And, of course, Johnny Boston featured heavily in our first couple of time attacks back when we were doing Super Lap at Oran Park. I met Johnny Boston back way in the beginning. He is one of our OGs when it comes to World Time Attack and can steer. And he was driving Andrew Hawkins's spares box Motive I think it's a 14, that one.
Yeah, S14, that one with the SR20 in it.
There's the 13, and then here's the Evo. So that's the Evo 7, developed with an inch of its life, and all the good fruit, as we've seen in all of these vehicles. And we don't see too many roughies amongst them. They're all top-class vehicles and ready to go for the second open class of the afternoon, thanks to GCG Turbos. Now, of course, the winner last year was the Extreme GTR. It's still got the mark, still got one finger on the trophy right now. And Morecambe, well, it's all his to try and grab now throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening. And as we said, we thought he was going to, after seeing him up in those two sectors, you wonder, did something go wrong in that sector? Or it's like, you know what, let's just push really hard with what we've tried in the first two sectors. I mean, it still looked like he was giving it a maximum effort in that third sector, but was it a case of, well, Do we do it now or do we do it at the end?
Oh, I think he would have seen the green sector. Surely they're talking to him. They would have said, keep going with this one, don't pull out. So
Yeah.
I think, but he grabbed a whole heap of that dirt coming out of that corner, didn't he? Just before the end of the second sector, and it did slow him down because he was a tenth and a half in front. Then he dropped back down to about 0.07 of a second in front after sector number 2. So maybe that is just. Like I say, there might have been something changed with the aero there.
He took a lot of track there and pulled up a bit of dirt. If that was Formula 1, you'd have Lewis Hamilton on to race control whinging about that he's gone off track too much. So lucky we're not doing that, because that lap would have counted. Because we don't mind if you go wide, just don't go into the grass, because it's detrimental to your own safety, really. Have you seen the length of the grass around here at the moment? It guaranteed you hit that stuff, mate. You're slowing down very, very quick.
We just don't want the Formula 1 car to go, the street-style Formula 1 car to go.
No,
we might lose it.
And, here we are in Australia. We only mowed that yesterday. Yeah, so it's pretty lush. No one's had a chance to mow. It only stopped raining yesterday, so no one's got out and got the mower. That's why we're a bit muddy and a bit grassy in some areas there. But, boy, that surface is tip-top. Right, Charlie, what have you got for us? She continues to find these great stories. Charlie.
Well, I'm down at the Hot Wheels stand with Madzi Mingay, the son of Australia's #1 stuntman, Matt Mingay. And you're in your race suit, you're about ready to go out. You're in the stunt show. Madzi, what do you do?
Well, I do a lot of things. I'll be jumping over cars in my truck and drifting in my drift car. Yep.
Oh, sorry, and you must be the bravest 14-year-old I know. How long have you been doing this for?
Well, I've been in my jump truck since I was about 7 and my drift car since I was about 12.
Wow, and do you reckon you're going to be better than your dad when you grow up?
What do you mean when I grow up? I already am.
Oh, we like a bit of spice. Go,
Yeah.
Madzi. All right, well, don't forget to catch out this cool dude and obviously his dad, Matt Mingay, as they head out for the drift demonstration and, of course, jumping trucks later on tonight.
That's a chip off the old block. That's right there. I mean, I already knew he was Matt Bingay's son, but then he starts firing off comments like that, and it's like, oh yeah, you're
some quick-witted, fiery responses.
You're Matty's kid, right? Yeah. So that's a great attitude, and I'm really enjoying guys like Mads Juni, as when you're the son of a famous whatever performer, stuntman, person with a profile in motorsport or motortainment, as I think what Matt Mingay's in, is that we're seeing young Mads come through. You know what I've been watching as well, which is great, and a big shout out to Tony and Mike, of course, Mad Mike and Link. As well, and of course and the girl. I don't know when the daughter's coming out to start what Link's doing, but Link's actually getting quite a profile, drifting like his old man in Mazda drift cars and stuff that they're building. So I mean, the whole father-son dynasty, we're good for the next decade or two as these kids start to show themselves to the world. All right, flying out there now is Ashton, and his first lap. Damon Ashton's going to be that Evo 6. And they're all starting to fire up for the hot lap. So is Hooper. So all of that action unbottled again to see how this second GCG Turbo's open class pans out.
Be interesting to see what the track temperature is doing at the moment. Of course, we've got the afternoon sun still beating down on the track, and the clouds really haven't covered it.
Sorry, Liam Hooper, a little bit of oversteer there in turn 5. Sorry.
He's going to keep going with the lap. That's the question now. Is going to continue on, or is we going to try and tone this down a bit? I mean, the tyres are probably already getting into that phase zone, but maybe we just continue on with this lap and try and get another one in.
Liam Hooper is pushing here, so this is good to see. Nearly finished his lap, only a handful of corners left. He's pushing well out of this now. This is tight. Got to bring this in. Make sure it's giving you some feedback that you like, not understeering too much. Now, nail it, gets it on boost, and away it goes. Bang, bang, bang through the gears as he accelerates up through the last 2. And it's important to pull it up. Not only grab this apex in here, but then you've got to pull it up and wash it out to the outside and not unload it too much. That's where the drift guys were obviously coming unstuck in a lot of battles when you go up over that off-camber deal. That's got to be hard when you're in a battle, let alone a time attack car. Now nailing it down this one. Liam Hooper might have a cracker on his hands right now. His best been a minute 34.5. Goes through for a minute 34.5. How about that? Minute 34. 5:03 is his best. He goes minute 34, 5:81. So, I mean, that's putting as much effort into a lap as you can. Ashton just goes a minute 36.15. What? Ashton gets himself into the top 10, a minute 36.15. That's the Mitsubishi Evo 6, the Care 1 power-tuned Evo, driven by Damon Ashton. So great lap from him. That got our attention.
Yeah, that definitely wakes up here in the commentary box. We see the next couple of cars coming across the line there. Darren Bishop, how does he go as he crosses the line? Just having a look. That looks more maybe an out lap there for him.
He might be into it here now.
I reckon this is going to be a flying lap for the Red Zone Evo.
Nigel Petrie goes minute 53.315. Healy goes minute 41.164 in that amazing little Datsun 1600. John Healy, one of my favourite cars. And here's the little MRS that we've still got running there. And of course, that's Justin Galjanik's, the Close Enough Racing MRS. And again, been this for many, many years. And of course, what can we say about John Papadatos? We love that Euro muscle look, right in amongst them all.
The GT3 look really is. All the GT3 cars are very nice, but the BMW has a great design on it.
They've got the right lumps and bumps and sound, and this one's got plenty of all of that. Ticks all the boxes, that there's solid 9s in every department. Have a listen to this thing. Yeah, 32 valves forever, mate. I like my V8s at 32 valves. I just wouldn't want to own one.
An out lap there for him, actually, for John Papadatos. We'll have to see. This could be a flying lap for him now as he goes around, but that was an out lap last time. Just get up to speed. I mean, they've come out of pit lane. They come out at the start of the lap, basically past the start-finish line, out after turn number 1, and then they've got to join the racetrack, go around, heat the tyres up, get the car settled, get themselves in the groove, and then they probably only get 1 or 2 flying laps before they have to head back into the pits. Remember, we've only got 15-minute sessions, so there's not a lot of time really when you think about a minute 36 to a minute 40 per lap.
Well, the previous minute 56.08 there for Papadatos, and getting through for about a minute 40 there. He's just cruising it around for the rest of the lap, and whether or not he gets himself up for another flyer. Normally, there's a little bit of communication between the pits and the driver for this. They can definitely be informed of the times that come through to let them know how's it feel. Do you want to have another lap? Are the tyres any good? And they can sometimes just cool it down, have another crack. Here goes Nigel Petrie. Good to see, engineered the slide getting around. It's the Hilux was a cool build. This is a hell of a cool build as well, and you know, a nice stout aspirated SR20. I mean, it won't have 600 horsepower, but it'll have enough to get that car around. And look, it's just so well put together, that car. It's got the right stance on it. In fact, it's halfway between stance and purpose there, isn't it? The car really does have plenty of negative camber on the front. Almost, you would argue, too much sometimes when you ever look at what other cars at the same platforms have got. That's definitely quite exaggerated in it, but I'm sure he wouldn't have it any other way, because for Nigel, they're cool. They've got to look cool standing still as well as going fast, and they look like they're going fast standing still, but he's trying to strike the perfect balance there. So Galjanik's went through again in the MRS, only 2 minutes, .471. Papadatos, again, like he's just lapping through, 2 minutes, 471, cruising around. So I just think he's, I don't know whether it's trying to get things up the temperature or whether or not he's just trying to find himself a little bit of space there or not. But there we go. That'll be another clue as to why maybe we're not doing too much, because we ain't seen a red as yet, but someone stopped just before turn 2 off Armando. We didn't quite catch whom that might be, although what has been missing in the last 90 seconds of my memory is an MRS. Let's have a closer look. Yes, it might be actually. That's what I was thinking too when I'm looking through our entry list. That looks like it might be him. If only that drone down in the mud. If only that drone was load rated to 2 tonnes, we could have just hooked that drone up to that MRS and lifted that thing straight back to the pits. But they don't make drones that heavy. They don't do heavy duty drones yet, do they? Probably not 2 tonne. Has anyone actually out there in live stream world ever had anything delivered by drone yet? Anyone? No one? Yes. You have? What did you have delivered by drone? Lunch. Did you? Yeah, they do it in Canberra. Oh, do they? Yeah, right. Oh, there we go. That's crazy. I've seen everything now. So we've got a little bit of a recovery issue there going on, but it's so good to have you here, of course, the World Time Attack Challenge. We're at the end of the open class thanks to GCG Turbos, but Matty Cav, it's a big day. It's a little bit overwhelming, really. It's very overwhelming, especially if you come in for the first time. I mean, I've been here a couple of times coming down for the drifting just alone, but, I mean, so much going on at the event, and you don't need to come to everything to enjoy it. I mean, you can just come to one section, you can come in the morning, but really the spectacle this year is the first time that we're going to do all of this
at night time under lights. Like, how amazing is that going to be? The sparks as they go over and we see the bodywork bottom out over the main straight, over every little bump. The brakes are going to be glowing. We're going to see those flames coming out the exhaust. I mean, the nighttime spectacle is going to be second to none.
Yeah, and again, I think performance-wise, horsepower won't be a problem. You're right. This place lights up so well. Like, I'm sitting here last night just going, wow, what a track. It's almost like you could just have 24 hours of racing here. It could just be it's a thing because we're so well lit. Nothing stops us around this place, let me tell you, including this man, Warren Luff.
Yeah, guys, I'm down here with the team from Team Tilton. I've got some bad news. These guys are out. The damage from the tyre blowout coming down the front straight has compromised the front spoiler a little bit too much. If you look down here on the front spoiler, this is exactly what they're worried about. You can see where the carbon's broken over this side. Forget the body damage, forget all the other damage. This is what they're worried about. They're worried about the compromising the structural integrity of the front spoiler. They don't have another one that they can fit, so they just don't feel like it's worth the risk. Even if they could maybe sort of patch something together, they're not going to be able to sort of push to the car's potential. So unfortunately, these guys are out. They're done for the day. So disappointed we've lost them, but it was great to see it out there for the few sessions that we saw earlier today.
And, that's got ramifications right there because not only is that Costa's Pro-Am tilt out there, that's Brad Shields' tilt right out there as well. So it's a double whammy. When you have one car and two people in it, we do lose that car from two categories, and that's an absolute shame because that is, again, one of our hero cars that we know has got that potential to mix it with our heavy hitters that we've had before, like the Hammerhead, who's also succumbed to breakage, but that 968 that we have not yet seen in full anger here today. Again, it looks like it's going to be the Goddard Rex Subaru of Nathan Anshoon's trying to get out there at his own quest to take a WRX record home, and the 968 literally just has to get around here in decent representative form, and it's all over Red Rover. But we do know that there's a 19 something not too far away, and we know that the magic number is a low 19.1, but it did a 20. What did it do there before? I think it tipped over a minute 20.10 as the first check lap. So we know that the 968 is there to entertain us for the rest of the evening and captivate us and all that sort of things. But it's a shame that we've lost Tilton there. But let's have a look at our GCG Open Class leaderboard after that session. And yes, look, he's holding on. Tim Slade, the Extreme GTR, minute 27.379. Nathan Morecambe did improve a little bit there with a minute 27.618. Benny Tran, a minute 30.320, hoping for a 20-something from the BYP Racing Integra later on. And I think when the cold weather comes in, maybe we will see it. Aaron Borg, of course, the Skyline, minute 30.80. Robert Ewan, Dream Project S15, which we didn't see in that session. It's interesting, we saw it come out, then it's gone back in. Darren Bishop, Dan Day, Johnny Boston, Liam Hooper and Damon Ashton at the top 10. And not a bad little spread there as well. Plenty of quality and fast cars amongst them. And from what I can understand, quite a few still in the mix. It's just a shame that that top one, Tim Slade in the Extreme GTR, won't be doing any more today with that car. So Morecambe's got to do it. While we recover the MRS, we better take a breath, take a break, and be back with more soon.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Warren Luff here at World Time Attack. Down here on the Yokohama stand, we've got the Hyundai i30N and we've got the brand new Yokohama 8009 tyres on the car, and we're going to talk about what it takes to go around Sydney Motorsport Park. We're going to go through each corner and show you what it takes to get around here nice and fast. Turn 1 has got to be one of the best corners in Australian motorsport. And again, here at World Time Attack, you're going to see cars topping out at probably nearly 300 k's at the end of the front straight here, and they will take this corner flat. Most other cars are going to be sort of looking to brake somewhere past the 100, but this is a corner of pure commitment. It's all about sort of get the car in there. Cars with a lot of aero will love sort of the amount of grip they can generate through here, and it's all about just small increments of steering and really let the car run out nice and wide again for that short run down to turn 2, and again maximise the braking down here. Turn 2, big braking area, double apex corner, so you tend to sort of run it in quite early, let the car drift out wide, and then this is all about trying to get a good run out of here and be fast through turn 3 on the run down to turn 4. All the cars here, especially in the pro class, this will be easily flat through here. It's one of the corners where you start to feel the sort of the lateral load of the tyre start to really sort of take over, and then you come out of turn 3, cresting the hill here down into turn 4, looking for your brake marker. It's usually somewhere after the 50 marker. It's generally an early turn in here because it's an uphill corner, so the tyre really grips into the roadway through here, and then as you come out of here, coming into turn 5, you don't let the car run out too wide. You want to get back to the right. Again, it's an early turn in, and Sydney Motorsport Park a few years ago so graciously put all this nice concrete area out here so you can run the car out really nice and wide. The run down into turn 6 is a little bit blind. You come over the crest of the hill, it can be quite hard to find a brake marker, but it's a very easy 90-degree corner, and again, it's all about carrying the speed through early on the throttle, run it out wide here, coming up to what's commonly called Corporate Hill. It's a fast-flowing, again, most of the pro cars here will be flat through here, but it's the first downhill corner. So it's important to get the nose in nice and early and let the understeer push you out wide, right out to the track edge, and then coming down here into the hairpin, back to about the middle of the road. And again, generally it's an early turn in here, because again, it's another downhill corner, but it's all about being early on the power here. You want to let the car run out, use all the available road, and then this is a really fun part of the circuit. As we come up through here, turn 9, it's a fast flowing corner, a little bit of water on the track at the moment from the overnight rain, but it's all about the setup through here. As you come through, get the car straight nice and early, and again, you're going to see people using a lot of curb on the entry here. Position the car out nice and wide, and this is all about the run onto the front straight here. Up nice and high, apex about the middle of the corner, and then as early as you can get to the throttle, get to full throttle, let the car run out wide, again using all the available road. Down the front straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park, we're going to see cars in the pro class getting somewhere close to 300 kilometres an hour, which is a lot faster than we see from, say, V8 supercars. So that's a lap of Sydney Motorsport Park, thanks to obviously Yokohama and our friends at Hyundai.
Let's talk about the Bosch ABS system. You were a proponent of getting that into these cars. Can you tell us a bit more about how it came to be?
In putting everything together for me to do this event again with Murray, the now previous owner of Hammerhead. I basically said to him, I think, from the last time I did World Time Attack, the most cost-effective way of achieving a faster lap time would be to install the Bosch ABS system. As much as you probably like to think you're that skilled and can maximise the braking areas yourself with your right or left foot, yeah, I think it's pretty hard to beat that system, and definitely makes life a hell of a lot easier for the driver.
So you would say if you can have an ABS system like a Bosch system, you would have one any day of the week?
Yeah, 100%. And, obviously World Time Attack is all about, the fastest lap possible over just the one single lap. And, that's the whole mantra around how these cars are built. So for sure, you know, if there were the initial boxes to tick, yeah, the Bosch ABS system would definitely be one of them.
So you're in the driver's seat of both of these cars, and a lot of people might not understand how better brakes make you go faster. So how does that come about behind the wheel?
Braking is a huge part to going fast in any race car, and you know, you see in some other categories that don't have ABS, I guess when drivers are exploring the braking zones and the limits of the braking and the grip available, you see them, you know, lock up a wheel and fire off the track and maybe even have a little scrape with the wall, whereas, you know, there's obviously no fear of that with the ABS system, and it really does, you know, maximise the braking zones.
So with the Bosch system, it's not like a regular road car ABS. There's a lot of tuning you can do with that. What feedback have you given to the team about what you like about it and what capabilities of the system have made you more confident in these cars?
Yeah, so I guess, you know, with the motorsport system, you know, it has a lot more control over each individual wheel, and we have the knob adjuster in both cars. So essentially, depending on the grip that's available, you know, from either the tyre or the track, or, you know, if there's bumps in any braking areas or anything like that, then yeah, you can basically tune that to suit the conditions that you have. So yeah, you can essentially make it, you know, more or less aggressive.
Thanks, Tim. We look forward to seeing you next week at World Time Attack Challenge. And if this video is out after that, we would have seen you. And have fun in these cars, mate.
No worries. Thanks, mate. Look forward to it.
The Bosch Motorsport live stream going right across the world and presented by HighOctaneDirect.com. The afternoon sun is starting to really continue to fade away. It's not much more track temp we can probably accumulate out of this track, Andrew. Brilliant. And as we said, the best thing we can do is keep cars coming down this track to try and keep that temp in there. It doesn't help when we do get a little bit of a mechanical failure. I don't know what's happened in the stranded MRS, but there's a streak of white dust there to pick up a bit of oil. So at least that's the oil cleanup we've got to do. We're towing the MRS back. Warren Luff's also found some more information out from the pits.
So I'm down here with a car that's a little bit different. Some 50 years ago when the Datsun 1600 came into production, I don't think they ever thought about entering a car in World Time Attack. But John Healy from V-Sport, here we are with this beautiful Datsun 1600. It's the debut for this car. SR20 up front. How's it been? How's it going? And what are you looking forward to?
Yeah, thanks, Warren. Yeah, look, it's good. It's lots of changes since I last drove it 2 years ago. We had a bit of a goal to try and get into the 30-something. We're nearly there, 40.9. So, yeah, very happy for a new car.
It's always great to see some of these old school cars out here, and obviously these guys are doing a fantastic job. They're somewhere in the 140s right now, but I reckon come cooler conditions tonight, we'll see I reckon somewhere in the high 130s, no problem.
Yes, that's the car after my own heart, the Datsun 1600, or of course the 510, as it's also known as, and that's with the JDM Fair Lady nose on it as well, which is a new, well, for Australian Datsun 1600 owners, there's a lot more of that coming in from Japan, and guys are fitting out that sort of Fair Lady look, or the Bluebird look, to those 510s. That's an amazing car. Mine was matte. I had a 1600 that was matte black as well, and that one, look at that. So no, must have the boot off it at the moment, but they are just an iconic shape. And you know what? Anyone that's associated with Nissan all over the world is honestly, if you did a 510 again, you'd sell them. You would sell the pants. If you did a 510 two-door with like, as we already see, 1 million of them, go back to the parts box, pull out the SR20 stuff, pull out your S15 mechanicals, whack them in a new 510 design, you'd sell 510s again. If Nissan needed something that could throw, if anything, kick the backside of an 86, well, the 510 would be that car again. But again, you know, it depends on who owns the car company as to whether or not anyone's got any any spirit left to do anything to do with a cool car anymore when it comes to honouring the history of the brand. I think at least Toyota is still managing to do that with great success. They know that competition is stiffer than ever in the production. Korea is coming hard with great cars.
Win on Sunday, sell on
Hyundai
Monday.
and Kia. Win on Sunday, sell on Monday. There's still people. Hang on, can I see some ID there, young man? You look a little bit too young to be driving that car. You must have these. You might be plugged into the phone charger there or something like that. A little bit of screen time, but you know what I mean. They just don't make them like this anymore. And even how about this for the Evo wagon? Even how's that for a shape? Do love it. I had a Lancer of the same body shape, except I wanted to swap it for a wagon. If I got a wagon, it's a cool thing, and a little bit of long roof pride there as well. It's a good deal indeed. There's the man at the moment sitting in the clubhouse as the leader in the club sprint class, of course, Jimmy. And here's this amazing Supra just in the pit in front. And as we've already heard, we're starting to, tweak the car. When they bought it, of course, they were going to turn it into an aero car straight away. They had decided straight away when they'd bought this car that it's going to be time attack, and they do want to pay attention to the aero on it. And, all right, Andrew, brilliant. Question without notice. What is the drag coefficient of that Supra? Oh, come on, mate.
I can't remember that.
Someone else will know that. Someone else will know that. I shouldn't put so much on the man. Aero's his life every single day of his life, and for me to just ask for random drag coefficients of any shape, it's not good enough, Andrew.
We never even look at the coefficient. We just look at the force, drag force.
The drag force. Yeah. I know, but the CD they put in. Well, they don't put in the brochure. They give that to the press, don't they? They like to tell the drag coefficient.
Yeah, it's a press number as well.
Isn't it a press number?
Yeah, it's a press number.
The CD. But I remember that was such a big thing in the 80s. They talked about the new one that's coming out's got a CD of 031, and it's like, whoa, Back then, 031 was pretty slippery.
Yeah.
Pretty slippery.
Those 90s cars were quite slick. A lot of them were, yeah.
Yeah, and you know what, as you said, you don't drag force is more about what it is. It's not more about drag coefficient. But where do you see? I know we were talking a lot about the future. Where's the future hold? I know here at World Time Attack, we're still completely 100% dedicated to fossil fuels and internal combustion. But you're talking about some of the future, and it won't be too long. I thought already by now that we'd have someone in a Model 3 or an S or a Plaid having a bit of go at Time Attack, but you're telling me that there's guys needing and developing aero for these because that's becoming a thing. I know that the Teslas go down the drag strip pretty well, but they're now looking at circuit and all that sort of stuff and Time Attack.
Yeah, we've been doing quite a bit of development with Model 3. So, yeah, it's
what's the drag coefficient of one of those? No, that's all right. I shouldn't.
I'll get in trouble. I'll get in trouble if I talk about that.
You know what? I've got Elon on speed dial. I'll just ring Elon. Hashtag call Elon. But I'd love to see it. And you know what? I can't see any reason why, especially in this format. And that's how strong a splitter should be. That's how strong it should be, isn't it? Is that the test?
That's the new aero designed by Kyle Forrester, and that Supra is the fastest of the three.
Yeah, right. So that's the baddest late gen. I call that the new gen Supra, standing on the splitter.
Yeah, the Sydney composite splitter. That Kyle, he just came from Mercedes F1, moved back home to Sydney.
Right.
Yeah.
And developed the aero for that.
Yeah. This will be his first World Time Attack car, so it'll be interesting to see what he comes up with and how he does.
Well, you know what? If it does work, this is another market that just gets born out of racing. It's like, well, we've got a GR Supra in Australia with this amazing front spoiler, this amazing front splitter, and it's an aero kit. And because of the design of the more modern cars, you can make that as a complete bar, essentially, can't you? So get rid of the headlights and that you can sell that as a complete thing if you want to remanufacture it. If you want to sell your intellectual property, your creation, commercially.
Yeah, I think these guys will want to keep their competitive advantage.
Yeah. So that's an incredible story that we can't wait to see how that all pans out. So there's Armando Corner, the fastest corner in Time Attack. And as we've heard, speed's approaching that nearly 300 odd k an hour. With days like this, I think you're erring on the side of caution. And especially since we saw 968 through that corner this morning, delaminate a right rear. It's one hell of a corner where you can also chop a few tenths off if you're game. I tell you what, if you're a gamer person to do it, well, we're here in the right place to see it. Sydney Motorsport Park, beautiful Saturday afternoon. A break and back with more soon.
you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, Turbo Smart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
You don't get faster by wishing for it, dreaming about it. You get faster by mastering your craft, always looking for that edge in performance.
Next left, carry more speed.
I'm Fraser Ross, driver number 59, McLaren 720S GT3, and my McLaren features the latest Motorsport ABS system from Bosch.
Motorsport ABS is my greatest asset in the McLaren. I'm able to change settings each lap depending on the grip available, wet or dry, and it gives me the confidence I need to win. Motorsport ABS can improve even the best professional race drivers' braking performance because it has the individual control over each wheel. When quality and performance matter, I can rely on Bosch Motorsport.
The Bosch Motorsport live stream here Saturday at Sydney Motorsport Park. We've done a little bit of a clean-up there on track. And Andrew Brilliant joining me here. It's looking fantastic for the evening's festivities. And we've got a beautiful backdrop behind us here. Of course, destination New South Wales. And it's so good to have you from Japan. Now, you just recently moved, so where were you living before and where you are now?
Yeah, we relocated from Yokohama to Sapporo up in the north, the snowiest major city in the world.
So it's cold up there, yeah?
Yeah, but we love it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Do you get good Wi-Fi there? I mean, it's just an Australian question I thought I'd ask.
Oh, yeah, it's Japan.
So Japan,
top,
so the fastest internet you've got, yeah.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't compare to Australia.
Yeah, no. Have you tried you've tried Wi-Fi here, haven't you? You tried to get the Wi-Fi on here. His computer's snoring here, by the way. That's how slow the Wi-Fi is here for you, Andrew. But as an aerodynamics consultant, I mean, are you finding yourself that you can still do a lot of simulation from home and you know, when do you have to take trips? You know, to do things.
Yeah, that's been a bit difficult with COVID. Japan had the most strict rules for immigration of anyone in the G7, G20. So I've only traveled probably 4 times in 2 years, which is a first for me.
No, right.
I had 2 million kilometers of flight miles before Corona came in.
And then you've moved to Sapporo and haven't done much there. Now we've got the drift demo on here, guys. So it's a few guys out here having a bit of a crank around. So. What is going on? I don't mind. I love it. But you guys know what's going on. And you know what? We'll whack Matty Cav on because I think he's just about ready to come back and have a crack there. Matty Cav.
Let's throw a bit of dust off the track from Pro Class. Matt Harvey, look at him go.
Maybe that's what we need. We need the drift guys to come and take all of this rice hull action.
Lock to lock there. The 2J powered S13, of course, from Tasmania. The Tasmanian Tiger done the trip over. Matt Harvey there and the Kumo Tyres entry there from the S13. And that went lock to lock. Senna Tunney here just putting on a show there and just finishing off the tyres he's bought this weekend from Queensland. The supercharged LS on board, of course. But something very interesting which you would like is the R35 engine, this 240Z Datsun. Look at that.
Yes. And you know what? That's up there with me as far as the Corvette. Like the Corvette blew my mind, but to have a Z car, one of our original JDM icons out there as a drift car, and again it's like, wow, that's gorgeous. While it doesn't rub anything, you just don't want it. You don't want anyone to touch it in a battle, do you? It's like, that's gorgeous. Just don't touch him, all right?
Brad Tui here just getting the smoke out of the car on the main straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park as the drift demonstration's underway. Matty Hill's got the arm out there and you can see right behind him the Keep It Read R31 wagon, Barra powered of course, Jason Ferrin as well. Saxon Moyes is out there doing some demonstrations as well in that great 2J powered 86. Up on our screens, they see Matty Hill and Newlon powered S15. Look at that thing get on the bake. The tyres smoking off the back. You can't see that. Jason Ferrin is gone. That purple wagon, it stands out in the sun. We can't see it. Now we change angles. Look, they're going to go lock to lock down the main straight as well. Matty Hill, this guy has just been setting this car up recently. Spent a lot of time with Shockworks here, trying to set it up and get it settled throughout the day. Did fantastic in today's competition. Unfortunately, didn't get on the podium. Jason Ferrin out there in the top 8 as well. But look at him, just keeps going. Does a lot with the drift community down in Victoria as well, Jason Ferrin.
Ah, look, it's so good to see an R31 wagon. That's another bit of long roof love right there. And, yeah, you've got to have something different once in a while, and I don't mind the old square body wagon. You try and find one. What are they worth? You try and find any R31s even.
And then you stick a 580 kilowatt barrier into that one as well.
Yeah,
so, you know,
well,
just something a little bit different there. It's very, very shiny, I must admit, under the bonnet.
That's so Australian. That is just so Australian. All barra swap. Well, I'm not going to call it a Pintara. It's a Skyline wagon, but, you know, you could call it a Pintara. I mean, because we had Pintaras as well. It's amazing that we got probably the bargain basement side of an R31, and then we got an RB30 in the mighty R31, which, of course, you know, holding it to go. Oh, Mr. Matt Mingay decides to sneak out, and is that, of course, is that Kent in there as well?
Yeah, Kent Dalton there at the start there, of course, he's got the VF out there. And look, he lent this car to a fellow drifter this weekend, and he's just done everything in this car. They've got the stunt show on, they've done the drift as well in the competition there. Unfortunately, he got out in round number 1, but look at this. When it comes to putting on a show for the crowd, he definitely puts on a show. Look at how much fun he's having out there at the moment, just sliding the car around on track. Very different, though. He's got the street tyres back on, and it just slides the car around so much better.
Yeah, well, look, Matty Mingay trying his best to drift the stadium truck around, but I tell you what, when you consider how many stops they make on the national tour that they do, plenty of practice in, and you know what? As much as it's another day at the office for him, I'm sure he don't mind throwing the thing sideways. Of course, you can take a few passengers in this car as well. So he's got the seats in the back.
Yeah,
so
it's
you
a
could
four-seater.
A four-seat drift experience. Oh, bumps that thing over the curb nicely. Loops that beautifully together, and that's an award-winning corner right there. All the way out for Kent. Gorgeous, all the way. Bit of pop there on the overrun. Did he get that little bit of a lift?
Oh, look, mate, he's just listening to the judges still. They're not even judging this one, but he's listening to them. Get the car right over on the concrete for this one.
Hang on, Mingay's gone somewhere up the other end there. Mingay didn't quite make that last turn. I don't know whether he overcooked it or he had some other intentions on his mind.
No, he's tried the drifting because he's sideways in the background here. Ken Dalton, though, pulls this one up. They're going to get rid of a few pebbles.
Here we go.
He stays on the main straight here.
Hold the phone.
Come out on top of the tower, ladies and gentlemen, here at Well Time Attack. The Hot Wheels Stunt Show. The 1,000 horsepower high torque performance engine in that.
Yeah, hold the phone. There's some stuff going on here. Here we go, the synchronised doughies.
Where's Mads? That's the biggest question.
You ever seen the movie Blades of Glory? Well, this is the automotive version of that. And here's Junior. Junior in the middle, and you know what? It's good. He's got the big remote control antenna on, so Dad can see where he is. Now, what's he into? The Doughies there too. There he is, the kid into the Doughies. Father and son Doughies. The family that donuts together stays together. And look at that there. Father and son, 14-year-old. And they go, when are you going to be as good as your dad? He goes, what do you mean? I already am. It's like, you are a Mingay. Oh, there we go. Matty Mingay lights up the Newlon Stadium truck. Plenty on board. Junior's just running the little truck around now. Look, Kent's off on another mission here through Armando. But meanwhile, Matty Mingay is going to try and throw those big tyres into a fit. Keep an eye out on the boy, which he's doing. And off Matty Mingay he goes up Brabham Straight. Technically the wrong way, but when it's entertainment time, anyway's a good way. And up there's good too. So look at him go. Little wind-up, the old wind-up toy.
Yeah, it's good to see that little one-up on the back there. Matt's getting the donuts done at the moment.
You know what? Imagine show and tell on Monday at school. You know, what'd you do on the weekend, Matt? Well, I cut some sick doughies at World Time Attack. What did you do? Oh, footy team lost, you know. Yeah. It'll be their show and tell. It'll be like, oh, do we have to hear another true story from, you know, Mads Mingay about what him and his dad got up to on the weekend? They don't get time to go fishing, you know. They just don't do it. It's not what they do. Now, here we go. Go, son. Doesn't mind if you give Dad a little clip there either. You can give Dad a little clip if you want. Dad will fix it.
Good to see so many people from World Time Attack coming on top of the
Just
stadium
snaps it
here and
around.
checking this out.
I seriously considered buying one of these little Legends cars in the day. But how much fun does it look? All right, there he goes. A hell of a lot of fun there. And, yeah, a little bit of fairing off there for Mad. But, look, the little wind-up toy. Thanks, Dad. Bit of father and son hooliganism.
It's a bonding moment.
Oh, it's a huge bonding moment there. And, yeah, I just love the fact that he's incorporated the boy. The boy wants to get into the family business. And you hear about sons wanting to get into dad's family business. And you might be a butcher, a baker, a candlestick maker, a cabinet maker, a plumber, whatever. But if your dad's into the stunt game and you want to do what dad does, well, here's a car, son. Let's do it. And look, thanks to Hot Wheels and Newlon, and of course Matty Mingay's legacy of being just such a respected showman and rider and driver, that he's able to piece a deal together that offers motortainment like nothing else. Because I can't think of too many other guys that do this for a living in Australia and for that matter the world, to be able to have a team like this. I know there'd be a few if you look through the yellow pages for motortainment, but I don't know of any, and this is great in Australia that we've got a team that do get to a lot of big events and do show off just the very best way they know, and it's always entertaining to see. So, yeah, father and son have had a good old crack. Look at that show and shine area. No one's left the area at all. Just row upon row upon row of sheer quality.
If you go for a walk down,
yeah,
there's a huge area.
Yeah,
that
it's
skid
crazy.
pan, figure eight area, they use it for the skid pan stuff, but the amount of cars that have come in this morning, they were here very early. They had to get in there before we opened to the public. So, to come down and be part of World Time Attack's absolutely fantastic.
Yes, and they've done a very good job of making sure that area is just for pure. Look at that! It is almost, to coin a phrase, I suppose, it's Stance Nation. Really, Australia might be that way, but not everyone's into that stuff. But boy, there's a hell of a lot that are, and it doesn't matter what sort of car you want to bring. They all seem to have the same theme. It's spelt this way: COOL. It's just cool. Speaking about cool, this girl is the queen of cool here today at World Time Attack. Charlie, what have you got for us?
Oh, stop it, you old charmer. But we are up on the roof at Sydney Motorsport Park, and there are fans all around us as the sun comes down and those lights go on and the heavyweights are going to throw down, all to chase that one perfect lap around Sydney Motorsport Park. There is so much more yet to come. Guys, I'm so excited. World Time Attack is back.
You're excited.
So excited.
Yeah, we're excited. We're chuffed. We're positively chuffed, Miss Twinings. I only just threw that in there because I had to commend her for the Luffy comment, that turbo so big to blow dry Luffy's hair. And then they were actually explaining to me that, that Luffy had broken his straightening iron. But anyway, that's another story altogether as well. But apparently that's a real story. We digress. As we take a breath, we have to take a breath once in a while and just take in the surroundings. We've had that crazy little Hot Wheels demo there. We're lining up for some other big things scheduled for the rest of the afternoon. None other than, we've got some more club sprint coming on where they are going to have another crack at it. We've also got the Ron Goodman Porsche demonstration coming up shortly where Luffy will be in something. But there is a exotic sports car demonstration, according to our schedule, coming up soon. So we'll see if that's coming up. And, of course, we're supposed to do some jump truck stuff there on the main street. So we've just got to get those guys back in the pit, sort that out, and that'll be part of the schedule as well. We also have a Flying 500, the Turbo Smart Flying 500, which I know a lot of you folks are waiting to see, and quite a lot of you were here last night. Not only took in the drifting yesterday afternoon, but then took in the Flying 500. We didn't have too many speed. Well, we didn't broadcast anything yesterday, but Adrian Hodgson did manage to send me the speeds for some of those cars, and
273 we got up to last night, I think, over 500 metres.
There's a couple of 270s in there.
Yeah, 270 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, there was a couple of 270s. I'll bring that back up here just to make sure. And again, he shot them through. Yeah, so 272 is what we've seen. There was 252, 259, 262, 269. Some of the baddest, predominantly GTR Skylines in there, mind you. But it also, not only does it show just how much horsepower we've got and how much speed you can get from 0 to 500 metres, but just the pure sound as it goes up the straight here was an absolute treat. It is almost like last night was a celebration of everything internal combustion when you hear these things sing at full tilt. Who doesn't get a kick out of that? And even last night, not having to work last night, just sitting there in the grandstand like a professional spectator, I enjoyed it immensely. All right, well, you know what it is. It's Bat Romano. All rise to your feet, please, and bow. Because, again, if you're too young to remember who Bat Romano was, well, welcome to a history lesson. Bat Romano in this amazing Kadiccia. Now, look, there's a story about this Kadiccia, which is in here, of course. In its day, the 80s, that's right. So if you're in your late teens or early 20s, yeah, look, this thing was around before you were a twinkle in your parents' eyes. This is the Kadiccia K582, the Romano WE84 as they call it, affectionately known as the Batmobile, because Bat Romano, one hell of a driver, definitely something sweet to behold. And here it is. It was one of the first closed-top sports cars built to Group A specifications seen in Australia. So in the 80s, this was cutting edge. In a way, when you have a look at it, and you know, Andrew should cast his eye. I'm sure he's cast his eyes over the Kadiccia. 1980s, no such thing as simulation back then, was there? It's build something, put some tape on it, and see if you can watch it go down the straight. Sorry, mate. Now, of course, it's got the Cosworth DFV V8 in it, so it's the same engine that had actually been used during the 1980 Formula One season by John Watson and a young Alain Prost. So this has got some lungs on it, and I was hoping last night that Bat could show us the lungs. Let us hear this car. But that fuel, that foam in the fuel tank, I think, caught them out last night. But there he is inside it. Let's have a listen. Like, I don't want to talk too much during this stuff, Matty Cav. It needs to talk for itself. And I know that McLaren will be around there somewhere with Harry driving. And again, I don't think we'll talk for a few laps. We want to get the mics up on all our cameras if we've got them and just let these things sing. Let's let them sing, because this is a celebration to the world of some more automotive history. And this car, have a look at it. All right, let it rip back, let him go. Yeah, well, I mean, Bap's just getting himself... he didn't have the session last night that he wished he'd had, and then this is his first sort of tilt at it today. And we do have him again one more time, I think, this evening. So we're going to have a little bit more of Bap Romano later on, the Batmobile. And yeah, I remember this thing from the 1980s. I used to tune into Channel 2 on or at that stage, Channel 7. We went to commercial television and, around to the Australian Touring Car Championships, but you'd see everything on the card from Amaroo Park. And that was one of the things we'd see, the Batmobile. Now, you've got an interview down there, Charlie. Where are you?
Well, I've actually found Bruce from the Kaditcha team. You've worked so hard on this car for so many years, and I saw you breathe a sigh of relief as it came down Brabham Straight. What does this mean to the team, this amazing part of Australian motorsport?
Oh, fair bit, really. I worked on the car back in '84 and won the championship, so just come back for this weekend. It's been really good, yeah.
It's wonderful, and we spoke to Bap earlier. Yeah, breathe a sigh of relief, maybe go grab a cup of tea or maybe something a bit stronger, but congratulations.
Yes, a fantastic vehicle, steeped in automotive history. And yeah, I do remember, that would have been, I was 14 or 15 years old when I saw this thing. And again, he used to start from the back of the pack. And, it was pretty much time where this car was, nearly a sports sedan or, GT. Before there was GT cars, this was just the most exotic thing that we could have ever seen on a track. Didn't know exactly where to put the car. And he would start at the back. And, Amaroo Park's only a relatively short circuit. But Bap would start at the back, let them all go, and he just ran them all up, lap after lap. And then one time there at Amaroo Park, he did crash the thing very, very hard. He basically didn't take the first turn, and Amaroo went straight over, and he crashed the car. So there it is, a piece of automotive history, Australian automotive history, and that car is on display and scheduled to come out for another crack a little bit later on. So there it is, exotic. You want exotic? Well, let's go a little bit more exotic. All right, we're not going to talk over this one either, boys. What do you reckon? Not at all. I'm off. Matty Cav? No, I'm off. Let's just give everyone a quick detail for watching at home what it is. This is another one of these cool exotic cars. Talk about exotic. Ian Baker, he doesn't hold up, does he? This is a fantastic Can-Am big block Chev-powered McLaren. It's an exotic car like you wouldn't believe, and Harry is going to be driving it. It is a crazy vehicle, and I had some info here on it. It is the M8 from memory. It is the M8E driven by Harry Jones. He's a Carrera Cup driver. He can steer. And last night, you didn't have to ask this guy too many times, can you drive a McLaren big block? And what did he say? 800 horsepower, 775 kilos. We're going to let this thing sing around this track. And why wouldn't you? This is, again, another piece of rolling automotive history. You can't hide from your history, but you can certainly relive the past, and that's what we're doing. And Ian Baker's going to do that as long as he... Oh, Harry! 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 No, Harry! Oh, Harry! Oh, goodness, you talk about a guy that wanted to give 110%. Those tyres aren't warm yet, Harry. Watch yourself, son.
Oh, he pushed it really hard around that corner. He's not holding back. Such a historic car, and still pushing it to the absolute limit here. He's gone a little bit more gingerly around these next couple of corners.
He's just making sure it's all right. Harry, you're a loose unit, man. You're only like 22 years old. You are one loose unit. Watching you drive this thing last night, once the tyres are warm, he's going to be fantastic, but those tyres a bit more heat, son. Whoa! Have we got a replay of that if we can fit it in? Harry! We already had, you already had our attention. Here's a replay before he gets a fast one in. Harry comes over, so much power early. What's coming out of 3? Goes into that long Australian grass that we only made yesterday. All right, let's let it sing. Let's let this thing sing. He's back. Oh, just an absolute treat. Big block Chevrolet. It looks like the car you used to get as a Hot Wheels in the 1970s. Like you used to buy this in miniature. I'm sure you did. Stack injection and everything. And Andrew Brilliant's just talking here off air about this era of car was incredible. It was a horsepower war. Everyone was learning. Bruce McLaren especially was just at the pointy end of it, taking it to the Porsches at the time, using New Zealand nous with American horsepower and building his own cars. And the McLaren legend kind of started to really form around cars in this era. Horsepower exceeding the weight of the vehicle. If that's 775 kilos and 800 horsepower, well, the maths don't add up, and they're not asking you to. That's just what happens to it. It's just an amazing thing, and you know what? We just let the crowd here listen for a lap or so of the lungs, and there's something so important about big, normally aspirated engines, the lungs of those things. And you're not asking Harry twice to drive it hard. He will push this thing as hard as you can, and driving, of course, Harry Jones. Another lap. He's not backing off. Here we go. Oh, yes. I think he wants a bit of time. He said he's got his kid here. He can hop in a time attack car, and you know what? Maybe the McLaren just, I think unofficially were hand timing it about minute 30, minute 31, hand timing it. And he did mention in his interview earlier that it's gone 300 down the straight. So there's nothing you can question about, the credibility of this vehicle. It's already proven itself. This is a car that already proven itself 30, 40, 50 years. What was it, 60s, 60s, 70s? The mid-70s was massive. So it's nearly 50-odd years old then, if that's the case. Haven't we come a long way in that amount of time? And where will we be in another 50 if this is the case? But you know what? There's still always room for a stack-injected big block Chevrolet, don't you reckon?
Oh, it's got to be. You've got to have it out. And how does Ian Baker find these cars? Like, how does he get them here?
People have them.
I know, but it's not about having them. You don't just drive down the street and see this hanging in someone's garage. You don't just know it's there, do you? You've got to find these people, or they've got to find you. It's just like, he's like that magnet that it's just drawn to him.
Baker knows garages pretty well, and if he doesn't know where the garage is, someone will tell him where the garage is, or people bring it out of the garage and go, oh, is this cool enough? Is it cool enough? Does it pass the crowd test? What do you think, folks? Do you think that you're lucky and you're glad that you saw a bit of automotive history like this, racing history? I'll just let the big block Chev do the talk, and I reckon that's the answer everyone's saying. Why wouldn't you? Here we go. No, he's coming in. And, if he comes down pit lane here, folks, put your hands together. We had Bat Romano come down. He's going to hopefully wave for the crowd. I want all of you people there on pit lane to give Harry Jones a big round of applause, please, because this is automotive history. This is motorsport, the way it used to be. And, as much as we like to be Mr. Up to the Minute, we also want to acknowledge what used to kick ass on racetracks for the end of time. We will worship these vehicles and know that that is one car of significance. And we've got another car of significance coming up real soon, but it is a great rolling stock. It's one to put them in the pits and have people ogle over them. It's another thing to put a gun driver in the thing and steer it like the way it was in the 70s, and that's as hard as you can. And you know what? What about the loop job? Even loops it. Loops it. Here we go. We're going to pull up and maybe talk to the man. Here we go, Charlie.
Harry, what a moment. What happened out there?
Oh, yeah, cold tyres, young brain out there. That was pretty scary. Don't want to do that twice, but yeah, no, fun session other than that. Yeah.
Unbelievable. Well, we loved watching it. Go get them.
Good work, guys.
Oh, God. As if we didn't have enough eye candy on the camera than action. Like we've got delaminating tyres, we've got cars doing all sorts of things. The drift guys are wild enough every time, and then Harry comes out in a car that of course he don't own. And you know what? Don't let Harry into these things either. This is part of Ron Goodman's Porsche collection now. So there goes Harry. One piece of cool rolls off one way, and another couple of bits of cool roll out onto the track. It's part of our afternoon celebration, some of our antics that we have here and are known for at World Time Attack Challenge. So you definitely should have your money's worth by now, because we've got millions of dollars of cool stuff here, don't we, Matty?
Oh, definitely millions of dollars worth of cool stuff going on. Look at these Porsches now. His personal collection coming out just to do a few laps here. And I do believe the very own Warren Luff is going to be piloting this 905 out there at the moment that's just about to come out onto the circuit.
Well, it says here we've got two different 356s. So one's a Bathurst record holder. The other one's got the Well, I don't know whether it's got the radial engine in it or whether they swapped for the other one, because there's two there that look virtually identical. One of them's got that, that aircraft engine in it, and you got that all-Australian built 906 there. Actually, no, the radial one's on display. Gotcha. So the number 23. Now, which one's Luffy in? Now, I don't know. Luffy might have he might be in the front one, is he? Is that Luff?
I believe that is, actually, from the front view.
Can't tell Luffy unless he's got his fire suit on. Can I see a tinge of blonde in there? That could be Luffy. That's Luffy's nose. I think that's Luffy's nose. Could be. Luffy, look at him. That could be him. Look at the eyes on him, waiting for the flag to say, let me go.
Let him go. I mean, we haven't seen them drive this one around at absolute full speed. You wouldn't want to, would you? You just could not replace some of this collection.
It's a crazy collection, and Ron Goodman, I haven't met the man, but I saw him down there with that great display. Just mind-blowing, the level of professionalism. And remember, these are air-cooled, aren't they? So we can't have them there for too long. Let's get them going.
It is starting to cool down here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and Diggles, I know you asked for about 6 o'clock. Now, we are coming on 10 to 6. I'm looking up at the flags there on the main straight, and you said at dusk if we could just get the wind to sort of slow down.
Yeah, and that's what's happening. Yeah, well, as I said, sometimes you've got to believe in archangels and all that sort of stuff. And one, we've got a beautiful, fine, sunny day. 2, we've got some good track temp left. And 3, maybe we will lose a little bit of wind at dusk. I still want some tailwind there for the Flying 500, because I want to see if someone can take the outright record. Lance Warren, I've just actually been messaging Lance Warren with the R35 from down at Heathcote. He went here at World Time Attack 291 kilometres an hour in his R35. So the 291 is still the benchmark that guys have got to get here in 2022. He just sent me a picture of the trophy and everything. So there we go. We know 291's the speed. No one's hit that yet. And who knows, in the Flying 500 very, very soon, what may transpire. And of course, we have the radar gun. We then get the speed sent back to us. So, we don't get you the speed immediately, but we'll be definitely keeping you guys updated as they come through. So, that big line of cars, well, I'd say we've got a dirty half dozen or so in the Flying 500 here. So, I can't wait to see.
Are they going to be cleaning something out on track? Because it does sound like maybe they've turned those cars off at the moment.
Is that right? I don't know. I can't say that it was anything to do with Harry's misdemeanour, his spin, because he came back and lapped about 3 times over the same spot with no real issues at all. So I just wonder whether there might be another little bit of recovery to do there. So that's why we've just got the Ron Goodman Porsches held up for the moment. And gorgeous cars as part of a real, exotic collection there. And I know that we've got a scheduled sun break at some stage because of the setting sun. I don't know whether that's exactly it right now. I do think we've got I had a thumbs up there just from the pit crew just watching there on camera. We're scheduled to get into some club sprints after these few demonstrations, Pro-Am, and then, of course, we've got the RX-8 display. But right now we're going to take a quick breath after Harry's loop action. Break it back with more shortly here in Sydney.
After quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tome, Turbo Smart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
You don't get faster by wishing for it, dreaming about it. You get faster by mastering your craft, always looking for that edge in performance.
Next left, carry more speed.
Saturday afternoon, wherever you are right around the world, we have got more funky stuff on track. The Ron Goodman Porsche collection, as we said, the two different wild machines out there, including the 906 and the 356. So the 356 chasing that 906. Road to Monterey Deco on it as well. And part of Ron Goodman's Porsche collection. And look, how good are they now? I'm just trying to work out which one Luffy is. Mind you, Luffy, that could be Luffy even in the front one, the way he's steering that thing around. They're going after each other here. And again, it's good to clear the cobwebs out. I mean, you know, these cars are priceless, but it's good to see you're still going to leg them out. They've got a bit of getting rid of that last bit of old hydrocarbon. So yeah, look at that. Something's come off the front Porsche. Did see something come off that car. And he's driving with his hands above his visor, so that sun is becoming an issue at this stage of the day, which I know we're very close to having a sunbreak of some description there. Oh, he hasn't stopped throwing it around, though.
That's what I mean. He's been right on the edge of that tyre. They're not huge tyres under that either. And we're not talking like the modern-day semi-slick on that either. We're talking like an old treaded tyre on this car. And the patch of rubber on the ground will be very little. He's still pushing it around. I don't think he's lost whatever they believe that is. A little bit of some sort of bodywork on that car has just come off. Maybe it's some roll cage padding or something like that. Hopefully that's all it is. But just having a look at the 906 behind and slowed down to miss that piece. But just a lot more comfortable out there on track, I think, at those same speeds. Compared to this thing, this would be a handful to drive. And you've got the windows there, so you get the breeze going over your helmet. You're wide out in the open. You can see everything going on. And very, very lively around the racetrack is what I can see there.
Yeah, that is some loose stuff. They are really throwing it through there, and you know, it's looking really great on the TV cameras. Of course, when you're watching it live from the top of the main straight building here, you just don't get to see all the effort these guys throw into a lap, and they're legitimately just trying to get away from this. Trying to get away from this car. He's trying to get away from the 906s as fast as he can. And this is such a good little car. Look at it. I mean, they were so good as a race car back in the day. And you remember, you know, look at the DNA from the original Volkswagen Beetle and just how many reliability and world rallies they won in the days, you know, reliability trials. But these are very, very quick little sports cars for what they were. Engine capacity, again, marginal. You know, engines as small, I think, as 1,300 odd in these things initially. But diabolical with 15 and 1600s in them. And look, that could be Luffy in the back. I can't tell from here. Can't see any of the hair, so I don't know. So pushing it through Armando, it's helping us get that dust out of that area as well. But they are just rolling museum pieces that still sound, live and breathe. You know, they're not a statue. And I think that's the difference between guys that have collections that they don't want to be statues. They want to drive these things the way they were in their prime. And you know what? There's not too many opportunities that they get to do it. Of course, there's plenty of historic events that happen on various tracks, you know, Phillip Island and here and so on and so forth. But, you know, it's so good to see them out here at World Time Attack, because at the end of the day, we're supposed to be the sport of a new generation, and you know, that's coming from the CEO that's in his 50s. He's super old school and just loves everything cool. So we do need to continue to have these museum pieces turn up in the middle of all the cool stuff that people are building now, the next level stuff. It's good to see where what used to be next level is now just accepted as another quick, cool car, and that's what we're seeing out there now with these things. Just beautiful cars. They sound fantastic. They look fantastic. They're worth a mozza. They're worth an absolute fortune.
Oh, yeah, you would not. Could you really put a price on this? I mean, it's millions of dollars worth of collection out there on track at the moment. Then looks like the 96 going to go to the front. Luffy behind the wheel of that one, we do believe, and just starting to pull away. The slightly bigger tyres in the back, and look at the different style of car there in the cabin. A very different feel that would be from driving that one. Those huge flared wheel arches at the front, sitting nice and low in the driver's seat as well. Very central to the car, even though you are a bit to the left, more central to the car as they come back onto the main straight. Do you think this is actually a flat-out race? You reckon they're just putting this on for the crowd at this point? Because they are very close as they go down the main straight now. They're pushing very hard. They're really winding up the Ron Goodman collection here now. The 96, it just... Well, listen to the sound as it goes past the main straight here at World Time Attack 2022, all thanks to Yokohama. So push into this corner as well, and I just like watching the Porsche at the back there, just right on the edge of the tyre there, but not letting him get away. I mean, you would think they would not want to put both these cars out on the track at once or take any risk whatsoever, but they're actually having a good time and a little bit of a tussle out there at the moment.
I would think by now there's a few smiles there under the helmet as they are really enjoying this opportunity to stretch him out, and they're mixing it up and trying to catch him, and he's doing a good job of that. And they are just it's all about fun. If you don't want to come here to have fun, I don't know what you're here for. You might be here for the good food and company, but a lot of people are here because it's a hell of a fun day out. And again, if you're looking for a spice of inspiration in your life, if you've got something in the build or looking to build something, well, this is the ultimate toy shop to see where the toys come and play. If you do want one, well, you tell you what, you're only just half of a successful life away from achieving it, because motorsport, it ain't cheap. And ask Ronnie Goodman. You know, Ronnie Goodman's come from, obviously a young fella, young car enthusiast, gets himself to be quite a successful businessman. And what does he want to do? He wants to collect Porsches. We'll let the man do it. And you know, have you met Ian Baker? There we go. And then the rest becomes history. And that's it. And you know, they're part of our family. We talked about that before, you know, with Mozza and of course Dentist's son from Cyber Evo days, being part of our family. And as much as we've lost a few people, we're gaining friends every time we come in, other members of the family. And look at these two guys coming in after that lap. Give them a round of applause as they come in after that fantastic lineup. It's so good to see.
I still see them just covering their eyes there from the sun, so we might be up for that sun break very, very shortly, because we're not going to want to go into our pro class or anything like that where they're going to have to deal with that sun.
No, that sun at the moment, they were holding their hands up on that run anyway, so it is at that particular time of the day where it's not good. And if you do have to hold your, and that was in the open wheeler as well. I mean, you get a screen in there that's not quite clean, and you get that sun across that. You know how blinding that can be. But put your hands together, and out of appreciation, that's some fantastic history lesson, and I'm glad that we've had it.
Listen to what's lining up here. I think we might be going to open class.
Oh, really? Okay. Good to see, and look at that at the end of pit lane. That means the next session is coming out. It is the Royal Purple Pro category. And hold on to your helmets. This could get, well, I shouldn't say it won't get messy. It's just going to get damn exciting, I know that. And Andrew Brilliant joins me back on the microphone.
Hello again.
And how good is it?
Oh, it's we're getting to that twilight, so I think it's about to get interesting. It was an unforgettable time when we had that shootout right at sunset about 5 years ago. Do you remember those?
Oh, yes.
The lap times just fell, and the whole crowd went crazy, and the winner changed hands 3 times in 15 minutes.
Yeah, again, you can't write the script. You got to watch it to the end. It's just a really good flick to watch. Yeah. If it was a movie, you just got to watch it to the end. The drama that just unfolds, and then it's like, oh well, that's an interesting twist, and we see the twist, and that's what happened in that one. It just kept leapfrogging in that shootout formation. And I love it when that happens. So at the moment, because we've had the attrition and we know about attrition, World Time Attack. Warren Luff and Charlie, what are your thoughts from the current moment up till now, folks?
Oh, guys, I'm smiling from ear to ear, and I know a guy with impeccable hair that's also smiling from ear to ear. Luffy, how was it?
Look, that was awesome. It was such an honour, and obviously Ron's been a great friend for a very, very long time. And look, to be able to come out here to World Time Attack to share his cars and to share his passion for cars and this event is just fantastic. So yeah, that's a cool car to drive, and definitely an experience I'll never forget.
And you were high-fiving as you got out of the car. You were both so elated, and it's an amazing experience that you can share together. But tell us, turning into turn one, how fast are you going? What does it feel like? Give us an insight.
To be honest, I don't know.
Gone again. That link's gone again.
Uh-oh.
Righto, well, Ronnie Goodman and Warren Luff there with those Porsches just unloading what happened the last couple of laps. We're going to start packing in some intensity here because Nathan Antunes is getting the Got It Rex Flat 6 Subaru through in the Royal Purple Pro category. Now, of course, the attrition rate's seen Hammerhead go. It's seen, unfortunately, Tilton Evo go. So at the moment, it looks like it's 968 against the world, but there is still one little thing that Nathan Antunes needs to do, a little bit of unfinished business, and that's the WRX outright record. I think that's what he wants more than anything, Andrew.
Yeah, and RP's got their unfinished business with that A1 GP record, so...
Yeah, well, that's it. 968 might be against the clock, just like the Rex is going to be against the clock. And if there's no more competitors, we've got a number to chase.
That's the great thing about Time Attack, right?
Yeah, that's right. If it's not a battle against another car, it's still the clock that is ultimately... Father Time is the one thing that we continue to try and challenge, and the World Time Attack Challenge is exactly that. If it was called the World Time Attack Cakewalk, it wouldn't quite be the same, because it's not. It's a challenge. Here comes the Flat 6 Subaru on a flying lap. He needs quicker than a minute 26.952 to be the quickest Rex around here, and he belts out the time, looking for it now. A 29.927. A 29.927. His earlier time there of a 28.687. So again, he's had an attempt at it there, and it looks like he still may be on it, because watching him last night, he managed to get a couple of laps out of it. He sort of cycled the car through a little bit, felt some of the lap, and then got out of it, and then had another crack at it. So that's not a bad representative time there. I know the boys really want to turn it up and chase Andy Forrest, but you know, Andy Forrest bought a car that started as a drag car that ran 7-second elapsed times, then turned it into a time attack car. So he brought a beast and turned it into a time attack car. This is a time attack car trying to be the beast that what Andy Forrest came up with. So I love this challenge between different makes and different brands and different platforms, and again, engineering, the way you attack the engineering side of it, completely different sort of design as to what Andy Forrest went with, which was an insane setup if you ever saw it, chain-driven front. But
well, we will probably see it again. I think the new owner's going to bring it.
Yeah, well, I do understand the new owner. I think he's a Russian owner. German, is he?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Munich. Well, I can't wait to see whether that comes back in the future. I'm sure it will. We wait with bated breath, and we certainly wait in bated breath for this car, because this thing has a presence. It is just nothing like it. You cannot say, oh, what sort of car is this? You can't say anything other than it is the baddest, and I hope you agree, time attack car being built to this date.
Oh, it's you hold a lap record for a reason. It's a tremendous effort to get to where they are.
He's getting some brake temperature up there, is Barton Moyer. So, I mean, it's not his first rodeo either. He's driven this thing essentially from the start of its development. And remember, the RP968 team continue to develop the car. I do believe they've gone away from the double wishbone on the rear and gone back to trailing arm suspension, which is very un-motorsport. Heaven forbid trailing arm suspension.
Yeah, but it's a big aerodynamic aerodynamic advantage. They've gone from, 5 tubes through the tunnels to 1.
Yeah, and there you go. Andrew Brilliant snaps it up exactly there. What maybe I honestly thought a design change in suspension was more about maybe it can handle more aero load as a trailing arm, but you're talking about less interference in the tunnel.
Well, I think they went to it for multiple benefits. At least that's the way it was explained to me, but there's definitely an aero benefit there from what I've seen.
Ladies and gentlemen, RP968 going to put a flying lap in right now. Barton Moyer attacks Armando. Full tilt, full attack. Pulls up the rice hole ash on the corner. Gets it into turn 2. Can he pull it up? Look at the front brakes. Glowing very, very red indeed. He managed to pull it up through there. It's not too bad through there at all. In fact, that was not a bad effort at all. He carried a lot of speed through Armando. He is still driving hard through turn 3 into turn 4. Check the front brakes again. Yes, not as hot. Not a big brake effort needed through there. Not a lot of maximum speed, but all through those corners. That looks blindingly quick. 4-litre billet 4-cylinder on board. Plenty of horsepower up the hill. No problems climbing hills with this thing, Sonny Jim. Here he goes now. It's all clean. Very clean. He's not up in sector 1 yet, but he's still got 2 sectors to go to lap it all up. Now, that's still not too bad. He's going to put this one in. He wants to bank it. He hasn't a ball. Boy, didn't he back that thing into turns? Turns 8 and 9. Cleans it back up nicely on the outer curb. Keeps that thing nearly cutting the grass on the edge. He is grinding the sides of those plates as he gets it in. And again, that was tighter through there. That looked very neat through there. The sector isn't up though. He's got a bit of wheel spin problem there too. I think he's having trouble getting the power down, to be honest.
So much power in that.
Yeah, he's trying to get the power down there. I don't know whether it's going to be all here on the one lap. He goes through for a minute 21.573. Minute 21.573, and we're having a quick look. We just caught. I didn't catch that last shot as he came across the line there.
Tire.
The crew were looking there very anxiously. They heard something make a noise, and they're looking up at the screen to see what it may be. We'll have to see if we can catch the replay there. But a minute 21.573. I just don't think the power could get down there. That cornering looked pretty good, but that power application, I just don't think it was getting the power down. I think it was wheel spinning everywhere.
I think we're just right at twilight here, and the air temps dropped, the downforce has gone up, and the track's still hot. It's just going to take a minute to cool the track surface down.
Oh, goodness. I honestly thought, because, I mean, the thing is a rocket ship when it's all hooked up, but he's gone flying through. Here comes our replay. Check this out. As 968 comes down the straight, the high-octane race and action replay absolutely planted. Pedal to the carbon fibre as we come through here. Right there! Right past the start-finish line. Wow. Well, it was back a little bit there for the lap, but that was after that on the way to Armando, and he was finishing that lap off. That was a fair dinkum attempt at trying to go into the minute 19s, and Barton's taken that 968 on the short course there instead of lapping it around, and that beast of a machine is on its way back to the pits for another little post-mortem examination, I would say.
Yeah, you know, when you get that wheel spin, if you ever watch the data logs of what those tire temps do, when you do a spin like that, the tire temp will just jump straight up, you know, just go vertical in the line. It's just really hard on the tires if you spin like that.
Wow, drama, drama, drama. It doesn't seem to escape us at all here at World Time Attack Challenge. Couple of years off. These guys didn't take 2 years off. They took 2 years to develop this package when you couldn't think it could be developed anymore. And as you say, going to that suspension change where you are reducing that resistance in the tunnel to get more air through that. So if that's the theory that you're going with, I'm going with you because you're the professional. The change of suspension design to better the air going through the car. Now here we go again, this high-octane racing action replay. Start-finish line coming up here. Just about near now, there is the start-finish line. So we read out the lap time, minute 21, and then bang, just after the start-finish line. So loading the tyres up. And again, if you're experiencing wheel spin out of corners, what's the tyre temp doing?
I just skyrocket.
Yeah, so
absolutely.
I just wonder whether or not a combination of those two things, it was maybe a little bit greasy out there as well. I mean, we did have a bit of rice hull ash there, and you can't drive over that. It's not rosin, it's tyre, it's rice hull, it's rice ash. So it's the sort of stuff that you use to pick up the oil. So it gets a bit dusty. So if you're spinning the tyres in the dust, your tyre temps have probably gone way up. And of course, would they keep data log on live tyre temperature?
Oh, they're probably one step beyond that. There's probably an infrared camera system.
Are you speculating now? Or that's not unheard of.
If it was me, and I had their money,
Yeah. So it'd be interesting to see if they can run some data log on progressive tyre temperatures around, instead of, checking the temp as you come back in, what did it reach throughout the lap? In other words, Armando, what temp does the left hand, the right hand rear go to on that corner? Because I just think a combination of the wheel spin, like it was struggling to get the power down. Everything else was everything else was working so well, but yet that's just showing, the very, very limits of engineering in every aspect, in every form. We are pushing envelopes here harder than Australia Post, mate. We are absolutely giving you the cutting edge when it comes to the very best in four-wheeled performance here, and everything else is, they're looking inside there. They're all quite cool, calmed and collected around there, and just checking whether or not any bodywork may be damaged. I think it was Dr. Sammy in the back there having a little bit of a look there. So Doctor just having a little bit of a look. They're checking in. Something else might be indicating, I don't know, they're down near the throttle body area. And, of course, that's the cold side. They've turned the cylinder head around on this Porsche. Now, this was, of course, traditionally the exhaust manifolds on the lean side, on the layover side. But from what I understand, they've turned the cylinder head around just to allow the hot side more packaging. And they've kind of designed the plenum suit after that. So it was more about doing that to probably package all of our hot side of the engine and do that. So that's the thing for those people playing at home, a little bit different. And there's that big Elba Racing Thor 4-litre, 1,500 horsepower billet Porsche 4-cylinder. And again, you want fruit? There's more fruit there than the markets. So much stuff. And don't you love how this car is almost like a big Lego set? Like, they want to get to the engine, but don't take the whole body off. You can take two panels off. If you want to get to anything behind the driver, they've got panels just to take off behind the driver. So the car is becoming probably also more user-friendly because, again, it's got to be infinitely adjustable, infinitely accessible to the bits that hopefully don't take you too much time to repair. And even talking about this to George from Pack Racing before down in the pits, that as much as they're challenging to re-engineer things, they're trying to re-engineer things to be better, to be serviceable, to be accessible, to make things easier to work on if you have to work on them. And he said that's the biggest challenge that faces anyone trying to design anything that's going to be something you need to tweak. And you know what? That's a crazy little phenomenon there. They're not racing to put the tyre on, though, at the moment. They're just leaving that there for a moment just to see. They're just checking whether the bodywork looks like it has survived. Here's the replay again. And, we've got to be topping nearly 300 by the... what did you say? Well, what did you say? Tilton's doing 190 mile an hour. This has got to be doing every bit of that. And then, bang, just delaminates again. It's not an RPM thing. It's not an RPM thing. They're speed rated for forever. You could be 300 mile an hour on that tyre, and it's not a speed rating thing. Is it a load rating thing? Well, that's our big question mark.
It's a heat. Delamination will be a heat issue.
Is it a heat issue? So we're overheating what what is purely mere rubber, and of course some of the very best rubber that we can possibly put on a tyre. So it's not like we've got bad tyres. We've just got a crossroads of where everything's meeting each other engineering-wise, and the trick is how do we make this thing fast without doing that? That's more the attitude.
It needs to last one lap, right?
Yeah.
But actually it needs to last 1.1 laps.
Yes.
And they had that last 0.99, so they've only got 10% to go to get that to work for what they need.
And you know what, if that thing can actually hook the tyres up, and I honestly do think there was a fair bit of wheel spin contributing to that lap with all the dust and everything that was going on there. He's driving through that. Sure, if anything, 968 actually helped us get a lot of that off the track just then, thanks to the aero.
The vacuum cleaner on the body for us.
The vacuum cleaner worked very, very well. But here we go, Haltech Club Sprint, the next session for these guys. And this is a fantastic little battle for podium, second and third. We know that at the moment, Jimmy, he's not even sitting in the clubhouse. He's ready to play another 18 if he has to, but he's sitting in there with an amazing minute 33. It's just whether guys like Brett Dickey that's out there right now can get himself another crack and maybe take a 10th or two off. The elusive Racing Honda Integra DC2. He was the 2018 winner, and this car was second in 2019. And I think Jimmy cleaned him up last year, but not it wasn't minute 33 last year at all. So Andrew Brilliant takes a well-earned break there. Isn't it good to Matty Cav to listen to the guy that just lives aero every day for a job? Like,
very interesting, isn't he? The little aspects that you just don't think of, you know. You can look at something like a big wing, or, you know, you stick some of the flarings on the sides, but you just don't understand how it all comes together sometimes.
All right, let's have another look in. Now, this is the earlier delamination as well. So flying down there, this was Costa driving, and that's front load. So, I mean, as Andrew said, you know, it's a lot of the weight on the Evos is sort of biased over the front. You know, the east-west engine and gearbox and everything right out the front. You can see that car. You can see daylight under, you know, from the back of the car to the front. And again, that's just the load. And here's 968 coming down here. So an amazing display that just goes to show that we are pushing the limits with these vehicles. It is at that stage. Nowhere else in motorsport seems to be experiencing what we're experiencing, and that is just this too fast, too much load phenomenon that these cars are starting to execute. And because you know, it's a fine line these guys play. Everything else can be perfect. Hey, he's pushing through here, Dickie. He's got himself a flyer on his hands right now. We've got Manif and Garland out there as well as a hanger. But right now it is Brett Dickie trying to put the elusive racing Integra just maybe up a little bit. 1:38.178 is what he's got, but he needs to, if he wants to get up there, he's got Garland, Manif and Wong in front of him. So, you know, class of 22, it's not about bragging rights. Everyone's racing their own little races here, but it doesn't hurt to knock a few guys over, you know, out there with great times and good preparation. So, you know, anyone's day, you can have a good day or a bad day or something indifferent. But Brett Dickie, he's down in Sector 1, but look, it doesn't matter. He's having a clear run so far, and even something close to that 1:38.178 that he's done before. Remember, these conditions should be cooling off. It is getting a bit chilly out there, and I'm sure the merchandise has already gone. All our World Time Attack hoodies, I think, are gone. A lot of them went yesterday. When it gets windy like this and cold, I think the hoodies could be sold out. They should have maybe bought 1 million hoodies.
It's 5 degrees cooler than what it says, just because of the wind chill factor. And it is starting to just slow down a bit out there. We're looking at the flags up there. Yep. A few of them still moving around, but a lot less than what they were earlier. So we're probably in that sweet spot that we spoke about earlier.
Brett Dickie in a sweet spot as well. He's going to make this one stick. He's down in Sector 1, down in Sector 2, but it don't matter. It's still going to be 1:38 something, you would imagine. Dickie comes flying through there now.
1:38.42, so not quite that 1:38.17. It's about 3/10 off at the moment.
Yeah, that's not too bad. We've got McKinnon out there now. We can see there on screen. He's entrant number 45, driving the Pulse Racing car here. And of course, McKinnon also whacking the little Honda Civic around in Club Sprint. But these are, I call these the grown-up WRXs. You know, I call the earlier series, you know, the baby ones and the bug-eye ones. You know, that's when they were smaller, lighter, in some cases faster. And I call these more of the grown-up WRXs. You know, my hairdresser's actually got one of these. He just bought it, brand new one. Oh, geez, McKinnon. That's right, he does this mullet. He's done it for 20 years. So McKinnon out there having a crack. So in Sector 1. He's down on what he's run already before, which is 1:38.688. So he's in there in ninth position. And again, it doesn't matter where you end up in this category, as long as you're doing your best and having a little bit of race car love, which we always love to see every team have, where it all just goes well, everything just works, and you have a good day.
And if you want to work on your development at home, I suppose the Haltech Club Sprint class is a good opportunity. If you just want to try things yourself, maybe you don't want to go out and buy the big aero kit, you just want to race against yourself each year. It gives you 12 months of development there, and come down to track days, learn the craft, I suppose, of race car driving, and come down and be part of this. So maybe you're just chasing a time that you need to beat from previous years.
And you don't know what these guys have done with the testing that they've done, but here he is flying it through here in the big show. And McKinnon goes 1:41.475. So again, just that little bit off that fly, that 1:38 that he did before. Dickie goes 1:44.658, I think, on the cool down. We've got Nakarata out there now, which is, of course, Adam Nakarata in his Goddard Rex Subaru Impreza. And here's entrant 64. I love this one. Michael Garland, the red boy. I call this the young WRX. And doesn't it look like it could do a bit of dirt racing there too. It's got some. It's got the most of it.
Ground clearance,
it's got some ground clearance from behind. It looks like it's got ground clearance. On the front, it's got less. And it's an angry thing. I heard this thing last night doing a few laps, and his first run through there. 205, so, and then Fisher 200, so I think they're trying to put a lap down, and here he is, Kazmiri. This is the action man. Have a look for the left-hand rear. Let's just see whether this front-wheel drive platform, it has got quite a short wheelbase, but there he starts picking up the rears here as well in true fast front-wheel drive fashion. Kazmiri is in 4th with a minute 36.857. He'd love to get on podium with a late model Yaris, and you'd have to say he might be undisputed the quickest club sprint Yaris in the world. Of this particular spec, because again, you know, still registered and still a lot of the factory gear. He's got them the flashes on there. I don't know whether that's an indication of stability control being compromised or whatever. Sometimes those hazards will just come on.
We saw that in the Super as well, doing very similar things.
So maybe that it's basically saying warning.
Well, unlike the Hyundai, we aren't seeing that air gap under the rear wheel. Like maybe it might just be there from what the camera angles are taking, but it's definitely not that huge gap we saw in the Hyundais before when they were getting around.
McKinnon, minute 41.607. Assad goes out there and is on a flyer as well. Nakarada trying to finish a lap as well. But we're looking at Adam Kazmiri here in this Yaris. It is a fantastic machine, of course, a world platform that's being tuned all over the world right as we speak. Yep, someone's tweaking the Yaris right now somewhere in the world. We've just racing them here today. Here comes the Red Rex trying to chase a little Yaris down. Kazmiri, let's see what this lap is like. Oh, minute 36.927 from Garland right behind him, but it was Kazmiri, minute 38.335. So Garland just rounded him right up and just thrust himself up with the PB today. Garland, minute 36.927.
Do you think that's maybe a little bit of drafting down there?
You know what? So, if you can snap a little bit of that, that might work. That might work, and maybe he did. Garland, minute 36.97. Hey, there's nothing illegal to say you can't have a toe.
No, I don't think there's nothing about that.
I think you can have a toe.
You've got to get your moment right. It's probably going to be more luck, I'd say, than planning.
Here's a guy that's going to go out there and see if he can't go any quicker than his minute 33.776. It's Jimmy Jamal Assad, of course, Team ERS Performance. He said there might be a little bit left in the boost and a little bit more on the driver and a setup. Now, look, he's just chilling for now. I swear I saw something come out of the passenger side headlight as he came down the straight then. I could be mistaken, but whether that's related to him slowing down there or not, I just caught something out of the corner of my eye just as he entered Armando. Out there now is this gorgeous M4 of Adrian Wilson. And Wilson's put some laps down here today in this car, and it's so good to see the DNA Motorsport team having a dab at Club Sprint.
Yeah, I'll be quite surprised to see if he's just slowed down there. I don't think too much wrong with that. I'm looking for the gap. I'm sure he's talking to the team Assad at the moment, just trying to figure out where they need to place the car so they can get that one flying lap in, looking at the next group already lining up. So we can't be too far away from closing down this session here of the Howtech Club Sprint class, because we do have 3 groups here at the moment. So Group 1, 2 and 3, as we get a bit of a replay coming up on our screen at the moment, thanks to High Octane Racing.
Yeah, now look, I thought I saw it earlier than that. But there is something bouncing there on the track at the end. I'm sure I saw something bobbling in the passenger side headlight on the straight. I saw it bobbling. I'm sure I saw something move, but there it is falling off halfway through Armando as he's gone around the corner. So whether or not that's a little bell mouth or a ram horn or whatever that thing was that's come out of there. It's definitely, hopefully, gone off the circuit there. It's a horrible place to be if it's sitting on there, but I do think it bounced off Armando and into the off-track area. So we're keeping an eye on here, Edine Ahanga, who's second at the moment, minute 36.482. Could he grab a tenth or two? Now, he's down in Sector 1, but it's still one angry WRX that's doing a bunch of impressing here. The Got It Rex Impreza WRX STI. His best of a minute 36.482, and he's not sparing it here in this afternoon. We'd be nearly sort of wrapping the event up at about this time, but we've still got plenty more on because we are going under lights, these fantastic taxpayer-funded lights here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Love a good government facility when it suits motorsport. I love it. And he's still pushing through here. So a hanger, I think the little goal becomes, well, I've done a minute 36. can I do something quicker than that? Can I do a minute 35 something? The BMW, it's actually beneath driving. I've actually been calling it there with Adrian Wilson driving it, but it is actually, I think it's beneath from memory. So here we go. We're keeping an eye on him. We're not at that sunbreak period yet, but we've got to be close. Sun almost in his eyes. And then a hanger goes through, and he goes quicker. Wow. 36, minute 36, 064. So he just improved his number 2 spot a little bit by a couple of tenths. So he has grabbed a couple of tenths indeed on that one. Trying to get that minute 35 something. But you know what? I mean, it's daylight to Jimmy Jamal out there, and whether or not Jimmy can do anything in the session now, it remains to be seen. Whatever's come off the car's either got his attention or he saw it maybe coming off there, but we haven't seen him come back around again. Again, that sun just at this time of the day. This is Adam Nakarata putting a lap in there of a minute 45.375 in his Goddard Rex.
It's really just coming off that main straight, isn't it? How much do you want to risk it? How much do you want to push it into that first corner? Remembering how many laps they've done this weekend too, so as long as they can see their braking or turning markers, I'm sure there's a lot of drivers that are going to want to still send it in at full pace and take it around that first big left-hander.
Geez, the Goddard Rex team have got quite a few cars in here. One, we've got 2, 3.
Yeah, they filled a 4-car garage, that's for sure.
Yeah, so four in there just about. And, the flat 6 one as well, of course, with Nathan driving with the flat 6 deal. That's a crazy thing as well. If you're in the Subaru business, well, why wouldn't you have your customers out here enjoying it? And that's good to see that. That's another business that's working because at the end of the day, the customers, they want to spend the money to go racing, and when you can prepare a car like these are, that's good advertisement for the workshops. And shout out to the Goddard Rex guys.
That's our checkered flag out for this session as well. So it looks like group number 1 of the Haltech Club Sprint class are going to be coming in. And we've got 2 more groups to come for this one.
All right, the Bimmer is off the track there. I think that turn 8, I used to call that turn 9, it's turn 8. I've forgotten how to count here at Sydney Motorsport Park, but that's around turn 8-ish. The semi-tight, very slow, you would assume second or third gear corner. Depends on what car you're in, I would imagine. If it was me, I'd be so slow to be first gear around there, I think. But, sorry. But it's good to see this afternoon. I don't know where Luffy's heat gun is. I'm not talking about the hair straightener. I'm not talking about the hair dryer. I'm talking about the temperature gun. Just to see what we are. I mean, he did sort of put it in pit lane, which would be a fair indication of what's out there on the main straight. Remember, we've had the odd delay cleaning up oil, and we do our stunt stuff, which is all part of the schedule. But I'd love to know what we've got there on track. I know outside air-wise, it's getting breezy. Those flags are still fluttering, which means that wind chill factor kicks in. I hope everyone's got their World Time Attack hoodies purchased by now, and if they have sold out, well, maybe you can put them on back order, but it's no help now. You're freezing now. So you might be able to, I don't know, Haltech's got some great stuff there. You might go get a Haltech hoodie.
There's so many traders down there.
You could buy so much stuff here. Oh. And if anything, I know Christmas isn't too far away, only 8 months, but grab all your Christmas shopping here at the most crazy car buffs mall that you could ever have. A fantastic looking venue indeed, is it not? A break and back with more here at Sydney Motorsport Park as we get ready for a little bit more club sprint thanks to Haltech.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, TurboSmart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
don't get faster by wishing for it, dreaming about it. You get faster by mastering your craft. Always looking for that edge in performance.
Next left, carry more speed.
Performance tuners and racers trust Bosch technology for their high-performance engines. Precision, reliability and performance. Bosch fuel injectors give you peace of mind, knowing your engine is getting the best fuel delivery, race after race, year after year. Optimised spray formation for improved combustion, smoother power delivery and better throttle response. Bosch fuel injectors will put you ahead of the competition. Search Bosch Motorsport Australia. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch.
Yes, I'm down here in pit lane with Barton Moore, RP968. We saw what obviously happened out there, mate. Talk us through from your perspective.
Yeah, look, we were going for a good lap. We were trying to better our time and even go for the record. We actually went to a different brake package pad compound, and it didn't work. I ran long at turn 2 and turn 8 and lost some time. But it's just all read on the car and to keep pushing on into the night.
So what you're saying is it was the driver's fault?
So, come on, don't put it like that, was.
But look, obviously everything's still okay with the car. We're expecting to see it out later again tonight, so fingers crossed everything's still good.
Yeah, everything's fine. You know, we had that little issue at the end of the lap there on the in lap, but no dramas. It's all sorted.
Awesome, buddy. Look forward to seeing you out there.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you, Warren. Thank you, Luffy. So there you go. The guy's not too fussed on RP968 as Barton's half admitting the fault there, and the debris on the track definitely a contributing factor, and that's what the guys think that's happened there. So there we go. We've set that straight, and that's just something that does happen when you're out there pushing the boundaries and the unknown. And then again, remember, we've had a lot of cars come around these places and this track, so you've really got to try and think, wow, these things just continue to pop up surprises for us. But again, another professional team where they're getting it all built back to go stronger and better again. So again, the best brains in the game are making sure that they get another good lap out there. And out here right now, the next session of Haltech Club Sprint. And it is crazy here at Sydney Motorsport Park this afternoon. And this session is starting to show that there is still a PB or two in the field. So there is still a PB or two in the field, and it's just a matter of time whether or not these guys. Entry number 60, I've just got there the elusive. Well, it's 69 rather. That is DC Jap Automotive Trent Grubel. So Grubel, minute 36.573 has been the best for Grubel.
It says Gruber goes around here at the moment. He's just going to pull in on this one. Takes the speed off, just winds it down. As we see, that looks like the number 4 to go past as well. Right now, though, we might head down to Cole.
All right, so you're currently sitting second place in Club Sprint. You're having a heck of a battle with the car in third place. He's out there right now. Do you think you've got any more in you? You went a little bit quicker that time.
There's more in it, definitely. There's more in it in me, and there's more in it in the car. So hopefully that will be enough for them. But let's see. They are doing a good job. Let's see if we can keep the P2. That's our intention. Going well. I think there's more in it, definitely.
Any more changes to the car? Do you have new tires? Going to turn up the boost? What's going to be your attack?
All of the above. But most prominently, the driver. I keep making a few mistakes. I need to get it right. There's more in it.
Excellent, man. I look forward to see what you can put down.
Thanks very much.
Good luck.
Thank you, Cole. Gee, tell you what, Cole just must be having the fattest time around there because, I mean, he's right amongst it. And again, I don't know how good a spectator he is. He's certainly good in the media, no doubt about that, and he's certainly good behind a wheel. But he would, if we gave him the opportunity right now, Cole Powelson would hop in a car and steer it. There's no doubt about it. I think he was talking to a dinner hanger down there, so that was what we were talking to in reference to second place in the Haltech Club Sprint. Now, we had Grubel out there go minute 36.573. He's currently in this session. We've seen an improvement there from entrant 46 being Wayne Lee, the Toyota Supra. So Wayne Lee's up already, and there's some segments there even from Gresh improving as well. Christopher Gresh in the Honda Civic, and here's that Harrop BMW, could be in there as well. Let's have a listen to the lungs of this thing as it comes down the main straight.
Oh, there we go. Moore goes over. Just having a look there, 1:42.39 that time. So he's about 2/10 off his best lap. So not too far behind at the moment. The sun is starting to go down in the background though. So we don't believe we'll have that sun problem where we have seen them coming into their eyes. As you can see, Hawkins up there on screen at the moment. The Motive Video Supra just getting around.
He's having a hell of a good time out there too, Andrew Hawkins. And I hope everyone out there is having fun. I hope they're not driving around with perpetual disappointment every lap. I think they're out there punching as hard as they can. They just want to make sure at the end of the day they get plenty of laps with not a lot of hassle. And if they can go PBs, that's the way. Khan's just come through there. That's Yasin Khan in the Evolution Racing Spares Evo Wagon. He's improved as well. He's gone a minute 59.110. One at 42.401 for Gresh. He's improved as well. So some of these guys, Chris Gresh is improving. I think this session is showing that we still do have a little bit more time left in these cars as these guys continue to get the laps down. The conditions change. They've got to suss that out as far as grip levels are concerned. And hanging it through Armando now is the BMW. And
Burgess there in the Advan powered car. And look, he's taking a bit of a step back. They're gone grip racing this weekend. Good to see him back behind the wheel, but he decided that this week he wasn't going to drift around the track. He was actually going to put the BMWs to the test. Obviously does a lot of performance upgrades behind the scenes as well, working in his workshop.
Yeah, there we go. That's entrant 66 being Pro Speed Racing. That is Phil Bunter in the BRZ. That's right, not an 86, it's a BRZ. Don't get the two mixed up.
Well, Bunter just goes up there and goes a 1:47.48, fastest lap he's ever done at this event. So that's good to see the BRZ just starting to improve in those times. So obviously that slightly cooler conditions out there, maybe we're just getting in that sweet spot at the moment, but the wind is picking up again.
Yeah, well, it's better than last night at this time. It was crazy last night. And, yeah, it got to a stage it just forced me out of the grandstands, and I was triple layered. I come from a warmer state than this, and yes, I laid up, but it still wasn't enough. He's really throwing this BRZ around here, really enjoying the opportunities that he has out there. A little bit of clear track, that always helps. And this time of the day, again, there's another one of the where they do pop the hazards on. I mean, is it an ABS thing? It might be an ABS thing. Because really, when you think of every car that's really under braking, it will go that little flashing hazard. So maybe that is a little ABS warning there that comes up in these cars. Let's see if he does it again. It's hard on the brakes here, and it does it again. And again, he's not deliberately just flicking the hazards on just for fun to get attention. That's three cars now, three absolute ultra modern cars that are doing this under heavy braking. Here's this Honda Civic ready to go and give us a lap.
Yeah, the number 56 Honda Civic this time getting around. That's Chris Creech, of course, in the CGR panel paint and detailing car. As we head back over to our German friends, the German Performance Garage, APR, Volkswagen Golf R at the moment. Daniel Smith getting around as we are underway with our Haltech Club Sprint class. But right now we're going to head down to Cole.
All right, I'm here with Trent Grubel, and he's currently P3. He's the second fastest Subaru. He went out, tried a little bit more boost that last round, and it felt pretty good.
Yeah, we just wanted to see if we could turn the wick up a little bit, just see where we're going to be in terms of like for the top five shootout. Unfortunately, it quite didn't like it, so we know what to do. The car's dialed in, and we'll just send it out on new rubber, and hopefully we get a good lap time.
Excellent. So more boost, better rubber, and a driver mod.
Yeah, no, that's it. If they can find someone better to put behind the steering wheel, feel free, but I'm pretty happy behind there, yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, it's going to be quite the shootout for 2 and 3 with the Subarus, and I can't wait to see how it pans out.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, good luck, man.
Yeah, there we go. So Grubel just saying that, yes, there could be a little slight driver mod and a little bit of everything everywhere, but he says, you know, he's quite happy to stay in the seat. Hey, you're in there, you're settled in, Trent, let's just see the rest of what you can do with it. And that's a fantastic lap from him. But, yeah, it's battle for second and third, isn't it? So he's sitting there on podium at the moment. But Kazmiri, again, if that Yaris finds another 10th, literally, well, three, in this case, 3 tenths. I'm thinking about Garland. If he found a 10th, he's on top of Kazmiri. So, I mean, it's not so much a battle. These guys aren't really fighting anything other than the clock. And at the end of the day, we'll just take those, you know, the class of 2022 as they are. If you're first, second or third, we'll definitely reward you for it. But, geez, it's tight there. Those 4-minute 36s in there, Matty Cat.
Yeah, that's right. And look, just outside that Wong on 137.016. So again, only 1/10 behind going into that top 5. We see this big run down the straight here now, and that's going to be Daniel Smith. If he can pull that one up. No, it looks like he's going to just drop him behind. Of course, the BRZ there. Phil Bunter. I'm just having a look as he goes around and gets that time. Hasn't improved on either, and might be an outlap there, I think, for Smith there. 205. So that might just be an outlap at the moment. Hawkins, 147.359, has just completed a lap, but not matching that 147.177 that we saw earlier. So everyone just, you know, we've got a mixed field here at the moment. Some are going a little bit faster. Remembering they are trying different things here. So people are turning the boost up, which is going to change the amount of horsepower they put out. They're going to change suspension settings as well. The wind is moving around as well.
Not only is the wind moving around, is the track is slowly coming to a point there where, you know we've had a lot of cars on it, and just picking up some of the camera angles there, you can just see we've got a bit of, I shouldn't say dirt, I mean, you know, we're seeing, you know, dirty lines there purely because we've got debris of various cars over the day. I mean, we'd love to get out with the brooms and give it a quick sweep over, but really, the best thing we can do is send these cars through. It kind of helps get the lines clean, as long as they're not dropping anything else off there. It is good to see this BRZ up close there. Here we go, up on screen now. Entrant, I think that's Christopher Gresh, flies on through. And goes, yeah, I think he's on a fly here anyway. He's going through Armando with a fair amount of intent. Let's see how he goes down towards turn 2. Now, the big challenge here is to get this thing pulled up. Let's look for a bit of left-hand rear out of this little Civic. Yeah, just floating a little bit there. I'm sure it's just dancing off the ground there. Now, that's good and clean. Now, he's going to keep going through this. This is, again, doesn't matter whether you're in a pro car or a club sprint car. They're treating it like they are Barton Moyer or Tim Slade or, you know, Luffy. They're trying to go 10 tenths on one perfect lap. He's bobbing that right-hand rear around now. And so this car is very well set up. It's not giving us any bad manners at all. It's a very, very tight run there from Gresh. And it's looking very, very good, and it's doing all the right things. Let's have a look for a bit of left-hand rear out of there. No, not pushing it hard enough through there to really unload the suspension, but he's still pushing hard, so he's gone one fly. And in fact, look at this, he's up on his sectors, so he is up on the sectors there. Now, how does that go for Gresh as he tries to pull it up there in the corner, and he does? His best has been 1:42.401, so again, he's chasing his own barriers here. He's not really... won't be in the top 10, that's clear, but what a neat car. And if that's giving him the thrills that he needs, and it's giving us the thrills, you know, keeping the wheels lifted up off the ground, it looks the part, it goes the part, and he is having a lot of fun attacking this Civic, and it's a nice clean lap there for Christopher Gresh. He is up, and this will be an interesting lap for him. His second incremental is up as well, so that 1:42, say goodbye to that one. 1:42.195, a tenth or two, there you go, he's better. Another PB out of the sessions today, and a good one there to Chris Gresh. A great lap altogether, and as you can see now, not as much intent coming into turn 2 as the previous lap. Windows down, there we go, cool off a bit, let the pulse come down. One thing we haven't quite touched on yet is something I call biotelemetry, which I don't think has been invented yet. But biotelemetry is live blood pressure and heartbeat ratings. I'd love to know what these guys do, and if that means we can wear a smartwatch and do that, let's get it happening, because I want to know what these boys are like. I bet you Christopher Gresh is there at 130, 140, 150 beats a minute. You got to be. Barton Moyer, 62. You know, you might just see the pro drivers be really cool in that situation, but you'll see the guys in club sprint or whatever. I mean, these things do command your attention. So what does that mean in heart rate while you're driving? I'd love to know. And I've been saying it for years. we will marvel about the engineering and the technology and the driving jobs we see, but where's the real human element of motorsport that we don't see? And that is exactly how they're behaving live while they're driving. I know that F1's had a go at it, but I don't know why we can't get a little bit of that into motorsport in the future, because I'd love to see the human factor. Because I want to see a guy cool as a cucumber. I want to see a guy do a lap like at 80. It's like, well, he didn't even really get excited. And it just goes to show you how, you know, how the human brain works in a way when you're steering a car. It's like, wow, this guy has got it down pat. But I doubt it. I doubt it. There's a lot of 100 pluses in there. I'm sure there would be. Even in the club sprint class. I mean, as I said, these guys are racing around here like Barton Moy. They're trying to do the best lap they can. Yes, they've got a little bit more time to make decisions, but still, the thrill is there. And that's why they're here as entrants for our class of 22 Haltech Club Sprint session. I think we might have waved. We've got a red flag, so have a look. It might be another job for the recovery people just yet. I do not know. But look at this hot little Honda ready to go out there, which I think is McKinnon. We've got Kovaceski behind him as well. So these guys are ready to come out and run their vehicles in the next session. And absolutely love what they can do with these with vehicles, essentially street-based vehicles that that you can buy off the showroom. But when's the last time a 944 turbo sort of came up in this sort of spec?
Oh, it was quite a few years ago, I think.
Yeah, it was. It was.
You're probably a few floating around.
Yeah,
probably a few floating around on
Porsche days and stuff.
Porsche
like
days,
yeah, Porsche
like
Club. We're not seeing them all. You come to a Porsche day, there might be a few 924s, 944s, and I think the cheapest Porsche you could probably buy is the 924. They're 2.5 litre or 2 litre aspirated engine. I mean, they're not. There's no. They weren't an impressive car, but they were a Porsche. So if you are looking for a Porsche, that's Diggs's recommendations to get into the market, because frankly, JDM's too dear, really. JDM's getting out of control to try and buy anything, let me tell you. Like, you try and grab this here, look at this RX-7 for heaven's sake. You try and get yourself an FD? What? No. Forget about it.
Forget about it.
You
It's
know,
a house deposit.
Do I buy a house or do I buy an FD? Oh, look, I'll buy the FD for now. You know, that's an appreciating asset. Does it go up more than a house? Well,
at the moment?
Well, Nathan Antunes was telling me he's actually started a real estate career this year. So, you know, he might end up, you know, mind you, he's got the hair for it. Hang on, I saw a little bit of rear wheel action, and all he was doing was testing the grip levels then. Did you see that, the I-20? Did you see that? That was crazy. That is Paul Kovaceski out there in the 944. And this is a crazy, crazy deal. Big shout out to Chris Roy watching the live stream. Got quite a few people. He's saying, when are you on? Well, I'm on now, mate. I'm not on. I'm not driving. Some commentating, mate. So, yeah, it's me. Big shout out to Chris Roy, just to make sure that you are watching the right live stream. And that is World Time Attack Challenge, and it is 2022. Everyone watching online, getting a bit of feedback here through Messenger, so it's good to see. Yeah, here's Paul McKinnon. Now, yeah, as Ian Baker was telling me about this car, they have literally thrown this together and said, let's have a tilt at a good old honest club sprint car, K20. They've K-swapped it, they've put some coilovers in it, and for a budget bill, it's quite a snappy little number.
This will be an outlap for him, so don't worry about this time too much. But we'll look at the aggression as he goes into turn number 1.
Yeah, I love watching Paul McKinnon. Look at that. That is left-hand rear through Armando, already bobbing up and down off the ground. Let's just see how much he pushes it in here to turn 2. Nice big sweeping shot. You can see how that's literally a double apex corner. You know, you want to wash out, come back in, tighten it up. So you've really got to make a big arc for yourself and get around that exit clipping. Well, using a drift turn, the clipping point. It's called an apex for everyone else, but yeah, I call it both. It's a clipping apex, and he's pushing it through. Look at this right-hand rear now, bobbing up off the ground. He's pushed it way out there. He's having a good old crack here, McKinnon. And again, check that pulse on him. Actually, I don't know with him. He could be a bit of an ice man. He could be like 63 beats per minute. I don't know, but he's certainly trying a hell of a lot harder than we're giving him credit for, and that's saying something. So out there, Eleanor Terry is just coming through in the Hyundai i20N. So Terry's coming through a flyer. Bullock's out there, Holohan as well, Price and Newen. So there's a few more out there in Haltech Club Sprint that are starting to come through the start-finish line. And this big bunch of quality cars, entrant 75 being Project 7 Deer, that's Rahul Victor. Yeah, Rahul got our attention before by going way wide on the last 2 corners before. And that was a good flyer too, because he actually got himself up into 10th position there.
Yeah, that's it. He's just coming out on his outlap at the moment, so we'll have to watch him as he goes. A few sector 1 times starting to pop up there. just think that might be the outlap so for these cars, because I'm looking at the last lap times. They're not really what we're used to seeing at the moment. So they're just a few cars coming out. Obviously, we've seen a few come in as well. Get a couple of laps in. And what do you do when you come into Club Street? You've got 15 minutes. Maybe you wait for the first wave of cars to go out there. Just get yourself a little bit of room out on track.
Yeah, there's always been a bit of a strategy where it's like, yeah, go out and have some fun and just treat it like you've got 15 minutes of free practice, but then, you know, space yourself out that as you come down, and normally you've got to come down the main straight, you just see who's in front of you, and a lot of the times your eyes have got to go all the way to Armando as you come onto this corner to just see how much space you've got in front of you and hope that the guy that you see down the end of Armando is on a flyer and not just rolling off around the corner, because by the time you come around there on a lap with intent, he could be rolling off there on line and ruin your lap for you. So again, there's a little bit of etiquette that's a little bit unsaid. He is pushing through there. Oh, yes, he is. Give us some sparks in Club Sprint. We don't see sparks in Club Sprint until now, do we? Smash carrots everywhere, big flames. He's gone way out there. Geez, again, if that was Formula One, Lewis Hamilton saying he's got to give that back. He's got to give that back. He's out too wide. That shouldn't count. Rahul Victor, you try and tell that to Rahul Victor. It's not going to happen. He wants this lap. He's out there wide for a reason. He got a flattened entry to that second apex that we talk about on that turn. Oh, he is pushing out here, Rahul Victor. It was the right choice to follow you around on a flying lap, as it always is. Big entertainment out of this car. If it's not flames out the back, it's a whole lot of opposite lock. And even look at that roll off the throttle there, plenty of flameage. We might get a little bit off the top of the hill. There we go, one on the gear change, one on the roll off here, or just a little overrun. But here's a little replay, the action replay here as Rahul throws it through. And yes, that's pushing hard enough, and the flame. Yeah, look, 10 out of 10 for showmanship, Rahul Victor. And he's out wide again there on turn 8. He's got the I-20 there in front of him now. So that's... I didn't catch the number. It might have been... it is the I-20, though. We'll just keep an eye which I-20 it is. That's McKinnon now back in turn 2. Left-hand rear clearly off the ground because the wheel wasn't turning at all then. It's rolling through like a cracker. He went minute 43 on the previous lap. Kovaceski improves. There we go. Minute 48, 104 for the Porsche. So that's his best so far of the sessions today. Flying through on the lap now is Craig. And that's entrant number 44, Josh Craig, the I-20N, and he goes a minute 48.
Oh, no, here we go.
Oh, Rahul. Again, I don't know whether he's listening to the live stream and whether he knows that we're just egging him on to go and be loose and spectacular, but maybe that's just the Rahul Victor. The Rahul Victor style is all opposite. Oh, this is through Armando. We missed him. He's in our blind spot. That's a big one. Whoa, Rahul Victor. Thank goodness we had that long Aussie grass and then that gravel trap, because thank goodness the long grass has sort of pulled him up and he's stuck on the far side of Armando. That's not a place that we can continue with any more guys coming around here. And he's got the fire extinguisher out. He might have something that he's sensing could be smoking. He's having a look under there, Rahul, ready to give it a hit, but...
I don't think it's a fire under there. I think maybe that's just the brakes, because he's been pushing it pretty hard the last couple of laps.
You know what, I'd love to see that replay again, because Rahul, that could be, I don't know, you want to talk about moments in today? That's about moment number 912. Okay, here's the moment again, another World Time Attack moment. Rahul Victor in Club Sprint. Who said Club Sprint doesn't have excitement? Rahul, he's on a mission. You are a passenger, son. He went from driver to passenger very, very quickly there. That thing snapped at Armando. Do you think he was trying hard enough, Matty Cat?
Oh, I think, look, he's in the wrong section for drifting here this weekend. That's what he's taking the wrong corner. He thought this was North Circuit. He's gone around turn number 1, had a go at it. And look, really, he just hasn't got onto it early enough. But yeah, no, look, he's pushing really, really hard. But we just think he's pushed probably 3 laps pretty hard in that car. So maybe just the tyres getting a little bit warm, or maybe he's just getting a little bit too much confidence.
Yeah, well, again, some guys like driving loose. Some guys, they are happy backing a car into the corner sideways to set it up. Some guys drive like that. Of course, I think of back in the old Group B rally days, Walter Roll used to drive the Audis that way. It was all about oversteer. There was no understeer in the vocabulary. It was oversteer. And Rahul's showing us nothing but oversteer in that car. I mean, it is an RX-7, so... oversteer is something that is easily achieved in any rear-wheel drive car with half-decent horsepower and an IRS. It just engineered to slide almost in a way to take away the Nigel Petrie mantra. But a beautiful dusk here at Sydney Motorsport Park. Those lights, that sunset, this is Australia at its finest. And you know what? We've had so many things in this country when it comes to rain, floods, you know, pandemics, you name it. Everything's that's been thrown at this country. And you know what? And it was pandemic for a while. And then you know what? The pandemic starts to, the war in Ukraine. Next, you know, we get flooded. And next, two actors, one actor slaps another guy, and then we just forget what happened. That was the end of the week. How was your week? I don't know. It felt like a year this week. That's what they say, what a year this week has been. So it's a fantastic view here under lights, is it not? The lighting, I forget how many millions of dollars the lighting cost here, but that's $1 million view from the drone. And right now there is still a fair amount of dollars in an RX-7 there. Rahul, you win moment of the hour. If we're giving away an award per hour for moments, Rahul, you win that one between 6 and 7 o'clock. So
what I want to know,
win that one.
How much is that front dam going to scoop up all that gravel that he's stuck in? Because he's gone right down as well. So you have to carefully pull that out, make sure he doesn't drag that around the track. No, that's it. And hopefully they do take that on the outside there. But it is still a bit sloshy. And again, thank goodness that area is probably a little bit damp, a little bit wet. Soggy, if you would call it that. The longer grass, it kind of really did help him slow that thing down. And if anything, I think it's probably beneficial that it's not been finely mown and dry and hard. Like, sometimes if that's what it's like and it's all been mown and dry and hard, that thing can still just continue to skid across the surface. They nowhere to dig in. Thank goodness that kind of did dig in, hit the gravel, and that was it. Sydney Motorsport Park. It looks absolutely fantastic. Of course, Destination New South Wales, thanks very much for your ongoing and continued support, because you know what, this is a world-class event brought to us, of course, the land down under. And speaking of one of our treasures, it's Warren Luff with more information from the pits.
Yeah, I'm down here in pit lane. I'm actually standing outside Rahul's garage. We'll have a chat to him when he gets back here. We're actually talking about Turn 1 earlier, but something I just wanted to cover off on. About 2:30 this afternoon, we took a bit of a track temperature reading. Track temperature then was 41 degrees. Grabbed another gauge about 5 minutes ago. Track temperature now 22 degrees. So we've seen nearly a drop of 20 degrees. Last night we saw a track temp of 16 degrees. So temperatures are dropping. Let's see what effect this is going to have on performance.
There you go, 21. That's the call, 21. I hear a little bit of blown and injected action just then. Did you hear anything then, sort of in the background?
I'm just hearing something exciting. There's a little bit of noise coming from out there on the lane. I'm sure we are going to get some vision of that very, very shortly to find out what is going on here at Sydney Motorsport Park as part of the Yokohama 2022 World Time Attack Challenge. The lights are on. How good are these lights? It's going to be racing under night for the first time ever at World Time Attack Challenge here in Australia. And look we've got everybody getting in part of it as we go down to the show and shine.
That was the one that was unveiled. One of the two cars unveiled there in the show and shine. That's a fantastic. Look at that. That's the hardtop MX-5. Is that? I can't even see. Oh, there you go. I can see the hardtop. But again, just fascinating. Just gorgeous.
Hey, look, someone doing push-ups.
No, he's just having a look on what's going on there. The rainbow under the rainbow lighting. We've got the 5.0 out there, and they're only there for they're not picking on. Hopefully they're not taking licence plate numbers as they come out. I hope they're there to assist us with the Turbo Smart Flying 500. And hold on to your hats. EJ's back in the Trackhawk just to make up the numbers. I love it. And there's a lot of people out there. If you want to get yourself a good view for the Turbo Smart Flying 500, you can sit in the main grandstand on the straight because that's where it just bellows through the steel roof of the grandstand, and there still is a bit of room in the grandstand if you want to get there. We are getting to that schedule. We were, I think, scheduled to what we said, club sprints, then pro-ams, and then the RX-8, but it looks like we're actually running the Flying 500 a little bit earlier here. So I know we are on schedule for that right now, the Flying 500. In fact, we are a little bit behind schedule, but if we look at this, I don't mind that the schedule's been shuffled for this. This is what a lot of people love about World Time Attack, the sheer display of horsepower. And out there now is this Camaro. I think that's got to be, it's 509, that's Simon Taxchi. Now, Simon Taxchi has got this Chevy Camaro, supercharged, blown and injected. Now, I thought he was going to just be part of our insane burnout guys, because we've got the burnout guys down there.
Look, just because you've got a blower doesn't mean you've got to be a burnout guy. You can still have a blower and be a street car.
what are we calling our blown guys? I suppose it's just moments of pure sickness, really. Blown and injected superstars that we've seen before. But look what's lining up here. We've got Lamborghini Hurricanes, we've got R35s, we've got an Evo or two, an RX-7, a Supra. If it's going off the list of yesterday, we've even got a Porsche 930, but I think we're just about ready to start with a little bit of some sick burnout action there. So I did just see off the drone shot. Was it the Capri or the Datsun 1200 we just saw there in shot? So we're just out of shot there now, but I think that's another little horsepower expression session just about to come up here, because if you're going to show the world, if you're going to go on the world stage and show the world what Australia's all about, you've got to show them a bit of everything, including how big the burnout scene is in Australia as far as, and you know, it's hard to probably get the FIA to acknowledge it as a motorsport, but it's a motorsport. Here we go. Yes, sir. That's the sound. Oh, nice wrap. Are we into the flying 500? Look at that. The tyres are just about gone already. You can see the flamage out the back. Is that some limiter maybe? But check that out. Datsun 1200 supercharged deal. And how crazy is that? The license plate. Yeah, look at that. FKU DAT. I'm a bit dyslexic sometimes, but there it is. And how about this? It is the Blown Outlaws.
It is the Blown Outlaws.
And you know what? They've had them in silver before. Now they've wrapped them in this sort of iridescent...
They had them in cream for a while as well.
Yeah, cream. Now, I don't know about cream. They had cream. It's like, why cream? And it's like, well, I'm blown and injected. Any arguments? No. None from me. And of course, the fully... Look at him, the Blown Outlaws ready to go. And why wouldn't you let him out there?
What colour do you call this?
I don't know.
Gold, like a bronzy gold?
Pinky bronzy, bronzy pink.
It's called rose gold.
Puce. Is it puce? Could be puce. I don't know. It could be puce. Anyone a colourist out there? Anyone got an idea what colour that is? I know these boys would know, but again, the Blown Outlaws, they do tend to do plenty of demonstrations, and they've done plenty down here at Sydney Motorsport Park. It's almost like, you know, they'll look back at this in history and go, oh, remember the times that we would just cut sick down Sydney Motorsport Park, you know, as part of what they call motortainment, because this is what it is. You can't quite rate it as motorsport, but it's an expression session of sheer horsepower, and that's FKU, yeah, on that licence plate. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Put the hands out the window. Aussie burnout style. This is Australian burnouts at its best. Yeah. It's engine noise. It's smoke. Automotive freedom of expression. Welcome to Australia. The Burnout Outlaws. It's just another thing that, yeah, we have to deal with as part of our, you know, automotive mainstream. We have Planet Drift, Planet Burnout, Planet Time Attack, Planet Import, Planet Radial. What else have we got? We've got so many spheres of industry excitement, and you can just choose any which way you want to do it. If you want to go blown and injected, well, let me tell you, there's hundreds of guys that live that blown and injected dream every single day. All right, here we go. Entrant 500 coming up here.
Flying 500, all thanks to Howtech.
This is Sam Sadat Yilmaz. Now, the R35 GTR, ready to let rip.
I noticed on this one for the Turbo Smart Flying 500s, we've actually put some of the radial tyres on as well. So we're sticking with the street style tyre there, but the radial is going to be a lot grippier than what we would see from a normal tyre. Especially with the amount of heat we've had go down this track today.
Speaking about legends in the game, Bubba Medlin is in the house, and Bubba, a Street Machine Drag Challenge winner. And let me tell you, he's taking in World Time Attack Challenge here and having a great time. Big shout out to you, Bubba. I'm glad that you're loving it. It's time to go, Flying 500.
Looking for the fastest kilometre an hour down the end of 500 metres. We get underway with this R35. Winds it up.
Hits the 500 metre mark, and the speed will be coming shortly. We've got the radar gun out ready to go, and it does take a minute or two for the speeds to come through. We're relaying those now, but that's the first hit for entrant 500, and that's being, of course, as we said, the Sam Sadat Yilmaz R35 GTR, and a great lap there from him. Let's see if we can get the speed up for that one.
We go.
Oh,
Camaro.
There, well, the Camaro, that's Simon Tatchke, I think, entrant 509. So 253. So 500 goes 253 kilometres an hour. 5:09, we'll get the speed for that one shortly. But yeah, 2:38, there we go. 2:38 kilometres an hour at the Flying 500. So 253 from the R35. But here we go. The V10 twin-turbo Hurricane. And entrant 503 is Tony Tzolius. So let's see what Tony can do. He went 262 here last night. 262.
And what are we here to beat? We're here to beat
291.
291 is the absolute record.
Yep, Tony Tzolius, this is in the Hurricane. There we go, he's going to send it.
Oh, it's not starting to move. Middle of the track now. Bit of a tailwind.
Oh, yes, indeed. Listen to the sound of that. I mean, you know, it's as much a visual pleasure as well as a listening pleasure. 271 kilometres an hour in the Flying 500 so far. He's our quickest boy down. All right, entrant 511, that's Alex Satoski. So here we go, Birong Automotive. He knows his way around a tough RB. Let's see what he can come up with here. Screaming RB fans, here they are. Oh, he didn't spare it all the way down, Satoski. How good is that screaming RB? And here comes the speed up from the radar gun. Alex Satoski's first hit down with the Birong R32.
Oh, 272.
272.
272 kilometres an hour, 500 metres. I mean, struggling to pull that up down the far end, really. Like, you see him get on the brakes here. The car sort of got unsettled a little bit.
All right, here's the Mustang. Now, that's Jared Maggs. So, Maggs yesterday went, I think, in the high hundreds. Let's see what he does this time. Screaming Coyote, and last night he's doing the big gear down here as well. He'll downshift, 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 and that Screaming Coyote sounds fantastic. And here's the speed for the Mustang, 222. 222 for the Mustang.
Look, the Royal Purple is just showing up. I mean, we've got to add some numbers here to the Flying 500.
EJ, yeah, it's just EJ and the Trackhawk. These things are, 10-second, 9-second cars.
How's the land run? Be interesting to see how fast this goes down the far end. It's a big car, not very aerodynamic when it comes to this sort of competition.
It would be good if EJ could hit the double ton down the end there, but let's have a look. The Trackhawk. This is the Royal Purple company car. As you can see, it's definitely EJ's car. Licence plate EJ. Of course, Ian Jones, 197 there for EJ, so no slouch there either. 197 for the big track. Oh, now here we go. Is this Luffy driving the Starlight Hurricane? No, Giuseppe Tamarello, I think it is. Here we go, absolutely flying. Hold on to your helmets, folks. This could be a big one. A big one runs through the traps. That is Giuseppe Tamarello. 288. 288. 288.
Wow, what a stand out there. 288, the twin-turboed Lamborghini.
288. Here we go. Entrant 507. This is Andrew Hawkins. Now, pretty much a street car here, but Hawko, no stranger to high speeds. This will be 230, 240 at least.
Yeah, Jet 014. Hawkins there coming down the track. Wait to see what the speed is on this one.
Jet 014, the speed comes up now for Andrew Hawkins. It'll be a good one, not bad for a street car.
247, that's right up there for a street car.
247. All right, here we go. Gas 2JZ. So this one is Tony Feljune. For June, rather, the Super for gas. Now, it's a Turbo 400 auto. So when you smoke it like that, it's hard to get that auto to hook up. Have a fair bit of converter slippage, but you put that on a drag strip fully prepped, it's actually probably quite a beast. But in the end, you can't dispute any 2JZ Supra at all. And his first run, 232. So still with all that wheel spin, 232. So 288 so far from, that's the Starlight Hurricane, Giuseppe Tamarello.
Well, making some people's dreams come true, 288 kilometres an hour. And what have we got to beat? 291 to break a record.
291 for Lance. All right, here we go. Entrant, you can get the entrant of this one, but it's one of these Radicals just about, isn't it? Let's check what the Radical runs. I didn't get the racer number, but that Radical Might be just there to help boost the numbers here tonight. And I'd love to know what this thing runs. He's taking the 234. There we go, 234. I think that is one of the radicals, and we saw that on display here. Now here he is. He's back here for his second shot at it.
And the R35 gets underway. 6 down nicely too. So it's looking quick as well. Needs to go 253 or better to beat his time.
Great run there from the R35. His first run, 253. There we go.
261.
Yeah, 261. 261 for him, and of course that's Sam Sadat Yilmaz in the Precision Racing GTR 35. Here's entrant 509 Simon Takchi in the Geha Race Engines Simon Takchi Chevrolet Camaro, blown and injected. Blower line, thanks.
Oh, a bit of wheel spin there as he took off. The car tried to step sideways. Nice run down the far end, big car.
Oh, who loves blower wine more than me? No one. I love the old blower wine. Here comes the Camaro's time, speed rather, 238. So 238. So he went 238 twice. There you go. 238 twice. Let's see what 503 can do. And again, as we said, 503 is entrant. It's Tony Cizolis. So Tony Cizolis.
Another one on the twin turbo Lamborghinis. Will we see the speed come up? It was 271 last time. It's looking promising. Waiting for the speed.
Yes. Yes.
When he backs off.
Oh, give me more. Give me more. I love it. I love it. Screaming Lambo on the Rover run. 283.
283 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, we're getting there. 283. It could be Lambo versus GTR yet, I tell you. 288 from Giuseppe and Alex Birong. He went 272. Can he find another 10 odd K an hour here if he can get the thing hooked up? Let's see. It's all about a good launch, by the way, too.
And he's controlling it just to get the car up to speed. Moves over to
doing the GTR shuffle under full power. That screaming RB goes up the hill, and yes, he says you're welcome. They'll go, thank you for that RB screaming, Alex, and he goes, you're welcome. All right, 284.
Wow, 284.
284 for Alex. So there we are. So at the moment it's 288 and 284. So two in the 280s. Here's the Mustang screaming out, Jared Maggs. He went 222 on the first run. A lot of wheel spin getting that Mustang nailed. Listen to this on the roll-off. Last night, no one told him that he could go all the way around the top loop, and he was gearing the thing down and stopping on the pit exit. And yeah, it sounded fantastic. All right, here we go. EJ went 197 before. So there we go, 238 for the Mustang. So the Mustang has improved. 238. Can we get 200 out of Ian's Trackhawk on the Turbo Smart Flying 500? And you know what? The Trackhawk, they're absolute beasts. About 4 weeks ago, or 6 weeks ago rather, in Victoria, I think I called at a Mopar event where we had about 10-second Trackhawks all going down the drag strip. 200! Put your hands together. EJ takes the Trackhawk to 200 kilometres an hour in the Flying 500. Now hold your breath, folks. 291 is the benchmark in World Time Attack Flying 500 history. 291 by Lance Byron in the R35 GTR. Can today Giuseppe Tamarello put a Huracan over 291? He's currently at 288. And I'm not going to talk. Let's let this thing sing.
Just trying to get that extra metre out of it.
Oh, no, he's rolled off the throttle there, rolled off. Didn't leg it all the way through that time, so again, whether the thing didn't shift or whatever, and he's only gone 198 on the coast.
Only
one. It's a Huracan. That should be like in second gear. But yeah, Giuseppe Tamarello, whether or not hit a limiter or a stopper. I don't know what happened, but he's aborted that run in the Lambo, and whether or not he gets another shot remains to be seen. Here's Andrew Hawkins back again, the R32. Can't argue with the 247 from the street car. Let's see if we can go 250 in Jet 014. There we go. More screaming RB love as he comes through the flying 500. Andrew Hawkins, what did he go? 251. There, yeah, 251, 247 on the previous run. Okay, here we go. He's got to keep this thing hooked up here.
Yeah, biggest drama last time was wheel spin. Went up in smoke. It's looking a little bit better this time.
That's the Superbike driven by and owned by Tony. And let's see what he does this time. He didn't smoke the tyres like last time, and maybe he'd be rewarded with that. Look, 238. 238 there for Tony in the Supra, and we know there's a lot more in it. It is an automatic transmission equipped vehicle, so you know, you've got 3 gears to go through in that deal, and you've got to make sure that thing's hooked up right from the launch to get you your best trap speed at 500 k an hour. And oh, hello.
What can the Highway Patrol do?
The boys are in. I thought the boys were in trouble there for a sec. Every time I see, you know, lights and, well, no sirens. Every time I see the lights, I sort of freak out. So, ladies and gentlemen, the turbo. Do you see him get on the throttle there with the 300C? Then I reckon we should have put the boys in blue down in that 300C. Oh, there's the Radical coming. That's a pretty radical way to drive a Radical, and that's pushing it backwards. The police have come over to pull him up. Sorry, mate. Can I see licence and registration, please? No. Is this Grand Theft Auto? No, it's not. He's just trying to get it back up there. We're trying to sell a scenario there. It's not true. So, ladies and gentlemen, the tail of the tape. The numbers don't lie. 2022 Turbo Smart Flying 500, highest trap speed recorded today. As I look back through my records, it is entrant 504, Giuseppe Tamarello with the Starlight Children's Foundation stickers on the side. That's the one you could win the hot lap in, and I do believe on our schedule that's still to happen. Straight after the Flying 500, Giuseppe's got to come out and take a lucky winner of the raffle around for a hot lap with Luffy driving. So Giuseppe's got to hand that back over to Warren Luff, and he's going to do a hot lap thanks to the Starlight Children's Foundation. But he's going to take the Flying 500 trophy, 288 kilometres an hour. That's booking it. Now down to Charlie, who's got more info in the pits.
And we landed on Martin Deutsch's Brinton E21 BMW. Martin, where are you?
We are down here with a show and shine trophy presentations where we are seeing things like best of the best just to come and see. Congratulations to all the winners, and you have to come down here and check out the spectacle. The lights on the cars are on, and we've also got the best of the best trophy to come, and of course Baker's Choice. So come on down, a show and shine. It's light up like a Christmas tree down here.
Make sure we find out what Baker's Choice is, because I always want to know what's going on in that guy's head. I think everyone does. and the thing is that, you know, we might have to put his brain in a jar one day, I think, because I think that, you know, this guy just wants to see everyone happy, wants to see awesome stuff happen in the flesh, and he does it. And he is a man that believes in not sending an email. He'd rather ring someone to do a deal. And that's basically how the man does business, is that if he can lock something up over a phone call, he'd rather do that than an email. Obviously, emails come through to confirm things, but that's how the man operates. He operates exactly that way. And he just wants cool stuff to happen. Yes, he's got a passion for the fastest time attack cars in the world. And you know what's happened in a very short amount of time, just on a decade? We've seen Australia produce the best time attack cars in the world. What's the rest of the world done? Well, they've stepped up to the plate and are doing their own thing in their own countries. But what's on everyone's bucket list around the world? A trip to Sydney. It's already something that we know is in the destiny of a lot of international teams. They just can't come over here yet until all of these restrictions ease and container shipping prices go down, because remember, at the moment there's huge backlogs in logistics everywhere around the world. So down to Warren Luff, you've got more logistics for us there, Luffy.
Yes, I'm down here in the pit lane with the guys from Team Tilton. I'm here with Louis. A bit of an update about the tyre issue that obviously we've seen out there with these guys. So, Louis, tell us a bit about what you've been able to find out.
It looks like we ran over some carbon fibre and sliced the tyre a little bit, which then killed the tread, and then it just exploded off that. So, unfortunately, that's just the way it is.
Unfortunately, as we see in the past, sometimes these things happen in motorsport, so obviously disappointing for these guys, obviously not being able to sort of come out swinging out there tonight, but we know that these guys will go away, they'll do their homework, and we're sure they'll be back for next year.
Yeah, look, we look forward to next year already, no doubt about that. And there we go. So the debris and it's been picked up, and then everything's happened from there. And you know what? You can just about put all of what we've seen today with that sort of destruction, maybe down to catching some debris. I mean, really, we put a lot of things around this track, and as they were talking about. Maybe the bit of carbon fibre has done what it needed to do, and let's face it, punctures happen. They happen on the street, they happen on the track. So if it's turned into, it's not a failure but a puncture, well, there you go. That explains a hell of a lot of what we may have been seeing, especially in Tilton's case. They found that problem out, and the 968 guys are probably the first to admit that could be contributing to what happened to Bart there too, because remember, there was a lot of stuff on that track that he's running over and spinning the tyres and doing whatever, and then, it catches itself at its worst moment, which is under full load. So debris could very well be the thing that is bitten us in the backside here with some of these issues we've seen with these pro cars. All right, Pro-Am time again, and this is the time of night now where we are in completely uncharted territory. We have never done World Time Attack at this time of the day. The lighting system here at Sydney Motorsport Park, it's almost like daylight in here. It really is. The sun is gone. The track is cooling down now. Luffy said it's around 21 odd degrees. Andrew Brilliant joins me back on air. And Andrew, it's 288 in the Flying 500.
It's cooking.
People haven't forgotten how to make horsepower.
No, definitely not.
And the Pro-Am category, we've still got a few entrants in there that can make some impacts. The Ginetta, an exciting car coming out there. Now, look, Richard Perini at the moment is on podium. And at the moment, you just don't know, whether other teams might pip him. But, this guy's been coming to World Time Attack for a long time, and we haven't seen him ever make podium. But maybe this could be Richard Perini's year where he still gets there. Of course, Costa still, he did put the lap down, so as much as the Tilt Nevo is out of action, it's still got every right to have that trophy. That minute 26.07 doesn't lie.
Yeah, that time's going to stick.
It's Richard's minute 33.657, sees him on the second step of the podium. And then you've got Davidson there in third, driving, of course, the Gingerbread Racing WRX. But it's cars like this we're seeing out there now. Dale Malone from DM Motorsport and Engineering, the Nisbo GT300 350Z. We're also seeing out here the S13. And that, of course, is SX Development's Andrew Handmer. Pretty impressive car to be coming out and putting the numbers down. He's just outside the top 5, but he's still ran a high 36 from memory. So anyone like Fawkes or Davidson might just need that. Well, I tell you what, he's going to need 8/10 to get in front of the Ginetta at the moment. So here we go. The SX Developments 180 SX starting a flyer.
A lot of it's going to come down to just his experience on the track, and but I mean, for a car like that to run bell to bell, session to session, he's doing really well, I think. Well,
that's it. It's a sustainability thing, isn't it? It's not a 1,000-kilometre race. It's a 1,001-kilometre races in a way, in it. So it's but again, you couldn't do an endurance race with the same attitude that these guys have. It's about making it work for that one perfect lap, and he's having a good crack through there as well. And these cooling conditions, horsepower is going to be up. All right, flying laps now coming for Davidson and Fawkes and Ryan Pugh. They're on flyers now. Hopefully there's enough room for these guys in the next few corners because they're all kind of close to each other on the main straight. Alexander's out there now as well, the CJA Motorsport Skyline with the Hammerhead wing, I believe. That's, I think, the car that got the Hammerhead wing. So again, we're all there. Malone just not having not putting the power to the ground, the 350Z down through Armando, but we're keeping all eyes on Stephen Fawkes at the moment, the Bitten Motorsport Impreza WRX. Well, let's just see, we'll keep an eye on Fawkes through here. He's managed to get through that turn and pulling it up, so I don't think he was all the way through. No, he's not. He's pulled out of it. Okay, well then, no, it's hard to tell sometimes. They're so deceptive. They're so settled in some corners, and then sometimes they're untidy. So, you know, some drivers are so good that they deceive us. It's like, well, he's not going fast. Now, he's absolutely going fast. So Handmer comes through in his first fly with the 180SX in this session and goes minute 40.199. So he's off by a good few seconds from what he's done today. His best was a minute 36.482. We've seen Richard Perini come through as well, and he's in the Ginetta, minute 35.529. Brian Bew in that R35 coming through as well. The wine-fueled racing rather, R35 GTR, a minute 36.089. Flying down the main straight there as well. Fox, he's on a flyer. Some of his sectors are way up, so keep an eye on that, Rex, if he gets a clean run now. We're keeping an eye on the 180SX because he is having a crack. I think Fox is still going to try and have a crack here. I honestly thought he'd be coming to turn 2 a little bit faster than that, so that's another one he might have pulled out of. That's a shame. We've got a few guys trying to piece together a flying lap. Alexander is now trying, minute 49.758 for him, but we're keeping an eye on the SX Developments 180SX of Andrew Handmer, as he's trying to put a couple of good laps together. And some cars are uncanny that you can get a couple of laps of repeatable, representative times. More often than not, the second lap is never as fast as the first lap.
Yeah.
Very rarely the second lap is faster. So Malone puts the 350Z through for a 202.718, which is actually sort of the quickest he's done, but he's still experiencing what he says is the oscillations with the suspension and the aero on that car, still getting to feel it. And he realises the significance and the value of that vehicle. He's not going to push it just for bravado turns. Minute 39.09 there for Handmer. So he's still pushing it through Armando tight enough. And again, this racing, doing this at night is just so good to see. We get extra, we get the brake glowing, we get the end plates. He's picking the left-hand front up there a little bit as he came out of that corner. He really had that thing stuck. And the power management's very important for these guys too.
It looks like the downforce is up a bit too.
Yeah.
I think that's making the car's bottom a bit more.
Yeah, right.
Cooler air.
Cooler air and more downforce, and that's it. Denser air, more downforce. So here he is. He's getting a bit of a tow here. Now that's not a bad tactic at all. We can use that. Jay Davidson on a flyer now. Davidson goes through. Goes minute 34.323. He's into third spot with that. Yes, Davidson, minute 34.323. The Gingerbread Racing Impreza has improved. That's the best for him. A minute 34.323. I don't know whether the little toe, well, definitely probably helped. And there's Alexander rolling through. Minute 41.732. I suppose you've got to go and feel the aero and feel how that car feels with the new wing on it.
Oh, it's the exact same wing. Actually.
It's the same wing, exactly the
identical,
same.
Yeah.
Same characteristics and same size and everything.
Yeah, absolutely identical.
And that's an A and B wing, is it?
It's a combination. We designed it for the Hammerhead using the existing parts they had, adding a third element.
Right, so it's got a little bit of A and B legacy in there as well. So here goes, here's Malone again with this beautiful 350Z, but he's going to get rounded up by the 180SX again. It looks like Malone's he's getting a lot of wobble in the front end of that car. Did you see the front of that car as he came around? It went better, minute 56.67, so he's unleashing pure. Look at the nose cone on that car. Now there's some fixing issues with the front of that.
Yeah.
More than anything.
That'll make the car handle all kinds of weight.
Absolutely. Well, here's the Bitten Motorsport car in, and that's Stephen Falk. So there's the Ginetta, and Richard Perini still holding on to second, and got to be happy with the Ginetta.
Yeah, they're doing really nice. I think that Stephen Falk's car would throw a little packer in there.
Right, you'd reckon they did. Here's Gingerbread Racing again, Jay Davidson. Oh, he's definitely pushing through there. He's having another crack at it. So let's see what Davidson does there. We're looking at his previous lap. Minute 34.323. So let's see if we can piece another one together here. You can hear that thing bottom out as it came through. No, it's going to have to stay with the minute 34.323. So he is on podium. Minute 34.323. If there's any improvement to the minute 35.703 that we see behind there from Folks, well, you could definitely jump over the top. There is only a couple of tenths between number 6 and number 4. And, you know, if we get to that last 5 cars in a Super Lap shootout arrangement, that could still jump over there. So, look, Dale Malone, hats off to the guy for, again, loving JDM and the GT cars especially to make the purchase that he has. Now, again, we're looking at this thing on the straight. He's trying to push it for speed, but it must be something with the fixings on that bumper.
Yeah, it's aero flutter. It's just not attached.
Yeah, so you think there's a support issue there on the bottom of that front tray. Just something like that, because I can't see it as a suspension thing. It's more of a,
yeah. Yeah, so the aero's pulling it down, and then it chokes off the aero, and then it bounces back up. That's what we call fluttering. So it's not relying on the suspension at all, but it's an aerodynamic phenomenon.
Yeah, right. So there's got to be some strutting going on in there, you would assume, to stop the bottom of that tray. Charlie's got some more action here at Sydney Motorsport Park as we head into the nighttime sessions. Charlie, what have you got?
Well, the best of the Shannon Stylised Show and Shine has been awarded, and it goes to Daryl, who I think was as really surprised as anyone else. So congratulations. Tell us, I think we need to move out of the way to show the beautiful machine that she is. She's absolutely gorgeous. But Daryl, tell us a little bit about her.
So it started life as a 98 Hilux, and then obviously just got chopped up, cut up, and we just made it look how it is now. So attention to detail we just kept in mind and just ran with it.
Gosh, you make it sound so simple.
I really wish it was. I really wish it was, believe me.
Well, congratulations. She's an absolute beauty. And, yeah, go home with some silverware yourself.
Thank you so much, guys, and thanks for putting on the event, guys. Honestly, blown away.
Not as blown away as we are with the quality. How good was the car? I mean, it is, you know, hats off to the guys, and that's a supercharged Toyota V8. Well, look at a 1UZ on board, bag, of course, because mini trucks. There's a mini truck guy. Did you see the earrings? Now, look, that's shaking out the right hand headlight.
It's lost the light.
Yeah, so that is just. I mean, you know what? I hope the guys take the live stream footage and use that in the future for the references, because you should be able to slow-mo a little bit of that for the guys to see. But there's clearly something that obviously needs to support the bottom part of that tray underneath the front.
Yeah, and you'll notice that the frequency of the flutter goes down as the car slows down.
Yeah, so there we go.
It's aero-dependent.
Yeah, aero-dependent. There we go. One of the words, many words that comes out of Andrew Brilliant's vernacular. And I love it. So here's Alexander having another crack at it. I'm still getting over that Hilux. How crazy was that? And yeah, taking home the silverware. A crazy.
I can imagine the hours into that thing.
Oh, the interior, everything. It's just amazing. Of course, we don't worry about interiors on these cars. It's more about the exterior and what's under the hood. But the attention to detail is just as microscopic as what we see with these guys that want to make the car a show car.
It's the same passion for cars.
100%, the whole thing. And channeled through guys like Ian Baker that continues to want to see the cool stuff come. And guys just want to come and be there, and that's so much demonstrated for what we've seen out there in that show and shine today. Here he goes. Alexander's going to have a crack here. He's gone as quick as a minute 37.069, which is number 7 in the Plasma Man Pro-Am class. And look, he's got through Armando all right, and not as much traffic out there at the moment, so he can attack turn 2, we hope, with a bit of passion. He's doing it. He's doing it. We're hearing some cranky stuff in the background here. Something incredibly cranky in the background in pit straight, but we are watching him come through this corner. It just seems effortless. The car is working very, very well. It's not getting untidy.
Yeah, it looks good mechanically.
Is it very smooth? It's actually up in the sector, Andrew. It is up in the sector. Oh, it was until I put the kiss of death on him. Just as I looked at the timing board, he's up, and then he's had that moment. Now, is he going to try and recover that lap? He's still trying to recover it. It was untidy, but let's just see what the second sector will tell. So he's hooked it through there, and as he gets in through turn 8, he's still having a go there. He's out nice and wide. It'll just be interesting to see the exit here. No, he's definitely trying to get the power down. He's used a little bit of that outside curbing to get it straight and clean. He's popping the gears through there. You can see that little overrun as he's rolled off the throttle. brakes glowing, yeah, so he's trying. You can tell if the brakes are glowing like that, he is still trying to piece together a lap. Does he stay in 7th? Can he go to 6th? Can he go to 5th? He's got 2 Nissans in front of him, and can he put it all down? Look at this fluttering off the back there. I used the word flutter just there.
Yeah.
Flying down on the main straight. Alexander, yes, yes, yes. Minute 36, 3:77. He jumps over Handmer. So the 180SX having glory on debut, but Alexander pegs a little bit back there and pieces together his best time of the day.
And we've got a half a second covering those spots, the 5th through 7th place. I mean, it's anyone's game if they can pull it together.
It is variety with parity. It is so close, but yet so many different platforms in there. Yes, we have an R35. Yes, we have an R33. Yes, we have a 180SX. And a couple of Imprezas, a Ginetta, which you won't see really anywhere else other than, you know, GT racing, and the Evo 9 right out there in front, minute 26:07, of course, with Costa. But have a look at this car. Brian Bew loves his Skylines, and that is so well wrapped, so well done. The wine-fueled racing deal. Just, again, it's an international car, isn't it? The 35s, they just can't get enough of them in the United States either. The 35s are everywhere. That whole tuning deal for R35s in the US is its own industry on itself already.
Yeah, those engines are a beast.
And we're seeing a lot of guys, you know, throw billet ones in, and you know, they're running, you know, there's a lot of, there's so many of them running 7s over the quarter, I can't keep count, and there's a whole bunch of them into the 6-second zone as well. Just the most insane drag R35s I've seen anywhere, all flourishing in the United States. And of course here in Australia we've got our guys like Brian out there, or in the drag circles, plenty more coming through in the future. Lance Warren, I think, still got the record for one of our quickest R35 street cars. He's in the 7s, and a tough race car, which I think one day he might eventually crack into the 6s as well. It's a hard thing to do. Of course, you've got to not only deal with the horsepower out of those engines, but you also got to keep the driveline intact on them, and that's another dark art. Horsepower changes, continues to run to get to the back of the car, and I love seeing development on all these even new vehicles like the big one, the R35 GTR, which again I'm glad Nissan still builds something of immense performance, and let's hope they continue to keep the GTR legacy for here and for the future. But yeah, I love celebrating a good 32 and a 33 when we see it, and that's got an interesting bit of, you know, rear bumper work. Talk us through a little bit of the rear bumper work and what they're doing with that car. So just looking at that tunnel, so tell us a little bit about what that's all about, how they've extended the back of the car like that.
Yeah, I think I'd ask the designer, but usually what you're trying to do is just get the most diffuser volume that you can, and so sometimes people will look to extending out the back of the car to get to just wind up with more diffuser on it. And there's a regulation is 300 mil extension is allowed, so people will just try to use the maximum allowed numbers.
So talk us through what the role of a diffuser is on a car like this.
The role of a diffuser is to accelerate the air underneath the car, so you're trying to expose the underbody to the low pressure behind the car and cause it to accelerate, and that's a Bernoulli effect where you increase in speed is a reduction in pressure, and so you've got a really large surface area under the car, and it just pulls you to the ground.
Yeah, incredible. So again, it sort of goes back to what the grand effect here is in a way, where we are trying to Venturi that air out of there.
Yeah, that's technically a diffuser. A Venturi will be one that's got more of a, you know, this sort of a shape to it.
Right.
So that's more of a traditional type of diffuser.
Andrew Brilliant from A&B Aero, you must go to sleep with laminar flow on the brain all night, wouldn't you? That's why you're having trouble sleeping. He's telling me before I'm having trouble sleeping, and this man talks about laminar flow in his sleep. I love to know what his wife thinks when he's talking.
I dream flow streamlines.
He dreams flow streamlines. And you know what? We're going to dream more World Time Attack Challenge shortly here after these messages.
I'm Fraser Ross, driver number 59, McLaren 720S GT3, and my McLaren features the latest Motorsport ABS system from Bosch.
Motorsport ABS is my greatest asset in the McLaren. I'm able to change settings each lap depending on the grip available, wet or dry, and it gives me the confidence I need to win. Motorsport ABS can improve even the best professional race driver's braking performance because it has the individual control over each wheel. When quality and performance matter, I can rely on Bosch Motorsport.
Are you after quality performance products for your car? Talk to the people that speak your language. At highoctanedirect.com, we bring you the best deals on all the top brands. Tomei, TurboSmart, Hypertune, Nitto, HKS, Greddy, PPG, Haltech, Extreme Clutch, and much, much more. highoctanedirect.com, your gateway to automotive performance.
You don't get faster by wishing for it, dreaming about it. You get faster by mastering your craft, always looking for that edge in performance.
Next left, carry more speed.
Plasmaman Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasmaman, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasmaman, no limits.
Yes, well, have a look at that. It's time to give you the 1-to-1 scale Hot Wheels, not the 1/64th scale. That, of course, they sell millions. You know what? I'd love to see. You know, they talk about inside the factory. You ever seen those docos you see on cable? I want to see inside the Hot Wheels factory and just right from the designers to the to the manufacturer. Oh, that's Evil Knievel. That's Evil Knievel. There's ramps coming out and everything. Evil Knievel's got a microphone. That's dangerous. But necessary, obviously, and I think it's that time of the evening where we're going to get a bit of air, and I don't mean air under the car, and I don't mean air diffusing and causing low pressure and making the car suck to the ground and be faster, like of course Dr. Andrew just told us. But this is air, as in a car with air under it, and I mean lots of air under it. And we're not sucking it to the ground, we're trying to send it through the air.
I don't think it's about aerodynamics on this one when we get air, no.
No, it's just a lot of horsepower, and, it's car versus gravity, and gravity always wins, but it's just those moments where car is in the air. That's what I love.
It fights gravity.
Anything that gets air gets attention, and that's why freestyle motocross has always been a spectacular form of motortainment. Cars with air is also fantastic. Well, so here we go. Hold on to your hats. We've got someone there live on the mic. Is that Evil Knievel? I think we've got Junior Mingay in the middle of them. All right, so that could be the one out there we're hearing. So, yeah, that is the junior in the middle. He's got the other little jumpy truck. And we've got Kent on the left and Matt on the right when you're looking here on the screen. And they're about to go down to Sydney Motorsport Park main straight. And there's a
I'm doing the Hot
here.
Wheels ramp here.
Yeah, well,
so I think we are going to see some of these cars. Now, what I want to know is, they're going to be Kent in the VF GTS? Will he be using the ramp? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. I don't think so. It doesn't look like it's set up to jump. I do think the other two are set up to jump. I mean, there's plenty of ground clearance and suspension travel, so normally they're the ones that love to jump.
Yeah, and look, the stunt bike, are we going to see some air off that? Probably not. I think we're going to see a lot of burnouts.
But there's going to be
we're going to see a lot of, death-defying acts, I suppose, on that stunt bike.
To be honest, these guys had a bit of a rehearsal last night and everything. I did miss it. I was obviously down in pit lane when it was all going on. But I mean, this is a well-rehearsed.
Look, I don't want to give it. I don't want to give it away for the people who are here at the venue. If they weren't here last night, come up onto the top of the pit area, because this is a fantastic little show that Matty Mingay and the Hot Wheels stunt team put together.
No, I believe you. I believe you. I do believe, from what I've seen of clips of it, is there might be donuts around ramps with cars jumping over them, and whether that's cars doing donuts or bikes doing donuts. Two vehicles about to go down the Sydney Motorsport Park main straight and jump it. I hope you're enjoying our twilight evening version of 2022 World Time Attack Challenge. It's been a couple of years away, but here we are trying this nighttime program, and it's working so far. The lighting is just fantastic here at Sydney Motorsport Park. A great spectacle to see, not only live on our screen here, thanks to the Bosch Motorsport live stream presented by highoctanedirect.com, but live here from the top of Sydney Motorsport Park, main pit straight building and the grandstand. A big shout out to everyone that's come to the 2022 version after a couple of years break. It's so good to see so many turn out for the first one after that, and as you can see, it's a little bit of business as usual, which means insane stuff that's crazy. One after the other. It's a real spectacle, no matter what you see, whether it is our hardcore Time Attack fans, it's our drift fans, it's our car style fans, it's the adrenaline junkies. It's the exclusive cars that we see that you wouldn't see anywhere else. Like, when will you see Max and Jos Verstappen's 2 Formula 1 cars together? Again after this, you won't. We've seen it this weekend, and there it is. And again, that's just what this whole... We used to call it the Festival of Awesome. I still call it that in a way. So hold on to your hats as we get our ramps ready. And the Hot Wheels stunt team, not too far away,
there's a lot more
kicking out some stuff.
There's a lot more going on than just these 4 vehicles on track, because I can see down the far end, we can see Mads' little burnout car down there as well.
So who's in that?
I reckon I can see Matty Mingo's bike. I think they're going to swap at some stage.
Is that right? Do you reckon?
Well, take a bit of a guess there. It's sitting there with nobody to use it.
All right, it's just sitting there. Righto. That could happen. He just... Yeah, I know. Thank you. Well, Matty, it kind of sounds like you saw it from last night.
Look,
and you know what?
I'm just saying, there's 2 vehicles there that need to be used.
Yeah, you just put.
Who would be better than Mads and Matty?
You're putting all the pieces together, and it's starting to all make sense. This is just going to be another bit of controlled mayhem, which will look like it's on the edge. But you know what? There we go. It's evil. Evil winding it up. Evil's winding it up here live to the crowd.
I'll tell you what, you've got Ken Dalton there, and that's a 1,000 horsepower VF GTS there.
Yeah, hang on a sec. Hold the phone. So a few doughies there, the bike guys. Evil Knievel on the side there, calling live to the crowd. We're talking on the live motorsport stream here. So Matty Mingo going donuts. Kent Dalton doing doughies down the other end. It is just controlled mayhem. Kent, watch out for the ramp. I think Junior Mingo might be ready. They're just laying down a bit of a smoke screen. Hope they can still see the ramp there as he's laying that rubber down. Hang on. Oh boy, that was inches away from that. Oh, lines the handbrake slide up there for Matty, and he is back there for another crack at it. Some big air there, and how good is Junior? How good is Junior out there? 14-year-old Matty Mingay. That's right, not Matt, but Madison. I think Matty Mingay, Mad Mingay. So Junior, the dynasty. Insane, here they are, skidding it all up. I can't see the ramp, but somewhere there. Kent, get back and make some more smoke, please. Junior's ready, he's got the big glow stick on. Oh, Kent, I thought he was going over the ramp then.
Well, I was kind of hoping it'd be something a little bit different, wouldn't it?
Yeah, just try. Yes, more of that. More of that. Oh, there we go. Line that up there we go. Joey's, is that far enough in? Are we ready for some more ramps? Here they come. Hold the phone. Father and son, big air. Father and son, big air action. Throws the handbrake around at Matty Mingay. How about this for a Saturday night out with Dad? What did you do with Dad Saturday night? Well, let's roll the tape.
Yeah, I jumped a Commodore a couple of times.
Show and tell, Monday morning, 14-year-old. Jumping with Dad. How good did that look with Junior first and then Dad over the top there? Great stuff. And of course these guys trained professionals, not at 14 though, he's a trained amateur. But one day Dad will pay him. I think, honestly, if I'm a kid, I'm not putting my hand out to be paid for this. It's like, thank you, Dad. You're welcome. Here they are. Check it all out. It is wild. Put your hands together if you're watching live. Here they go again. Matty have another crack at it. More air, please. Yes. Junior. Yes, why wouldn't you? God, I want to have a go at that. Love to have a go at that little jumpy truck. Oh, he doesn't miss the limiter there, does Junior Mads either. Mind you, Kent's just ripping up this supercharged LS in the that high torque 1,000 horsepower LS in the Commodore. Lying down the rubber, laying down the smoke. We might have to get the dustpan and brush out there. Put your hands together. Matty Mingo now on the bike. Junior back in, they call it the little wind-up. You're going to do some doughies as well, the little wind-up toy. So that's enough for Kent for the moment. But here he goes, Matty and his 600 mate. Here goes Matty on the V-twin. Our 600 out there, plenty of RPM. And just carrying on. Yeah, put your hands together, raise your clap, cheer and whistle for all you people watching live around the country. And Matty, I thought he almost tried the ramp there. Did you see that? I thought,
yeah, the second there, I thought, no, I don't think he's going to try it. I don't think that bike's set up for it.
Well, for those people that may or may not remember, when we had that Mission Impossible, we were kind of based in Sydney at the beginning and all of that. Tom Cruise wasn't on that bike. It was Matt Mingo's Tom Cruise stunt double in Mission Impossible. So Mingo's done plenty of professional stunt riding before, and now he's got his own show, of course. It's not every day as a professional motorcycle stuntman the phone rings, you know what I mean? It's not every day someone's looking for a motorcycle stunt man, but Matt Mingo has done it for decades. And I'm sure there's a book in it all as well, because he does go down as one of the true Aussie showmen. Had that horrific stadium truck accident in the United States where, you know, parts of the roll, some parts of the frame had actually fractured and sent the roll cage through the helmet and did a lot of damage to Matt. And, you know, we've lost people with accidents like that, but Matt survived it. I mean, he'll never quite be 100% the same physically, but you know what? You can't tell. The man just continues to operate flawlessly. He's a machine.
At another level too, because I do believe this is the first time ever he's not only done the drift event, he's done the drift event that he's had the drift car out, he's done the stadium car and rode the bike. Like we've seen him ride the bike, we've seen him do the stadium truck, we've seen him do the drift demonstrations, but all three at one show. This might be the first time ever.
Yeah, well, and now he's got the son on the payroll. And, well, again, you don't have to pay him, I don't think. He's going to just do it because he loves his dad and he wants to be a part of it, and he's done it. And haven't they look at this, look at the main straight there. Oh, they've left their mark, have they not? That's some sick stuff right there. Evel Knievel's winding the crowd up, and so they should. It is wild stuff, the Hot Wheels stunt show. I can hear them from here. They've all enjoyed it, our people watching from the grandstands and up on top of the tower, the main pit building. Now time to go into donut mode. And oh yes, one of our legends. I was actually at a stunt show where Matty, and just to prove that the man's human, I was at a show where he did it, where he actually did fall off the thing. Like literally ate it pretty hard. Walked himself back to the pits, got the paw cream out, put it all over all the new gravel rash, and went out and did the rest. So it just goes to prove the man is human. Like once in a while, it could still get you. But he's not going to put the boy on the bike. I don't think the kid needs to be on a bike. He's happy in these four-wheeled machines. And who wouldn't want to have a crack at one of those things? Maybe we can go halves at one of those things, Matty Mingo. What do you reckon?
Well, I reckon there's a couple of cars down on the main straight now. If we get down there quickly enough, we could probably get in there.
It's never worked out for me. So, anyway, maybe we'll dream on and do it another day. But he's popped the tyre. The 600 might do it in a sec. But Matty's already done the tyre. There's still a little bit of spring left in the wind-up on Junior's little crazy 1940 Ford Legends car. And that is a show right there, folks. You must agree. On the main straight here under lights, Sydney Motorsport Park. And yes, even... Oh, let's call him Barry Knievel. Why not? It's Barry Knievel. That's the
young... It's the Aussie version.
Yeah, well, it's the half-brother of Evel Knievel. And I bet you there'd be a few half-brothers in there, you would think, by the way Evel went about his business. But have a look at that. There's Junior Mingo as well. Two toys well and truly spent after the shenanigans. Bone Shaker Junior. How good was that show? Very spectacular. Personally, I like more air than that, but hey, that was enough air. Father and son air. That's warmed the soul tonight watching that. And it doesn't get any better than when you can see father and son in the air. And I don't know, I know you guys, we're rolling the tape here, watching a lot of the live stream. If we got a chance to do a replay there, if we caught any of that and saw some father and son air together, I'd love to see it. Turns off the GoPro, everything the kid's got to do as a 14-year-old. You don't think Mads Mingay is earning an apprenticeship right there at age 14? I tell you what, 14-year-old kid, you little legend, mate. Good on you. So good to see that we can get kids into that. I mean, it is frightening to think that, we are putting, kids in go-karts at age, 6, 7, 8, and they prove that they can steer, and here's Mads at 14. Here's the replay, bit of father and son air. Boy, I love the front-on shot from here too. It's crazy. Some more air, please. There, look at that one. Father and son. Oh, that is so good to see. I'm sure there's some still photographs of these guys in action where it is Mads and Maddie together in the air doing what they love to do. And yeah, you can tell the kid is loving it. And watch this kid. He's already pretty cocky like his old man. He said he's already better than his old man. It's like, all right, son, well, here's a challenge. Hop on that V-twin and do what your dad does, and let's just see how good you go. That's right, you're not quite there yet. There we go. You don't get too many other 14-year-olds like that in the showbiz game. And there he goes, put it all in the truck. And you know what, I'm sure he's got to help pack up and all the stuff that he would have to do with that show. But good on you, Matty Mingay. Good on you, Mads. Good on the boys, the guy in the 600, which we didn't catch his name that time. And, of course, the MC, Barry Knievel, if that was indeed his name. They've made a nice mark there on the main straight. And what do you do as an entree? What do you do as a... for that one, that was supposed to be before the Flying 500, but as you can see, you can't just do that and then do the Flying 500. We had to get all the big horsepower cars down first before Matty Mingay laid waste to the main straight here with that amazing Hot Wheels stunt team. So that is a hell of a lot to take in, a lot to digest, and boy, I don't know whether we get the dustpan and brush out now and give that a little bit of a clean up around the main straight, because on our schedule, we're supposed to get our Open and Pro cars out there, and including our exotic sports cars, the Club Sprint shootout. We're nearly at the pointy end. One more session for Open and Pro by the looks of it. And again, as we said, we've got 2 cars in Pro and a few more in Open to try and settle the score before we get to that final shootout for all of our categories. But between now and then, we're going to see the Khadija and the McLaren out for another demonstration. And that's something to behold as well. Under lights, are we going to see glowing brake discs? Absolutely. Are we going to see sparks? You betcha. Are we going to get some winners for the 2022 event that we couldn't have for the last 2 and a bit years? Of course we are. Everything is aligned here for a fantastic finale coming in the next, I don't know. I'm not even going to put a time limit on it. We're just going to watch it until it runs out organically here, take in every moment as we do, and enjoy it here in Sydney Motorsport Park. Destination New South Wales, the fantastic Sydney Motorsport Park, providing such a versatile venue to be able to give you motoring entertainment like nothing else. And boy, it does scrub up nicely under lights, does it not?
How good does it actually look here as we get our drone footage here at Sydney Motorsport Park, just grabbing a overall look at the track and the amount of lighting that has gone in to make these night events possible. I cannot wait to see these final shootouts where they're going to put it all on the line. Like you say, you're going to see those disc rotors glowing here at night time. We're going to see the flames coming out, and well, we're going to find exactly how much aero is pushing those cars down, because we have seen the sparks coming off the bottom, but at night time it's really going to stand out a lot more.
Let's take a breath. The Becks had a good lie down, but don't be too long. We'll be back after this break.
Plasmaman Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasmaman, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasmaman, no limits.
That's what Andrew does. Yes, back here on the main straight here at Sydney Motorsport Park, and you know what? It's not only the lighting that I love here, Matty Cav. Oh, hang on, hold the phone.
We've got Lamborghinis.
We've got the Lambo out. Have we got? Is it a plural? What do you call when you've got two Lambos together? Yeah, Lambos.
Lambi?
Yeah, it's Lambi. No, two Yaris's are a Yarai. Lamborghini Huracan. So that's the V10 twin turbo. Now, with the Flying 500, I do think that, yeah, that was Tony Cezzolis in that Huracan. Has gone 262. Went 283 here at the Flying 500
do you
just
think
before.
That possibly he did hurt that Lambo before, and this is our raffle giveaway as part of the Starlight Foundation?
Well, I think it is the drive thanks to Starlight Children's Foundation. So what happens when you have issues with one Lamborghini Huracan? You just bring in the spare. You bring in the one that only went 283, not 288. So you bring in the 283 km/h one. So it's so good to see. We're hearing all sorts of action here, but here it is, the Huracan. I think it is part of the Starlight Children's Foundation drive. We were promising that was another one that we had to get underway and done. It is, of course, the raffle, raising funds for, of course, sick kids. And we've heard from Elle today from Starlight Children's Foundation. Such a lovely lady. I'm a bit of a fanboy of hers, actually. I'm a really big fan of her. I've followed her for years through various exploits in television and all the shows that she's done. But it's her ambassadorship for Starlight, where she just, the best of Elle comes out right there. Now, it's a little bit messy out of that corner there, of course, with that dust, but it's still a hot lap for some lucky raffle winner. Let's have a listen to this thing as it comes down the straight. Twin turbo V10. It's going to give it a bit here by the look of it. Oh, on the back off. Yes, well, he did that in the Flying 500. It's got plenty now. It's the twin turbo deal, so it's had that twin turbo upgrade. And, of course, being a mid-engine vehicle and you do your turbos at the back, your exhaust, your dump pipes are literally out of the back of the turbocharger. If you're going to put it into a muffler, yes, but guaranteed smash carrots out the back of a car like this.
That's exactly right. I mean, you can really hear that backfire as he backs down. Now, there's a whole lot of boost going to that thing. Lamborghini twin. Do you need the twin turbo Lamborghini? Of course you do. Silly question, really, isn't it? Why didn't I just answer that myself? Because, I think we got Luffy there taking this out as well. Looks like Luffy might be behind the wheel, like he was meant to be with the other one. Like you say, if we don't have one, we just pull the backup one out of the shed. Get it out on track.
Well, it was interesting that when we did see the other one come through there with Giuseppe driving it, that you remember that one run he went to go and then it just maybe didn't shift or did something there. So maybe there might be something that might have happened in the transmission department. I hate to speculate, but it's not out there. It's this one. Oh, here we go. Quad smash carrots out of the back there. They'd have a big muffler, I think, with four outlet tips there. But he's still pushing it through. If indeed that could be Luffy, I can't quite see in the car, but I think that was what the ride was. There's the passenger, the lucky raffle ticket winner, and Warren Luff's just making sure that whatever, and you know, Elle was talking about, you could buy a whole book for $200. I wouldn't be surprised if people bought a whole book for that. It's not only do you get the receipt as well, which is tax deductible, giving to charity, but it gives you a hell of a chance to get in something that you may have never been in before. And he's out there pushing there, Warren Luff. There is a little bit of that dust from previous oil pickups that we've had, but he's legging it down the main straight here. This Huracan, another big. Let's listen for the back off here.
Oh, I reckon he's pushed a bit further that time.
Yeah, I think
he has. A bit more comfortable under those brakes.
That's a bit of a phenomenon that I'm starting to see a lot of young rev heads start to want in their tough street car. They want the crackle and pop and backfire of the good old days of Group B, because
guys are having exhausts on these cars where it's got to crackle like that. It's a new thing that guys want in the car. I mean, it's damn annoying if you're trying to get some sleep or you hear someone using it too much. I do believe you can overuse your the ability to backfire or pop a car. Guys, saw a guy here yesterday pulling up in the car park and he was deliberately going fast just so he could back off and crackle it in front of me. I did feel like doing the old Tony Longhurst through the window, but I thought, no, it's a peace and love, man. Peace and love, I appreciate it, mate, but you don't need to do 60k an hour in a car park to get a bit of crackle, just to impress me walking past. I mean, look at me. I'd be impressed a lot easier if you didn't do that. It turned me from a fan into a hater, all because it's like, dude, you don't need to do that here. Why are you doing it here? So please, word of advice, use your backfire wise. Don't overuse it, because I tell you what, you tend to make more enemies than friends when you do that. Mind you, the Hurricane, Luffy can do it all he wants. We're on a A-grade circuit here, and we want to see that. But I don't want to see it in suburbia.
And it's Luffy.
And it's Luffy. So Luffy can do essentially what he wants. But that was a hell of a ride, and that was more than one hot lap. That was basically 2.5 hot laps in that amazing Hurricane. And as we said, we had to pull out the spare because I think Giuseppe might have had an issue with the white one. Mind you, Giuseppe, you got to say that that's not a bad consolation prize. I know it won't probably cover the cost of any issues that he may have, but 288 kilometres an hour wins the class of 2022. Righto. Well, there's the hot lap from Warren Luff of the Starlight Children's Foundation. Now let's go back in time. Let's all hop in the DeLorean and let's go back to 2019 and let's get on board with Barton Moyer and RP968 for that lap of 2019. Minute 19.277. The 2019 winner, Barton Moyer, the RP968 mega lap. And no, you weren't watching a computer game. That was not a set of course, a Gran Turismo, whatever else you guys play. That was reality. And you know what? This is virtually a real video game right there with real pieces to the puzzle and real toys and commitment like nothing else we've ever seen in the world. So that is just an amazing lap. I just got goosebumps watching that. Coming through 10 and 11 there, Bart just froze the wheel with that much confidence in the grip levels. It was incredible to watch. He literally threw that part. Everywhere else was very careful and measured, but then that part was, that's what we're going to do right there.
There's a lot of input, though, you can see in that lap. So there's a lot goes in behind the scenes. I think this was going to be a flying lap there from Aaron Borg, but it looks like it might have just slowed down there for some reason. We're back to the GCG Turbos Open class now. Of course, our group number 1 back out on track for the final Open session here before we head into the shootout style just a little bit later. Coming to the end of tonight's, we're still a couple of hours away from finishing up tonight, but what a massive day. It's not over yet, but we're down to the pointy end. The night time is set in. There is no more sun on the track, but we still have that residual heat sitting there in the bitumen. Hopefully that's enough for the drivers there. Just having a look, and it looks like the breeze has gone down a little bit if I look at the the flags out there. The cool air is coming. We can feel that here in the commentary box, can't we, from behind us?
Here we go. Morecambe. This is Morecambe's effort right now. Now, we G'd this up on the last session. Now's the time to attack. With those first 2 sessions of that last deal that he did, was that enough? Look at that. He's got the left-hand rear up after Armando into turn 2. And he's on a fly. Look at him change direction there. He is on a fly here. Now, remember, it's still the Extreme GTR in #1 spot with Tim Slade driving. Minute 27.379. They touched a valve up in one of the earlier sessions, but they got that number out. He's up in Sector 1. That minute 27.618 that he's run earlier on today. His segments in that last session were up Sector 1 and Sector 2. Now, he did, I think, maybe now you think about it, might have deliberately backed off on that last run to say, everything's in order. When I go out there, I'm going to hit the rest of it as hard as I did the first 2 sectors. So here we go, coming towards Sector 2's time. Let's see if we go green again, coming out of turn 8. Pushing it in there hard. Let's have a look. He's up in Sector 2. Watch out. We could have someone on top of the podium here in GCG Turbo's open category. He hasn't made any mistakes there. He is out a little bit wide.
Oh, no, he's got off it.
Not again. Oh, I thought we were on it again. Morecambe. Another opportunity. Now, I don't know whether or not he arrived there a little bit too deep, and he did go onto that curbing there. He went on the off-camber side of it, and if you're sort of in that position where the car physically can't get the power down because the thing's off camber, maybe again it's another little setup change.
Or maybe they've got an issue there because he's pulling straight in the pits as well.
You've got to dissect it the way we see it, and that's the only way we call these things, is because remember, the information comes after we do make the call in a few minutes if Luffy gets onto him. There's a red flag there. Now, I don't know when that red flag came up. That means that we might have a bit of distress somewhere out on track. We're pulling all of the cars in there. Right now, that's Aaron Borg in front of us here. So we're rolling him in.
Well, you've got 0.12 of a second is where they were in front of that time. So they had a great Sector 1 and Sector 2. Once again, in that second sector, probably wasn't as fast as they wanted to be. But
here we go. There we go. The hazards are on. We've got an issue out there with Dan Day. So Dan Day is stranded. Where is he? Where is he? It's 3 and 4. Is it 3 and 4 there? Maybe it is. So it might be, yeah, 3 to 4 there. I think that's where he is. Got the hazards on. Nothing's going on there. It's got the hazards on to tell everyone that there is no drive or anything. So we need to go and recover him. Now normally here at City Motorsport Park, if you came into the pits for a tyre change or any servicing in your vehicle at a 45-degree angle to your pit, we'd probably say that's just not cricket. We can't do that. But, hey, this is their time to shine on track. And if they want to come in and pit like that on the angle, they're more than welcome to. So I'd love to know what's going on in the head there of that team, because Morecambe looks focused, absolutely focused to do it. The homework I'm sure they're doing right now and dissecting 2 fast sectors, like again, up on those 2 sectors than what he'd done on the previous lap before. And it makes you wonder with the timing, does that mean it's up on the other 2 fast sectors? So against the current best. So there you go. So who knows what those other hot sectors were and just exactly what decimal point we're looking at time-wise. Now, the body language, if I'm a reader of body language, that's not one of anything other than maybe a little bit of trepidation there. Just a bit of trepidation. He's gone off for a wander. They do have that Evo planted on an angle there in pit lane, as they do Borg's R33. We've got to recover this Subaru that's had an issue there, the Dan Day entrant. And as we said, that's out near turn 3.
Now, remembering it's a 15-minute open class session, so depending on the recovery time, they know they've got to go and do an out lap, then they've got to get a flying lap in. So maybe, just maybe, there might not be enough time there to do what they want to do again.
Yeah, well, look at this. The fire suit's just been unzipped, the cap's gone on, the helmet's been put away for the moment, and I just don't know. It's hard to speculate. I mean, I just don't know what's going on. They are having a look under the bonnet. So there's a bit of distress here. So this is not foxing. There's no foxing here. Sometimes you always think that there's a bit of foxing involved, but definitely not, judging by the intensity of these guys. They are up on 2 sectors, but there is something going on in that 3rd sector that's caught his attention, and he's backed off there to just make sure the car's still in one piece and he doesn't overdo it, because the worst thing you could do is be in that last sector where everything's up and something becomes a little bit more permanent that you can't quite cater for. So they are just getting this thing getting that thing back
gonna
into
go
the
back in
pits
the
there.
garage,
Okay,
yeah.
we remember, if anything else doesn't happen, if they can get that thing fixed, and there's no point trying to maybe rush a bit of a thrash here to do it now. Remember, we've still got the shootout. So we do have the open class shootout, which means, remember, it's only one lap in the shootout.
But it's a clear lap.
It's a clear lap, that's right. There's no traffic, and not that Morecambe really had any issues with traffic there, you wouldn't think. But gee, talk about cutting it fine to try and grab it, because it has been that whole set the time, like again, as we saw Tim Slade this morning, the Extreme GTR go out there in the R32 and belt out that crazy run from him to put him on top. But since then, it's only been a tenth or two away. Nathan Morecambe was right down his throat. And who knows? Cole, we've got some news down there from Cole Powelson.
Hey guys, just got word they lost power steering. Looks like they tossed a belt. So the team's frantically working to get everything back together, to get it back out on track. It seems fixable, no major damage to the car. So we'll see if they can go out. He was looking really good in the first couple sectors, but anything can happen.
Well, there you go. The word from pit lane, Cole Powelson, Matty Cav. There we are. Power steering. So the steering's gone heavy. And, yeah, well, I suppose he's you're 2 sectors up and then it goes heavy. You just don't know how you'll feel. You know, it changes the whole way you would probably perceive the grip level and how much you need to push. So I suppose, talking about cutting it fine, it's a power steering belt away from maybe number one spot just yet.
Well, it's but a belt. So the question is now, is that going to be an ongoing issue, or is that just something, some sort of freak thing there, a bit of worn there, maybe it's stretched?
The other question is, where is the belt? So yeah, that's it. Well, if it is still retaining, and some of them do, like OEM water pumps, some of them run an electric pump, and if it is still a mechanically driven water pump in it, well, that's also going to affect it too, and it won't take too long under boost conditions to maybe cause an issue with that engine and pop it, and you're not going to throw an engine to the gods for anything, or you know, and no one wants to throw an engine to the gods for the sake of trying to grab number one spot. And again, Nathan's the driver. He's going to also make sure that, you know, he wants to preserve the car as well, because a lot of the times the driver's got just as much a responsibility to preserve the car as to make it perform to its limits as well. It's called mechanical sympathy, and all the good drivers have it. Oh, smash carrot. Bit of Benny Tran action through Armando. Geez, they look good at night. Let's have a look at the front brakes here as he tries to pull up a turn two. Yes, a little bit of glow out of there and a little bit of front end plate. Oh, he's pushing that through nicely there. Remember, he would love to go minute 20-something. Benny Tran would love to. Minute 30.32 is what he's got. He's on podium already, but there's a whole lot of cars right behind him there by about, well, there's half a second, but you know, these guys we know can make it up. So sector one, not too bad for him. He's up by 0.491 on what he's run before. But let's just see what he does in the next few corners, because Benny Tran done hundreds of laps. He probably even has done thousands of laps here. This would be the home track for him, and that BYP performance flagship continues to improve with every time we have a World Time Attack. And Benny Tran, so far on the open class podium, all he can do. I know he can't really find 2.5 seconds to get on to Morecambe, or can he? You just don't know in World Time Attack. You just do not know. Sector 2's looking good for Benny Tran, so this is going to be a nice consolidated number. But can he really pull out all stops in this last sector? Minute 20-something, anything would be something Benny Tran would be looking for. It must be a bit slimy through that area. In the last couple of corners before the straight there, it still looked like we might have had a bit of dust or whatever, and that can't really help with the traction. Here he comes. Benny Tran flies through a minute 30.06.
Oh, so close to going that 29.
Minute 30.06.
Peter Owen beats his personal best time too at 1:44.93 for this weekend. So that's a 1:44.93 for Peter Owen. So it seems to be the conditions are starting to come around for these cars.
Yeah, I just still think with the amount of dust we've got on that last couple of corners, it might be giving the guys a little bit of grief there, because it looks, it is a hard place to try and get your power on early, because you do want that really good hit down the main straight. And, you know, if you are held up a little bit or experience issues trying to get the power on cleanly onto the straight, you know, I know a lot of these guys are maxing out in top gear by the end of the straight, but you still want every advantage you can, because remember, if you're trying to do a hot lap, you've only got half of that straight to, you know, to your advantage if you're on a flyer. So if you lose that time there, you're still losing time on that lap. So it is a critical corner that we've got to continue to watch up there, because the variables are endless in time attack racing. When everything's perfect, it is poetry in motion. Whenever it's a little bit imperfect, well, it's just the biggest drama you'll ever see that's not on Netflix.
Now, have you noticed here, we don't have as many open cars coming out in the open class. Not as many cars in this Group 1. So we may have lost a couple there through some mechanical failure there, but I'm not quite sure. It'll be great to find out, because we do have one lined up down there in pit lane. Could be in our Group 2, though, especially since we have that red flag. But Peter Owen this time, as he comes round,
I think he's in a bit of a groove here. Here we go. Owen goes, nice backup time, minute 45.54. And for Owen Truss, the S15 Sylvia. All right, Nathan Morecambe's down there with Cole Powelson. What do you got, Coley?
All right, I'm here with Nathan right now. He just came off track. He tossed a power steering belt. The team's getting it back together right now. But I want to hear his thoughts on track conditions and running under the lights.
Honestly, the track, we had an awesome day, sunny today, so the track temp's still staying there, so it's quite drippy. But we've got a lot of concrete dust down, cleaning up all the oil from the other cars, but it's what it is. It's a big black track, and we just got to send it. So, and we were on it. It's just through the power belt, which is a big change for the boys, but they're doing a mega job at the moment, getting it out there for the shootout.
Did you think that was the lap until the belt went?
I reckon that was a lap to pip Timmy, but we were probably going to try a little bit more in this shootout, so we're just going to have to put it all together now and go for it.
All right, man, good luck. It's a simple belt fix, so I'm sure you got it handled. Thank you. Yep.
it's pretty simple belt fix when you've got the crew working on it.
And we just saw Nathan Antunes go for a quick jog in front of the camera there. So Nathan's on his way back there to do his hair and then hop in the car. So the belt change, as he said, it's not an easy one for the boys. Any belt change on that east-west configuration is a little bit tricky in that area. It's a particularly tight area there between the engine and the strut tower. And if whoever knows what else they got, you would imagine if they are dry sump, they've got something else in there that's probably another drive belt off that crank pulley that they've also got to negotiate around as well. So who knows what processes they need to get a simple water pump belt changed over. All right, so he's having a bit of fun out there, Peter Owen. He's the only guy out there that's getting some lap time in. We can see a few others sitting there in pit lane, but this particular session for GCG Open is all for Peter Owen at the moment. And yeah, yes, Bubba, you're an absolute legend there as well. Lots of live fans out there sending us through messages, and it is so good to see new converts to World Time Attack having a go. I mean, I tell everyone, Matty Cav, I'm sure you do the same thing. So when you come to an event like this, you walk up and down pit lane, you walk through Trader Rally, you go and have a look at the show and shine, you have a look at what we see on and off the track. You cannot help but tell a lot of people about it. Say, you know what, you need to come and see it. And I know that's on a lot of people's bucket list that may not be able to make it this year. Coincidentally, we've also got a Formula One Grand Prix next weekend down in Melbourne. So, you know, as far as motorsport fans are concerned, they're either there or here, and maybe next year, if we do go back to a traditional October date, is that we can have them all here in the one go. We'll have even more fans here.
Well, I think the opportunity for World Time Attack now is to expand into different dates is this nighttime racing, because we do get that cooler weather. We don't need to wait for those days. We can probably pick the more opportunistic weather.
Well, October night would still not be too bad, actually, when you think about it. So an April night, yeah, we're 1st of April, so we are just getting that tinge of autumn there. So it's just getting a little bit too cold. But you know what, guys like Peter Owen have come out and decided to go time attack racing, and it's good to see. So the red flag is telling us that no more laps under power. In fact, we are seeing Peter Owen finish the account for now. Owen was good with the minute 44.939, his best lap time. Trying to find that here on our large list.
Yeah, Owen there was a 144.939, yeah.
Yeah, so not quite in the five. Now, of course, remember, we're going to go to shootout mode sooner rather than later. So they are thrashing there, of course, in the pits there to see whether or not Nathan Morgan can bring that gas Royal Purple and Insight Motorsport Evo 7 out for one more crack at that run by Tim Slade in the Extreme GTR. So there's some drama going to happen in GCG Open shootout mode, as well as our Pro-Am, our Pro classes. Again, it's like two guys running for a number. They're both guys that are trying to put a number down on that one last flying lap that eclipse some of our little milestones that we've got, like quickest WRX and quickest outright, the A1 GP there of minute 19.142.
Next up, our second group when it comes to the open class here, all thanks to GCG Turbos. So our second group coming out, who is going to make it in the top 5, go into the shootout, which is coming up later for the open class. We've still got our pro class shootout style to come. We've got our exotic sports car demonstration. Then we head into our club sprint shootout, pro-am shootout, open class shootout before we finish things off now with a pro class shootout here to finish things off tonight here at the Yokohama 2022 World Time Attack Challenge here this weekend. It's been so action-packed all day, and we've still got these shootouts to happen, which anything, maybe we're going to see everyone put on the line. The day is done. Hang it out. We can lose a bit of aero now. Like, if we're going to go off the track, this is the time to risk it.
It is. You're risking it to get the biscuit, and there's only one left in the packet. So you've got to make sure that you're going to make it count and make sure that you digest the whole thing and not eat it. And I mean, you can digest it, just don't eat it out there. So, yeah, look, it's good to see that Justin Gorjanix is back in the Close Enough Racing MRS. Remember, he was stranded at the end of Armando? I mean, who wasn't? I mean, there's a lot of people stranded at the end of Armando. I mean, remember, who do we see out there before stranded down there? Rahul Victor.
Yeah, Rahul.
Rahul, you legend, mate.
Crazy, man.
Crazy Rahul. But look, there's the Datto 1600 there at night. There's the Nigel Petrie engineered the slide car. So I mean, these guys, you know, they're not top 10. They're not at the pointy end. But I tell you what, we've got Luffy at the pointy end. That's where it's all happening.
Here we are at turn 1, second group out there now. These cars are flying. You see a few little sparks as they come through there, starting to bottom out a little bit. Obviously, these nighttime conditions are really going to start to magnify these things. An interesting point as well, we've seen that the track temperature stabilised at about 22 degrees. Here comes the next car. These cars standing down here on the apex at turn 1. Big bit of understeer on the entry. Here's another. There's that little Datsun 1600 from earlier. It's really great to stand down here, be able to get close to the action, see what these cars are up to.
Wow. Talk about our reporter on the spot. There he is, Warren Luff on the spot, the Armando Apex. A little bit of glowage, is that such a word? Glowage out there. It's getting late. We've been on air for a hell of a long time, 12 hours actually. And here we are flying through here. Liam Hooper trying to get one last big lap down. Hooper, where is he on the list? He's in 9th. So unless he can carve out a couple of seconds here, he needs to go quicker than 31.001 to feature in the shootout. We normally take the top 5 from memory. So in this particular case, just has not been able to put a representative time through that shows the potential of this vehicle. But Liam Hooper, plenty of laps coming in this car. And it could be another one here just yet. Again, not the cleanest of laps, but he's found his way around. He's now popping out the flames on the gear shift. Blew up a little bit of something off the track there. I don't know whether it came off the car, whether it just blew it up. Oh, minute 32, 5.24, up to 7th.
You said he's going to have to knock a few seconds off. Now he's within half a second of doing that. Just over half. Well, no, sorry, 1.5 seconds now he needs to drop off. So 1.5 seconds he needs to get in that top 5. But remembering they've got so many other cars there in the workshop that are not competing still. They're broken. So you've got all these extra people, I suppose, in the pit crew now who are helping out Hooper.
Well, we've got Darren Bishop just gone through there as well, and as well as Damon Ashton, so the Evo 6. And when you have a look at that top 10 so far, here comes the little Datsun 1600, which I absolutely love, John Healy. Fantastic. He's really pushing the 510 /1600 /Fairlady /Bluebird, whatever you want to call it. It's more the JDM Bluebird front, or that we call it. I think I call it the Fairlady front, which is not true. It's the Bluebird front.
The green lantern lights as well.
Love that too. Love all of that. And there's Nigel Petrie having a great time now on the main straight, coming through and going a minute 57. Went as quick as a minute 52 with that car. It's not bad for an NA vehicle. And Healy's having a good push through here with the little V-Sport Datsun 1600, also competition friction. And why not show a little bit of the old school? When I'm having a look at the age of all the vehicles in open, this has got to be the oldest. You know, what are they, 68 to 71 or 72, the Datsun 1600? So that will pretty much be our oldest school competitor in the open category, but there's not much Datsun 1600 left there. I know we've probably got some composite panels on board, maybe the turret, yes, the doors possibly, you never know. I don't know how much Datsun metal is still left in the car. You'd assume the whole floor pan and monocoque, of course, would all still be
some sort of
Datsun 510 of the day. And of course, these things were fantastically raced in the late 60s and 70s in the United States in the SCCA series against Alfa Romeos and of similar vehicles of the smaller stature. So the racing back then, it's just not been documented well enough for the lovers of the history of JDM racing, especially when it's Japan versus Italy in America. You know what I mean? These cars were very, very fast. There was a gentleman in the United States of America that was the owner of Brock Racing Enterprises, and if you remember the name, it's Peter Brock. It's actually a guy called Peter Brock, helped Carroll Shelby build the Cobra, and then Brock Racing Enterprises ran Nissan cars in the SCCA series in the 1960s and 1970s with Peter Brock driving, as well as forget the name of the other driver, but he was just as fast as well. But that's right. Who would ever think that in the world of motorsport we would have two Peter Brocks in the world, and on opposite sides of the world at that? And there's not a lot of people out there know the American Peter Brock. Warren Luff, we know who Warren Luff is, and he's worldwide known, but we've got him all to ourselves here today. Luffy, what have you got?
Well, mate, I'm down here with Rod, the owner of this beautiful RP968, the man behind the vision, the man that's made all this possible. Rod, great to obviously have you here back at World Time Attack 2022. Obviously, it's great to see the car back out here. Tell us a little bit about your vision behind the car, and I suppose what made you come to World Time Attack in the first place.
Look, it's just one of those things. It starts off as a little project, and you get a bit carried away. But really, I came out here in, I think it's 2014, and when I saw Under Suzuki's car, I really was inspired. I thought, wow, that is really special. And, you know, and Sylvia is like a 968. So I thought there's a bit of potential there. But it was an open car originally, but then it just ended up being like this, and then these things snowball.
Well, like you said, Under Suzuki's car was definitely very special, but I think what you guys have created here is incredibly special as well. So, look, we're really excited to see, obviously, what Barton can do in it tonight. We'd obviously love to see that record tumble, but, yeah, looking forward to seeing you guys go number 3.
Yeah, well, let's hope we can go as quick as we can. We're trying.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Rob Pobestek, you got to hand it to him. I tell you what, does he sell those shirts? See the shirt he was wearing under there, which was like an aerial view of the 968. I wonder if you could buy that shirt, because if those guys went into merch, Rob might be able to recover some of that investment. Not all of it, but he might be able to recover some of it, because that's a killer shirt what he had underneath there. And you never see the man here in anything else other than a suit. That man still always wears the suit. And mind you, Rob, I love the mustache as well. I haven't seen the mo on Rob yet, but there it is. And how's that for a story? It was Under Suzuki that was the inspiration for Rob Pobestek to go, I think I'm going to go time attack racing in, well, initially started as a medium way, but it's still a full tilt of soul. And then it's just, as he says, these things snowball.
They evolve.
Quote of the weekend, Rob Pobestek. These things snowball. All right, everyone's having a bit of a flyer out there. We've got Bishop, Nigel Petrie still rolling around, Ashton, Healy and Gorgoniques in the MRS. But it is Bishop that's just gone through. I think he's ready to start a fly. Minute 32.482. So he is in 6th. So Bishop's got to try and find, he's got to find a fair bit here to try and pip Ewan out. But we haven't seen the Dream Garage S15 again. So unless the S15...
Well, they've been recovering from that guard that came off, aren't they?
Yeah, well...
That quarter.
Yeah, so let's just... I mean, I can't see the 15 down there, and whether or not, you know, you for a Super Lap shootout, you kind of got to... You've kind of got to give 6th the chance to go into 5th to have a crack at it. Now, Damon Ashton's on a bit of a fly here. Sector 1, Sector 2. and he goes through for a, well, he's better in that second sector. A minute 36.334. He's gone his best of a minute 36.15. So there he is, Ashton, in 10th. Out on screen there right now is the Rev Zone car, Darren Bishop, the Evo 7. You can see him there in 6th position, but can he chop over 1.5 seconds off his time to Pip Newen organically? Or if they do call in hurt for the Super Lap shootout, Newen would have to hand the 5th spot to Bishop to have a crack at it. That was what we would normally do. We'd bring 6 up to 5 if there was a breakage. And in the Pro-Am class, I suppose with no costs there, we might do the same thing there, bring up 6 into the 5 if we've still got that many left. I mean, the attrition rate is something that we've come to accept. I mean, these beasts are, they're out there to do one perfect lap, and sometimes that's all we can do sometimes, because they do throw a lot to the wall and see what sticks sometimes.
Well, Darren Bishop's just gone a personal best for this weekend again, a 1:32.245.
Well, there we go, minute 32.245. Behind him, the minute 32.524 is not a bad number there as well. So there's a nice bunching down the end there of the GCG Open class. We've got to thank GCG Turbos for all of their support throughout the years. Their focus, of course, is performance turbocharger and tuning parts for all forms of motorsport. You name the brands, such as Garrett, Borg, Warner, Deutschwerks, Ryko and more. They've been involved with World Time Attack for over 10 years, and GCG Turbos forged close relationships with local and Japanese drivers, teams and fans. Proudly wear the GCG decal on their livery. And in the WTAC history book, GCG-equipped teams can boast a collection of class wins and record-setting achievements over that last decade. So we thank GCG Turbos again for the support of the Open category. It's been fantastic. Can't wait for that shootout a little bit later on. So here he goes, the MRS, after binning the red one quite substantially coming onto the main straight. It's good to see that Justin gets to run the other one, the Close Enough Racing MRS. And again, they're a bit of a special car as well, and not too many of them. So it's not like you'll see a lot of guys in MRSs. They just don't breed like we've seen the rest of these cars do. They are a little bit more of a special taste, and also a rarer car to try and grab. So just rolling around in the Rev Zone Evo Lancer. The checkered flag is out, so that's the end of that session. So that means we are only one more open hit away from finishing off tonight, and that is going to be that shootout. We used to call it the Super Lap shootout. We do call it, of course, the Pro-Am, Pro and Club Sprint shootouts coming very, very soon, because we are done with the Pro, done with the Open class categories. The Pro class is that one last shot. And here we go, we roll the tail of the tape, the class of 2022. There's our top 10 so far before the shootout. Tim Slade still hanging on by a thread. The Extreme GTRs earlier, minute 27.379, but is in the clubhouse with a I don't think it dropped the valve, it might have touched the valve up or done whatever. Nathan Morcom, minute 27.618. Again, as we said, the power steering belt came off. He was up both sectors there and could have eclipsed Slady maybe if he kept the belt on, but can they do that final thrash? They've got one lap to do it in, and it's going to be by the wire. Benny Tran couldn't get the minute 29 that he was looking for, but a minute 30.061. He'll be in the Super Lap shootout. He could do it in one fast lap. Aaron Borg, minute 30.803. Robert Newen, the Dream Project S15, not too bad on debut with not a lot of testing. Minute 31.001. Darren Bishop, the Rev Zone Evo, just off track now. Minute 32.245. Liam Hooper, minute 32.524. Dan Day, Johnny Boston, and Damon Ashton round out our 10. On the class of 2022. Here's the rest of them. John Healy in that Datto 1600, Glennie Slender, Justin Galgenix, Peter Owen, Nick Cooper, the Turbo Smart RX-7, Nigel Petrie and John Papadopoulos in the BMW 17 great cars. We thank you, all of our entrants in the GCG Open class, and it's down to Warren Luff with more updates.
Yeah, I'm standing down here at the Mando Turn 1, watching Barton Moore head out of the pits on his warm-up lap. And we're going to be standing over here on the apex again. Hopefully we don't put the commentator's curse on him, but really excited to see this car come flat out down here into Armando Turn 1 for its first flying lap.
Yes, Luffy's got the best point of the... to get the best view of that coming through there, and he'll be obviously probably staying in that position. Brand new boots on it as Andrew Brilliant joins us back on the microphone from A&B Aero, and you're just salivating at the prospects here. Now remember, this is the second last shot they have at this minute 19.142, the Royal Purple Pro class. So this is a designated session, so they've got time, they've got the track. The conditions are varying from what they've ever run before. I don't know how much under lights they've done, but this track is in pretty good nick. If there's some debris out there, we already know that debris caused some issues with these cars already today. And let's just see what he can do out there right now. The conditions are almost ideal. The breeze, it's only very slight by the look of it, Andrew, so hopefully that doesn't cause too many issues.
Yeah, the wind looks good. Hopefully the track's cooled down. The team, like many others, were struggling to get test days without rain because there's just been so much rain.
So the left, what we've got, you can see on the screen, 1, 2, 3, it's Barton Moy, Brad Shields and Nathan Antunes. So a podium coming for Nathan, all ready without needing to do anything else other than try and take that WRX outright record from Andy Forrest back from 2017. And Barton Moyer, well, he's got the hand on the trophy already, and there's no way you could think that the Subaru can jump up and take out the 968. And of course the Evo 9 there being the Tilton Evo driven by Brad Shields, that earlier minute 20.970. All right, Warren Luff, it's all down to you. Let's have a look right down on Armando, the first flyer.
Yeah, I'm down here at Armando, turn 1. I can hear Barton Moore coming down the front straight. We're here to watch him tip it in here flat out. That is pure commitment. 280 kilometres an hour at the end of the front straight here. Tips it in flat out. You see the sparks coming out from underneath the car. Let's see what time. Like you guys said, they've got one hand on the trophy, but they're not here for trophies. They're here to break records. So let's see what they can do.
Luffy, it looks good. It looks good out of turn 2. It looks good out of turn 3. Let's see the commitment from Barton through here. A little bit of brake, as you can see the discs starting to cool down. Grabs a bit of brake here. Up the hill, he's up in the sector. He's up in the sector, folks. There's a minute 19 something coming here if everything else stays together. Gee, so far it's looking good. He gets it through this turn. Up the hill. Plenty of horsepower there, no problems. He's got to throw this in here, which he does. Commitment on the outside here. He keeps it in there nicely. Jeez, he drives so well, Barton Moyer. He really does. Let's pull it up. Lots of brake effort there. Gets it sorted. Tries to get the power down. Goes out wide. Brings it back in. Plenty of sparks off the end plate. Sector 2, not as quick. Oh, again, some issues. He's issues. He had to pull the thing up. He's got the brakes on as he pulls the thing up. That thing was flying. He gets through about turn 8, gets the power down, and again, remember, we're spinning as we come out of there, I think, and then the car is slowing down as well, and that was starting to go. That was starting to really cook. And the way he was up in turn 1 there, in sector 1, it was looking fantastic. Then as he came out of that turn, he was down on that sector, and then we've had an issue there with the car. So Barton, he's going to roll back. Hey, you look at the debris. We've got debris everywhere, and he's driving over it. So there's definitely carbon fibre in that debris. Now, whether or not there was something there that he's picked up, Bart, and it's caused that issue. But I don't know. Nathan's just driven all the way through it. I want to know how he's going to avoid that on the next lap, or whether he's even going to try. Looks like he's on a fly here, though. He's still got that eye on the prize, that WRX record. Oh, Nathan really hooks it through Armando. Sparks everywhere. More sparks to the Christmas cracker. Not that they spark, I'm talking about the sparklers out there. That's good through 2. That's good through 2. He's got to tidy it up there. He brings that in nice. That's all looking good so far. Andrew, what do you say about it coming down the main straight?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely up and down force the way they're bottoming out now. That cool air in the evening works wonders.
Oh, yes, plenty of commitment here from Nathan. So he's not going to probably... Well, it's going to go through that debris no matter what. I think he's just got to make that happen. If he's trying to get that lap down, he's going to probably have to just go through that debris like he did. But he's just trying to pull that thing up there through up through 5, 6, power up the hill. Plenty of power from this flat 6, 3.3 litres. I mean, it's no 4-litre Thor, but 3.3 flat 6 Subaru. The EG33s make plenty of power. Yes, so in sector 1, nothing to write home about, but he's not giving up trying. Now, this is where you know, we got the debris. Look at the debris here. He's just going to send it through the debris. And there's definitely some carbon fibre or something. I don't know, but that just got flung in the air like it was just as light as anything. No mass in whatever he threw up in the air there. But trying to keep the rest of the lap together. And they do talk about the guys saying that out on those turns, it is maybe a little bit slippery at the top end there. So maybe that's affecting getting onto the straight. Here he goes. Going to fly the WX through. Comes on through for the lap and goes through a minute 28.768. His earlier 28.687. There's a minute 28.768. So not bad for Nathan, but yeah, just down on those other sectors. But he still managed to go through the debris as it came out of that turn and try and get the number down. So they'll go and have a bit of a tweak there. Would you imagine a cool down lap, whether or not he can bring that back straight away and repeat that? So cool it down and give it another hit. But who knows? It looks like they're around the 968, RP 968, just seeing what they can do there. Try and get that ready maybe for the shootout and not try this session at all. That was one opportunity to try and do it. He was up, I think, in that first sector and it was looking good through Armando. Everything was working an absolute treat, but then got around to, 3 corners before the end and had another issue there which they're trying to rectify. So they're just having a bit of a look inside that wheel arch. You know, debris has been an issue that we've seen before where, you know, guys are picking up stuff and on the higher loaded cars. I mean, that can probably be really exaggerated, that debris, what it might do. So we're just in that mode. So we've got Luffy in there trying to just see what's going on. And, you know, sometimes they're either up for a chat or not in this particular situation. All right, here we go. In slow-mo, here's a replay. So here he is out of there, Barton, getting the power down. Sparks, going through the gears. And just as he gets to here, it is the driver's side rear that has definitely captured Bart's attention there. So that's they're going back into the garage there for another little post-mortem check inside the wheel arch and see what they can do. They put another set of tyres on it and have another crack. Just an announcement for everyone here that may be parked up in the dragway car park. The dragway's locking the car park gates at 11 o'clock. The shuttle service finishes at 11 o'clock. So if you've got a vehicle parked up in the dragway, they close the dragway at 11 o'clock. Now, I know that's 10 to 9, so that's literally, you know, 2 hours and 10 minutes to get your vehicle out of that parking area if that's where you've parked today. And of course, the shuttle service finishes at 11 o'clock. So in they go. And another exciting moment where the adrenaline just gets ramped completely up there. And wow, what do you do? What do you do other than just, you know, gobsmack? Your jaw drops when you see some of the spectacular action we're seeing here, Andrew.
Yeah, hopefully there's not too much damage to the aero there and they can put it back together.
Pretty robust. Hey, we're just going to take another breath. We'll be back shortly. A break and back with more here from Sydney Motorsport Park under lights.
Plasma Man Racing is a world leader in performance intercoolers and EFI intake manifolds. For over 25 years, we've been at the forefront of performance turbocharged induction technology. When you go with Plasma Man, you go with proven, tried and tested technology, a combined experience of over 100 years in the performance racing industry, and a product renowned for its quality, appearance, and reliable, repeatable performance. Plasma Man, no limits.